Chapter 1, Crazy Man, Tell Us the Truth, Who is the child's mother? Su Fengnian stood in the dim basement, looking at his girlfriend leaving, feeling mixed emotions. Her words were still ringing in his ears. Su Fengnian, thank you for your support over the years, but I really can't stand the basement without sunlight. Our family is poor, and we will only be poorer if we are together. She handed him a business card and said coldly, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. After saying that, she left the dark and damp basement without looking back. Su Fengnian looked down at the business card in his hand, an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. He tore up the business card and threw it into the toilet. With the sound of flushing, it seemed as if my college love life had come to a perfect end. Before I could recover from my disappointment, my cell phone suddenly rang. A familiar number appeared on the screen. Su Fengnian took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mood, answered the call, and thought to himself. What's a woman? Once you join this company and make money, you can have any woman you want. Just as I finished expressing my lofty ambitions in my heart, they were shattered by the notification on the phone. At the same time of the day, both the woman and the work were completely cold. He walked out of the dark basement and looked up at the sky, his heart filled with helplessness and self-mockery. He murmured in a low voice. My dear mother, I am a phoenix and I am crazy. You really want to drive me crazy, right? Crazy, there's a job distributing flyers. The pay isn't much. Do you want to do it? Just when he was feeling deeply moved, his best friend sent him a message. Fuck, give me the location. The strong look for ways, the weak look for excuses. During his college years, what kind of hardships had he not endured? What kind of contempt had he not received? As long as the earth keeps turning, he has hope. I was dumped by a woman and lost my job. It's fucking miserable. On the way to the mall by bicycle, Su Fengnian cried and laughed at the same time, just like a madman. When he arrived at the mall, he saw his childhood sweetheart and roommate Lin Chang greeting him from afar. He felt warm inside and said with emotion, brothers are always reliable. Crazy man, why didn't Xiao Xue come with you? Lin Chang asked. After being dumped by me, a woman will only slow down the speed at which I make money. Su Fengnian answered casually. Really? Lin Chang looked skeptical. Old Lin, do you think I look like someone who would be dumped? Su Fengnian pulled the corners of his mouth and tried hard to force a smile. Lin Chang caught a glimpse of the tears in the corners of his eyes, sighed, silently took out his mobile phone, opened his circle of friends and handed it over. Wan Mingxue posted a circle of friends, which was a carefully arranged 9-square grid, in the middle of which was an intimate photo with a rich second-generation man. The rest are luxury cars, bags, and so on. Only then did Su Fengnian remember to open his mobile phone and found that he had been blocked. Crazy man, this matter, maybe you are the only one who doesn't know. Those of us who have heard green bubbles have all seen it. Lin Chang said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Since you all know, I won't hide it. Su Fengnian forced a smile. Actually, she begged me not to leave her, but I felt she deserved a better life, so I took the initiative to break up. Madman, do you have any shame? Lin Chang couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but complain. I have a face, what else do I need? I don't want to bother with this. This is your own private matter. When will you pay me back the $10,000 you owe me? Freshman said he would pay it back in sophomore year said he would pay it back in junior year said he would pay it back after graduation. It's already been a month since graduation, why don't you give me a definite answer? When Su Fengnian heard this, he immediately put on a look of deep sorrow. Lao Lin, the love we have had since childhood is not worth this 10,000 yuan? I just broke up and lost my job, and you're asking me for. Before he could finish his words, Lin Chang interrupted him. What do you mean by unemployed? Didn't you receive an offer from a top tech company? This, that. Su Fengnian was speechless for a moment, realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag. Crazy, you didn't lose your job, did you? Lin Chang's eyes widened. Then when are you going to pay me back the 10,000 yuan? You were right before. If it weren't for Wan Mingxue, you wouldn't have had to live in a basement with nothing after graduation even with the money you earned from working part-time during your 4 years of college. I have to send money home every month, earn my own tuition and living expenses, and support a girlfriend I've never even kissed. Faced with Lin Chang's complaints, Su Fengnian was speechless. The truth is often cruel. His affair with Wan Mingxue was known to everyone in the school. Just as Lin Chang finished complaining, Su Fengnian suddenly stretched out his hand. Lao Lin, do you have 500 yuan on you? You lunatic, you haven't paid me back the money you owe me yet, and you still have the nerve to ask for help? Lin Chang glared angrily. Look at what you said. I already owe you more than 10,000 yuan. Don't you think I'm going to pay you back this 500 yuan? Don't worry. Although I'm very poor, my reputation is shining. Su Fengnian patted his chest, looking confident. No, I wouldn't lend it to you even if I had it. Lin Chang looked at him with disdain, his tone full of contempt. If you don't lend me the money today, I won't pay you back the 10,000 yuan. Go ahead and sue me in court. It's just 2 words, no money. Fuck, you lunatic, it's so unlucky for me to know you. Lin Chang stomped his feet in anger. Old Lin, look at what you said. You should be happy that you have met a lucky man like me in this life. Get ready to lie down and enjoy your life. Su Fengnian patted his shoulder with a smile. Lie down? Lie in the coffin? Lin Chang rolled his eyes. Just as the two were engaged in a verbal battle, the sound of a little girl crying was heard from the stairs not far away. Following the direction of the crying sound, Su Fengnian rushed over without hesitation and found the emergency stop button at the elevator entrance. The advantage of having many part-time jobs is that you can learn a little bit of everything. After the elevator stopped, he asked the security guard who came over for tools and took the little girl's hand out of the gap. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and handled the situation properly, and the little girl's hand was only slightly scratched and no bones were broken. Just when he rescued the little girl and was about to turn around and leave quietly, the little girl grabbed his arm and held it tightly. Dad, please don't abandon Nyonyo, okay? What the hell? Hearing this, even the battle-hardened Su Fengnian was a little confused. I mean, why are you running so fast and so concerned? Is this your daughter? Lin Chang on the side showed a strange smile, his tone was full of ridicule. Dad, Nyonyo will never make you angry again, please don't abandon Nyonyo, okay? The little girl was crying with tears in her eyes, her voice full of grievance. When passers-by heard what the little girl said, they started pointing and talking. Young people nowadays are really irresponsible. Yes, it is a sin to just give birth without raising it. He must have been too busy playing with his phone and the child wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. There was a figure in the crowd who was originally anxious, but after seeing this scene, he hesitated for a while and did not come out immediately. Su Fengnian really couldn't clear himself from this even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Now he just wanted to hand the little girl over to the security guard nearby. This girl really has nothing to do with me. Lao Zhang, I really don't know this kid. Believe me. Take her to the broadcasting room and use the radio to find her. Su Fengnian anxiously explained to the familiar security guard. I can't believe you have this ability. Okay, stop pretending. This little girl is so old, she's almost going to kindergarten, how could you recognize the wrong person? The security guard looked unconvinced and even had a hint of sarcasm on his face. Su Fengnian was speechless. He looked around and found that no one came out to claim the little girl. To prove his innocence, he squatted down and whispered to the little girl. Little sister, you've got the wrong person. My name is Su Fengnian, and I just graduated from college. I'm really not your father. As soon as he finished speaking, the little daughter in front of him cried even harder. She pulled her ID card straight out of her pocket, with her name clearly written on it. Su Nian. The moment the little girl took out her ID card, passers-by gathered around her. Young man, take your daughter to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, since you gave birth to her, you must treat her well. Just as the onlookers were talking a lot, the security guards had already started to evacuate the crowd. Everyone, please go away. It's okay for the children and their parents to be here. Lin Chang looked at Su Fengnian with a shocked expression. Crazy, tell me the truth, who is the mother of this child? Friendly reminder, fellow Taoists, be tolerant and don't criticize if you don't like it. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Minors must be accompanied by their parents when reading this novel. The content is purely fictional, please do not imitate it in real life. Just add a bookshelf, you won't suffer any loss or be fooled. Chapter 2 Mom, I found Dad. Old Lin, even you don't believe me? Su Fengnian looked at Lin Chang helplessly. How can I believe you? Your last name is Su and hers is also Su. Besides, I think you two look a bit alike. As Lin Chang spoke, he looked at the little girl and Su Fengnian carefully, his eyes full of suspicion. I was wondering why you worked so hard during your 4 years in college. I guess you were raising an illegitimate daughter. Lin Chang's words became more and more outrageous. Su Fengnian felt overwhelmed after hearing this and planned to take the little girl directly to the police station. He really felt helpless about this matter and could only leave it to Uncle Hat to handle it. Just as he was about to speak to the little girl, the little girl took his hand. Dad, Nyo is hungry and wants to eat chicken wings. Su Fengnian was speechless. Eat a hammer, your dad, not your brother, is hungry too. He felt his pocket, looked at the balances of various payment apps on his phone, and suddenly felt powerless. Helplessly, he could only turn around and look at Lin Chang lovingly. I only heard a ding-dong sound on the phone, and 500 yuan had arrived. Crazy, this is the last time. I'm giving you this money for the sake of your daughter. If you dare to ask me for money next time, I will immediately cut off all ties with you. Lin Chang gritted his teeth. Lin Chang didn't know how many times he had said break up. Lao Lin. He was about to step forward and give his roommate a warm hug, but Lin Chang dodged him directly. He took the flyer from his hand and said coldly, "Take your daughter and go get something to eat. I'll go hand out flyers. It's such a tragedy that I met you." After saying that, without waiting for Su Fengnian to say anything, he went straight to the entrance of the mall without looking back and started handing out flyers. Su Fengnian brought the little girl to the KFC in the mall, looked at the prices and thought they were a bit expensive. He squatted down and said to the little girl, "Since you call me dad, do you want to listen to what I say?" The little girl nodded seriously. "Okay, then daddy will take you to the supermarket to eat something delicious, okay?" "Yeah." The little girl hugged Su Fengnian's arm and was extremely happy. I completely forgot about the scratch on my hand. The two of them came to the supermarket on the underground first floor of the mall, where there were many salesmen promoting food, which they could sample. However, Su Fengnian did not go there, but let Nyo go there by herself. The main reason is that he has been included in the blacklist of major supermarkets, and the sales staff can recognize him even if he wears a mask. When Nyo walked over, many salesmen gave her small cakes, small cups of yogurt and so on. Not far away, there was a figure who followed them into the mall, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Follow behind and observe silently. After letting the little girl walk around the mall, she started burping. What do you think? Dad didn't lie to you, did he? Su Fengnian said proudly. In a corner of the supermarket, Su Fengnian was eating a small sample cake that Nyo brought him. Dad, I'm a little thirsty, and I think I'm still a little hungry. Su Fengnian was speechless. You're already burping, why are you still saying you're hungry? How can I afford to raise this child? I'd never give birth to a child again, even if it's such a cute little girl. There's no other way. I have to make sure she's well fed before sending her to Uncle Hat. But this problem is not difficult for him. Tasting is definitely not an option, but there are other ways. He came to the yogurt section of the supermarket. Aunt Zhang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look more beautiful now. As soon as Zhang Qin heard the familiar voice, she knew that the scoundrel had come again. Xiao Su, you're not going to try to take my expired yogurt again, are you? Zhang Qin looked alert. How could that be? I'm here to take care of your business. I'm here to buy some yogurt today. Su Fengnian said sincerely without blushing or getting nervous. Zhang Qin threw him a box of 9.9 yuan yogurt and asked, "Didn't you buy this when you came last time?" Aunt Zhang, you look down on me. Su Fengnian said as he took another box from the cabinet, "I'll take 2 boxes today." Zhang Qin. Aunt Zhang, I've already bought 2 boxes. Do you have any gifts? Anything is fine, even yogurt that expires today is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl next to him shouted, "Dad, I want to drink this." At first, Zhang Qin thought it was someone else's child and didn't pay much attention. In the end, when he heard the little girl calling Su Fengnian dad, he was completely stunned. She showed a look of deep pain. "Xiao Su, your child is already this big? I'm not saying anything bad, but how can you let your child drink yogurt that is about to expire? No matter how hard it is, you can't let your child suffer." As she spoke, she took out a large bottle of fresh yogurt from the cupboard and handed it to the little girl. "Little sister, this is for you to drink." The little girl didn't answer it immediately, but glanced at Su Fengnian beside her. "Aunt Zhang, you are mistaken. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Qin handed the yogurt to the little girl and put the gift label on it. Before Su Fingyan left, he thanked her repeatedly. "Aunt Zhang, next time you need to take inventory and move goods, remember to call me. I'll be there whenever you call." After that, he took the little girl to the snack area. Looking at their backs, Zhang Qin sighed softly. On the way, Su Fingyan had already opened the cap of the barrel of yogurt. The little girl was seen drinking as she walked, her mouth full of yogurt. "Looks so cute." As soon as they arrived at the instant noodle area, the salesmen who were counting the goods ran away as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Su Fingyan. A figure not far away saw this scene and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The little girl asked Su Fingyan with a puzzled look. "Dad, why did Uncle and Aunt run away when they saw us?" "The uncles and aunts are just getting off work." Su Fingyan looked at the salesperson who was hiding in the crack of the warehouse door not far away with a gloomy face. He directly took a box of self-heating rice that was on sale and took a few packs of Palm Crispy rice for himself. He took the little girl out of the supermarket. It was lunchtime, so he took the little girl to the security room of the mall. The security guard who was eating as he entered the door subconsciously protected the lunchbox in his hand. "Xiao Su, why are you here?" After one of the security guards asked, everyone started to eat desperately. He had no intention of giving Su Fingyan any chance to pick up his chopsticks. "Uncle Lu, please eat slowly. Don't choke." As Su Fingyan spoke, he pulled up a stool, carried the little girl up, and then prepared a self-heating meal for her. After finishing, put the self-heating rice where the little girl can't reach it. After a while, the self-heating rice began to steam and heat itself up. He skillfully took out a disposable cup from the cabinet and poured himself a cup of hot water. Then he took out a piece of crispy instant noodles from his trouser pocket and started to eat it. Lu Tianhe felt a little sorry for the father and daughter and got up to get some biscuits and snacks from the cupboard. But it was not given to Su Fingyan, but to the little girl instead. "Thank you, uncle." After the little girl took the snacks, she immediately put them all in front of Su Fingyan. He opened one of the packages and put it directly to his mouth. "Dad, Nyo will feed you." At this moment, Su Fingyan suddenly felt that it would be great if this girl was really his daughter. His eyes were slightly red as he looked up at the ceiling. He usually suffered a lot of grievances in his part-time job. He had never cried before, but at this moment his defense was completely broken. After eating, he planned to take the little girl to the police station to ask Uncle Hat to help her find her family. Not long after walking out of the security room, a figure blocked my way. The woman in front of me was wearing a mask and a hat, so my face couldn't be seen clearly, but she had a great figure. Her fair skin is softer than tofu, her slender legs are longer than his life, and she has proud snow-white breasts. He couldn't help but drool. As a result, the little girl next to her rushed over and hugged the woman's long legs. Mom, I found Dad." "Oh shit." Su Fingyan was completely confused. Chapter 3 There is 300,000 yuan in this card. Hearing the little girl's cry, Su Fingyan almost collapsed. What day was today? Was it his tribulation day? His mind was in a mess and he had no idea what was going on. The beautiful woman whose face he couldn't see clearly gently picked up the little girl and motioned Su Fingyan to follow. He was stunned for a few seconds, but finally followed her. The two walked out of the mall one after the other and came to a restaurant that looked very high-end in decoration. Su Fingyan stood at the door and subconsciously looked down at the old and wrinkled t-shirt on his body. The collar had turned yellow and deformed, making him look particularly shabby. He usually keeps a few sets of more expensive clothes in the basement, but those are for interviews. When he works part-time, he dresses very casually. Before entering the hotel, he rubbed the soles of his shoes on the carpet at the door, fearing that his dirty shoes would dirty the floor of the hotel. Following the beautiful woman into the hotel, he felt like he had strayed into another world. The interior decoration of the hotel is elegant, and each private room has a specific name and different style. Although Su Fingyan often worked part-time in this shopping mall, he had never noticed that there was such a high-end restaurant not far away. After entering the box, the beautiful woman in front of him put the little girl down and ordered some dishes with her mobile phone without saying a word the whole time. I didn't ask him what he wanted to eat. Su Fingyan was stunned on the spot, muttering in his heart, "This beautiful lady didn't even ask me what I wanted to eat when ordering food? She really doesn't take me seriously." Just as he was daydreaming, the woman took off her mask and hat. At that moment, Su Fingyan's eyes widened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. She had a beautiful face, skin as white as jade, and delicate features that made her look like someone who had walked out of a painting. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to call her sister or auntie. Her temperament was both mature and a little cold, making it hard to understand. He stared straight at her, with no intention of avoiding her. After a long time, he swallowed, forced himself to calm down, and began to look carefully at the woman sitting opposite him. She was wearing a light-colored suit made of thin and breathable fabric, and it was obvious at first glance that it was expensive. Under the white inner wear, the northern and southern hemispheres are faintly visible, outlining a curve that is hard to look away from. The four words charm still there popped up unconsciously in Su Fengnian's mind, and he muttered in his heart, "This remaining is not an ordinary remaining." However, the woman in front of him didn't seem to care about his slightly aggressive gaze. She looked indifferent, as if she was already used to being stared at. Her calmness made Su Fengnian feel guilty. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to straighten his clothes, but his heart was still in turmoil. The woman spoke calmly, her tone calm but with a hint of majesty that could not be ignored. "Thank you for saving Nyonyo." Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Sister, it's a small matter. As a man, it's my duty to be brave and righteous. I heard that you were looking for a job?" The woman interrupted him directly and looked straight at him. Yes. Su Fengnian sighed, with a bit of resentment in his tone. "This is really infuriating. I originally received an offer from a top technology company, but today it was inexplicably rejected without even a reason." Having said this, he picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and continued. As he spoke, he took a sip of the tea on the table and continued to complain. He must have been replaced by someone else. In today's society, there are too many people with connections. Alas. That company? The woman's tone remained calm, but there seemed to be a hint of inquiry in her eyes. That Tianxin Technology. Su Fengnian curled his lips, with a bit of disdain in his tone. "The name is quite awesome. I wonder what the company founder was thinking. What about Heaven's heart? Does heaven have a heart? Although Heaven's way is ruthless, it at least emphasizes the equality of all living beings. I don't know if the founder of this company was kicked in the head by a donkey to come up with such a name." He became more and more excited as he spoke, completely unaware of the changes in the expression on the woman's face opposite him. He kept talking to himself, as if he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights if only someone would listen. The woman listened quietly, and when he finally stopped to take a breath, she commented lightly, "You are very eloquent." Seeing that the beautiful woman was so frugal with words, Su Fengnian didn't plan to say anything else. After all, there was no point in continuing if no one was there to support him. At this moment, the little girl suddenly raised her head, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Dad, will you come home with us tonight?" Go home? Live? Su Fengnian's mind was instantly in turmoil, and he screamed frantically in his heart, "Sleeping with your mother?" His brain kept giving his mouth instructions to ask this question, but his mouth refused to do anything. Finally, under the constraints of morality and law, he went against his true inner thoughts and stammered, "Little sister, to be honest with you, I'm really not your father." As soon as the voice fell, the little girl's tears rolled down her cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. Su Fengnian was immediately panicked and didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, the woman sitting opposite reached out her hand, gently touched the little girl's head, and said softly, "Nyonyo, he is your father, but his head was pinched when he went out, so he can't remember you." "Mom, is Dad caught in the door?" the little girl asked innocently. "Mom doesn't know about this, you should ask Dad." The woman smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Su Fengnian felt a chill in his heart, and even had the urge to run out. A ridiculous thought popped up in his mind. Could I have encountered some super high-level trap? Are they trying to trick me to go to the north? How could such a good thing happen to him? He didn't even dare to dream of being given both a daughter and such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Seeing that Su Fengnian didn't say anything, the little girl thought he was still sick, so she stretched out her little hand to hold the corner of his clothes, and said in a baby voice, "Don't be afraid, Daddy, Nyonyo will take you to the hospital for treatment." When Nyonyo was sick, she went to the hospital for a checkup and got better. Su Fengnian was speechless and almost blurted out, "You are sick, your whole family is sick." Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Su Fengnian secretly warned himself, years of part-time job experience have told him that pie will not fall from the sky, and even if it does, it will never fall on his head. "Sister, since Nyonyo is your daughter, I have returned her intact. I won't eat anymore, as I still have to distribute flyers." After he said that, he was about to get up and leave. The woman didn't call him immediately, but turned to look at Nyonyo beside her and said softly, "Nyonyo, go ask Aunt Zhao if our food is almost ready. Okay, Mom, leave it to me. Nyo nodded obediently and ran out the door happily. She jumped and hummed a song. I love you for walking alone in the dark alley, I love you for not kneeling, I love you for facing despair. After hearing this, Su Fingnian almost couldn't help but step forward and exchange a secret signal with her. After Nyo left, the woman sitting opposite took out a card from her bag and handed it to her. There is 300,000 yuan in this card. Nyo will soon go to kindergarten for 3 years. Chapter 4, This plot, why does it feel a little wrong? Before he could finish his words, Su Fingnian had already sat back in his chair and quickly picked up the pen and paper on the table. He picked up the pen and started writing. Things to note when picking up and dropping off kindergarten children. As he wrote, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. I never thought that the incredible plot in the novel would actually happen to me. Sister, please continue. I am a bit stupid and have a bad memory. I will remember as you talk. He smiled and his attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. The woman looked at the boy in front of her and felt that such a man was more reliable, direct, and straightforward. A fair deal. During these 3 years, you will be responsible for picking up and dropping off Nyo, helping her with her homework, and participating in parent-child activities arranged by the kindergarten. The woman's tone was calm, as if she was discussing an ordinary business matter. Su Fingnian nodded, thinking that these requests were normal. He had worked as a tutor during the summer vacation and had taken care of children for a few days, so this was no problem for him. As he was carefully recording, the woman gently stroked the hair beside her cheek. This subtle movement made Su Fingnian's mouth dry and his heart beat faster. In these 3 years, you need to do everything that a mom and dad should do, the woman added. As a qualified ox horse, Su Fingnian is well aware of the need to think about customer needs in advance. He said solemnly, Sister, I have no problem picking you up, helping you with homework and cooking. However, there is one thing I may not be able to do independently. The woman showed a puzzled expression. Su Fingnian wrote 2 words on the paper and handed it over. The woman looked down and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This problem is easy to solve, just leave it to me. She said lightly. Okay, thank you, sister. Su Fingnian smiled like a child, and his words were so sweet that they could choke people to death. Can't you tell how old I am? And you still call me sister? The woman said in a playful tone, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Su Fingnian raised his head and showed his signature smile. In my heart, age is never used to measure a person. With your condition, you will still be like the big sister next door in 10 years. Thank you for the compliment. The woman smiled slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Looking at the smiles and frowns of the woman opposite him, Su Fingnian was somewhat intoxicated by them, and even felt that even if he was not given money, he might not refuse. Just as he was happily fantasizing about becoming rich and beautiful and about to reach the peak of his life, a contract was handed to him. Su Fingnian looked down at the contract, then looked up at the woman. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This plot, why does it feel a little wrong? Under the dual temptations of beauty and money, Su Fingnian had already lost his mind. He glanced at the contract hastily, and then couldn't wait to sign his name on the last page and put his fingerprints on it. It wasn't that he didn't want to read it carefully, it was just that the contract was ridiculously thick. Normal contracts were only a few pages long, but the contract the woman handed over had dozens of pages. How could he have the patience to read it page by page? In the end, he was still too young. When he worked part-time before, he didn't even have a contract, so he didn't think much about it, thinking that he had nothing and no one should cheat him. When he signed the contract and handed it back, the corners of the woman's mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible cunning. By the way, I also introduced a job to you. Work? Su Fingnian widened his eyes, staring at the beautiful woman opposite him in disbelief. At this moment, she was like a goddess in his heart, caring, beautiful, and holy. Sister, I really don't know how to repay you for what you have done. He was so touched that he even spoke incoherently. How about, I will marry you? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cold breath coming towards him. Su Fingnian quickly laughed, trying to ease the embarrassment. However, he noticed that the woman's face was slightly flushed, not sure if it was because of anger or. After a moment of silence, Su Fingnian, relying on his years of experience of being cheated in part-time jobs, asked cautiously, Sister, what job are you introducing to me? Deep learning algorithm engineer? Or AI software engineer? He thought, it must be a position related to his major, right? After all, when he first entered the box, he had already introduced his major and future development direction in detail. However, the woman just smiled and did not answer immediately. Looking at her smile, Su Fingyan felt a little uneasy. The next second, the woman's words made him completely collapse. It's not an engineer position, but a security guard position in the underground parking lot of Tianqin Technology. The monthly salary is 4,000 yuan, and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are paid. Because you have to pick up Nyonyo, there is no shift work, all-day shift, and 2 days off. Security? Su Fingyan was so surprised that he couldn't even speak clearly. Well, the normal security salary is 5,000, but you have to work in shifts and don't have 2 days off. I happen to know the HR of Tianqin Technology, and the security job can still help you get a backdoor. The woman's tone was calm, her expression expressionless. Su Fingyan complained in his heart, fuck, do I need to go through the back door to find the security guard? If you don't accept this job, the woman pointed to the contract in front of him with a smile, holding her cheek with her right hand. The contract is made in duplicate. Su Fingyan realized that something was wrong, and quickly opened the contract and began to read it carefully. As he turned the pages faster and faster, his face became paler and paler. Before he finished reading, he slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Auntie, what do you mean by this?" At this moment, he felt that the person sitting opposite him was not a goddess at all, but a demon who would eat people without leaving any bones. Sure enough, the saying that the rich are unkind is absolutely true. You signed the contract yourself. Can you blame me for not reading it carefully? The woman showed an innocent expression. Su Fingyan was so angry that he almost cursed, but thinking that the contract had already been signed, he could only suppress his anger and try to save the situation. "Auntie, I feel that my ability is limited, I am still relatively young, and I lack experience in taking care of young children, so for this matter, you should find someone else. Why don't you take a look at the final breach of contract clause before you say that?" The woman smiled slightly, with a hint of threat in her tone. "I can give you a chance to reorganize your words." Su Fingyan turned to the last page of the contract, and after reading the breach of contract clause, his heart was completely hanging. He looked up at the goddess who once made his heart beat fast, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Don't doubt the terms above." Su Fingyan felt despair and felt like he had fallen into a bottomless pit. The woman sitting opposite was also feeling a little depressed. She didn't expect that the boy in front of her was so snobbish and not pretentious at all. Just now he was calling me sister affectionately, but the next moment he was calling me auntie with an expressionless face. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Nyonyo walked in from outside. Seeing Su Fingyan standing there, he thought he was hungry, so he said in a baby voice, "Dad, are you hungry? The food will be ready soon, and Nyonyo is hungry too." "Nyonyo, your father doesn't want us anymore." The woman suddenly said this, which directly pierced Nyonyo's fragile heart. The little girl burst into tears immediately. Su Fingyan panicked and quickly squatted down to comfort her. "Nyonyo, don't cry. I didn't, that's not what I meant. It is said that little girls are men's little lovers in their previous lives." Looking at Nyonyo's expectant and helpless eyes, Su Fingyan's heart was completely shaken. "Nyonyo, I just want to go to the bathroom." He stroked the little girl's head gently, saying softly, "I'll be back soon." After he left, the woman gave a meaningful smile. Chapter 5, It doesn't matter what you eat, what matters is who eats with you. Su Fingyan came to the toilet, and after confirming that no one was occupying any of the toilets, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Chang. "Old Lin. Where the hell are you? I looked for you in the mall for a long time, but you didn't answer my call." Lin Chang's resentful voice came from the phone. "Lao Lin, I'm eating in a restaurant outside the mall now." Su Fingyan hesitated for a moment, but still briefly explained the whole story. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chang was silent for a long time. After a long while, he whispered, "Crazy, I think this is reliable. You agree to it first, and then transfer 10,500 to me after you get the money." "Lao Lin, I'm serious. I'm not kidding you." "Fuck, I'm not kidding you." After hanging up the phone, Su Fingyan thought about it and decided that he could take a gamble. He had nothing now anyway, so he was not afraid of those with shoes. At worst, he would lose everything. As for other things, he felt that there was still a long time to go. Besides, with 300,000 yuan in hand, he had money in his pocket and was not worried. Thinking about the card in his pocket, Su Fingyan felt that from today on, he would turn his life around, reach the peak of his life, and become a superior person. But he didn't realize that even if a salted fish turns over, it's still a salted fish, right? Having decided to agree, Su Fingyan immediately entered the role of a full-time dad. After returning to the private room, he would pick up food for Nyo from time to time, asking about her well-being, just like a real father. Looking at his skillful movements, the woman began to doubt whether this man had really been a father. After dinner, while Nyo followed the waiter to the bathroom, Su Fingyan finally asked the question in his mind. Elder sister. My name is Li Xin. You can call me by my name in private, but in front of others, I am the child's mother. Li Xin said calmly, implying that they needed to play the role of husband and wife in public. Xin, Su Fingyan called out tentatively. Puchi Li Xin couldn't help laughing out loud, then showed a surprised expression, secretly sighing in her heart, I have never seen such a shameless person. It's just a joke, sisterly. Su Fingyan quickly changed the topic and scratched the back of his head, trying to ease the embarrassment. Li Xin calmed down and spoke slowly, I know what you want to ask. I don't know why Nyo calls you dad. Besides, I'm not her biological mother. She is the daughter of my best friend, but... She didn't say anything more after that. Su Fingyan was no fool and immediately realized that there might be a sad story hidden in this. He didn't ask questions, but comforted her, sisterly, you should always focus on money in life. From now on, we will be Nyo's parents. Li Xin nodded slightly, seeming to be somewhat touched by his words. After finishing their meal, the family of three walked out of the restaurant. Before leaving, Li Xin asked, I'm going to the interview later. Do you have any questions? No problem. Su Fingyan answered confidently. Okay. Li Xin nodded and left with Nyo. Watching the mother and daughter leave, Su Fingyan showed a gratified expression and secretly sighed in his heart, this car is good. Back at the mall, Su Fingyan met Lin Chang. Crazy, what's wrong with you? Lin Chang looked confused. Su Fingyan pulled him to an empty passage, took out his bank card from his pocket, and waved it in front of Lin Chang, old Lin, we'll be rich in the future. I'll treat you tonight, order whatever you want. Su Fingyan had never had so much money in his pocket before, and he felt a little elated at the moment. Lin Chang narrowed his eyes and took the card from him. Hey, Lo Lin, do you really want to rob? Su Fingyan became anxious. What are you thinking about? I don't think this is a bank card. Lin Chang frowned. These words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Su Fingyan's head directly. The two of them looked at it carefully together and found that it was a credit card, and it was very likely a supplementary card. Crazy, are you going to apply for a credit card? Lin Chang asked. Why apply for a credit card? I didn't pay attention at the time. Su Fingyan slapped his head in annoyance. You are still young. Lin Chang showed a lecturing expression, I thought, who would give you 300,000 cash for no reason? Sure enough. Su Fingyan immediately took out his cell phone and called Li Xin. Li Xin's secretary answered the phone. Is this Mr. Su? Our general manager Li said that this is a secondary credit card for you. The monthly available limit is 30,000 and the password is 123,456. After the secretary finished speaking, she reminded him to change the password, saying that General Manager Li had already authorized it. After hanging up the phone, Su Fingyan stood there motionless as if he had been acupunctured. Crazy man, how about you give me 10,500 first? Lin Chang asked tentatively. Get out. Am I the kind of person who doesn't pay back debts? Su Fingyan shouted in agony. Outside the bank's ATM, Lin Chang held the cash in his hand and looked at Su Fingyan with a reluctant expression. Crazy, I passed the interview, but the company is far from you, and I have to go out of town often. Lin Chang said, thinking of many sad things in his mind, and finally squeezed out a few tears, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to call me. Seeing Su Fingyan still holding the credit card in a daze, Lin Chang asked again, by the way, Fingzi, you said that the rich woman introduced you to a job, what kind of job is it? Su Fingyan came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said slowly, this is a sacred job. It is the guardian of social order and peace, the silent guard at the intersection of night and dawn, it is. Can you speak human language? Lin Chang couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted. Security. Su Fingyan answered helplessly. What? Security? Lin Chang stuttered in shock. A top student who just graduated from the computer department is working as a security guard? Crazy, you agreed? Lin Chang asked in disbelief. Well, I have an interview this afternoon, and it's for the security guard of Tianqin Technology. Su Fingnian said, looking around, and whispered in Lin Chang's ear, security is just a cover on the surface. My ultimate goal is to find out who stole my offer. Even if they find out, what do you want to do? Lin Chang asked curiously. I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to make the other person encounter some little setbacks in life on his way to and from get off work. Su Fingnian showed a sly smile. When they parted, Su Fingnian said he would treat him to a farewell dinner. Not long after, two figures sat on the steps in front of the convenience store and started eating instant noodles. Crazy, is this what you call a feast? Lin Chang said with disgust. Lao Lin, it doesn't matter what you eat. What matters is who eats with you. Su Fingnian said seriously. Lin Chang put down the instant noodles in his hand, took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. What, you are a beautiful lady. Lao Lin, you are being superficial. I'm going to be a rich man soon, but I'm still willing to sit here with you and eat instant noodles. Su Fingnian pretended to be profound. Crazy man, can you please stop talking? I feel like vomiting. Lin Chang shook his head helplessly. Got it? Su Fingnian teased. Get out. Lin Chang cursed with a smile. After they separated, Su Fingnian went home, took a shower, and changed into a white shirt and trousers for the interview. It must be said that being handsome and having a good figure is extraordinary, and he is a natural clothes hanger. It was too hot outside, so in order to save his shower, he called a Didi. Luckily, someone else happened to share the ride, also going to Tianqin Technology. After waiting for a while at the gate of the community, a black car stopped in front of him. He took a look at the license plate number and confirmed it was correct. He opened the back seat and prepared to get in. As soon as he stepped on it, he was attracted by a faint fragrance. Chapter 6 It's All a Bad Fate. He raised his head slightly and found a girl sitting on the other side of the back seat. She was wearing a snow-white dress that was just the right length, her hair was tied into a cute pineapple bun, she was carrying a white shoulder bag, and she was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes with Pikachu printed on them. After getting in the car, Su Fingnian unconsciously adjusted his shirt collar, took out a Changbei copycat Apple phone from his pocket, and pretended to make a phone call. Shaolin, why hasn't the car the company allocated to me been repaired yet? He said in a dissatisfied tone. Lin Chang, who was waiting to start work, was confused. What? Car? Before he could finish his words, the person on the other end of the phone complained and hung up. Alas, people nowadays are really unreliable. Su Fingnian deliberately complained in a low voice. The middle-aged man driving the car asked curiously, Young man, do you work at Tianqin Technology? Su Fingnian replied calmly, Yes, that's right. Right after I graduated, HR called me like crazy to urge me to go to work. They didn't even prepare a car for me, but asked me to go to work. There's nothing I can do. Being too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. The middle-aged man who was driving twitched his mouth and wanted to slap himself. Why did he ask such a question? After answering the driver's question, Su Fingnian secretly glanced at the girl next to him. She lowered her head and kept sending messages on her phone, not taking him seriously at all. But for some reason, she suddenly laughed. After arriving at the parking lot opposite Tianqin Technology, Su Fingnian was shocked by the office building in front of him. He looked at the introduction on his phone and found that the office building was much more magnificent than it looked in the picture. At this moment, he felt so insignificant. Just as he was about to cross the zebra crossing and walk towards the gate of Tianqin Technology, he found that the girl who had just taken the bus with him had already walked into the gate. After a moment of hesitation, Su Fingnian straightened his clothes and walked into the gate of Tianqin Technology with his head held high. But as soon as he entered the gate, he was stopped by the security guard. Hello, what can I do for you? The security guard asked politely. Su Fingnian muttered in his heart, Why didn't you stop the girl in front? What right do you have to stop me? Just because you are pretty, does that mean you can be so unscrupulous? Just as he was complaining in his heart, he realized that there were staff members waiting for the girl downstairs. Hello, brothers. I'm here for an interview. Su Fingnian explained quickly. Please let us see the notification text message on your phone. One of the security guards looked at Su Fingnian. Seeing that he was well dressed and looked handsome, his attitude and tone were obviously much softer. Su Fingnian immediately handed over the phone. The security guard took it and took a look, his expression became extremely strange, and he looked at him from time to time. After a long time, the security guard pressed the intercom and said, "Captain, the interviewee is here. Bring him over here." A bland voice came from the intercom. Then, a security guard took him to the monitoring room. There was an office in the monitoring room, and a middle-aged man was sitting inside, not wearing a security uniform. "Your name is Su Fingyan?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, leader." Su Fingyan answered respectfully. Then, he took out all the application materials he had prepared, including his graduation certificate, various skill certificates, and even his chef's certificate. This scene made the middle-aged man confused. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him was also an exam fanatic. "Young man, you look very talented and you graduated from a prestigious university. Why did you want to apply for a security guard position?" The middle-aged man looked at the table full of certificates and felt that this job was a waste of his talents. Secretary Lu called him at noon and said that a boy would come to interview for the security position in the afternoon and asked him to go through the process and be hired directly. At first he thought it was some uneducated young man who came here to get by. Leader, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Su Fingyan asked mysteriously. The sudden question startled the middle-aged man, but he quickly responded, "Young man, I don't have time to joke with you. Boss, I have no money to eat, so I plan to find a job to support myself first." Su Fingyan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't tell the real reason. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "Not bad, I like down-to-earth people like you. How about this, you come to work directly tomorrow, go with Xiao Zhang to get 2 sets of work clothes, and then go through the entry procedures." "Okay, thank you, leader." After Su Fingyan said this, he bowed very formally and then went out and left with Xiao Zhang. When he just arrived at the Human Resources Department and was about to go through the entry procedures, he saw a familiar figure not far away and he quickly lowered his head. I either looked down at my shoes or looked up at the ceiling, praying in my heart that the girl opposite me wouldn't recognize me. Just as he was praying in his heart, the girl opposite him suddenly greeted him. "Hey, handsome guy, what a coincidence, you are here to complete the entry procedures as well." "Ahem, sorry, you got the wrong person? Do we know each other?" Su Fingyan pretended to be calm and showed a puzzled expression. At this time, the lady from the HR department also asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, which department is this handsome guy from?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi put his arm around Su Fingyan's shoulders and said proudly, "This is a new member of our security department. I wonder who will say that everyone in our security department is short, ugly and poor in the future." Su Fingyan, who was standing by, wished he could find a hole to crawl into, cursing in his heart, "Old Zhang, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire HR department burst into laughter, until the HR in the cubicle coughed, and then everyone quieted down. When I finished the formalities and walked out of the HR department, the girl who had just taken the car with me came up to me and said, "Hello, my name is Chu Xan, we will be colleagues from now on." "What kind of colleague is this?" Su Fingyan felt his cheeks burning. Zhang Yi at the side said in a low voice, "It's good to be handsome." Out of politeness, Su Fingyan also introduced himself, and then prepared to follow Zhang Yi to get his work clothes. But before he took a few steps, Chu Xan stepped forward, took out her cell phone and handed over the QR code. "Brother Su, can you add a green letter? We took the same taxi today, which means we live not far from each other. We can go to and from get off work together and take care of each other." Just as Su Fingyan frowned, he felt a murderous aura coming from beside him. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yi, and quickly refused. Sorry, my phone is out of battery, maybe next time." After saying that, he followed Zhang Yi and left quickly without waiting for Chu Xan to say anything. Looking at Su Fingyan's departing back, Chu Xan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. After receiving the work clothes, Su Fingyan took out a pack of cigarettes that he had spent a lot of money on from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhang Yi's hand. "Brother Zhang, please take care of me in the future. I'm new here and I don't know anything." When he first arrived at the Human Resources Department, he discovered that many people in the department knew Zhang Yi and seemed very familiar with him. He didn't think that Zhang Yi, who looked so ordinary and was a security guard, could be looked at differently by these employees. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, Zhang Yi did not dislike it. Just outside the captain's office, he also heard that this young man was so poor that he could barely make ends meet, but he could still do this. He felt that having such a heart was already very good. "Xiao Su, don't worry. Just follow me, Brother Zhang, and no one will bully you as long as you don't offend any big shots." Zhang Yi patted his shoulder with a generous tone. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhang. Su Fingnian hurriedly thanked him. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Yi took Su Fingnian to the parking lot to familiarize himself with the environment, and then took him around the company, including the restaurant, gym, library, entertainment center, supermarket, etc. After shopping, it was already time to get off work. Su Fingnian waited for Zhang Yi to get off work, intending to treat him to a simple meal. Xiao Su, you don't have to be so polite. There is a long way to go and there will be plenty of opportunities. You should also go back early and come to work on time tomorrow. Don't be late on your first day. Zhang Yi smiled and rejected his invitation. Seeing Zhang Yi's refusal, Su Fingnian did not force him, but thanked him very solemnly. After walking out of the company gate, he took out his phone and checked the carpooling options. Luckily, there was someone going to a similar location as him. While he was waiting for the car, a familiar figure walked over from a distance. Hi, Brother Su, what a coincidence, you are also waiting for the bus. Chu Xian greeted with a smile. Su Fingnian was a little confused about this. This girl didn't mention anything about what happened in the car before, and she was so enthusiastic towards him, not feeling awkward at all. This made him a little confused. Normally, if you see someone fail to show off, even if you don't laugh at them, you will stay away from them, right? Yes, what a coincidence. Su Fingnian smiled awkwardly. At this moment, a car approached slowly from a distance. Looking at the license plate number, Su Fingnian had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Chu Xian also got in the car. What was even more tragic was that this car was the one that brought them here at noon. The driver also showed a surprised expression after seeing them. Young man, young lady, we are quite destined to meet. Hearing this, Su Fingnian complained in his heart, it's all a bad fate. Chapter 7 Can you cook? Mr. Li, Xiao Su has completed the entry procedures and is in good spirits. Inside the car, the driver played classic songs from the 1980s. The melodious tune failed to break the silence between the three people. Su Fingnian looked out the window all the way, praying silently in his heart that he could reach his destination as soon as possible and end this embarrassing journey. However, to his surprise, when they arrived at their destination, the girl next to him actually got off the car. In particular, the driver's hesitant look made him feel inexplicably depressed. Brother Su, do you also live in this community? The girl asked softly. What a coincidence. Su Fingnian responded somewhat awkwardly. Brother Su, which building do you live in? Can you take me to visit it? The girl continued to ask, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Su Fingnian looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. According to the plot in the TV series, it is probably not a good thing for such a beautiful girl to show her affection for no reason. He was not blinded by the beauty, but was secretly alert in his heart. I live in a basement, and most importantly, I haven't put away the photos of my ex-girlfriend yet. He muttered to himself. It's not very convenient. It's quite a mess there. How about next time? He tried to refuse. It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the evening, so I can go and help you clean up. You just need to treat me to dinner. The girl didn't seem to be planning to give up. Damn it, why don't they play by the rules? Do we know this beauty well? Su Fingnian cursed in his heart, thinking that this girl must have some ulterior motive. Beauty, that's really inconvenient. He declined again. Oh, I understand, there's a beautiful girl in a golden house, I understand, I won't disturb you then. The girl showed an expression of understanding, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Hide your sister. Su Fingnian almost cursed, but he held back in the end. Looking back every few steps and making sure that no one was following him, Su Fingnian walked around and returned to his basement. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the photo in front of the small window. The disgusted expression of his ex-girlfriend in the photo made his heart tighten. He really wanted to slap himself. He quickly took the photo out of the frame, tore off the half of his ex-girlfriend without hesitation, and stuffed his own half back in. The only good thing about this basement was that it had a separate bathroom. He went in to take a shower, then took out a box of self-heating rice from the creaking cabinet. Having found a job today, he had to treat himself. He splurged and chose a box of Taiwanese braised pork rice. After dinner, just as I was about to open that antique laptop, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone and took a look. It was a message from Chu Xian. Brother Su, my faucet seems to be broken. Can you come and help me check it? Looking at this message, plots from many TV dramas instantly popped up in Su Fingnian's mind, including many not-so-formal ones. Should he go or not? Just when he was struggling, he received another message on his phone. Brother Su, you haven't eaten yet, right? I ordered a lot of takeout. Would you like to come over and eat together? To be honest, Su Fingyan really ate the box of self-heating rice as if he hadn't eaten anything. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go. Following the address on his phone, he consoled himself along the way. What bad intentions could I have? What bad intentions could the other party have? Every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work. This is a traditional virtue engraved in our bones. I came to a small high-rise building on the other side of the community, and rang the doorbell according to the house number on the 10th floor. After a long while, the door opened. The moment the door opened, Su Fingyan felt the blood rushing up his body and he swallowed several times. Fortunately, he was wearing loose shorts to hide his second brother's sharpness. Chu Xian was wearing a cool and sexy ice silk nightgown. The cleavage in front of her eyes was clearly outlined, a tuft of long black hair hung in front of her chest, and a little swan hung between her collarbones. The skirt fits her curves, outlining her soft waist, and the length just reaches her knees, revealing a pair of slender legs. Her curvy figure was completely exposed in front of Su Fingyan. When he was at work during the day, he only thought that the girl in front of him was pretty and had a good sense of dressing. It was not until this moment that he realized that her figure was so good. Although it was not as good as the big sister he met in the morning, it had a different flavor. Brother Su, what are you daydreaming about? Come in quickly. Chu Xian said with a smile. When Su Fingyan turned around, he finally came to his senses. He was about to take off his shoes when he was attracted by the beautiful back in front of him. I was extremely depressed. This nightgown is too stingy. They don't even give me a little fabric. Are these two straps of good quality? After entering the house, Su Fingyan looked around the two-bedroom apartment. It was decorated in a very stylish way and it was obvious that it was where a single girl lived. But at the moment he looked towards the master bedroom, Chu Xian suddenly rushed over and closed the door of the master bedroom. Brother Su. I'm sorry, my room is a bit messy. Chu Xian was a little embarrassed. A mess and a doghouse are two different concepts, right? Although Su Fingyan thought so in his heart, he just smiled slightly on the surface. Then he went straight to the point and checked the leak in the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he could not help but breathe in a few more breaths of the unique scent of a young girl. In addition to the smell of mold and his own shit, his bathroom smelled like mold. He checked the leaking source and found that it was the triangle valve that was leaking. After he found the main valve and closed it, he took out his part-time tools from his bag, such as wrenches and duct tape, and turned the triangle valve down again. After wrapping it with duct tape a few times, he reinstalled it. He didn't install it too tight, because if it was too tight, it would easily leak. It was done in 5 minutes. Chu Xian showed an admiring expression. Brother Su, you are amazing. Hearing this, Su Fingyan turned around and was about to say something when he saw two big white rabbits looming. He quickly turned his head, and Chu Xian also realized that his posture was a little wrong, so he quickly covered his chest and turned to leave the bathroom. After tidying himself up, Su Fingyan walked out of the bathroom. There was no other way, and it took a long time to persuade the second brother to go back. As soon as he walked into the living room, he heard a knock on the door. Chu Xian was about to open the door when Su Fingyan called him. I'll go open it. He opened the door, took the takeaway, said thank you, and then closed the door. Do you live alone? Su Fingyan asked subconsciously after putting the takeaway on the table. Yes, I haven't found a suitable roommate yet. Chu Xian said as she skillfully opened the takeaway. Su Fingyan took a look at the takeaway she ordered, and smelled the familiar smell, and knew it was all about technology and hard work. Since he started working as a delivery guy in college, he doesn't dare to order takeout. Some restaurants only have microwaves and rice cookers, and all the food is pre-prepared. Some restaurants have terrible kitchens. In his opinion, chain restaurants like KFC are cleaner. Is this what you eat every day? He couldn't help but ask. Yeah, is there any problem? Chu Xian looked at him with confusion. Well, I worked part-time as a delivery man when I was in college, you know. Su Fingyan had a meaningful expression. Looking at Su Fingyan's expression, Chu Xian immediately understood what he meant. She put down her chopsticks, spread her hands, and said helplessly, I know, but I can't cook, and it's troublesome to cook alone. After hearing Chu Xian's complaints, Su Fingyan also felt that they made sense. He didn't want to cook even though he knew how to. It was really troublesome to cook by himself. But the most important thing was that there was no kitchen where he lived. Just when he was silent, Chu Xin suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" Chapter 8. Can I sit on the back seat of a bicycle? Hearing this, Su Fengnian nodded subconsciously. When he reacted, Chu Xin was already looking at him with admiration. After eating some takeout together, Su Fengnian was about to get up and leave. After all, a man and a woman alone in the same room, the atmosphere was bound to be a little subtle. He had to persuade himself to calm down from time to time, especially every time he stole a glance at Chu Xin. He would find that her eyes were also looking directly at him. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Su Fengnian tidied up the table and prepared to leave. Okay, see you at the company tomorrow. Chu Xin showed a reluctant expression. On the way back, Su Fengnian couldn't figure it out. Although I was pretty good looking, I shouldn't let a girl I just met invite me to her house so generously, right? Moreover, she seemed to be giving me a chance in her words. There is a problem, absolutely there is a problem. As soon as Su Fengnian left, Chu Xin received a call from her parents. Chu Xin, if you don't bring a boyfriend home this year, don't come back. On the other end of the phone, the mother's voice was unquestionable and stern. Mom, I just graduated and want to work hard first. Chu Xin tried to explain. Don't give me that. I asked you to work in your own company, but you didn't want to, and you insisted on going to your aunt's company. What? Just because your aunt loves you, you don't have to find a boyfriend, right? I've introduced so many candidates to you, and some of them are people you've known since childhood. We know each other well and they're a good match for you, but you don't like any of them. I don't even know what kind of partner you're looking for. Her mother's words were like a string of cannonballs, leaving Chu Xin with no way to refute. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xin called her aunt with a wronged look on her face and began to complain. Back in the basement, Su Fengnian had just sat down when his cell phone rang. The word daughter appeared on the screen. Hey, Nyonyo. Dad, there are still 63 days left, and you will be back, right? Yes, Nyonyo, Dad will definitely come back after you start school. Oh yeah. Dad, have you eaten? Does Dad miss Nyonyo? Dad. Nyonyo asked excitedly on the other end of the phone. An hour later, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone, and Nyonyo hung up the phone reluctantly. Because school has not started yet, Su Fengnian does not need to fulfill his contractual responsibilities for the time being, and he also has time to make some preparations and adjustments. The next morning, Su Fengnian got up early and started to clean himself up. He didn't know how many times he woke up that night, and he didn't know whether he was excited or depressed. His day shift is from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Nyonyo goes to a private kindergarten and classes end after dinner, so he doesn't need to worry about her 3 meals a day. After packing up, he looked at the weather and decided to ride his bike to the company. It's not too far from where I live, so it should be fine to leave an hour earlier. After making up his mind, he rode his bike to the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, bought some steamed buns and dumplings, and ate while riding his bike. Before 8 o'clock, he arrived at the company safely. He went directly to the monitoring room to find Zhang Yi, said hello, and then went to the locker room to change into the security uniform. Arriving at the parking lot, he familiarized himself with the system a bit and began to study the license plates. He planned to quickly familiarize himself with the company's vehicles and the people who owned them. In addition to the company's official vehicles, many were personal vehicles of the company's leaders, all of which were recorded in the system. Just when he was concentrating on studying, his cell phone vibrated. Su Fengnian took a look and found that it was a message from Chu Xin. Brother Su, have you arrived at the company? We're here. Ah? Don't you start work at 9 o'clock? Faced with this soul-searching question, Su Fengnian's face fell. Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, Chu Xin realized that she might have said something wrong, and quickly changed the subject. Brother Su, have you had breakfast? Do you want me to bring it to you? No, I've eaten. Oh, all right. After replying, Su Fengnian put down his phone and continued to study the license plate. In the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. When someone came to take over the shift, Su Fengnian greeted them, handed them a cigarette, and walked towards the company cafeteria. I met Zhang Yi on the way and we went to the restaurant together. Looking at the spring scenes everywhere in the restaurant, Su Fengnian didn't expect that there were so many beauties in this company. Are female programmers so good now? Looking at the 50-50 ratio of men to women, he had a series of questions in his mind. Zhang Yi, who was sitting opposite him, saw his silly look and whispered to him, "Xiao Su, stop looking at it. Looking at it too much will hurt your body and your heart." Hearing this, Su Fengnian gave a wry smile. Zhang Yi looked around and found that no one noticed them, then he continued in a low voice, "Xiao Su, do you know why there are so many beauties in our company?" "Brother Zhang, I'd like to hear the details." "The chairman of our company is a beautiful woman, raising a child as a single parent, ahem, you know." Having said this, Zhang Yi stopped talking. Su Fengnian also understood what he meant, and they nodded to each other. Can't stand being cheated or being taken advantage of. Su Fengnian continued to eat, his eyes darting around. Zhang Yi on the opposite side saw this scene and didn't say much, but joined in naturally. It is said on the internet that looking at beautiful women is good for physical and mental health, and Su Fengnian thinks it makes sense. At least he has a good appetite today and has eaten several times. Just when he was about to leave reluctantly, a figure hurriedly walked over from a distance. "Brother Su, why didn't you invite me when you came to the restaurant for dinner?" I forgot, sorry. I thought girls didn't eat lunch to lose weight." Su Fengnian quickly found an excuse. "I eat less at night, but I eat normally at noon." Hearing this, Su Fengnian thought of last night's takeaway. Someone ate a lot of food. After chatting for a few words, he got up and left with Zhang Yi. Along the way, he felt more and more that there was something wrong with this woman. On the way, Zhang Yi also asked curiously, "Xiao Su, did you know her before?" "Brother Zhang, I don't know him. I just met him yesterday." Hearing this, Zhang Yi showed a distressed expression. "Xiao Su, handsome people are different. Your brother Zhang has worked here for several years, and no girl has ever come up to chat with him during meals." Walking outside the company, Su Fengnian quickly handed over a cigarette. "Brother Zhang, from what you said, they just didn't discover your excellence." "Ha, I'm taking your good words. Xiao Su, if you become successful in the future, you must remember your brother Zhang." Hearing this, Su Fengnian quickly patted his chest and assured, "Brother Zhang, look at what you said, I will never forget you, Brother Zhang, no matter who I forget." The two exchanged views and experiences on the international situation, gave some advice on Jiangshan, and boasted for a while before parting. With a salary of only a few thousand yuan, he is well informed about domestic and international affairs. In the afternoon, Su Fengnian continued to familiarize himself with the license plates. In the evening, people in the company building began to leave work one after another, and the number of cars in the parking lot decreased visibly. Just as he was waiting to get off work, Zhu Xian arrived at the booth at some point. "Brother Su, can I wait for you to get off work together?" I rode my bike today." "Is that so? Can I sit on the back of the bicycle?" "I can't sit." "Why?" "Because there's no back seat." Chapter 9. Brother Su, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Originally Su Fengnian thought that after he said that, Zhu Xian would definitely go back first. But what he didn't expect was that Zhu Xian actually suggested renting a public bicycle and riding back together, saying that it would save some money on fare and also give him some exercise. At this moment, in the monitoring room, a group of security guards were gathered together and talking in a buzz. "Lao Zhang, what's the situation with this newcomer?" "Yeah, these two just joined the company yesterday, how come they are a pair?" "I haven't found out her name yet. It seems that I will have to rely on Xiao Su to find a girlfriend in the future." Just as everyone was talking, the captain walked out of the house. "What are you looking at? Mind your own business and stop gossiping like a woman." After being scolded by the captain, everyone shut up. Those who should patrol went on patrol, and those who should go off work went off work. After Su Fengnian got off work, Zhu Xian followed him and kept looking at him. Su Fengnian, who was walking in front, felt a chill on his back. He never doubted his handsomeness, but he would not allow a girl he had just met for one day to be so attentive to him. When the two of them rode to the entrance of the community, Zhu Xian suggested that they go buy some vegetables together. Yesterday Su Fengnian said he could cook, and today Zhu Xian unceremoniously asked to try his cooking. In this situation, anyone would doubt the girl's motives. However, Su Fengnian still took her to buy vegetables. Arriving at the vegetable market near the community, Zhu Xian was very excited and curiously asked the stall owner how many ingredients were needed to cook a dish. With the stall owner's half smile on his face, Su Fengnian took Zhu Xian to buy vegetables and various condiments. Although she had a kitchen at home, there was nothing in it, not even the most basic oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. The cost of this meal was not low, but fortunately it was all funded by Zhu Xian. Su Fengnian just contributed a little effort. When he arrived at Chu Xian's house, Su Fengnian went to the kitchen and started to busy himself. The kitchen seemed like it had never been used. The range hood, gas stove, and other items looked like new. The refrigerator was open, but looking at the drinks and ice cream inside, Su Fengnian knew that if it weren't for them, the refrigerator would probably not be opened. While he was busy, Chu Xian had already taken her nightgown to the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the sound of running water, Su Fengnian's face twitched and his little heart was beating fast in the kitchen. By the time he had cleaned up and was ready to start cooking, Chu Xian had already finished her shower and went straight to her bedroom. Today Su Fengnian took a look at her bedroom. It was not as messy as yesterday. She must have tidied it overnight. After cooking 2 dishes and a soup and serving them on the table, he shouted towards the bedroom. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Helplessly, he could only go to the master bedroom door and knock on it. As soon as he walked over, he found that the master bedroom door was not closed. The scene he saw through the crack in the door made Su Fengnian couldn't help but look up, and he always felt like there was liquid flowing in his nose. In the bedroom, Chu Xian was sleeping on the bed, her nightgown almost pulled up to her thighs, revealing her private parts. It was unbearable to look at. Su Fengnian shook his head helplessly, then slammed the door and knocked hard. Such a loud noise woke Chu Xian from her sleep. "Brother Su, is the meal ready?" "Well, I've called you several times, hurry up and get up to eat." After saying that, he went straight to the bathroom, closed the door and washed his face with cold water several times. The two sat at the table and began to eat quietly. Chu Xian tasted every dish and found them to be the most delicious food in the world. "Brother Su, the dishes you cook are so delicious, how come you are so good?" This wave of emotional value was given very well, and Su Fengnian was even a little embarrassed by the praise. After he had almost finished his meal, he couldn't help but ask the questions in his mind. "Chu Xian, I'm a very straightforward person. Please don't mind if what I say next is offensive." "Brother Su, it's okay, just tell me directly." "Chu Xian, we have known each other for less than 72 hours. You trust a stranger like me so much. Is there something?" Su Fengnian tried his best to speak more tactfully. The girl opposite lowered her head, and after a long while she slowly raised it. "Brother Su, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Although we have only known each other for 2 days, I think you can definitely do the job, especially since you can cook well." After hearing this, Su Fengnian already had a rough idea in his mind. "How can I help you?" "You see, the first time we met, I pretended to be awesome in front of you, and even pretended to fail." Hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Brother Su, I need someone as shameless as you." Hearing this, old Su Fengnian's face darkened. The girl opposite saw his expression and quickly forced herself to stop smiling. That aggrieved expression made Su Fengnian look even more depressed. "Chu Xian, what exactly do you want me to help you with?" "Brother Su, can you pretend to be my boyfriend?" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Fengnian. No, Brother Su, I can pay you the salary. Just tell me how much it will be." How long will it take?" "A little girl begs me for help like this, I can't be so heartless, right? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." If it wasn't for himself, and Chu Xian found other people with ulterior motives, how could he live with his conscience when he encountered any problems? "Just 2 months, is that okay? Just tell me how much you want." At this moment, Su Fengnian began to calculate in his mind how much price to ask. He had only heard of the price of renting a boyfriend or girlfriend during the new year, and had never heard of the price of a long-term monthly package. After thinking for a while, he silently stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000? "No problem, Brother Su, I'll transfer the money to you now." "No, what's going on? What do you mean by 50,000? I want 5,000. Just when Su Fengnian was confused, the cell phone next to him dinged. He picked up the phone with his trembling right hand, and just as he unlocked it, Chu Xian snatched it away. She helped him collect the money directly, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. "Brother Su, I will pay you 2 months' salary first, and we can discuss it later if you want to renew the contract." Happiness came too suddenly, and Su Fengnian didn't know what expression and tone to use to face Chu Xian. "This, that. Chu Xian, there is no contract or rules or anything like that. This is too casual. Brother Su, I only have one request. Please move in with me. I happen to have an extra room." "Ah, why?" Su Fingnian looked confused. Brother Su, if a boyfriend and girlfriend don't live together, what's the point of calling them boyfriend and girlfriend? How can I make my parents believe if we don't live together? Besides, your basement is also. Having said this, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands, like a child who had made a mistake. Only at this moment did Su Fingnian realize that his disguise was so naked in front of the girl in front of him. Brother Su, I didn't mean to follow you. I just wanted to know which unit you live in. Looking at Su Fingnian's expression of despair, Chu Xian hurriedly explained. It's okay. Sooner or later, you'll get to hide it. You can move, but I have to pay the rent. If you're moving, do it on the weekend. Okay, Brother Su, I'll do as you say. After chatting for a while, Su Fingnian left. On the way back to the basement, he laughed and cried at the same time, and he looked a little crazy. Chapter 10. This is the greatest filial piety. Back in the basement, the first thing Su Fingnian did was to wait for his daughter's call, because Nyonyo said she would call him at this time every day. Sure enough, when the time came, the phone rang. After chatting for an hour, the usual cold voice came from the other end of the phone, and Nyonyo hung up the phone reluctantly. The father and daughter made an appointment to go to the amusement park on Sunday. After ending the call, Su Fingnian called his mother. Son, why did you think of calling me so late? Mom. Is the money not enough? Mom will send some money for you tomorrow. Before Su Fingnian could finish his words, he was interrupted by his mother. No, Mom. Didn't I tell you last time that I was accepted by a very high-end company? He said this without blushing or feeling nervous. I officially started working yesterday. I've advanced my salary and will transfer it to the card I gave you later. Take Dad to the hospital for a thorough checkup tomorrow. Son, it's not easy for you to be alone out there, so keep the money for yourself. My husband and I don't need much money on a daily basis, and you have to save money to get married. Your father and I can't help you, you can only rely on yourself. Hearing his mother's words, Su Fingnian's eyes turned slightly red. Just as he was about to say something else, a rough voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. You little brat, you know your father's health condition very well. If you really want to do good for us, bring us a beautiful wife this new year. That's the greatest filial piety. Hello, Mom, what are you saying? Mom, my signal is bad, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Su Fingnian quickly hung up the phone. My father now doesn't talk about anything other than his daughter-in-law. You old man, it's rare for your son to call you, why are you bringing this up again? Mother, look at us. We got married late and had children late. My health is getting worse day by day. If my son gets married early, I can help take care of the child and share his pressure. If my son is the same as us, I won't be able to help him and will become a burden to him. Wang Yuhua was also deeply moved when she heard the child's father say this. Her husband had a sharp tongue but a soft heart even more than her. On the other side, Su Fingnian was lying on the bed with a melancholy look on his face. I don't know how to give all this money to my parents. Even if I did, they would probably save it for themselves and still wouldn't be willing to spend it on anything. When he was studying, he thought about buying an apartment in the city as soon as possible and bringing his parents to live in the city. My parents came to the city, and most of the neighbors who could move to the city have left. There are only a few families left in the small village where I grew up. In the next few days, Su Fingnian would make breakfast for Chu Xian in the morning and then ride his bike to the company. After get off work, the two rode their bicycles back to the community together. This story quickly became a hot topic in the company, with all kinds of gossip versions. Zhang Yi in the monitoring room also discovered something unusual in the shift schedule. Everyone has only one day off a week, so why does Su Feng have 2 days off a week, and his statutory holidays are different from theirs? Even if his salary is a little less than theirs, he shouldn't be treated so specially. He went to the captain with doubts, and the captain's reply was to mind his own business. Bossly, this is Su Fingnian's background. Xiao Lu, is there anything interesting happening in the company recently? Li Xin has been recuperating at home during this period. She had a minor operation not long ago and happened to use this time to accompany her daughter. Bossly, there have been rumors in the company these days that Su Fingnian is very close to the new female employee. Oh? There are several versions. Do you want me to send them to you? Send it to my phone later. Okay, Mr. Li. On Friday night, Su Fingnian sat at the dining table in Chu Xian's house and talked to her very seriously about what to wear in the evening. Shu Xin, when I move in, you can't dress like this at night. Why? This dress is comfortable to wear. Ahem, it's not a gender difference. It's okay for you alone, but it's not very convenient for me to move in. No, you're not my boyfriend, right? No, I'm pretending. You're pretending to be my boyfriend too. If you don't get into the role, how can you hide it from your parents? What he said seemed to make sense, and Su Fingnian couldn't find any reason to refute it. But he didn't give up, and asked her to find all the pajamas and nightgowns. After looking around, he found that they were not as good as what she was wearing. My dear miss, are all your pajamas and nightgowns so cool? #nervousface actually I like to sleep naked. Hearing this, Su Fingnian completely gave up struggling. He suddenly felt that agreeing to move in was a test of his humanity. Because he has to accompany Nyo to the amusement park on Sunday, he plans to move tomorrow. He thought that he would only live there for 2 months at most, and then he would live with Nyo when Nyo went to school. This was stated in the contract. As for where to live, he doesn't know yet. The next morning, Su Fingnian started moving. He finished the move in 2 trips. Except for a large suitcase, a few quilts, a computer, etc., everything else belonged to the landlord. I packed all the luggage in one morning. While eating lunch at home, Shu Xin propped her chin up with both hands and said with a smile, Brother Su, in front of outsiders for the next 2 months, you can call me Xin'er and I'll call you off phone. Since we have to act, we can't let it slip in front of the company and friends. Hearing this, Su Fingnian was confused. Shu Xin, is it necessary to be so careful? Yes, Brother Su. As long as I tell my parents, they will definitely investigate. Hearing this, Su Fingnian subconsciously looked at the balance on his phone. Come to think of it, a girl who can take out 100,000 yuan in one go must be from a wealthy or noble family. Although Shu Xin usually dresses modestly, there are some things that cannot be covered up. Since the employer has said so, he can only do what the employer wants. He is a person who either doesn't do what he promised to do, or does it to the best of his ability. In the afternoon, Su Fingnian was watching TV on the sofa in the living room, and Shu Xin was playing on the computer in the room. Just as he was about to turn off the TV and go outside to wait for his daughter's call, Shu Xin suddenly ran out of the room, jumped directly onto the sofa, and leaned her whole body on Su Fingnian's shoulder. On the phone screen, there sits a middle-aged woman who looks very noble. Mom, please stop rushing me. This is my boyfriend. What do you think? He's handsome enough. At this moment, Su Fingnian was still immersed in the touch of the soft ball on his chest. Hello, young man. Su Fingnian came back to his senses when he heard the middle-aged woman's voice. Ah. Hello, auntie. Don't be nervous, young man. I heard from Xiner that you are a very good cook. Next weekend, the child's father and I plan to come over and try your cooking skills. Hearing this, Su Fingnian's heart skipped a beat. Oh my goodness, they are going to come for a field investigation now. On the surface, he kept smiling and replied calmly, Auntie, Uncle, it's great that you can come. I didn't visit you the first time, and I feel a little sorry for making you run all the way. Shu Xin, who was standing by, had already panicked, but she didn't expect Su Fingnian to be so calm. She felt that the 100,000 yuan was worth it. It's okay, it's the same if we come here. Auntie, if you and Uncle have any food taboos or what flavors you prefer, please tell me. I can adjust the dishes according to your preferences. After hearing this, Li Manmei became more curious about this boy. Thank you for being thoughtful. Xiner knows all this. Just ask Xiner. Okay, Auntie. I'm looking forward to this family dinner. In this way, Su Fingnian and Li Manmei chatted for a long time. Later, Shu Xin handed him her phone. She felt like she couldn't say a word, so she got up and went back to her bedroom. Chapter 11 Miss, you can drink, but don't test me. Shu Xin returned to the bedroom and just lay down on the bed when a doubt suddenly popped up in her mind. Just now, I seemed to be leaning on Su Fingnian, and I didn't seem to reject this feeling. Instead, I felt a sense of peace. Could this be what is called love? While Su Fingnian was chatting with Li Manmei, the cell phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Su Fingnian was anxious, but couldn't find a suitable reason to hang up the video. Fortunately, Li Manmei seemed to have something to do and ended the call first. After hanging up the video, Su Fingnian put his phone on the coffee table and hurried out to call Nyo back. He realized that calling Nyo every night had become a hassle, especially since Shu Xin couldn't know about it. After talking on the phone for more than an hour in the community park, Su Fingyan returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he found Chu Xian sleeping on the sofa in the living room. He walked up to her and gently pushed her. Chu Xian, wake up, why are you sleeping in the living room? Chu Xian slowly opened her eyes and rubbed them, looking like she was still sleepy. Brother Su, where have you been? I thought you ran away. Su Fingyan was speechless for a while, and said seriously, am I the kind of person who takes money but does not do the job? Since I promised you, I will definitely not give up halfway. I knew that my judgment of people would never be wrong. Chu Xian's self-boasting tone and expression made Su Fingyan laugh and cry. After chatting for a few minutes, they went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Su Fingyan got up early, prepared breakfast for Chu Xian, and then went to the designated playground. Nyo will have a special driver to take her there. This time, Su Fingyan took a taxi and didn't take the subway or share a car with others. At the ticket gate of the amusement park, Nyo sat on the driver's shoulders, looking around, looking very cute. After seeing Su Fingyan, she couldn't wait to slide off his shoulders and ran into his arms. Dad, Nyo has missed you so much these days. Do you miss Nyo? Of course I do. Look, what Dad brought you. Su Fingyan took out the fruit yogurt he made from his backpack. I bought organic fruits on purpose and made the yogurt myself. I started preparing it last night. When Nyo saw the fruit yogurt, her eyes lit up and she was so excited that she pulled Su Fingyan and ran to the playground. The driver followed them not too far behind, with the miniature camera on his chest facing them. In an independent mountain villa, Li Xian observed Su Fingyan's every move through the big screen. Su Fingyan had a lot of fun playing with Nyo throughout the morning. Being young is good, you have plenty of strength and energy. During lunch, Nyo was dozing off while biting a chicken leg. She hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Although her mother would occasionally bring her to play, she would always sit aside and look at her sternly. Just when Nyo fell asleep, Su Fingyan handed her over to the driver, saying that he had something to do and would be back soon. The driver didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. After Su Fingyan left, Li Xian's voice came from the driver's earphones, bring Nyo back later. This kid probably won't come back. The driver also thought so, but judging from Su Fingyan's performance in the morning, he had done a very good job and there was nothing wrong with him in the eyes of outsiders. Yes, miss. Half an hour later, Nyo woke up from the driver's arms, and her first reaction was to look for her father. After looking around and not finding Su Fingyan, Nyo's expression became visibly aggrieved. Just as the driver was about to explain, a Rilakkuma doll suddenly appeared not far away, holding Nyo's favorite doll in its hand, and walked towards her step by step. Nyo's attention was immediately drawn to her and she temporarily forgot that her father was not there. Just as Rilakkuma was about to approach Nyo, the driver's expression suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes became sharp, and his entire aura changed instantly. At this moment, Su Fingyan, who was in the puppet, realized that this driver uncle was no ordinary person. He quickly took off his hood, revealing his face. When Nyo saw that the doll was actually her father, she immediately jumped up and down again. Su Fingyan's status in her heart once again rose to a new height. If she were asked to choose between her mother and father at this moment, Nyo would definitely choose her father without hesitation. After knowing that Rilakkuma is the father, Nyo took Su Fingyan to walk around the amusement park. Many children came forward to take photos with her, and Nyo couldn't help but look proud. After playing for an entire afternoon, Su Fingyan, who was dressed as a doll, was so tired that he almost collapsed. After returning the doll to the staff, he and Nyo got into the nanny car together. Less than a minute after getting in the car, Nyo fell asleep in his arms. The driver first sent Su Fingyan to the community, and then took Nyo back to the villa. The car drove to the basement and Li Xian took Nyo out of the car. As soon as I returned to Nyo's room, I heard her calling Dad softly. Seeing this scene, Li Xian showed a relieved expression on her face. The temporary father she found really cares about Nyo. The whole day of live broadcasting made her feel a little guilty. She discovered that the way Su Fingyan took care of Nyo was even more careful than herself. It is said that men are not as meticulous as women, but Su Fingyan's performance today completely overturned her perception. At this moment, she felt a different emotion in her heart that was hard to describe. Su Fingyan returned to the community and found Chu Xian was not at home. He didn't think much about it, took a shower and went back to his room to sleep. He was really tired today. In the middle of the night, when he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt something pressing on him and he couldn't breathe. He subconsciously pushed with his hand, and the touch from his palm made him wake up instantly, and he jumped directly off the bed. He immediately turned on the light and found that Chu Xian had entered his room at some point and seemed to be drunk. Just when he was at a loss, Chu Xian actually started to take off her clothes. Su Fingyan hurriedly fled the room, planning to sleep in the living room at night. But as soon as he left the house, he felt something was wrong. What if Chu Xian woke up in the morning and found herself sleeping naked in his bed? Wouldn't he be unable to defend himself? Thinking of this, he hurried back to the room and found Chu Xian still taking off her clothes. Because I was drunk, I couldn't unzip the back of my skirt. This bought Su Fingyan some time. He took out the phone from Chu Xian's bag, unlocked it by facing her face, then put the phone on a cabinet not far away and turned on the video recording function. After doing this, he hurriedly left the room. The next morning, Su Fingyan was still asleep when he heard a scream coming from his room. During breakfast, Chu Xian lowered her head, looking ashamed and embarrassed. "Brother Su, I'm sorry that you had to sleep on the sofa last night." It's okay, did you watch the video? See, I will definitely not drink so much next time. It's so embarrassing." At this moment, Su Fingyan silently complained in his heart, "Miss, you can drink, but don't test me." Chapter 12. Chu Xian hasn't he gotten up yet? When he went to work on Monday, Su Fingyan looked tired, had back pain, and his legs cramped from time to time. "I slept on the soft sofa in the living room last night, and when I woke up I felt like my waist was no longer my own." Today, he specially brought a box of transparent disposable umbrellas to the company. He bought these umbrellas wholesale online at a very cheap price. When he went to work last week, he often saw people in the company without umbrellas, especially those colleagues who did not have underground parking at home and had to go out for lunch. Su Fingyan felt that it was better to be prepared. After all, an umbrella only cost a few dollars, so it didn't matter if it was thrown away after being used. After all, the umbrellas in the company have to be returned after borrowing. As a result, it rained in the afternoon of the first day of work. Su Fingyan hung the umbrella directly outside the sentry box. Just as he lowered his head to reply to the message on his phone, a white Porsche stopped in front of the sentry box. "Handsome guy, can I borrow your umbrella?" A charming voice came into Su Fingyan's ears. He looked up and saw a red dress, exquisite makeup, sexy red lips, and a pair of captivating eyes that made Su Fingyan a little dazed for a moment. "Sister, just take it and use it," Su Fingyan said with a smile. "Oh, then thank you, brother." The woman responded in a tender voice and reached out to take the umbrella, but she couldn't reach it because the car was too low and the booth was too high. Seeing this, Su Fingyan immediately stood up, picked up the umbrella and handed it over. As I approached the car window, an intoxicating smell of perfume hit me in the face, like the fragrance of a silver mountain spring. "Sister, the roads are slippery in the rain, please drive slowly," Su Fingyan reminded me kindly. "Okay, thank you, brother." The woman took the umbrella with a smile, and the Porsche slowly drove away. As soon as Porsche left, Chu Xian came over. "Su Fingyan, stay away from this woman," Chu Xian said as she casually lifted her hair. "What's wrong?" Su Fingyan looked confused. "There are rumors about her in the company, saying that her private life is messy," Chu Xian said in a low voice. "Xianer, you've only been in the company for a week, and you know all this?" Su Fingyan was a little surprised. "Yeah, it's been widely spread in the company privately." Chu Xian curled her lips. "Oh, but it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small security guard." Su Fingyan shrugged and didn't care. The weather forecast said it would rain today, so Su Fingyan didn't ride his bike and instead carpooled with Chu Xian to go home in the evening. After returning home, Su Fingyan started cooking. Chu Xian sat in the living room, eating snacks and watching TV, turning around from time to glance at Su Fingyan, who was busy in the kitchen. At this moment, the scene in the company parking lot just now kept appearing in her mind. She didn't know why, but she always felt a little blocked in her heart. After spending more than a week together, Chu Xian felt that Su Fingyan was a gentleman. When I was wearing my nightgown, he couldn't help but glance at me, but he always covered it up well. However, girls knew exactly where boys were looking, but they just didn't say it. Chu Xian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, she was the one who asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, so it was no big deal to be seen. However, Su Fingyan, who was busy in the kitchen at the moment, had no idea that Chu Xian behind him would have such an outrageous idea. After dinner, Su Fingyan would go out for an hour's stroll as usual, calling it a stroll. Since coming back from the amusement park last time, Nyo has become more and more dependent on him. When she called at night, Nyo was always reluctant to hang up. The cold voice on the other end of the phone had to remind her several times before she hung up reluctantly. Su Fingyan felt that what was said on the internet, a daughter is a lover in the previous life, did make some sense. The next day, Su Fingyan had just returned to the sentry box from patrolling the parking lot when a familiar figure appeared outside the sentry box. When he smelled the familiar perfume, Su Fingyan knew who had come. "Hello, sister, is there something you need from me?" Su Fingyan asked with a smile. Today, the woman in front of me was wearing a black strapless dress, as if she was going to a party. No wonder there are so many rumors about her in the company. She dresses so gorgeously every day that it's hard not to have wild thoughts. "I'm here to return your umbrella. I have protected it very well, something my brother gave me." The woman giggled, with a hint of teasing in her tone. "Ahem, sister, this umbrella is not worth much money, there's no need to come here to return it." Su Fingyan responded somewhat embarrassedly. This was the first time that Su Fingyan was stared at by such a woman. He almost lost his composure and secretly sighed in his heart, "Beauty is a disaster." It really is true. At this moment, he finally understood King Zhou, and even fantasized that he could become King Zhou and surpass him. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Seeing that he was in a daze, the woman gently tapped his chest with her finger. "Ah, sorry, sister, I was distracted." Su Fingyan quickly came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Just when he didn't know how to respond, the woman handed him a folding phone with a QR code displayed on the screen. "Brother, add me on green letter. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time," she said with a smile, her tone implying that she could not be refused. This sudden move made Su Fingyan a little confused. He was in a dilemma, whether to add or not. Seeing him hesitate, the woman smiled and took back her phone. "Brother is still shy, okay, sister won't embarrass you. Sister is going to work, bye." Before leaving, she gave Su Fingyan a sweet kiss, then turned and left gracefully. In the monitoring room of the building, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. "Lao Zhang, I can't stand it anymore. No matter what, I have to ask Xiao Su for advice tonight." A security guard couldn't help himself. "Yes, Lao Zhang, Xiao Su has only been here for a few days, and this is the second woman who has thrown herself into his arms," another security guard echoed. Wen Ruoyun is the company's socialite and has had scandals with many of the company's top executives. "Is she going to take action against Xiao Su?" someone asked in confusion. Faced with everyone's discussions, security team leader Zhang Yi also looked depressed. Now, the guard post in the parking lot has become the focus of the monitoring room, and Su Fingyan's every move is under the surveillance of his colleagues in the security department. "Lao Zhang, Xiao Su is still young. As the elders, we must protect him. Let those fierce beasts deal with us," an elderly security guard said half-jokingly. "Oldly, no one wants you even if you give them money," another security guard joked. "Lao Wang, what are you talking about? That pretty boy can last longer than me? It won't be the same if we turn off the lights." Lao Li retorted unconvinced. On the following working days, Wen Ruoyun would greet Su Fingyan every time she reached the exit. Soon, several versions of the story about borrowing the umbrella spread within the company. Now, although the company does not know about the agreement between Chu Xian and Su Fingyan, everyone knows that they are trying to date. Wen Ruoyun's sudden intervention made everyone wait and see. As expected, a company with many women has a lot of gossip. Soon, the weekend arrived. For Su Fingyan, this was the first time in his life that he met the so-called parents. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. He could only treat Chu Xian's parents as customers to reduce some of his nervousness. At 5 a.m. on Saturday, Su Fingyan got up and went to the gate of the community to buy vegetables. In the morning, many rural grandpas and aunts will go to the neighborhood to sell the vegetables they grow. Although these vegetables don't look very good, they are cheap and safe to eat. After buying groceries and returning home, Su Fingyan immediately started busying himself in the kitchen. Chu Xian didn't expect that her parents would arrive at the door at around 9 o'clock. Su Fingyan in the kitchen heard the doorbell and quickly wiped his hands and went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two middle-aged men with extraordinary temperament standing outside, holding two exquisite gift boxes in their hands. "Hello, uncle and aunt, please come in." Su Fingyan spoke respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant, leaving a good first impression on Chu Xian's parents. Seeing Su Fingyan wearing an apron, Li Manmei smiled. "Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work. Auntie, you are so polite. It's my honor that you can come for dinner. Su Fingyan responded with a smile, then quickly took out the new slippers he had bought in advance, and went to the kitchen to make 2 cups of tea and brought them over. Chu Xian's parents sat on the sofa, looking around the room, occasionally revealing a satisfied smile. Su Fingyan's first level was successfully passed. Just as he was busy, a slightly stern voice sounded, Chu Xian hasn't gotten up yet? Chapter 13 He sleeps next door. As soon as Li Manmei finished speaking, there was a rustling noise coming from the bedroom. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Chu Xian appeared at the door with disheveled hair and untidy clothes. Mom and Dad, why did you come so early? Chu Xian rubbed her eyes, with a hint of laziness in her tone. Seeing this, Li Manmei showed a trace of helplessness and blame on her face. If we hadn't come earlier, how would we know that someone was still lying in bed, leaving Xiaosu busy in the kitchen alone? Her tone was stern, but there was a hint of pampering in her eyes. Why don't you go wash up and change your clothes quickly? How can you be so lazy and unruly like this? In front of her mother, Chu Xian didn't dare to refute a word and immediately rushed into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she hurried back to her room to change clothes. After changing her clothes, Chu Xian sat in the living room with her parents and chatted. She wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but she was afraid that she would make things worse, so she gave up. Before long, waves of tempting food aroma wafted from the kitchen. Li Manmei, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but praise, Xiaosu, your cooking skills are pretty good. When did you start learning to cook? After hearing this, Su Fingyan put down his work, walked to the living room, and answered seriously, Auntie, to be honest, I was born in the mountains and started learning to cook when I was very young. Oh? Li Manmei raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Chu Xian with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Chu Xian finally reacted and her face turned pale instantly. When her mother asked her about Su Fingyan's family situation last night, she made up a story. She had originally planned to get up early this morning to reconcile her testimony with Su Fingyan, but she didn't expect her parents to come so early, which completely disrupted her plans. Mom, please listen to my explanation. Chu Xian just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Su Fingyan. Aunt, let me tell you about this. Su Fingyan said calmly with a firm look in his eyes, Chu Xian must have told you that I have a good family background or something like that, right? She was afraid that you would look down on me. But I think that lies are lies after all, and one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. It's better to tell the truth directly. As a parent, you have the most basic right to know. As for what happens next, I think we should do our best and leave the rest to fate, be open and honest, and don't regret it. Su Fingyan's words were neither humble nor arrogant, which made Li Manmei look at him with new eyes. She secretly sighed in her heart that this young man was much more mature and stable than her daughter. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaosu, go and do your work first. Xu Chen on the side spoke with a smile, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Okay, uncle, dinner will be ready soon. Su Fingyan nodded and turned back to the kitchen. After Su Fingyan left, Li Manmei pulled Chu Xian into the room. As soon as she entered the room, Li Manmei noticed something was wrong. She lowered her voice and asked, Xianer, Xiaosu doesn't live with you? Chu Xian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and replied in a low voice, he sleeps next door. Li Manmei suddenly felt a little confused, but she did not continue to ask. Instead, she began to inquire about the matter between the two people indirectly. At the same time, Xu Chen in the living room was silently watching Su Fingyan, who was busy in the kitchen. His eyes were calm and his expression was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Su Fingyan started serving the dishes. Xu Chen called his wife and daughter out of the room, and Chu Xian was asked to prepare the dishes. After the dishes were served, Xu Chen and Li Manmei tasted each one, and then expressed their approval of Su Fingyan's cooking skills. Xiaosu, the home-cooked dishes you cook are even better than those of our nanny. Xu Chen praised with a smile. Su Fingyan quickly responded modestly, Uncle, you must be used to the food cooked by Auntie. It's a good idea to change the taste occasionally, so you feel it's a little different. You're too modest, Xiaosu. Xu Chen waved his hand. Uncle, what kind of food have I not eaten? Although I'm not a gourmet, I still have a say in whether the food is delicious or not. Your food is more delicious than those in some star-rated hotels. Don't be fooled by those fancy dishes in hotels, they are really not as delicious as those in small restaurants. Su Fingyan didn't expect Xu Chen to be so humorous. He smiled and agreed, Uncle, I agree with what you said. Xiaosu, so we can be considered as close friends. how about you have a drink with your uncle? Shu Chen was in high spirits and did not forget to glance at Li Manmei beside him. He was relieved when she didn't object. It's my honor to have a drink with my uncle. Su Fingnian agreed with a smile. Okay, uncle brought a bottle of wine today that he has collected for more than 10 years. It goes perfectly with the dishes you cooked. Shu Chen was in high spirits, and the two of them started drinking. Chu Xian and Li Manmei were drinking milk and chatting about mother-daughter topics. As time went by, Su Fingnian and Shu Chen became more and more excited in their conversation, and they were about to become brothers. Seeing this, Li Manmei hurriedly stopped it. She knew her husband's alcohol tolerance very well, and it seemed that Su Fingnian had drunk almost as much as before. She was about to say something when she found Su Fingnian already lying on the table. Seeing this, Shu Chen said cheerfully, Xiao Su, you can't do it, hurry up and get up, let's fight again, 300 rounds. After Li Manmei and Shu Chen left, Su Fingnian slowly raised his head and went to the bathroom to wash his face. He filled a bowl of rice, but before he had taken a few bites, he found that Li Manmei had returned. As soon as she entered the room, Li Manmei saw Su Fingnian eating as if nothing had happened. She couldn't help but shook her head, revealing an expression of sudden enlightenment. Xiao Su, you hit it really well. Su Fingnian smiled and explained, Auntie, if I drink any more I'll really get drunk. And if I don't lie down first, Uncle will definitely not want to leave and will continue drinking. After listening to this, Li Manmei felt that there was some truth in it and nodded, thinking that it would be a good idea to let the driver take her husband back. Chu Xian, who was standing by, was watching the show the whole time and felt like an outsider. Seeing this, Li Manmei filled a bowl of rice and started eating. While eating, she suddenly asked Chu Xian to buy some fruit for her. Chu Xian complained a few words and hurried out the door. After her daughter left, Li Manmei put away her smile, looked at Su Fingnian who was sitting opposite her, and said seriously, Xiao Su, Auntie has something to ask you. Su Fingnian nodded, Auntie, if you have anything to ask, just say it directly. Li Manmei pondered for a moment and asked, Xiao Su, do you and Xian sleep separately? Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment, then answered frankly, Yes, Auntie. Why? Li Manmei asked directly, Don't blame me for asking directly, you are all adults. Su Fingnian felt helpless. They were not real boyfriend and girlfriend. Besides, selling her body for 100,000 yuan didn't seem impossible. The problem is that Chu Xian has to be willing. However, as a father of a daughter, how could I do anything to let down the mother of the child? Just as he was stunned, Li Manmei continued, Xiao Su, don't worry, I won't tell Xian anything you say now. Hearing this, Su Fingnian came back to his senses and whispered, Aunt, I am sincere to Chu Xian. I will not touch her before you and Uncle agree. I don't just want to date her, but to get married. Although I know that we may not be a good match, I still want to fight for it. Even if I don't get approval in the end, I have no regrets, at least I have tried my best. After listening to Su Fingnian's words, Li Manmei fell silent. She felt a little shocked, a little unbelievable, and a little doubtful. Are there still boys like this in this era? Chapter 14, What's so fierce about it? I can just speak softly. Xiao Su, Xian is our only daughter. We need to think about your matter again. Li Manmei's tone was gentle but her attitude was firm. Su Fingnian nodded, his expression calm, I understand, Auntie. Your children's marriage is a lifelong event, and you and Uncle should consider it carefully. Seeing the boy in front of her so reasonable, Li Manmei didn't know what to say for a moment. She had prepared a lot of words, but now she felt that it was useless to say more. Just when the atmosphere was a little silent, Chu Xian pushed open the door with some fruit in her hand. Seeing her daughter come back, Li Manmei stood up and prepared to leave. Mom, are you leaving? Chu Xian was a little surprised. Yes, there are some things that need to be dealt with in the company. Li Manmei took the fruit from Chu Xian's hand and left without looking back. After her mother left, Chu Xian sat next to Su Fingnian and asked in a low voice, Brother Su, what did my mother tell you? Su Fingnian did not answer immediately, but stood up and began to clean up the dishes. While cleaning up, he whispered, Since your mother doesn't want you to know, I certainly can't tell you, right? After saying that, he walked into the kitchen and continued to work. At this moment, Su Fingnian actually hoped that Chu Xian's parents looked down on him. He didn't want to make the fake play real. After all, the rich and powerful are like the deep sea, and he had no interest in it. Deep in his heart, another figure emerged, Nyonyo's mother. I don't know what she is doing now. The alcohol he drank at noon was very strong, so Su Fingnian went straight back to his room and slept in the afternoon, and didn't get up until dinner time. There is still a lot of food left from lunch, so we can just heat it up and eat it in the evening. After dinner, he went out for a walk as usual. When he talked to Nyo on the phone in the evening, he specifically asked about her mother's situation. But he didn't know that Nyo's answers were all given by Lee Xin, who was sitting next to her. This Sunday, Nyo was taken to a friend's house in another city by Lee Xin. Su Fingyan originally wanted to sleep in, but he received a call from Lin Chang early in the morning. "Crazy man, are you up? I'm outside your basement door, knocking for a long time but you didn't respond." Lin Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Su Fingyan heard this, he jumped up from the bed. How could he forget about this big brother? He never expected that Lin Chang would come to his house without prior notice. After hesitating for a while, he replied, Lao Lin, I moved to a new house, which is also in this community. I'll send the address to your phone." Hearing this, Lin Chang complained directly on the phone, "Madman, after you paid back the money, you no longer care about me, right? The money has been paid back, but have you repaid this favor?" Yes, Lao Lin, you are right. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll get up and pack up first." Su Fingyan quickly hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he took out his cell phone and called Chu Xin. The phone rang for a long time before Chu Xin's lazy voice was heard. "Brother Su, what's the matter so early in the morning?" "Chu Xin, my friends are coming over. If you want to get up, remember to change your clothes before coming out," Su Fingyan reminded. "Ah, Brother Su, is it a boy or a girl?" Chu Xin asked in a daze. Su Fingyan's face darkened, and he said helplessly, "My eldest lady, I asked you to pay attention to your clothes. It must be a man." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Seeing the messy snack bags in the living room, Su Fingyan felt that the 100,000 yuan was not so easy to earn. "I'm almost no different from a full-time nanny." Halfway through cleaning up, the doorbell rang. Su Fingyan opened the door and found that Lin Chang was tanned and looked much more haggard. "Lao Lin, are you going to Africa to mine?" Su Fingyan teased. "Don't mention it," Lin Chang said as he walked in with a swagger, as if he was returning to his own home. He also asked Su Fingyan to pour him a glass of water. "Madman, this crappy company requires me to work overtime every day and go on business trips. Look at my tan skin and the dark circles under my eyes," Lin Chang complained while desperately drinking the tea poured by Su Fingyan. At this moment, Chu Xin opened the door and walked out of the room. Lin Chang didn't react for a moment and spit out a mouthful of tea. "Madman, who is this?" Lin Chang asked with his eyes wide open and stuttering. This is my roommate, we share the apartment," Su Fingyan explained. After hearing what Su Fingyan said, Chu Xin suddenly felt unhappy for some reason. "Roommate?" Lin Chang looked at Su Fingyan in disbelief. He couldn't accept that his brother was sharing a house with such a beautiful girl. As the saying goes, I am afraid that my brothers are poor and single, but I am also afraid that my brothers marry beautiful, rich and beautiful women. "Hello, my name is Chu Xin, and I'm Brother Su's roommate." Chu Xin introduced herself with a smile. "Beauty, hello." Lin Chang stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands. Just when his dirty hands were about to touch Chu Xin, Su Fingyan directly blocked in front of Chu Xin and held Lin Chang's hand. "We are so familiar with each other, there is no need to be so polite." "Fuck." Seeing this, Lin Chang immediately shook off Su Fingyan's hand and looked at him with disgust. Chu Xin, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw this scene. She thought these two people were really funny. Ever since Chu Xin appeared, Lin Chang's eyes have never left her. Even when he was talking to Su Fingyan, his eyes always stayed on Chu Xin. Originally, he planned to take a look at his good brother and leave, but now he could no longer move and decided to have a quick meal here at noon. "Crazy man, brother, it's rare for me to come here, why don't you cook and treat me well?" Lin Chang looked at him with a smile. Su Fingyan's face darkened and he said disdainfully, "Do you want to find another beautiful woman to drink with you? That would be great." Lin Chang said halfway when he immediately realized that there was actually a girl here, and quickly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Su Fingyan exaggerated and said to Chu Xin, "If you meet this kind of man in the future, remember to stay away from him." "Ha, Brother Su, your friend is so funny. He made me laugh to death." Chu Xin laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Seeing his good brother sabotaging him, Lin Chang stood up and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight him. But before he stood up for a while, he was pinned to the ground by Su Fengnian. "What, old Lin, still want to fight with me?" Su Fengnian sat on Lin Chang, pressed his head and mocked him. "Madman, why don't you let go? How can you treat your benefactor like this?" Lin Chang struggled and shouted. Su Fengnian stopped when he saw that things were going well, and let go of his hand. After all, he couldn't really not give his brother face. After the play, Su Fengnian went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Lin Changza sat in the living room and chatted with Chu Xian. "Sister Chu Xian, why did you let a madman live here? He is not a good person." Lin Chang pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Lin, where do you get that from? I think Brother Su is a nice person." Chu Xian answered innocently. Seeing Chu Xian's confused expression, Lin Chang felt that this girl would be harmed by Su Fengnian sooner or later. "Sister Chu Xian, you can't be fooled by his stinky appearance. Haven't you heard a saying? Most handsome boys are scumbags," Lin Chang said seriously. Su Fengnian, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, almost cut his finger. He turned around with a dark face and shouted at Lin Chang, "Old Lin, can you speak softly when you say bad things about others? Aren't you afraid that I will poison the food? Why are you so fierce? At most I can just speak in a low voice." Lin Chang curled his lips and lowered his voice. As soon as these words came out, Chu Xian couldn't help laughing again. She felt that these two people were really a pair of funny people, and they almost made her laugh to death. In this way, the three of them chatted with each other. Lin Chang felt that he should come to see this good brother more often when he had time. After lunch, Lin Chang left reluctantly. The main reason was that he had to work overtime at the company in the afternoon, otherwise he wanted to sleep with Su Fengnian at night. When he left, he even said that he would stay one night next time and play landlord together at night. Su Fengnian told him to get out of here quickly, but Chu Xian was full of expectations. Chapter 15. My best friend said I am at most B+. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the day when Nyo starts school is getting closer and closer. One night, when Su Fengnian had just finished talking to Nyo on the phone and was about to go upstairs to sleep, he suddenly received a strange call on his phone. He picked up the phone in confusion. A familiar voice came from the phone, "Brother, come and accompany sister, for a drink." "Is it Sister One?" Su Fengnian asked tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a beep, beep sound from the other end of the phone, and the other party hung up. Before he could react, the phone rang again. "Hello, One." Su Fengnian just opened his mouth when a strange voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, this is XXX Bar. Are you a friend of this girl? She's drunk. Can you come pick her up?" Su Fengnian was confused. What was going on? After hesitating for a moment, he asked the staff for the address of the bar, sent a message to Chu Xian, and took a taxi to the bar. When he arrived at the door of the bar, Su Fengnian found that the entrance was full of luxury cars. Taking a look at the size of the bar, it was obviously not the small bar he had imagined. After entering through the gate, what comes into view is the large stage in the center, on which a group of hot girls are swaying passionately, and on the edge of the stage there is a group of shirtless young handsome guys. Just as he was looking for Wen Ruoyun, a few drunk girls came up to him and started a conversation. However, Su Fengnian did not lose himself in the sugar-coated bullets, but quickly left the battlefield. Near the bar counter, he finally found Wen Ruoyun lying on the table. Just as he was about to step forward, a man and a woman slowly approached, looking very familiar. But in Su Fengnian's eyes, these two people were clearly here to pick up corpses. When he was working part-time in college, he also worked as a waiter in a bar for a while, so he had some understanding of the ins and outs of the business. Seeing this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and started recording, then slowly moved over. "Who are you? Does my sister know you?" Su Fengnian asked coldly. The two men who were about to lift Wen Ruoyun up did not expect to meet a colleague. The man retorted, "You said she is your sister, so she is your sister? We are her friends. Are you trying to do something bad?" Su Fengnian didn't expect that he would be blamed. He didn't want to tolerate them and directly called Wen Ruoyun on his cell phone. After hearing the ringing of the cell phone in the woman's hand, the man and woman looked at each other and left in shame. The whole scene was seen by the bartender at the bar, but he just treated it as a show. He doesn't care who is the customer's real friend, nor does he interfere. After driving away those with ulterior motives, Su Fengnian sat down opposite Wen Ruoyun and pushed the woman in front of him with his hand. Sister Wen, wake up, I'm Xiao Su. After calling out several times, Wen Ruoyun slowly raised her head and said incoherently, Xiao Su, come, continue drinking. Seeing this, Su Fengnian was speechless. It seemed that he could not be woken up. He planned to stay here with her to sober her up. After sitting for a while, feeling a little dry in the mouth, he reached out and took Wen Ruoyun's phone and unlocked the screen using the same method. Then I went to the bar to ask, and sure enough, the woman hadn't paid the bill yet. He didn't want to be taken advantage of, so he paid the bill with her phone and ordered himself a glass of lemonade. When he saw the bill, he was shocked. Just a few bottles of wine cost tens of thousands. Sure enough, he didn't understand the world of rich people. After finishing the lemonade, the woman opposite still didn't react at all. There was no other choice, Su Fengnian had to bite the bullet and carry her up. I had been planning to take a taxi to send her home, as I had just seen her home address on the shopping app on her phone. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the bar, a cool breeze blew and Wen Ruoyun vomited. Fortunately, Wen Ruoyun was dressed more conservatively today, with a tight top, a white shirt on the outside, and a pair of denim shorts. She looked youthful and beautiful, which was completely different from her usual outfit in the company. Su Fengnian dodged quickly and was not spit on. After she finished vomiting, he took out the tissue he got from the bar from his pocket and wiped her a little. He just wiped his mouth and didn't dare to touch any sensitive parts. Now that Wen Ruoyun had vomited all over herself, Su Fengnian felt that it was not appropriate to send her home, and it would not be convenient for a grown man like him. As a gentleman, he would never take advantage of someone in distress. Looking at the woman in front of me, she has a curvy figure. Even though she vomited all over, there is still a faint fragrance on her body. There was a hint of alcohol in the fragrance, which made Su Fengnian not feel nauseous, but rather intoxicated. After careful consideration, Su Fengnian decided to send Wen Ruoyun to the hotel closest to her home. After making up his mind, he got into a taxi in front of the hotel. As soon as he got in the car, he noticed that the driver looked at him strangely, especially when he heard that they were going to a hotel. Su Fengnian knew that the driver must have misunderstood him, and quickly explained, Master, did you misunderstand something? This is my colleague. Young man, no need to explain, I understand. The driver smiled meaningfully. Master, really? Su Fengnian wanted to explain, but the driver had already turned on the music and stepped on the accelerator. It was late at night, there were not many cars on the road, and the driver was driving very fast. We arrived at the hotel in a short while. Wen Ruoyun lives in a high-end apartment, surrounded by high-end hotels. Su Fengnian picked one at random since he didn't have to pay for it anyway. When they arrived at the hotel, the driver kindly helped him carry Wen Ruoyun out of the car. Originally Su Fengnian thought that the driver was providing good service, but as soon as he got off the car, Wen Ruoyun started vomiting leaning against the flower bed in front of the hotel. At this moment, Su Fengnian finally understood what the driver meant. It turned out that he was afraid that he would vomit in his car. Only after Wen Ruoyun finished vomiting did Su Fengnian help her into the hotel. After checking in with his electronic ID card, he did not plan to stay. He just sent her to the room and asked the waiter to change her clothes and wipe her body. Ask the waiter to wash your clothes, dry them overnight, and you can wear them the next day. He used Wen Ruoyun's cell phone to transfer 200 yuan to the waitress and asked her to check on her from time to time at night to prevent her from vomiting and choking. Seeing how attentive he was, the waiter couldn't help but ask curiously, Sir, are you this lady's boyfriend? No, I'm her colleague. Su Fengnian answered awkwardly, but he muttered in his heart, if he was her boyfriend, why would I ask you to come and return the money to you? Am I stupid? After giving the instructions, Su Fengnian left the hotel. When he returned home and turned on the light, he found Chu Xian sleeping on the sofa. The blanket half covered her body, the straps of her nightgown had slipped off, and her chest was completely hidden by her hair. Su Fengnian was in a dilemma at the moment. Should he go over and help cover the blanket, or wash up and go back to his room to sleep? While he was hesitating, Chu Xian had already woken up. She sat up from the sofa, and as she stood up, the shoulder strap on the other side slipped down. Su Fengnian quickly covered his eyes with his hands. After Chu Xian realized what was happening, she quickly lay down and shouted in shame and anger, Su Fengnian, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Su Fengnian explained quickly. You're lying. I really don't. I don't believe it. Shu Xian stuck her head out from the back of the sofa and continued in a low voice, "My best friend said I'm at most B+. How is that possible? It's at least C+. Su Fengnian blurted out. Just as he finished his words, a pillow flew towards him and hit him right in the face. Chapter 16. So is the younger brother willing to move in with his sister? Shu Xian didn't speak to Su Fengnian the whole night. After washing up, Su Fengnian returned to his room dejectedly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Now, the image of a gentleman that he had worked so hard to build has completely collapsed. We originally had more than half a month to complete the task in hand in a perfect answer, but now all our efforts have been wasted. Early the next morning, Su Fengnian was awakened by a phone call. In a daze, he heard Wen Ruoyan's voice, "Brother, thank you for last night. Are you free tonight? Come to my house for a simple meal?" "Sister Wen, you're too polite. We're all colleagues." "Well, I just contributed a little, and it was all your money that was spent." Su Fengnian rubbed his eyes and answered in a daze. "Ha, you really don't suffer any loss, kid. What's wrong with spending some money on your sister? Is it a loss?" Wen Ruoyun teased with a smile. At this point, Su Fengnian has sobered up. "Sister Wen, I'm not going to pretend to be rich. At most, I'll treat you to a barbecue." "Brother, this is what you said. Please treat me to a barbecue in 2 days. Come over for dinner in the evening and I'll show you some of my skills," Wen Ruoyun said in a relaxed tone. Just as he was hesitating, Wen Ruoyan's slightly threatening voice came from the phone. "Brother, if you don't come, I will tell the people in the company that you took me to the hotel when I was drunk at night." Fuck. Su Fengnian couldn't help but curse inwardly. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Remember to come over in the evening. I'll be waiting for you," Wen Ruoyun said with a smile. Today is Saturday and there is nothing to do in the evening. Shu Xian is still angry with herself, so going out and hiding seems to be a good choice. After hanging up the phone, Su Fengnian received a friend request from Wen Ruoyan. He directly clicked to accept it. As soon as I got through, Wen Ruoyan sent me a message, "Brother, this is my personal WeChat, don't tell anyone else in the company." Looking at the message, Su Fengnian quickly modified the note and replied, "Okay, Sister Wen, don't worry. Why are you so polite when talking to your sister? Just call me sister from now on. Calling me sister Wen makes me sound old," Wen Ruoyun teased. Next, the two chatted idly, without any topic, just chatting nonsense. At lunchtime, Su Fengnian cooked 2 dishes for Shu Xian and then slipped away. Before Nyo starts school, he plans to go back to his hometown. In the afternoon, he went to the car rental company to look at the cars, planning to drive back and take his father to the county hospital for a physical examination. "Once I officially take office, I probably won't be that free anymore." Originally he felt that he was being cheated by a certain older sister, but after spending these 2 months with Nyo, he actually felt reluctant to part with her and really treated her as his own daughter. I visited several car rental agencies in the afternoon and found that the prices were very expensive. He originally wanted to rent a van, but the dealership didn't have any. He drove back not to show off, the cheaper and more affordable the car, the better. Since he couldn't find a suitable one, he planned to go back to the county and charter a van, which should also work. After making up his mind, Su Fengnian went to the supermarket and shopping mall to buy shoes and clothes for his parents. After shopping for an afternoon, he took his things home first and brought dinner to Shu Xian. When I came to the kitchen, I found that all the lunch had been eaten up and even the dishes had been washed. "Shu Xian, I'm going out tonight and won't eat at home, so I brought you your favorite rice with toppings." Su Fengnian shouted into the house, then turned around, opened the door to the living room, deliberately slammed it shut, and hid in the kitchen. After a while, Shu Xian opened the door stealthily and walked out stealthily. When she found that there was no one else in the living room, she jumped up and down and started singing. Cough, cough. Su Fengnian couldn't bear it anymore and coughed a few times to remind him. Hearing the noise, Shu Xian turned around and found Su Fengnian in the kitchen. He ran into the room with a whoosh and slammed the door shut. Seeing that Shu Xian was in such a good mood, Su Fengnian left with peace of mind. This time he really left. Following the address given by Wen Ruoyan, Su Fengnian arrived at the high-end apartment complex in the center of Yunqing City. As soon as he arrived at the guard post, he saw Wen Ruoyan was already waiting there. Wen Ruoyan's outfit today was similar to what she wore at the bar that day, and her makeup had also become much lighter. She was wearing a white tight vest on her upper body, no coat, and a pair of white wide-leg casual pants on her lower body. Su Fengnian even suspected that Wen Ruoyun was her twin sister. Following her to the apartment building, Wen Ruoyun unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and Su Fengnian was dumbfounded when he entered the room. This is a huge flat. You call it an apartment? It starts at 300 square meters. It feels like you can't see the end of it. At this moment, Su Fengnian began to visit curiously, like a countryman entering the city. Except for the master bedroom, I visited the gym, the audio-visual room, and the small cat cafe. Sure enough, the life of a rich person was not what he could imagine. What's more, Wen Ruoyun is just the sales director of the company. At most, she is middle class and definitely cannot be compared with real rich people. Just as he was shocked, Wen Ruoyun had already put on an apron and prepared to cook. The huge open kitchen made Su Fengnian feel like cooking. There is an oven, steamer, coffee machine, dishwasher, and a large monster storage cabinet filled with various snacks and ingredients for making desserts. The French double-door refrigerator was also filled with all kinds of food. Su Fengnian thought, living alone, could he finish eating so many things? Brother, how is it? My sister's place is pretty good, right? Wen Ruoyun asked with a smile. That's great, sister. Your life is my dream. Su Fengnian exclaimed. Hearing this, Wen Ruoyun looked at him with a gentle expression. So, brother, are you willing to move in with me? Hearing this, Su Fengnian showed an incredible expression. Sister, don't make fun of me. Brother, I'm serious. How about you think about it? Wen Ruoyun said in a serious tone. Looking at Wen Ruoyun's serious expression, Su Fengnian quickly waved his hand and said, Sister, forget it. We are not from the same world. Hearing Su Fengnian's words, Wen Ruoyun showed an aggrieved expression. I know how people in the company talk about me behind my back. My brother must also dislike me, his sister. Sister, you misunderstood me. From the way you usually dress, I know that the you in the company is a disguise. The you now is the real you. Su Fengnian was extremely sincere. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. It was the first time that Wen Ruoyun heard a boy comment on her like this. Thinking that after so many years, she finally met a boy who understood her. When she woke up in the morning, she found herself in her pajamas and panicked. But after hearing the waiter describe the whole process, she sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. She really couldn't understand what kind of person this security guard brother whom she had just met for a short time was. Now, the more she looked at her brother, the more she felt that he was sunny and handsome, and a ripple appeared in her heart. Seeing Wen Ruoyun staring at him, Su Fengnian shuddered all over. Can my brother cook? Wen Ruoyun quickly changed the subject and retracted her aggressive gaze. A little bit. Su Fengnian replied. How about this, we each cook a dish? Wen Ruoyun suggested. Okay, sister, no problem. Su Fengnian agreed readily. In this way, the two began to cook their own dishes. The kitchen was big, so it was no problem for them to cook together. After Su Fengnian's dishes were cooked, Wen Ruoyun originally thought that her brother's cooking would definitely not be as good as hers. But after she finished cooking, she realized that her dish was awful. Chapter 17 Su Fengnian, you still remember to come back. What time is it? Brother, I didn't expect your cooking is so delicious. At the dining table, the dish cooked by Wen Ruoyun was untouched. It looked the same as it did when it came out of the pot. Because she only cooked one dish, Wen Ruoyun said with a sense of unfulfilled desire, Brother, I'm not full yet, can you cook a few more dishes for me? Sister, aren't you losing weight at night? Don't girls eat very little at night? Su Fengnian raised his doubts. Wen Ruoyun did not answer immediately. Instead, she moved closer to him and whispered in his ear, the situation today is special. Sister won't eat more, for fear that you, her brother, won't be able to eat it at night. After saying that, she deliberately blew on his earlobe. What kind of lewd words are these? Su Fengnian was so frightened that he stood up and took a few steps back. Wen Ruoyun found it particularly interesting to see him so flustered. Sister, if you want to eat vegetables, just tell me directly. Forget about the rest. After Su Fengnian said that, he hurried to the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients, but his walking posture was a little awkward. Wen Ruoyun was overjoyed by this scene. Not long after, 2 plates of delicious dishes were served on the table. But at this moment Su Fengnian did not sit down, but prepared to leave directly. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be eaten to the bone by this female demon. Brother, why are you leaving? Is your sister so annoying? Wen Ruoyun asked in a wronged manner. If Wen Ruoyun was still dressed the same way as in the company, Su Fengnian would not think this tone was a big deal. But now she is dressed innocently and speaks such vicious words, as if she is possessed by a demon. No, sister, it's getting late, and it's not good for a man and a woman to be in the same room alone, so. Su Fengnian explained hesitantly. So what? So your brother wants to leave? Your sister, don't mind, so why do you mind? Before Su Fengnian could finish his words, Wen Ruoyun stood up and walked to him, took his arm and pulled him back to his seat. Su Fengnian just sat there, watching Wen Ruoyun eat quietly. He didn't dare to move at all because Wen Ruoyun had one hand on his arm the whole time. After a long time, Wen Ruoyun withdrew her arm, stood up, put the remaining dishes into the refrigerator, and planned to continue eating tomorrow. Sister, it's best to eat the leftovers on the same day and not leave them overnight. Su Fengnian kindly reminded. It was originally a good intention, but I didn't expect to dig a hole for myself. It's because my brother loves me so much. I don't want to do that either, but I can't bear to throw it away. Next time I want to eat it, I don't know when I can eat the food cooked by my brother. Wen Ruoyun pretended to be aggrieved. Su Fengnian really didn't know how to respond to this. Well, if you want to eat it any time, I'll come over and cook it for you when I'm free. Su Fengnian said helplessly. Okay, thank you my good brother. Wen Ruoyun couldn't help but kiss Su Fengnian on the cheek as soon as she finished speaking. This kiss made Su Fengnian's face turn red instantly. Even though he had a girlfriend in college, he never even kissed her, and they held hands only a few times. When it comes to getting along between men and women, he is still at the stage of talking about it on paper, let alone physical contact. Seeing Su Fengnian's shy expression, the haze in Wen Ruoyun's heart dissipated a lot. She is a very sensible person and would never get drunk outside alone. If it weren't for the bad things happening at home, she wouldn't have turned to alcohol to drown her sorrows. Brother, I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. Please don't mind it. Wen Ruoyun pretended to apologize. At this moment, Su Fengnian's heart was beating fast and he entered a wonderful state. This was the first time he had such close contact with a girl. Seeing that he was still in a daze, Wen Ruoyun stepped forward and touched his forehead with her hand. Brother, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red, are you sick? Although she knew the reason, Wen Ruoyun still pretended to be at a loss. As expected of the sales director, he has no problem managing people. Sister, it's okay, it's just. Su Fengnian said stutteringly. What is it? Wen Ruoyun asked. Nothing. Su Fengnian lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing his nervous look, Wen Ruoyun felt relieved. It had been a long time since she met such a handsome and naive boy. Brother, can you play PUBG? Can you sing? Can you play a few games with your sister tonight? Wen Ruoyun asked with a smile. I know a little bit. Su Fengnian replied. Brother, I don't even know what you mean by knowing a little bit. Wen Ruoyun teased. Hearing this, Su Fengnian scratched his head, he really didn't know what to say. At night, after the two came to the secret door of the audio-visual room, Su Fengnian discovered that there was actually an esports room inside, with 2 computers. Sister, are there other people who usually play games with you? Su Fengnian asked curiously. My best friend comes over occasionally. Wen Ruoyun replied. Oh. Su Fengnian nodded. The two played games and sang songs all night long, having a great time. Wen Ruoyun also mixed some fruit wine and added some ice cubes, which tasted really good. It was not until 12 o'clock in the morning that Su Fengnian's phone rang. He saw the incoming call number on his phone and realized how late it was. He immediately put down the wine glass in his hand, shook his head, and prepared to get up and leave. Sister, it's getting late and I should go back. I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow, and I didn't see a suitable car when I rented it today. Su Fengnian explained. Hearing this, Wen Ruoyun asked curiously, what kind of car does my brother want? The cheaper the better. I plan to drive my dad to the county for a physical checkup. A van is fine. Su Fengnian replied. Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, Wen Ruoyun didn't expect that he was so young, proficient in all kinds of martial arts, and so filial. Whether she was singing or playing games at night, it always made her eyes light up. For a moment, she even thought, how happy would a girl be to marry him? Brother, I happen to have an SUV parked in the garage and haven't driven it for a long time. You can drive it back tomorrow and help me wash and maintain the car. Come back and reimburse me for the maintenance costs. Wan Ruoyun suggested. Sister, this is not a good idea. I'm afraid it might get bumped. Su Fengnian was about to refuse, but when Ruoyun directly handed the car keys to him. Don't drive after drinking at night. Just go to the garage and drive yourself tomorrow. I'll send the garage location and license plate number to your phone later. Wan Ruoyun paused after she finished speaking, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Brother, why don't you stay at my place tonight? It's troublesome to rush back and forth. Wan Ruoyun asked tentatively. As soon as Wan Ruoyun said this, Su Fengnian's face turned red again. Sister, I appreciate your kindness. I'll accept the car and sleep here. I'll come again tomorrow morning. Before Su Fengnian finished his words, he hurried out the door. Okay, since my brother insists so much, I won't force him. But we have agreed that when you are free, you can come to my place to cook delicious food for me, play games and sing with me. Wan Ruoyun said with a smile. In order to leave smoothly now, Su Fengnian agreed without thinking. Only after leaving the apartment did he feel relaxed. As expected, I still can't get along with older sisters. After taking a taxi, more than half an hour later, Su Fengnian returned home. When he opened the door, he was very careful, fearing to disturb Chu Xin. As soon as the door opened, the lights in the living room came on. A figure appeared in the living room, crossed his arms, and looked at him angrily. Su Fengnian, you still remember to come back? What time is it? Chu Xin, my friend and I were having a midnight snack outside and I forgot the time for a moment. I'm sorry. Su Fengnian explained quickly. Don't come back after 12 o'clock in the future. I will lock the door if you come back after 12 o'clock. Chu Xin had an expression that showed that there was no room for negotiation. After returning to the room, Su Fengnian took out his cell phone and took a look at it, thinking to himself that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to stay here for much longer. I still miss the days when I was alone and free. Chapter 18. Sister, are you going to support me? Early on Sunday morning, Su Fengnian came to Wan Ruoyun's garage and found the SUV gathering dust in the garage. Mercedes-Benz G? It's hard to tell how much it costs to drive this car back, and the gas is expensive, so it's not worth it. Just as he was struggling, his cell phone suddenly rang. Brother, have you reached the garage? Wan Ruoyun's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm here, sister, but this car. Su Fengnian was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I'll reimburse you for all the expenses. Wan Ruoyun said in a relaxed tone with a hint of teasing. Hearing her say this, Su Fengnian couldn't help but joked, Sister, are you going to support me? As soon as he said this, he felt a little regretful and felt that the joke was a bit too much. But unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the phone was not angry, but responded with a smile, Brother, as long as you agree, there is no problem on my side. Sister, I'll leave first and let you know I'm safe when I get there. Su Fengnian hung up the phone quickly, fearing that it would be awkward to continue talking. When Ruoyun put down her phone, a sly look appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she whispered, Little Pakai. Driving a G-Class on the highway, Su Fengnian felt that his life had undergone tremendous changes in the past month. He didn't expect that he would encounter so many opportunities as a security guard. As expected, I am the protagonist, the chosen one. After driving for more than 3 hours, Su Fengnian finally arrived at the county town of his hometown. He parked his car in the free parking lot and walked to the noodle shop he used to frequent, planning to eat a bowl of noodles before going home. He had already made an appointment in advance with the attending doctor who was going to examine his father, so he would still have time to go home and pick up his father after eating the noodles. As soon as I walked into the noodle shop, the girl at the front desk ran over and said, Brother Anian, you're back. Donger, you are here too today? Su Fengnian greeted with a smile. Yes, Brother Nian, why are you back? Wang Donger excitedly went to pour tea for Su Fengnian. Seeing him come back, she seemed particularly excited. At this time, Wang Bagua from the kitchen came out and said, Xiao Su, what a rare guest. Hello, Uncle Wang. I haven't eaten your noodles for a long time. I'm so craving for them. Su Fengnian said with a smile. However, Wang Bagua's face darkened when he heard this. Did you bring money today? We don't accept credit now. Dad, what are you doing? It's rare for Brother Nian to eat noodles. Before Su Fengnian could say anything, Wang Donger hurriedly spoke up to defend him. Alas, it's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Wang Bagua sighed inwardly. Uncle Wang, seeing what you said, I not only brought money today, but also plan to settle the previous accounts. Hearing this, Wang Baogua and Wang Donger were both very surprised. Xiao Su, hey, let me show you what you can do. Did you win the lottery or get kept by someone? Wang Baogua teased. Su Fingyan, who was sitting at the table drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea. There were 2 other tables of customers in the restaurant, and they all turned to look at him curiously. 2 of the girls looked at him with strange expressions. Uncle Wang, can't you just hope for me a little bit? He said helplessly. Although he said this, he was extremely depressed in his heart. As expected of Uncle Wang, he could even guess this. My situation seems to be no different from being kept by someone. Okay, I won't joke with you, kid. It's still the same as before, right? Wang Baogua asked with a smile. Uncle Wang still understands me. Add more spiciness. Su Fengyan nodded. When Wang Baogua turned around and went back to the kitchen, he glared at his daughter with a hint of warning. Su Feng went to junior high school and high school in the county, 1 grade higher than Wang Donger. Wang Donger's mother ran away with another man when she was young, and this fact was known to almost everyone in the county. When she was in school, she was often teased by her classmates. She was often bullied by female classmates after school, and she didn't dare tell Uncle Wang when she got home. Uncle Wang has to run a shop and take care of his daughter at the same time, and he is exhausted both physically and mentally. Wang Donger felt sorry for her father and thought that she just had to endure being bullied. But after entering high school, those who used to bully her became even more aggressive. After entering high school, Wang Donger grew up completely and became famous in the county for her figure and appearance. She looks a lot like her mother, and people in the county point fingers at her, saying that she will definitely become a vixen or something in the future. Rumors are a powerful threat. How harmful are rumors? In the county, there have been people who chose to end their lives because they could not stand the rumors. After an evening study session in her 2nd year of high school, Wang Donger was surrounded in an alley by several boys and girls. Because of her tolerance all the time, those who bullied her became more and more daring. Some of the boys started to touch her. This scene happened to be seen by Su Fingyan, who was passing by after school. He often went to Wang Donger's noodle restaurant to eat, so he also knew Uncle Wang's daughter. Wang Baogua's noodle shop is doing well, and half of the credit goes to his daughter. It's no wonder that when Su Fingyan went there to eat for the first time, he was also attracted by Wang Donger. Only later did I discover that the noodles were also delicious. If there is an opportunity to be a hero and save a beauty, Su Fingyan will definitely not let it go. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, but he underestimated the strength of both sides and was pinned to the ground and beaten by several boys as soon as he stepped forward. It was only when Wang Donger took out a paper cutter from her school bag and swung it desperately that the person who bullied her was scared away. One move was as fierce as a tiger, but at first glance he was an idiot. This sentence is very suitable for Su Fengyan at this moment. Fortunately, there were cameras installed in the alley, and the boys who beat him were taken to the police station and detained for a while. The long-term bullying of Wang Donger was also exposed. After this incident, there were fewer criticisms of her in the county, and instead more voices of sympathy. Since this incident, Su Fengyan has had a special place in Wang Donger's heart. After eating the noodles, Su Fengyan came to the kitchen and asked Wang Baogua to take out the account book. He remembered that when Uncle Wang bought things on credit, he would carefully write down the amount in a notebook. What account book? It's disappeared long ago. Just settle today's account. Wang Baogua waved his hand. Yes, Brother Nian, just pay for today's noodles. Wang Donger also agreed. Looking at the expressions of the father and daughter, Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes and didn't say much. He suddenly turned around and ran out, went to the parking lot, took 2 bottles of wine from the trunk of the car, and put 10,000 yuan at the bottom of the bag. Compared with the money I borrowed from Uncle Wang when I was in school, and the money Wang Donger secretly gave me, 10,000 yuan is not a lot. The wine was not expensive, just 2 bottles of Red Star Erguotu, which Uncle Wang loved to drink. When he ran back to the store, there were no other customers in the store. After Su Fengyan scanned the code and paid, he handed the wine to Wang Baogua. Uncle Wang, the previous accounts are settled, but you have to accept this wine. Open it and drink it tonight to see if the wine I bought is authentic. Looking at the Erguotu in his hand, Wang Baogua couldn't help rubbing his eyes with his hands. It seems like something flew into my eyes. It's really uncomfortable. Wang Donger, who was standing by, asked with concern, Dad, what's wrong with your eyes? Let me help you take a look. It's okay, it's okay. Well, Xiao Su, Uncle Wang accepts your kindness. Come over for noodles when you have time. Wang Bagua put the wine aside and patted Su Fengnian on the shoulder. After that incident, Wang Bagua treated Su Fengnian as half his son. Although he was also a victim in that incident, if he hadn't stood up, he wouldn't have known the injustice his daughter had suffered over the years. Okay, Uncle Wang, I will definitely come when I am free. Su Fengnian showed a cunning expression, then glanced at Wang Donger beside him. Donger, remember to think of me. Before he could finish his words, Wang Bagua turned around and rushed out from the kitchen with a broom in his hand. You little bastard, I asked you to come here to eat noodles, not to think about my daughter. Seeing this, Su Fengnian ran away, running faster than a rabbit. At this moment, Wang Bagua had not noticed that Wang Donger, who was standing behind him, had a blush on her face. Chapter 19 Brother Su, am I the unreasonable person? After leaving Wang's noodle house, Su Fengnian drove for an hour and finally returned home. As soon as the car appeared at the entrance of the village, it attracted the attention of the old men who were playing chess and chatting at the entrance. The village road was narrow, so the car could only be parked at the entrance. As soon as Su Fengnian got out of the car, several old men he knew gathered around him. Oh, Xiao Su has made great progress and now drives a luxury car, said Grandpa Hong with a smile. Most of these uncle's children are very promising. Although they don't know other cars, they are very familiar with BBA. Uncle Hong, this is not my car, it belongs to the company. How can I afford it? Your son is really promising. I can't compare to him. Su Fengnian responded modestly. Xiao Su, you are too modest. You are still young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. What's the matter with coming back this time? Uncle Hong asked with concern. My father has been feeling unwell recently, and I plan to take him to the county hospital for a checkup, Su Fengnian explained. I see, Xiao Su, you were so thoughtful. Last time I called my son and told him he was not feeling well, but he said he was busy and told me to go to the hospital by myself. As Grandpa Hong spoke, the proud expression on his face disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Su Fengnian hurriedly comforted him. Uncle Hong, your son is a big boss now and is indeed very busy. How about I take you to the county hospital later? It's on the way anyway. Hearing this, the other uncles began to praise Su Fengnian. Xiao Su is a good kid. Yes, Lao Hong, if it doesn't work, go to the hospital with Xiao Su today. You have money anyway, so you don't need Xiao Su to pay for it. What Lao Li said makes sense. Many diseases are delayed. Encouraged by everyone, Mr. Hong finally agreed and turned back to get his medical record card and ID card. Seeing this, Su Fengnian also walked towards his home. He didn't tell his family in advance when he came back today, for fear that his mother would know he was coming back and get up early in the morning to busy herself with this and that. When I walked to the door of my house, I found my mother was drying corn. Mom, I'm back. Su Fengnian shouted. Wang Yuhua, who was working, didn't react at first and thought she had misheard. It was not until Su Fengnian called her the second time that she realized what was going on and immediately walked towards him. Son, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Have you had lunch? If not, I'll make it for you right away. Wang Yuhua said with concern. Seeing his mother was about to turn around and go to the kitchen, Su Fengnian quickly pulled her back and said, Mom, I've already eaten. I ate at Uncle Wang's noodle shop in the county. It's so rare for me to come back, why don't you go home for dinner and go out to eat noodles instead? Wang Yuhua is a little tsundere. Seeing his mother's expression, Su Fengnian quickly explained, Mom, I went to Uncle Wang to settle the bill. You know how much I owed him in the past. Hearing this, Wang Yuhua's expression relaxed. The Su family is most afraid of owing favors to others, and if they have money, they should repay it as soon as possible. Just as Wang Yuhua was about to continue speaking, Su Fengnian looked around and asked, Mom, where's my dad? Hearing her son's question, Wang Yuhua shook her head helplessly. Your father is so stubborn that he is sleeping in the room. He was not feeling well and I asked him to go for a checkup, but he refused to go and said that he would be fine after a night's sleep. This has been going on for several days. Su Fengnian's heart skipped a beat when his mother said this, and he hurried into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Su Guotian sat up. Brat, why are you back? Su Guotian just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Su Fengnian. Dad, come with me to the hospital. Su Fengnian said in a firm tone. No need, I know my own physical condition very well. Su Guotian said stubbornly. What the hell? Su Fengnian cursed out loud. Dad, if you don't get up, I'll call 120 and call an ambulance. Su Fengnian did not give in. Su Guotian didn't expect his son to talk back to him today and be so tough. In the end, he gave in and agreed to go to the hospital for a checkup. After convincing his father, Su Fengnian asked his mother to pack up and go to the hospital together. When the family arrived at the village entrance, Grandpa Hong was already waiting there. Old Hong, what are you doing? Su Guotian looked at Hong Changren carrying a backpack and preparing to get on the bus. Old Su, you gave birth to a good son. Little Su asked me to take his car to go to the hospital for a checkup. Uncle Hong looked at him with a smile. Several old men outside the car were also praising Su Fengnian. This scene made Su Guotian feel particularly proud. Along the way, Su Fengnian drove slowly and steadily, and it took him almost an hour and a half to reach the county hospital. In the afternoon, Su Guotian underwent a full-body checkup. Fortunately, there was no major problem, just a little gastroenteritis, mainly because the couple usually lived frugally and did not eat well. There is nothing wrong with Grandpa Hong, it's just that he is too frugal and doesn't get enough nutrition. After getting the medicine at the hospital, Su Fengnian went to the market to buy a lot of vegetables and also bought a refrigerator from the store. He only found out today that the old refrigerator in his home was broken. How could he survive without a refrigerator in such hot weather? When buying a refrigerator, Su Guotian strongly opposed it, but under Su Fengnian's insistence, he had to give up. Before returning to the village, Su Fengnian bought several 4G cameras and a smart refrigerator. As long as the refrigerator loses power, his mobile phone will prompt him to prevent his old father from not turning on the refrigerator to save electricity. The refrigerator will be delivered in the afternoon, but I didn't buy an air conditioner because it's cooler at night in my hometown. He bought a few electric fans, which temporarily solved the problem. Not long after I got home, the refrigerator was delivered. Fortunately, someone in the village had an electric tricycle, which took the car from the village entrance to home. The old man next door even came over to help very enthusiastically. After the refrigerator was installed, Su Fengnian cooked himself and invited Grandpa Hong and others to his home for dinner. I'm not at home all year round, but even though there are many old men in the village, they can really help when I encounter problems. In the evening, Su Fengnian cooked a large table of dishes and took out all the wine he had brought with him. Because he had to rush back home in the evening, after the food was cooked, Su Fengnian ate a few bites and was about to leave. It will probably be 1-2 in the morning when we get back to Yuncheng. Before leaving, he gave all the clothes he bought for his parents to Wang Yuhua. Wang Yuhua's eyes were red as she watched her son being so filial. Over the years, her son's college tuition was all earned by himself, and he often sent money home. She felt that they were failed parents, not only failing to help but also bringing down their children. Seeing his mother like this, Su Fengnian knew that she was having wild thoughts again. He hugged Wang Yuhua directly. Mom, what are you thinking about? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come into this world. It's not easy for you to raise me, and I'll be in charge of everything in the family from now on. Su Fengnian looked determined. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yuhua couldn't help but burst into tears. While the mother and son were talking in the house, a group of people were eavesdropping outside the door. Everyone outside was so moved that they all said that Su Guo was lucky. After chatting for a while, when Su Fengnian was about to leave, Wang Yuhua suddenly asked, "Son, when are you going to bring a girlfriend back?" Mom, I'm still young." Su Fengnian was interrupted by Wang Yuhua halfway through his words. "Son, you are not a child anymore. Try to bring one back home for the new year this year," Wang Yuhua said earnestly. After Su Fengnian responded with a few words, he drove away in shame. He knew that if he stayed any longer, the scene of loving mother and filial son would surely disappear. On the way back, he specifically sent a message to Chu Xian, asking her to leave the door open for him. "Brother Su, am I an unreasonable person?" Not long after the message was sent, Chu Xian called with a hint of complaint in her tone. After rushing all the way, Su Fengnian finally got home at 2 in the morning and didn't even have time to return the car. When I got home and opened the door, I found Chu Xian lying on the dining table with a bowl of dumplings on it. Chapter 20. I'm going to take a shower, wait for me. Chu Xian, who was sleeping on the dining table, changed into a more normal pair of pajamas today. Su Fengnian walked forward and gently pushed her shoulder. "Chu Xian, wake up, go to sleep in the room." After pushing her for a long time, she didn't wake up. It seemed that she was sleeping very deeply. He had no choice but to pick her up. But as soon as he picked her up, he found that Chu Xian's hands were automatically around his neck. Ha, this little girl. Su Fingyan laughed inwardly, and then he began to tease her softly. Oh, the date for pretending to be her boyfriend is coming up in a few days, and it seems like there is something important that has not been done between men and women. Why not do it today? When he said this, he noticed that Chu Xian's eyelids twitched and her heartbeat obviously quickened a lot. After entering the bedroom, Su Fingyan gently put her on the bed and whispered in her ear, I'm going to take a shower, wait for me. After saying that, he left the bedroom. Chu Xian, who was sleeping in bed, opened her eyes instantly. She felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and she felt extremely conflicted. She was wondering whether she should lock the bedroom door now. What if Su Fingyan really came in later? Should she resist or continue to pretend to sleep? Just as she was struggling with what to do, the sound of the shower in the bathroom stopped, and Chu Xian's heart was in her throat. After thinking it over, she finally decided to pretend to be asleep. In case Su Fingyan really wanted to do something wrong, she would suddenly wake up and stop him. Yeah, that's it. Just as she was waiting quietly in her heart, there was suddenly no movement outside the door. After waiting for a long time, Su Fingyan did not come into the room. She didn't dare to get up to check, so Chu Xian stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, Su Fingyan got up and changed his car, then took a taxi to work. While having lunch in the company cafeteria at noon, he saw Chu Xian looking at him with panda eyes and a resentful expression. Seeing this, Su Fingyan could only show a confused expression, lowered his head, quickly finished his meal, and left the restaurant. Since buying disposable umbrellas and placing them in the guard booth, Su Fingyan has been able to talk to many senior executives in the company, especially female executives. Originally, the security guard with the umbrella is not attractive, but it becomes different if you add the good looks. Just before getting off work in the afternoon, Su Fingyan received a call from Secretary Lu. Xiao Su, Mr. Li asked you to prepare in the next few days. Nyonyo will start school soon, and the house has been decorated. Just bring your own change of clothes and personal items. It's finally here, the job of full-time male nanny is officially online. Secretary Lu, can I ask you which company you are from? Su Fingyan asked tentatively. Because Secretary Lu was on the loudspeaker, Li Xian nodded slightly. Seeing the boss nod, Secretary Lu immediately replied, Li Investment. When he heard these 4 words, Su Fingyan knew it was a big conglomerate. But then I thought, if he is so rich, why did he only give me 300,000 yuan, and it was on a credit card? Really rich people are really smart. Okay, Secretary Lu, I'll prepare in the next few days and be at your disposal at any time. After Su Fingyan finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone. After get off work, he and Chu Xian rode home together. On the way, Chu Xian looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Fingyan didn't know how to start the conversation, so the two of them remained silent all the way. After arriving home, Chu Xian couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, can you not move out? If you move out, who will make delicious food for me? If you move out, I will have to explain myself when my parents come? If you move out, what should I do if I am scared alone at night? Looking at her pitiful appearance, Su Fingyan didn't know how to answer. Since the last time they met Chu Xian's parents, they never came again, and when they called Chu Xian, they never mentioned him, as if he didn't exist. Chu Xian, I have to move for my own reasons. I will come to see you when I am free and make delicious food for you. It's not like we will never see each other again, and we can still see each other in the company during the day, Su Fingyan explained. That's different. Chu Xian blurted out without thinking. What's the difference? Su Fingyan asked puzzledly. Just when he was confused, Chu Xian suddenly grabbed his hand and bit his arm hard, causing Su Fingyan to grimace in pain. Chu Xian, what are you doing? You are born in the year of the dog. He shook his hands, looked at the bloody teeth marks on his arm, and was completely stunned. Brother Su, you're such an idiot. After Chu Xian said that, she turned around and ran back to her room without even eating 2 bites of her meal. At this moment, Su Fingyan finally realized that she was not serious. He was doomed. However, he did not dwell on this issue. He put Chu Xian's favorite food into the thermal box, and after cleaning up the rest, he prepared to return to his room. Just after I finished cleaning up, I received a message from one Ruoyun on my phone. Brother, would you like to come drink and play games with me tonight? I remembered that the last time I borrowed the car, I agreed to help take it for maintenance, but I didn't have the time to go, and I didn't even wash the car. When returning the car, when Ruoyun didn't care and didn't say anything. But I always felt bad, so facing her invitation, I really had no reason to refuse. Before leaving, he sent a message to Chu Xin. He had already made the worst plan for the evening and would go directly to sleep in the company's night shift lounge. After he left, Chu Xin came out of the room, opened the thermal box, and ate while wiping her tears. He took a taxi to Wen Ruoyun's residential area. After the security guard made a phone call to confirm, he let him in directly. After Su Fengnian walked into the elevator, he sent a message. Wen Ruoyun, who received the message, pressed the elevator button. The community has one elevator for each household, and each owner can only go to his or her own floor. The elevator slowly went up, and when it reached the floor, the elevator door just opened and a captivating figure stood in front of him. Lace nightgown, a pair of snow-white legs wrapped in black stockings. Now Su Fengnian understood why Wen Ruoyun didn't go downstairs to pick him up today. This outfit is really not suitable for going out. After swallowing a few times, Su Fengnian lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the woman in front of him. The front of the nightgown was unusually low, but no matter what Wen Ruoyun did, she was too lazy to cover it with her hands symbolically. The sight of spring was so beautiful that Su Fengnian didn't know where to look. Seeing him so aggrieved, Wen Ruoyun felt extremely excited. She didn't get the title of the social butterfly for nothing. It's not easy to control little brothers. After entering the room, Wen Ruoyun grabbed Su Fengnian's hand without any hesitation, went to the esports room and started preparing to log in. Under the colorful lights of the esports room, Wen Ruoyun looks extremely sexy. After the game started, Wen Ruoyun didn't care about her image. She sat cross-legged and listened crazily with headphones on, just like an internet addict girl. This made Su Fengnian, who was standing by, completely unable to concentrate, and his level today dropped a lot. After playing a few games, Su Fengnian felt that he was not in good shape, so he suggested taking a break. Wen Ruoyun felt a little hungry, so she asked Su Fengnian to make something for her. She went to the wine cellar and got out a few bottles of wine. After getting some snacks, the two went to the music room to find a movie to watch together. The atmosphere in the audio-visual room was even more ambiguous, and Wen Ruoyun was leaning on Su Fengnian's shoulder. If someone only glanced at it, they could see the bottomless abyss. Amatba, what a sin! Chapter 21, afraid that the poor would see it, and afraid that the rich would not see it. I originally wanted to pick a Hollywood blockbuster or something, but Wen Ruoyun thought it was boring and said she wanted to find a romance movie to watch. I picked one at random, but the movie started with scenes that were not suitable for children. Seeing this, Su Fengnian was completely stunned, and cursed in his heart, "Big sister, you are doing this on purpose, right? There is no way to test people like this." He didn't know if there was something spiked in the wine, but he felt dry mouth and tongue all over, and he was extremely restless. And Wen Ruoyun beside him kept forcing him to drink. All signs indicate that if I don't leave, something terrible will definitely happen. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, the woman next to him simply lay down in his arms. In the dim light, her eyes were like a lake shrouded in mist, hazy and vague, as if hiding endless stories. The slightly swollen red lips were faintly flushed, soft and plump, and as they opened and closed, there was a hint of innocence in their charm. At this moment, Su Fengnian felt that anyone who could remain unmoved in this situation was either a eunuch or a gay. He looked expressionless on the surface, but his brother had already entered a state of madness. Just as he was trying to suppress himself, Wen Ruoyun's voice in his arms was as thin as a thread. "Brother, do you know why some women like to wear low-cut clothes but always cover them with their hands?" The sudden question made Su Fengnian confused. Who the hell knows this? Is this a brain teaser? Just when he was feeling depressed, Wen Ruoyun in his arms continued to whisper, "Because they are afraid that the poor will see it, and they are also afraid that the rich will not see it." After hearing this, Su Fengnian suddenly realized that this was the truth. He felt that this was very appropriate and there was nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, he asked subconsciously without even thinking, "What if I don't cover it up in front of the poor?" When Ruoyun in his arms suddenly reached out and stroked Su Fengnian's cheek, "That means this woman likes the poor man in front of her." "Ahem, hee, so that's how it is." After hearing this, Su Fengnian's speech became a little incoherent. He was not stupid. He understood the meaning behind Wen Ruoyun's words and understood why she asked such a question earlier. It turned out that she had planned all this, just to make me ask this question. The woman in front of me was so scary that I looked like a fool in front of her. Be it emotional intelligence or experience, they are not on the same level at all. Wen Ruoyun was a little surprised that the boy in front of her didn't take any further action. She had done so much, why was her brother still indifferent? Could it be that he didn't like women? But the hard object under her told her that the man in front of her was a normal man. Sister, I want to go to the bathroom, please. Su Fengnian stuttered. Hearing this, Wen Ruoyun smiled slightly and slowly moved away from him. Su Fengnian pulled up his pants and ran to the bathroom dejectedly, and came back after a long time. Wen Ruoyun found that he seemed to have washed his face, and his t-shirt and hair were a little wet. After he sat down, Wen Ruoyun did not lean over to him directly, but continued drinking. Su Fengnian, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it any longer and quickly stopped her. Sister, drink less. You still have to go to work tomorrow. I'm happy today, it's okay. Besides, you're here for me if I drink too much. Wen Ruoyun smiled. Sister, aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you when you are drunk and do something bad to you? Su Fengnian asked tentatively. Hearing this, Wen Ruoyun came over directly, gently lifted his chin with her index finger, and said in a tender voice, Brother, do you have the guts to do that? In this posture, the entire picture of the abyss was almost presented in front of Su Fengnian's eyes. This made his brother, who had finally calmed down, become restless again. Sister, I was just joking, ha ha ha. After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he quickly sat aside and kept taking deep breaths. And so, the two continued watching movies and drinking. Su Fengnian didn't drink much because he was afraid that if he drank more he would really lose control of himself. Wen Ruoyun didn't say much and just drank by herself. Halfway through the movie, the climax occurred. The hero and heroine are about to perform foreplay for human reproduction, but what happens afterwards is naturally not visible. But often foreplay has the greatest destructive power. The dim lights, the panting sounds coming from the speakers, and the woman not far away looking at him lovingly. At this moment, Su Fengnian felt as if he would rather die than live, and thought that it would be better for him to leave as soon as possible. He must not do anything stupid. Just as he was about to get up, Wen Ruoyun suddenly fell into his arms, looking drunk. Su Fengnian cursed in his heart, Sis, I told you to drink less, now you've drunk too much. Just as he was about to get up to get her a blanket, Wen Ruoyun in his arms suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him straight, Brother, don't leave tonight, okay? You can do whatever you want, sister is yours tonight. Hearing these vicious words, Su Fengnian was completely dumbfounded. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, he suddenly saw the wine on the table in the audio-visual room. He roughly counted it and it seemed that he had not drunk many bottles, and they were all red wine. At this moment, he remembered the bill from the last bar and seemed to understand something. Since his sister wants to play, he will play with her. He gently pulled off the belt on Wen Ruoyun's nightgown, covered her eyes with it, and whispered in her ear, Sister, wait for me. After saying that, he stood up and opened the door of the audio-visual room. Wen Ruoyun, who was standing behind him, felt a little nervous, wondering if she had gone too far. I didn't expect this brother to be so good at playing. She felt like she had shot herself in the foot. But even though she thought so, she felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Now she herself was confused. What was wrong with her? She had originally just wanted to tease her brother. After waiting in the audio-visual room for a long time and not seeing Su Fengnian come back, she suddenly realized something and immediately stood up to check her phone. Sure enough, I received a message on my phone, Sister, it's getting late. I'm leaving first. Drink less and go to bed early. The signature left is, your cutest brother. Looking at the signature, Wen Ruoyun laughed out loud. Sure enough, she would not make a mistake in choosing someone. There are still men in this world who can be relied on. After taking a taxi back home, Su Fengnian checked the time and opened the door just in time, thinking to himself, Fortunately, I'm not late. He returned to the house, turned on the light in his room, and just as he was about to take his pajamas to take a shower, he found Zhu Xian sleeping on his bed. After seeing him come back, Zhu Xian sat up and sniffed with her nose. Su Fengnian, tell me the truth, where did you go to fool around? Why do you smell like alcohol and women? At this moment, Su Fengnian felt like he was having a good time outside and was checked up by his girlfriend when he got home. Zhu Xian, I went to Sister Wen's house to drink with her. Didn't she lend me her car last time? He didn't hide anything and confessed it honestly. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong, so there was nothing to hide. After learning that Su Fengnian was going to Wen Ruoyun's house, Zhu Xian pouted and said, Brother Su, could it be that you like women like that? Zhu Xian, I want to correct what you said. Su Fengnian raised the corner of his mouth. Ha? Zhu Xian looked at him puzzledly. I should say that I like all beauties. As soon as he said this, a pillow flew over as expected. This time, Su Fengnian dodged it easily. It is impossible for a person to fall in the same place twice. Just when he was feeling proud, Chu Xian simply lowered her head and bumped into him. Ah! Chapter 22. A gentleman loves money and earns it in a proper way. After fighting for a while, Su Fingnian deliberately gave in and kept begging for mercy before he managed to coax the young lady into submission. After Chu Xian returned to her room, Su Fingnian sighed inwardly. It turns out that women are the hardest to please, of course, with the exception of Niu Niu. Just as he was about to lie down to sleep, he faintly heard crying coming from the next room. He sighed, climbed out of bed very reluctantly, went to the living room, leaned against Chu Xian's door and listened for a while. It turned out that the little girl was crying, but he didn't understand why she was crying. I just wanted to knock on the door and go in, but when I thought about going in empty-handed, I really didn't know how to coax her. After thinking about it, he went to look in the refrigerator and saw some chicken rings. He fried a few and added some ketchup before knocking on the door with the plate in hand. After a long while, Chu Xian finally opened the door. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Su Fingnian pretended not to see them and said calmly, "Chu Xian, I'm a little hungry. I made some food. Do you want to join us?" Poof. Chu Xian turned her head and ignored him. "Can you please give me a favor and have something to eat with me?" Su Fingnian said sincerely. Looking at his expression, Chu Xian turned around, walked straight to the living room, and sat down on the dining chair. "Putting aside other things, this is the huge sum of 100,000 yuan that my parents gave me to provide me with food and clothing. What does this little grievance of mine mean?" After figuring this out, Su Fingnian lowered his attitude even more. "Xianer, come and try it. If you don't like it, I'll get something else," Su Feng said in a young voice. The two words Xianer directly broke through Chu Xian's psychological defenses. The coldness on her face faded visibly, and she pouted and picked up the chicken roll in front of her and started eating. Su Fengnian was not idle either. He came behind her and rubbed her shoulders. "I thought that although this transaction was over, what if I needed to pretend to be a boyfriend in the future?" They were all old customers who knew each other well, so the repurchase rate must be high. When he approached Chu Xian and put his hands on her shoulders, a unique fragrance of a young girl wafted into his face. "The girl in front of me has always been well protected by her family, and now she is like a bud waiting to bloom. I don't know if I pressed too hard or it was too comfortable, but Chu Xian unknowingly made a misleading sound. Ahem, miss, are you satisfied with my service?" In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Su Fengnian suddenly asked. "It's okay. My calves are a little sore too. Please massage them for me," Chu Xian said in a cold tone. Su Fengnian, who was massaging his shoulders, turned pale when he heard this. "Damn, you are still asking for more, right? A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. I am not completely clueless." Before he could finish complaining in his mind, Chu Xian took out a red bill from somewhere and put it on the table. Seeing this scene, Su Fengnian regained his eager look. "Miss, please sit on the sofa so that I can serve you better." Su Fengnian had a flattering expression. In this way, except for the places that could not be touched, Su Fengnian pressed all other places on the body. Finally, Chu Xian returned to the room contentedly, and left behind a few red bills when she left. Nowadays, everyone pays with mobile phones, and Su Fengnian hasn't seen such a heart-moving red for a long time. At night, he put the red bills under his pillow and fell asleep peacefully. Chu Xian also seemed to have discovered some huge secret. If a problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem for her. Thinking of this, she seemed to have no worries at all, and fell asleep soon after falling on the bed. Soon, it was the weekend. Su Fengnian is going to move this weekend, and Secretary Liu has already sent him the address. He will start sending Niu Niu to school on Monday. As for where he would move to, he did not tell Chu Xian. He just said that his former roommate rented a house and wanted to find someone to share the house with, and the two of them just hit it off. Chu Xian looked depressed when she heard that he would rather live with his brothers than with her. She went back to her bedroom and looked in the mirror, then looked down at her chest and turned to look at her hips in the mirror. "With a curvy figure, I look pretty good no matter how you look at me. Brother Su, what should I say if my parents ask?" Chu Xian asked. Su Fengnian had already thought of an excuse for this question. "Chu Xian, if your parents ask, just say that it was me who suggested that we live separately. It's not appropriate for us to live together so rashly. If they want to come over someday, just tell me in advance and I'll come back to entertain them." Seeing Su Fengnian say this, Chu Xian had no choice but to nod, but she looked very unhappy. Xu Xian didn't take the quilt or anything else with him. He asked him to keep it and come back anytime he wanted. Su Fengnian didn't expect this. Xu Xian, I'm really leaving. Don't think about me at night. Before leaving, Su Fengnian did not forget to tease her. But this time, Xu Xian stood at the door and didn't rush out to hit him, nor did she curse at him, but just stood at the door silently. This made Su Fengnian feel a little embarrassed. He turned around and put down the suitcase. Just as he was about to say something, Xu Xian ran over and bumped into his arms, saying with a hint of tears in her voice, "Remember to think of me." Su Fengnian looked confused, as if they were parting life and death. "I'll see him tomorrow at work." But in Xu Xian's heart, she has already regarded him as a part of her life. The 2 months of living together day and night made Xu Xian develop special feelings towards Su Fengnian. After hugging for a long time, Xu Xian finally let go. Su Fengnian took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Okay, my lady, it's not a life and death separation. I'll be there for you whenever you need me." He looked gentle. "Really?" Xu Xian raised her head with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Probably. I think so." Su Fengnian was a little hesitant. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of small fists hit his chest continuously. Xu Xian accompanied Su Fengnian to the gate of the community and waited until he got into the car before returning to the house. Looking at the empty room, she felt empty inside. Sitting in the taxi, Su Fengnian looked at the faintly visible teeth marks on his arm and smiled bitterly in his heart. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the gate of an upscale residential area. As soon as I got off the car, Nyo, who was not far away, ran over. Su Fengnian bent down and picked Nyo up. The two of them stayed together for a long time before Su Fengnian put her on the suitcase. Li Xian, who was not far away, also came over. At the first sight of her, Su Fengnian felt that this older sister was more beautiful. The feeling she gives people is, how should I put it, everything about her is just right. Li Xian made a gesture to him, and Su Fengnian finally reacted and pushed Nyo to follow. After arriving at the community, I found that the layout of this community was a bit similar to the community where Wen Ruoyan lived. Moreover, the distance between the two communities is not very far. After looking at the map carefully, I found that the community where I was going to live was in a triangle with Xu Xian and Wen Ruoyan. Is this a coincidence or? While he was thinking about this question, he had already arrived at the floor where he lived. It is still one elevator per household, and this time he is the temporary owner. I swiped the card to open the door, and when I walked in, I saw that it really looked like Wen Ruoyan's house. It also has the layout of a large flat, but the decoration style is more cozy. After a tour, I found that many of the rooms inside were prepared for Nyo. For example, practice rooms, dance rooms, painting rooms, and handicraft rooms. What surprised him most was that there was a pet room, which contained 2 cats, insects, and reptiles such as lizards in a constant temperature box, and various fish in a closed fish tank. After seeing this, Su Fengnian finally understood that ordinary people like them had already lost when they were born. Chapter 23. Then Mom and I will wait for you in bed. After putting down the suitcase, Su Fengnian walked into the kitchen naturally. Seeing this scene, Li Xian showed a puzzled expression. It seems that there was no introduction in the background check that he could cook. Originally, she planned to arrange for an aunt from her family to come and take care of their daily life. After arriving in the kitchen, Su Fengnian took a look at the refrigerator. There was some meat in it, and there were also some vegetables in the kitchen. These should not be prepared for him. Just as he put on his apron and was about to start washing vegetables, Li Xian came over. "Can you cook?" "A little." "Oh, if you don't know how to do it, don't be so stubborn. I'll ask Auntie to come over later." Seeing that his big money sponsor didn't trust him so much, Su Fengnian decided to show off his skills today. Without further ado, he started taking action. Watching him wash and cut vegetables, Li Xian thought that he could cook, but whether he was good at it was another matter. Normally, when Nyo was alone with her, she would either play with toys or read comic books. But when she saw Su Fengnian today, it seemed that Nyo only had her father in her eyes. He was cooking in the kitchen, and Nyo took a small chair and sat beside him, watching with admiration. At this moment, Li Xian felt as if something that belonged to her was about to be taken away by someone else. In this way, a big beauty and a little beauty kept staring at Su Fengnian. Soon, one delicious dish after another came out of the pot: mashed potatoes, steamed eggs, mashed chicken, which were suitable for Nyo to eat. In addition, chicken breast salad, steamed fish, and stir-fried broccoli were made for Li Xin. Looking at the ingredients in the refrigerator and the kitchen, as well as the seasonings prepared in the kitchen, Su Fingnian could roughly guess the general tastes of these two beauties. The more than 10 years of cooking I have done were not in vain. I almost became a chef at the beginning. Seeing the table full of dishes, Nyo couldn't wait to go to the table and start eating. Li Xian looked at her with an incredible expression. How do you know the dishes we like to eat, and cook them in almost the same way? Faced with the questions from the big money bag, Su Fingnian explained very patiently. After listening to it, Li Xian realized that she still lacked understanding of the father of this child who was obtained for nothing. Nyo's mouth was full of food. Looking at her enjoying expression, you could tell that the food was to her liking. I remember that every time it was time to eat at home, Nyo would never eat obediently, and the aunt would always chase her to feed her. He was surprisingly obedient today and started eating by himself without needing anyone to feed him. Seeing her daughter having such an appetite, Li Xian couldn't help but sit down at the dining table. After trying the dishes she usually ate, her expression changed slightly, but she suppressed her surprise and continued eating with a blank expression. Sister Li, how is it? Well, it's okay. Li Xian replied indifferently. But seeing her eating bite by bite without any intention of stopping, Su Fingnian knew that his meal was a success. After eating, Nyo clamored to wash the dishes with her father. In this way, the father and daughter washed the dishes together in the kitchen, and did not forget to play with water while washing the dishes. Li Xian felt jealous when she saw this scene. Neither she nor Nyo had ever done such an intimate thing before. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Nyo felt a little sleepy. Su Fingnian brought Nyo to her little room. The bed was shaped like a princess carriage. In addition to a cute writing desk, there was also a dressing table. Not to mention anything else, just the princess-shaped carriage. He wanted to sleep in it and take a look. After Nyo jumped onto the bed, she waved at him. This was the only time he didn't hesitate and climbed onto the bed directly, ready to coax Nyo to sleep. But just after they went to bed and before he could think of a story to tell, Nyo fell asleep leaning on his arm. When he slowly stood up and left the room, Li Xian was tidying up her room. Sister Li, are you sleeping here too? Well, you need to come and sleep over sometimes. Clean up your room yourself. Okay, Sister Li. Su Fingnian was just about to go to his room when he heard a voice behind him. Nyo fell asleep so quickly? Yes, Sister Li, she fell asleep before I could even think of a story to tell. After saying that, he went straight into his room. As soon as I entered the house, I found that the room was fully equipped with furniture and appliances. The area was very large, and there was also a separate bathroom in the room. When I visited just now, I mainly visited Nyo's room and did not visit my own and Li Xian's rooms. I originally thought that my room was just a servant's room, nothing special to look at. Now it seems that I was too narrow-minded in thinking about others. I hung all my clothes in the closet, took out my old antique notebook, and prepared to make a weekly menu plan. This way, I can make breakfast and dinner for Nyo according to the recipe, so I don't have to think about what to cook every time. Just when he was concentrating on making the recipe, Li Xian came behind him without him knowing. When I finished making the recipe and was stretching, I suddenly felt a soft touch on my hand. He quickly turned around and found that Li Xian was standing behind him. I must have touched something I shouldn't have touched just now. I'm screwed now. Just as he was about to apologize, Li Xian asked about the recipe. Is this made for Nyo? Li Xian looked confused. Yes, that is. I just said. Su Fingnian answered cautiously. Oh, it's okay. I'll go to the company first. I'll come back for dinner in the evening. After saying that, Li Xian left the bedroom. Only after seeing Li Xian leave did Su Fingnian breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know why, but when facing Li Xian, he always feels a sense of oppression. Maybe it's because the big boss's aura is too strong. He didn't have the time to think about this. His main job at the moment was to take good care of Nyo. If I take good care of Nyo, it is possible that one day the big sponsor will be happy and give me a reward of 1 or 2 million. While Nyo is sleeping, he plans to buy some parenting books online. After all, it's his first time being a father and he doesn't have much experience. After Nyo woke up in the afternoon, Su Fingnian accompanied her to paint and let her ride on him like a horse. She didn't look at her phone the whole afternoon. It was only when dinner was ready in the evening and Li Xian and Nyo finished their meal and went to take a shower that she picked up her phone and looked at it. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did, I was shocked. There were hundreds of messages and many missed calls. Half belongs to Chu Xin and half belongs to Wen Ruoyun. He quickly sent messages to explain that he had lost his phone while moving today and didn't notice it. After he finished replying the message, he found Li Xin pulling Niu Niu out of the master bedroom. Maybe she didn't expect that there would be someone else at home, so Li Xin habitually put on her usual nightgown. The white lace looks a bit similar to Wen Ruoyun's black one. Just as Su Fengnian was silently admiring it, Niu Niu suddenly ran over and said, "Dad, you should take a bath too. After you're done, we can go to bed and tell stories together." Hearing Niu Niu's words, Su Fengnian subconsciously glanced at Li Xin and found that she didn't say anything. But he was too embarrassed to take a shower in the bathroom in the master bedroom. "Niu Niu, you and Mommy just finished taking a shower. The bathroom is too hot. Daddy will go to another room to take a shower." "Okay, Dad, then Mom and I will wait for you in the bed." This sounded a bit awkward to him. Moreover, Li Xin on the side remained silent the whole time, and he didn't know whether to allow it or not. But he didn't think too much about it and took a bath first. When he came out of the shower, he found the mother and son waiting for him on the bed in the master bedroom. Looking at the beauties lying in the master bedroom, Su Fengnian felt that this deal was a huge profit. Chapter 24. I want my parents to hold me while I sleep. The bed was quite wide. Su Fengnian leaned on Niu Niu's left side and Li Xin leaned on the right side. After taking a shower, he found that Li Xin had changed into conservative home clothes, but even so, it could not hide her sexy figure. Just when Li Xin was about to tell a story, Niu Niu pulled Su Fengnian's hand, indicating that her father should tell the story. Fortunately, he had made up for some children's fairy tales at noon and started directly with the story of Winnie the Pooh. He didn't remember some of the content very clearly, so he made up a paragraph based on the context. Niu Niu listened carefully and didn't find any problems. Li Xin, who was sleeping nearby, heard something wrong, as if the content was different from the original version. Fortunately, the changes in content were not exaggerated and were within her acceptable range, so she did not speak up to stop it. After telling the story for a while, Niu Niu fell into a deep sleep. Just when Su Fengnian was about to say something to Li Xin, he found that even his mother had fallen asleep. According to the procedure, he must go back to his bedroom to sleep. But just as he was about to get up, he found that Niu Niu's hand was still pulling him. Seeing this, he felt helpless, but after using a little force, Niu Niu actually opened her eyes. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" But this Su Fengnian had no idea how to answer this question. At this time, Li Xin beside her also woke up. She often suffers from insomnia, and for some reason she fell asleep inexplicably today. When she just woke up, she felt a small hand grab her hand and then put her hand on another large hand. "I want my parents to hold me while I sleep." Niu Niu, who said this, hadn't noticed that the expressions of the two people beside her had become very exaggerated, especially Su Fengnian, who had already planned not to wash his hands tomorrow. Li Xin on the other side turned her head away, so her expression could not be seen clearly. After a while, Niu Niu fell asleep again, and even snored softly. Just when Su Fengnian was still immersed in the pair of slender, white and tender hands in his palms, a cold voice rang out, "How long are you going to hold them?" Li Xin directly withdrew his left hand. Seeing this, Su Fengnian scratched his head awkwardly. "Sisterly, I'm sorry, I'll go back to my room first." "Yeah." Li Xin responded softly. Su Fengnian picked up the blanket and gently covered Niu Niu before slowly getting up and leaving. His movements were gentle and his eyes were full of fatherly love. After Su Fengnian left, Li Xin slowly got up and went to the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror. "I am already 36 years old this year, but with proper exercise, diet and high-end skincare products, I don't look like I am 36 years old at all. If you don't know, you would think she is 28 years old." But every night, Li Xin would take off her makeup and stare at herself in the mirror, fearing that one day she would see herself with a face full of wrinkles and a head full of white hair. In front of outsiders, she is a cold goddess and a domineering female CEO, but in private she is a fragile little woman. Every late night, she longs for a like-minded partner to be by her side. There are some companionship that Niu Niu cannot give. She went back to bed and slept next to Niu Niu, with her eyes wide open. She couldn't sleep again. In the early morning, when a ray of sunlight shone in, Li Xin woke up with a start. "When I woke up, I found that Niu Niu was gone." She got up in a hurry, walked into the living room, and found Niu Niu was already sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Su Fengnian was packing her small school bag, water cup and other things. It has absolutely nothing to do with her as a mother. After seeing her get up, Su Fingnian greeted her. Breakfast is in the steamer and I'm afraid it will get cold. I'll take Nyo to school first. Before Li Xian could react, Su Fingnian and Nyo had already left home hand in hand. She only came to her senses when she heard the door slam. I took the breakfast out of the steamer and tasted it. I found it was really delicious. It was even better than the one my aunt made at home. After eating, I washed up and prepared to go to the company. Today is the first day of kindergarten. Many of the new students in the small class at the school gate are crying and don't want to go to school. Nyo also wanted to cry, but Su Fingnian told her that as long as she studied hard, she could see her father every day. Hearing this, Nyo showed a determined look and wiped her tears with her little hands. Dad, Nyo will go to school well. Originally Su Fingnian just said it casually, but he didn't expect Nyo to answer him so seriously. The two of them made a pinky promise at the door, saying that those who lied were all dogs. Before entering the school gate, Nyo looked back every few steps with an aggrieved expression, which made Su Fingnian's heart melt. After sending the child to school, he got up and went to work. He was definitely late today. This was the first day he was late since he started working. As soon as he arrived at the company, Zhang Yi asked him to go to the captain's office. Su Fingnian thought to himself that he was doomed and would definitely be criticized. Walking to the door of the office, he knocked on it nervously. Come in. After getting permission, he pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Su is here, please sit down. After Sun Guixing said this, he went to pour him a glass of water. He was a little confused by this wave of operations. What was going on? Seeing his nervous expression, Sun Guixing smiled and said, Don't be nervous, Xiao Su. I'm not calling you here because you were late today, but because of something else. Captain Sun, what do you want to talk to me about? He picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip, then looked at Sun Guixing with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Su, you may not know yet, but the Human Resources Department issued a notice today to transfer you to another position. Hearing this, Su Fingnian's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? It seemed that he hadn't made any mistakes in the past 2 months. Captain Sun, which department are you going to transfer me to? Don't be nervous, Xiao Su. Sun Guixing took a few forms from the table and handed them over. It's a good thing. Looking at the form handed over by Sun Guixing, I found that it was the entry form for the RD department, technical department, and sales department. This made him a little confused. Did this mean that he still had a choice? Looking at his surprised expression, Sun Guixing was also a little confused. When he received the notice this morning, he was completely confused. When he saw that so many departments wanted him, he felt that this young man was no ordinary person, and might be a royal relative. He knows several people in the company whose identities can be confirmed, and there are also several people whose identities have not been confirmed. So judging from the company's actions, Xiao Su's background must not be simple. Captain Sun, can I think about it? Looking at the form in front of him, Su Fingnian asked in a low voice. Of course, the Human Resources Department asks you to give us a reply within a week. Okay, Captain Sun, I'll go to the sentry box first. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to come and see me. Having said that, Sun Guixing personally stood up and opened the door for Su Fingnian. Sun Guixing's attitude changed so much that Su Fingnian was no fool and he figured out the reason. Thank you, Captain Sunday. No matter where I go in the future, I will be a member of the security department. Hearing this, Sun Guixing's smile became visibly wider. Xiao Su, you are thoughtful. After Su Fingnian said a few polite words, he left the office. When he arrived at the booth and looked at the form in front of him, he didn't know how to choose. Originally, he applied for the RD department, but was replaced by someone else. He wanted to go to the RD department and see who replaced his position. This is also a concern in his heart. But what about the sales department? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. When Ruoyun, director of sales? Chapter 25, a difficult decision. Just as Su Fingnian was in a daze, his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What you worry about will come true. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone rang. Brother, have you seen the form? When Ruoyun's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It sounded like she was still at home, not in the company. I see, sister. Su Fingnian responded. How about coming to the sales department to help your sister? When Ruoyun said softly. "Sister, but I know nothing about sales." Su Fengnian was a little embarrassed. "Brother, who was born knowing how to do something? I'm here to take care of you, so there's nothing to worry about." Wen Ruoyun comforted him patiently. Su Fengnian was in a state of confusion. If he went to the sales department, he would undoubtedly be walking into a tiger's mouth. Wen Ruoyun was not someone to be trifled with. But he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, "Sister, can you let me think about it?" "Okay, brother. Sister will wait for your good news," Wen Ruoyun said and hung up the phone. Today, Li Xian also came to the company. Tianxin Technology is just a relatively large technology company under her group, and she is just a figurehead chairman. She seldom comes to the company. Except for a very few senior executives, many employees don't know what the chairman looks like. This time, Secretary Lu reported to her about the company's daily affairs and mentioned that several departments wanted to transfer Su Fengnian there. She came here specially to see what was going on. Li Xian never interferes too much in personnel transfers within the company and only participates in major decisions. The daily operations and management of the company are the responsibility of the CEO. It was Secretary Lu who arranged for Su Fengnian to work as a security guard in the company. This small position would not alarm other senior executives of the company at all. So people in the company don't know the relationship between Su Fengnian and the chairman, and no one will care about a small security guard. Li Xian's original intention was to let Su Fengnian get familiar with the company environment first, observe his abilities and character, and then slowly transfer him to another position. But I didn't expect that in just 2 months, so many departments wanted to recruit him. After she arrived at the company, she asked around and found out that Su Fengnian had gotten to know most of the company's senior management in the past 2 months. He was very sophisticated and had provided advice to the company's R&D department and solved technical problems for the technical department. As for the sales department, he didn't make any special contribution. I guess they valued his ability to deal with people. This is what Secretary Lu wrote in the investigation report he gave her. On the surface, Su Fengnian can talk to beauties like Wen Ruoyun and Chu Xian, which is what the boys in the company are most jealous of. Now the company's beautiful receptionist will go to Su Fengnian instead of calling the technical department when there is a problem with the computer. Not to mention the security department, all the monitoring issues were handled by Su Fengnian. He also designed several special mini-programs for the security department's monitoring system. Now Su Fengnian's prestige in the security department is only slightly lower than that of the captain. Zhang Yi is now on good terms with him and is too embarrassed to call himself the big brother. After the notice from the Human Resources Department came down today, colleagues in the security department all looked worried. People with high emotional intelligence are welcome everywhere. Usually, Su Fengnian was the one who treated people the most. Although he always treated people to cheap barbecue and hot pot, and occasionally treated them to milk tea, coffee, etc., the frequency was too high. After reading the report, Li Xian had a blank expression on her face, except for a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. Although she is only Niu Niu's temporary father, she still hopes that this father is a capable and outstanding person. Judging from his current performance, Su Fengnian has already met her minimum standards. After reading the report, Li Xian left the company. She didn't intend to interfere in this matter and let Su Fengnian choose to develop freely. She wanted to see how far he could go. While having lunch in the company cafeteria at noon, Su Fengnian was absent-minded the whole time. He thought about the time when he gave advice to the R&D department and solved a technical problem for the technical department. He probably thought that was why the two departments wanted him to go there. As for the sales department, it must be because of Wen Ruoyun. He definitely couldn't go there. This sister was very ruthless, so he should avoid provoking her. While he was eating, Chu Xian came over with a plate in her hand. Zhang Yi and others who were originally sitting next to Su Fengnian sat somewhere else tactfully. "Brother Su, come to the R&D department." Chu Xian picked up a piece of meat and handed it to his bowl. "Would you like to come with me?" Hearing this, Su Fengnian was confused. He had always thought Chu Xian was in the technical department, maybe a clerk in the technical department or something. He never thought she would be in the R&D department. "You are also in the R&D department?" Su Fengnian asked in surprise. "Yes, I'm an AI software engineer," Chu Xian said, and handed the work badge on her chest to him. Looking at the work badge on Chu Xian's chest, Su Fengnian suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this girl in front of him be the one who would replace him? Chu Xin said that the original probation period was 3 months, but she was converted to a regular employee today and issued a new work badge. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Just as Su Fengnian was shocked, a figure that attracted the attention of countless male compatriots walked in front of them. Su Fengnian, come to the sales department. You have the potential to become a sales elite. Wen Ruoyun was like a stranger to him at this moment. She did not have the tone and expression of an older sister next door that she usually had in private. Instead, it was a relationship of superior and subordinate. This scene made everyone in the security department drop their jaws in shock. Especially Zhang Yi, his jaw almost dropped. Of course it wasn't tea because the food was so delicious, but because I saw the two beauties in the company. One is a longtime queen in the company, dominating the charts for many years. The other is a new star, young and sweet, with a completely different style. Director Wen, it's not good for you to come out in person to snatch people away. Chu Xin is not afraid of anyone in the company. If she didn't want to stay away from her parents, she wouldn't have come to her aunt's company. So she dares to confront anyone in the company. My personal appearance shows that I value you. Wen Ruoyun was not annoyed. For her as the sales director, this kind of situation was just a small matter. Brother Su, it's up to you. You must think carefully about where to go. After Chu Xin said that, she stood up and left. As soon as Chu Xin left, Su Fengnian couldn't help but bend down and rub his ankle. This girl's feet are so cute. Wen Ruoyun, who was standing by, saw this and her face darkened. She found that the relationship between the two was not as simple as she thought. But she didn't ask anything, and this occasion was not appropriate. Xiao Su, please think about it carefully and give me an answer as soon as possible. When turning around, Wen Ruoyun secretly winked at Su Fengnian, which made someone shudder all over. At this moment, he remembered a phrase, Medusa's gaze. After the two beauties left, Zhang Yi and others sat down again. Brother Su, that's awesome. President Wen usually eats in the restaurant upstairs, but he comes to the first floor just for you. Zhang Yi said enviously. Yeah, Brother Su, do you have any secret book on beheading women for sale? I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. Others also joked. Listening to the people around him talking more and more nonsense, Zhang Yi coughed and asked them to talk less. This is a restaurant after all, so it would be better to go back to the security department and talk behind closed doors. Don't envy me. Su Fengnian rubbed his head. I have a terrible headache right now, and I don't know what to do. Brother Su, you don't know how lucky you are. Zhang Yi said. That's right, he's still ungrateful after getting an advantage. Others echoed. Seeing his colleagues from the security department teasing him like that, Su Fengnian quickly ate a few mouthfuls of food and left this place of trouble. After dinner, I just returned to the guard post and received 2 messages on my mobile phone. Brother, come to my house tonight and drink with me. This was sent by Wen Ruoyun. Xiao Niannian, I want to eat the food you cook. This was sent by Chu Xin. Su Fengnian looked at the 2 messages, rubbed his temples with both hands, and felt a headache. Chapter 26. The child's mother smiles so beautifully. After seeing the message, Su Fengnian felt a headache, as if he was forced into a desperate situation. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, it would be great if I could use the art of splitting myself into 2 bodies. I could have either a spiritual body or a Taoist body. But the reality is that he can only deal with this sudden trio by himself. Just when he was getting anxious, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was a message from the account he had never contacted after adding green letter, I'll be home for dinner tonight. Just 6 words made Su Fengnian feel like the sky was falling. He took a deep breath and said to himself, the weak find excuses, the strong find solutions. I am not someone who gives up easily. After calming down, he quickly took action. First, she sent a message to Wen Ruoyun, sister, it's okay, but I will be back late at night because I have something else to do. Then he sent another message to Chu Xin, I may not be able to make it in time for dinner, so I'll arrange a midnight snack for you. Please send me the dishes you want to eat in advance. Finally, he sent a message to Li Xin, okay, sisterly, you can tell me if there is anything you want to eat. After sending the message, Su Fengnian waited for a long time but did not receive any reply. He couldn't help but wonder if he was disconnected or if there was something wrong with his phone. Just when he was wondering, his cell phone suddenly rang 3 times in a row, and 3 messages arrived almost at the same time. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, did these people discuss this? He clicked on Wen Ruoyun's message first, okay brother, sister will wait for you no matter how late it is. After reading it, he quickly long pressed the dialog box and selected Do Not Show This Chat. Then, he clicked on Chu Xian's message, Okay, I'll think about what to eat and send it to you later. Seeing this message, Su Fengnian felt speechless. Chu Xian was already a professional, so why was she still so heartless? But for some reason, he actually thought she was cute like this, and even liked her a little. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of this strange thought. Finally, he clicked on Li Xian's message. Sure enough, there was no need to click to see it, just 2 words, whatever. Su Fengnian smiled helplessly, having long been accustomed to this style of being frugal with words. After sending the message, Su Fengnian began to prepare ingredients for dinner. He pulled out his phone and quickly placed an order for the ingredients he needed. At this moment, he suddenly realized what a hassle it was to not have a car. After checking the balance on his card, he thought it wouldn't be a problem to buy a cheap car, but when he thought about the subsequent expenses such as insurance, gas, parking fees, etc., he immediately gave up the idea. He opened the map and studied the distances, trying to plan a reasonable itinerary. Should he go to Wenruoyun first, or go to Chu Xian's house first? He hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to ask AI for help. He input various conditions, and the AI quickly gave a perfect itinerary: pick up Nyo, go home to cook, coax Nyo to sleep, then go out to Chu Xian's house first, and finally go to Wenruoyun's place, and come back before 12 o'clock. There's nothing wrong with technology changing the future. Su Fengnian couldn't help but sigh. In the afternoon, the errand boy delivered the ingredients. Su Fengnian asked Chu Xian to take her portion, then put Wenruoyun's ingredients next to her car and sent her a message to inform her. He took the remaining ingredients home by himself, and then walked to pick up Nyo. Nyo's kindergarten was in the community, so it was quite convenient to pick her up. When he arrived at the kindergarten gate, Su Fengnian found that the parents who came to pick up their children were mostly grandparents, with a few parents occasionally, which made him particularly conspicuous. Just as he was looking around, an old man came over and asked with a smile, "Young man, are you here to pick up your sister?" Su Fengnian smiled awkwardly and was about to explain when he heard Nyo's voice, Dad, I'm here." The word dad instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Everyone started talking about it. The parents of this child are really young. Look, it would be great if they had the baby earlier. Yeah, my daughter doesn't listen to advice either. Su Fengnian felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. He quickly picked up Nyo and quickly fled the scene. After returning home, Su Fengnian immediately went into the kitchen and started working. Nyo followed in and said coquettishly, "Dad, I'm hungry." Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Nyo, didn't you have dinner at school?" Nyo pouted and said, "The food at school is not as delicious as what Dad cooks. I didn't eat much." Su Fengnian smiled helplessly, took out the biscuits he made yesterday from his pocket, and handed them to Nyo. "Eat some biscuits first to fill your stomach, Dad will prepare the meal soon." Su Fengnian has put a lot of thought into Nyo's health. We have all kinds of equipment at home, even a sealing machine. Not only can he cook, he has also learned to make various snacks, just to satisfy Nyo's snack freedom. Just as Nyo was eating the cookies with relish, Li Xian dragged her tired body back home, collapsed directly on the massage chair, and fell asleep not long after. After Su Fengnian finished cooking, he asked Nyo to wake her up. "Mom, wake up, it's time to eat." Nyo pushed for a long time before Li Xian slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she smelled the fragrance of food and her stomach started to growl. Her face turned red and she quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wash her face. After sitting at the dining table, Nyo started chattering non-stop. "Mom, Dad said that he would make me cookies, yogurt, cake, cheese, ice cream, chicken wings, and so on in the future." She counted on her fingers while talking, which was so cute. Seeing this scene, Li Xian showed a rare smile on her face. This smile made Su Fengnian, who was sitting opposite, a little dazed. He secretly sighed in his heart, the child's mother is so beautiful when she smiles. "Dad, what are you laughing at?" Nyo suddenly asked. Su Fengnian then realized that he had laughed out loud unconsciously, and quickly retracted his gaze, explaining, Nothing, Dad is very happy to see that you like the food he cooks so much." Nyo immediately raised her thumbs up and said proudly, "Dad's food is the best in the world." This wave of emotional value was well deserved, and Su Fengnian felt that he was willing to do anything for Nyo. However, he was also a little puzzled. Where did Nyo learn these words? After dinner, Li Xian took Nyo to take a bath. Su Fengnian sat in the living room, looked at the time, and thought about his next itinerary. After Nyo came out of the shower, the first thing she said almost made Su Fingnian drop his jaw in shock. "Dad, why were you not by my side when I woke up this morning, and only Mom was there? I wanted the first thing I saw when I woke up in the morning was you, Dad." Su Fingnian was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, this little lover from the previous life is not gone, he is closer than my own child. Li Xian on the side pouted her lips for a rare moment, showing a jealous expression. It was also the first time that Su Fingnian saw the feminine side of this big money sponsor. He quickly organized his words and patiently explained, "Nyo, boys and girls can't sleep together. Except for Mom and Dad, even brothers and sisters can't sleep together." Nyo tilted her head and asked, "Why?" "Nyo just wants to sleep with Dad." Faced with this thorny question, Su Fingnian was at a loss for words. Chapter 27. You disappoint me today. Su Fingnian looked towards Li Xian for help, but Li Xian, who was not far away, ignored him and had an attitude of "you should solve your own problems yourself." Seeing the expression of the big money sponsor, Su Fingnian knew that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on others. He squatted down and whispered, "Nyo, Daddy loves you very much, but I can't sleep with Nyo. Because everyone needs their own little world. Look how beautiful your carriage princess bed is, and there are so many dolls on the bed waiting for you to accompany them." Hearing this, Nyo put a finger on her mouth and started thinking. Seeing this, Su Fingnian struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Nyo, Daddy also has his own bed. This way, Daddy will tell you stories in your little princess bed every day, and he won't leave until you fall asleep." At this point, he patted his chest and said, "Dad will also ensure that you can see Dad every day when you open your eyes." After this series of instructions, Nyo was persuaded and nodded, indicating that she would sleep in her own bed at night to accompany her little doll friends. Seeing the father and daughter not far away having agreed on the sleeping problem, Li Xian showed a surprised expression. She was still racking her brain over how to sleep in separate beds from her daughter, and he solved the problem just like that? Just when she thought that Nyo would only agree now and would definitely come to her crying at night, the next day, reality gave her a loud slap in the face. After the discussion, Su Fingnian took Nyo back to her room to sleep. Not long after, he closed the door gently and walked out. Seeing that Su Fingnian didn't take a shower, Li Xian asked in a low voice, "Are you going out tonight?" "Yeah, I have an appointment with a friend." He felt a little guilty when he said this and didn't dare to look Li Xian in the eye. "Oh, come back early, so as not to affect sending my daughter to school the next day." "Don't worry, sisterly." Feeling relieved, he gently opened the door and walked out. After taking the elevator downstairs, he hurriedly called a taxi and rushed to Chu Xian's home. "It's exactly 8 o'clock now. I'll try to get to Wenruoyun before 10 o'clock. At around 8:30, Su Fingnian finally arrived at Chu Xian's house, panting. He knocked on the door and waited for a while before the door opened. As soon as the door opened, Su Fingnian lowered his head to change his shoes and didn't pay attention to look up. It was only when he changed his shoes and looked up that he revealed a surprised expression. Originally, Chu Xian dressed casually at home, just loose and cool, without any special intention. But today's nightgown actually had lace edges, and she also put on heavy makeup, which she didn't usually wear, and sprayed perfume on her body, which was different from usual. It was obvious that she was dressed up carefully. This scene caught Su Fingnian off guard. It seems that this little girl has some bad intentions today. It's just that someone's words and actions were completely the opposite. Although he was resisting in his heart, his eyes were very real. He didn't move at all and kept patrolling her specific position. Someone was particularly bold today and acted as if he didn't see anything. "Xiao Niannian, why did you come so late? I haven't even had dinner yet, and I was waiting for you to cook me something delicious." Chu Xian's charming expression, coupled with the sound of the clip, almost made Su Fingnian surrender. "I'll cook it right away. We still have to eat dinner." After saying that, he turned and walked into the kitchen to calm himself down. She took a few deep breaths in the kitchen before slowly starting to cook. At the dining table, Chu Xian was eating while trying to persuade Su Fingnian. "Brother Su, how about coming to our department? Then move back home and we can go to get off work together." As she said this, she deliberately slipped her shoulders, causing the originally shaky shoulder strap to fall off. Su Fingnian spat out a mouthful of food and started coughing violently. Seeing this, Chu Xian, who was sitting opposite him, immediately handed him a tissue. However, due to his posture, he felt a warm sensation on his nose. He originally didn't know how to get out of the situation or refuse, and Chu Xian's action just gave him an excuse. At this moment, a sentence from a novel came to his mind. After wiping his mouth, Su Fengnian suddenly walked into the bathroom and took out a larger bath towel, walked behind Chu Xian, and draped the bath towel over her. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looked up at the ceiling, and said lovingly, "In my heart, Chu Xian, you are so pure and sacred, and have always been so. You are someone that all boys should spend their whole lives protecting." After finishing speaking, he slowly walked to the door, gently opened it, and said again, "Chu Xian, you disappoint me today." After saying this, he didn't even turn around, silently closed the door, and ran down the stairs along the escape passage. After coming downstairs, he took a deep breath and gave himself a thumbs up for his improvisation. I looked at the time and it was half an hour earlier than expected. Then he rushed to the last stop without stopping. After going upstairs the same way as last time, he saw Wen Ruoyun's outfit and said to himself, the beauty trap doesn't work on me. But just as I entered the house and before I even entered the kitchen, I was pulled into the living room. Wen Ruoyun sat directly on his thighs, staring at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. This made someone confused. Where was the foreplay? How could they get straight to the point without following martial ethics? Sister, I still need to go cook something. What are you eating? I just want to eat you. Hearing these vicious words, Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. Is he going to be finished? Seeing his nervous expression, Wen Ruoyun stopped teasing him and stood up directly. Brother, I won't tease you anymore. Go cook something delicious for your sister. Okay, as you command. After saying that, he quickly got up and ran into the kitchen. Seeing his embarrassed look, Wen Ruoyun covered her mouth and laughed secretly. While Su Fengnian was cooking, Wen Ruoyun took out a few bottles of wine and started drinking alone. Now she has reached the point where she cannot fall asleep without drinking at night. In the evening, Su Fengnian cooked garlic and pepper crayfish and made a vegetarian dish of smashed cucumber. Looking at the delicious lobster, Wen Ruoyun's eyes revealed a barely perceptible emotion. She didn't expect that the little boy in front of her was so versatile, as if there was no dish he couldn't cook. After trying a few bites, I think it tastes better than some stores. Brother, you cook so deliciously. What if I can't leave you in the future? Someone answered without thinking, as long as sister wants to eat, I will come whenever I am free. He didn't say too much, after all, he now has a daughter to take care of. I knew that younger brother treats his sister the best. As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed the lobster she had peeled into Su Fengnian's mouth. If the boys in the company saw this scene, many of them would probably suffer from depression, or find a place to bury Su Fengnian alive. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when they finished eating lobster, and Su Fengnian planned to find an excuse to leave. Wen Ruoyun was eating lobster and drinking wine, and she didn't know how many bottles she had drunk. Su Fengnian was drinking beverages throughout the whole process and said that he had stomach pain in the past 2 days so he couldn't drink alcohol. When he said that, Wen Ruoyun didn't care whether it was true or not. Since her brother didn't want to drink, she wouldn't force him. Anyway, she was used to drinking alone. She didn't have anyone to accompany her, so drinking at social gatherings outside was a torture for her. Su Fengnian cleaned the table and washed the dishes. Seeing such an outstanding boy, Wen Ruoyun thought that it would be nice to have such a person to accompany her for the rest of her life. As for children, she didn't want to have them because she was afraid of the pain. After Su Fengnian finished washing the dishes, Wen Ruoyun waved at him. Seeing this scene, he knew it was time for him to improvise again. Next, please watch my performance. Chapter 28. Are you being kept by someone? After thinking it over in his mind, Su Fengnian walked towards Wen Ruoyun. The two sat on the sofa, leaning against each other. Brother, what kind of person do you think I am? Wen Ruoyun asked softly. Su Fengnian was well prepared for this problem. He planned to repackage and process what he had just said to Chu Xian so that it would be enough to deal with the problem at hand. Su Fengnian stretched out his right hand and gently lifted Wen Ruoyun's chin, his eyes revealing an unconcealable affection. At this moment, Wen Ruoyun was a little panicked. Although he was panicking, he did not dislike Su Fengnian's actions. She wanted to see what her brother would do next. As long as it wasn't too extreme, she would agree. Just when she was hesitant in her heart, the image of the domineering CEO in the TV series emerged in Su Fengnian's mind. At this moment, he tilted his head slightly, with a faint arc at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, Sister, perhaps in the eyes of others, you are a naturally charming, enchanting, charming woman who fascinates everyone. After saying this, he paused, let go of her chin with his right hand, and began to gently stroke her hair. But in my brother's eyes, I am so pure and holy, and have always been like this. I know that I have been waiting for the person who truly understands me to appear. After saying this, he slowly stood up, looked at the night view outside the window with his deep eyes, was silent for a while, and whispered, "Although I love my sister, how can the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the bright moon?" After saying that, he walked towards the door and left without looking back. Looking at Su Fengnian's leaving back, Wen Ruoyun's heart seemed to leave with him. She was still immersed in the sweet words and her heart seemed to be occupied by something. Su Fengnian came downstairs and patted his chest with his hand. The palm of his other hand was already covered with cold sweat. I was afraid that I would be slapped in the face for my excessive behavior just now. Fortunately, Wen Ruoyun didn't react too much. She thought that she had finally gotten through the night. But he never expected that his actions tonight had left an indelible mark in some people's hearts. In the future, he will understand what it means to suffer the consequences of his own sins. I took a taxi back to my community, and unexpectedly I could get home half an hour earlier, which was even earlier than the AI had predicted. Sure enough, nothing can stump me. As soon as I went upstairs and opened the door, I heard some noise in the kitchen. He walked over cautiously and saw Li Xin, who was wearing a white nightgown, eating secretly. As a cultured and emotionally intelligent worker, he quietly retreated, deliberately made a loud noise, and waited at the door for a long time before opening it and going in. When I entered the room again, I found Li Xin had returned to the room. Only then did he walk in openly. I glanced at the kitchen and found that the refrigerator door was not closed. Someone was too careless. After closing the refrigerator door, Su Fengnian returned to his room. Early the next morning, Su Fengnian prepared breakfast and came to Nyo-Nyo's room. He sat in front of her bed and looked at her silently. After a while, I saw the little princess on the bed stretching and slowly opening her eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Su Fengnian's doting look. "Dad." After calling out, Nyo-Nyo sat up and kissed Su Fengnian on the cheek. "Nyo-Nyo, Daddy didn't lie to you, did you see me as soon as you opened your eyes?" Yeah. Nyo-Nyo nodded desperately. "So at night, can Nyo-Nyo sleep by herself?" Nyo-Nyo did not answer this question immediately. She thought about it, then whispered, "Dad, is it okay if I want to sleep with Mom sometimes?" "Of course you can. You can sleep with Mom anytime." At this point, Su Fengnian muttered in his heart, "Nyo-Nyo, Dad really envies you. Dad actually wants to sleep with Mom too." There is breakfast in the kindergarten, but Nyo-Nyo insists on eating the breakfast cooked by her father at home. The original contract stated that he didn't have to be responsible for 3 meals, he had 1 day off a week, and he could stay at home or not as he pleased. Now I have to cook 3 meals a day for myself. Can I negotiate with my big sponsor for a raise? At the very least, the 300,000 yuan credit card limit should be converted into cash, or at least some benefits should be given. Thinking of this, he planned to find an opportunity to discuss it with the financial sponsor when he had time. After sending Nyo-Nyo off, Su Fengnian came to the company and found that his colleagues in the security department looked at him with strange expressions. "Lao Zhang, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Seeing his confused look, Zhang Yi knew that this guy had not seen the company announcement. "Xiao Su, didn't you read the company's announcement?" "What announcement?" Just as he was wondering, another colleague opened the announcement on his mobile phone and handed it to him. After Su Fengnian took a look, he was confused. The company selects active contribution awards every month to reward employees with outstanding performance. But no employee from the security department had ever been on the list. Su Fengnian was the first one, and he was a new employee. This was quite intriguing. What's going on? Su Fengnian himself was confused. He didn't even know what he had contributed. This was voted on by the company's management, but after seeing the bonus number, Su Fengnian immediately felt that he deserved it. Don't refuse this money. It doesn't matter how you get the award. As long as the money is actually given to you, it's fine. Just as I was thinking this, I received a text message on my phone reminding me that a bonus of 50,000 yuan had arrived. Looking at the text message alert on his mobile phone, Su Fengnian even wondered if he was dreaming. The colleagues around him also gathered around, looking at him with contempt. "Xiao Su, tell me the truth, are you the crown prince, and are you here to play games in the company?" That's right. Tell me the truth, Xiao Su, are you a relative of a senior executive in the company?" Looking at the bonus he received on his mobile phone, everyone expressed their confusion. Because the company's contribution awards are issued at the end of the year and never in a single month. All signs indicate that Su Fengnian's identity is not simple. "No, I'm not a royal relative. I'm just an ordinary worker. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Just as he was trying to explain, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled him to a place where no one was around and asked in a low voice, Xiaosu, don't blame me for being blunt. Tell me honestly, are you being kept by someone? Hearing this, Su Fengnian's mouth twitched. This is really the case. Although it is not the kind of support they think of, it is also a kind of support. Ahem, Lao Zhang, you're overthinking it. Who would support me? Someone saw the hint of panic on Su Fengnian's face, but Zhang Yi knew when to stop and didn't ask any further questions. I got 50,000 yuan for nothing, and my colleagues in the security department all knew about it, so it would be wrong not to treat them to a meal. So he sent a message to the internal group of the security department, brothers, let's go to the Binhai food stall at 9 o'clock in the evening. Those who don't come are dogs. You can eat and drink as you like at night. After the message was sent, the group instantly became lively. Everyone expressed their intention to eat Su Fengnian out of money that night. He was not to be outdone and said in the group that they should come to eat while standing and go back while lying down. Faced with such a blatant provocation, colleagues in the security department were all ready to take action. Just when Su Fengnian was about to go to the post, someone from the Human Resources Department came to him and asked him to make a decision as soon as possible, and preferably give them an answer next Monday. Su Fengnian immediately assured him that there was no problem. At this time, he already had a plan in mind. Chapter 29 Dinner. In the evening, after settling Niu down, Su Fengnian specially asked for leave from Li Xian, saying that he would treat his colleagues to dinner in the evening. Naturally, he reported this open and proper activity in great detail, including with whom he ate and where he ate. At exactly 9 o'clock, he arrived at the Binhai food stall on time, but found that his colleagues had already arrived and were waiting for him alone. The dishes have been ordered and are starting to arrive. Apart from lobsters and barbecue, the rest of the table was filled with oysters and leeks, which looked very aphrodisiac. You guys are too enthusiastic, and what's the meaning of this table full of kidney dishes? Zhang Yi stood up, put his arm around his shoulders and whispered, Xiaosu, stop pretending. Do you want to go with us tonight? Ahem, you know what I mean. Seeing Lao Zhang's obscene eyes, Su Fengnian quickly slapped his hand away and said with a smile, lust is a knife, Lao Zhang, you guys should be careful. However, when he said this, there was a hint of sarcasm in Zhang Yi's eyes. Seeing that they were still hesitating, the others came over and pulled them to their seats. Before picking up the chopsticks, according to the old rule of the security department, everyone has a bottle of beer to moisten the throat. This was the ritual of the security department's dinner party. Su Fengnian was shocked when he ate there for the first time. He had never heard of such a way of drinking. At first, everyone chatted about work and life, boasted, occasionally talked about company gossip, and competed over the looks of the young ladies in the company. However, after 3 rounds of drinks, the topic became increasingly dirty and obscene, and Su Fengnian, who was sitting nearby, could hardly bear to listen. He picked up his phone and vaguely saw that someone seemed to have sent him a message, what time will you be back? Looking at these few short words, the figure that confused him immediately emerged in his mind. Just as he was about to reply, Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, happened to come over to drink with him. He accidentally saw the message on the phone and immediately started to make a fuss. Xiaosu, there is a beautiful girl hidden in the golden house. Tell everyone, who is this? After hearing Zhang Yi's words, everyone stopped swearing and looked at Su Fengnian. Xiaosu, do you have a girlfriend? Yeah, he didn't even report it to us, and he didn't even bring it out for everyone to see. Hurry up and make a phone call and ask your girlfriend to come over and check on us guys. Everyone was a little drunk, so they lost their temper when they spoke. After spending some time together, Su Fengnian has a fairly good understanding of the personalities of these colleagues. They are all good at talking, but in fact, each of them has bronchitis. I wonder what price they paid to be able to go out for a drink today. At this time, another message came on the phone, need to pick up? After seeing this message, Su Fengnian suddenly became much more sober. Just when he was about to reply no need, Zhang Yi next to him snatched his phone away, sent the word need to him, and attached a bitter expression. Seeing this, Su Fengnian was so frightened that a chill ran up to the top of his head, and subconsciously wanted to snatch back the phone and withdraw the message. But the others had a tacit understanding and had already come over to hold him down. Everyone is now very curious about who is waiting for Su Fengnian to come home. Zhang Yi looked for a long time but there was no message on his phone. He looked at Su Fengnian with confusion. Xiaosu, what's wrong with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an expression of despair on his face. Someone beside me suddenly reminded me, Lao Zhang, maybe your sister-in-law doesn't know the place? How about sending us the location? That makes sense. Zhang Yi immediately sent a location message. However, after the location was sent, there was still no response. Just when everyone was confused, Su Fingnian had already given up the resistance and sat at the table drinking alone. He felt that the only way was to get himself drunk. If Li Xian really came over, he could explain that it was a colleague who sent it. He was drunk and really didn't know what happened. After a long time, everyone thought that Su Fingnian's mysterious girlfriend would not come, so they started drinking again and continued the conversation among men. At this time, the wind from the river brought a hint of coolness, gently brushing Su Fingnian's cheek, and the wine glass in his hand shook slightly. At this moment he was feeling both excited and nervous. Just as his eyes were blurry, Zhang Yi beside him suddenly pushed his shoulder and said, Xiao Su, I seem to be looking for you. Is this yours? Hearing this, Su Fingnian sat up immediately and turned to look at the figure slowly approaching him. Late at night, Li Xian, wearing a burgundy shirt, walked towards him. The hem of her shirt was casually tucked into her high-waisted black wide leg pants, outlining her elegant and mature curves. The slightly open collar of the shirt revealed a slender collarbone. Her long, slightly curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the wind, with a few strands occasionally brushing against her cheeks as she wore a black mask. When Li Xian came to him, Su Fingnian realized that her eyes were deep, with a hint of anger and a hint of concern. Her eyes fell on everyone and she frowned slightly. Sister. Su Fingnian called out subconsciously. The people around him finally reacted. Zhang Yi quickly picked up a tissue and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The others were also stunned. Whether in terms of figure or temperament, Li Xian gets full marks in everyone's eyes. Even if one cannot see her true face under the mask, no one will question it. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind, I really want to go to Su Fingnian's house for dinner. No wonder Xiao Su is so handsome, it turns out it's inherited from the family. Birds of a feather flocked together. Can we go? Li Xian asked. But, you can. Su Fingnian replied. After saying that, he stood up and went to pay the bill. Everyone had almost finished eating and were originally planning to leave together. The singles originally wanted to relax, but after seeing Sister Su Fingnian, they seemed to lose all interest. After paying the money and saying hello to everyone, Su Fingnian followed Li Xian and walked staggeringly. He looked at the straight line on the ground and tried hard to walk out of it, but he always went crooked. Looking at the backs of the sister and brother walking away, the few people who had not left behind them sighed, if I had a sister like this, I would be scared too. Yeah, this aura is amazing. I wonder if Xiao Su will be safe tonight. Alas, it's hard to say. We can only leave it to fate. There's nothing we can do to help. If I could become a brother-in-law, maybe. Someone suddenly said this, and immediately a series of ridicules followed. You? Dream on. Wishful thinking. When they arrived at the parking lot not far away and were about to get in the car, Su Fingnian felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. He saw a trash can not far away and quickly ran over to vomit. At this moment, he felt very regretful and wished he would not drink so much. Now, his image in front of Li Xian has plummeted. Just as he finished vomiting and reached into his pocket, a tissue with a fresh scent appeared in front of him. Wipe it. Looking up at the beautiful woman in front of him who was very frugal with words, Su Fingnian swallowed his saliva before taking the tissue from her hand. After wiping his mouth and calming himself down, he followed Li Xian into the car. After vomiting, he felt so sleepy that he didn't even see what car it was. He fell asleep as soon as he got in. When we arrived at the underground garage in the community, Su Fingnian was still not awake. Li Xian turned sideways and looked at the boy in the passenger seat, wondering what he was thinking. She reached out and touched Su Fingnian's forehead, then pushed his shoulder with her hand. We're here. Chapter 30. Sure enough, nothing can compare to reincarnation technology. Seeing that Su Fingnian still had no reaction, Li Xian put down the backrest and slowly lay down. Su Fingnian, who was standing by, had no idea that at this moment he and the child's mother were sleeping in the same bed in such an alternative way. After about 20 minutes, Su Fingnian felt thirsty and slowly opened his eyes. The noise made Li Xian, who was standing by, sit up quickly, open the car door and walk down, come to the passenger door, and push Su Fingnian with her hand again. This time, he finally woke up and staggered out of the car in a hurry, but the way he walked looked like he might fall at any moment. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind and supported Su Fingnian with her hand. In this way, the two of them walked unsteadily and almost fell down together several times. After finally returning home, Li Xian hurriedly took him into his room. At this moment, Su Fingyan had gradually lost consciousness. The moment he got on the bed, he actually brought Li Xian to the bed as well, with half of his body pressing on her. Only the bedside lamp was on in the bedroom, casting a soft warm light. Li Xian looked at Su Fingyan's face, which seemed to have been carefully sculpted, his high nose bridge, and his soft lip lines. His whole face had both the handsomeness of a teenager and the firmness of a mature man. She just looked at it silently for a long time, until she noticed someone's arm was placed on her proud breasts. Her cheeks immediately turned red like ripe apples. When she was about to get up, Su Fingyan turned over and put his other hand over her, with his palm just covering her sensitive spot. In a fit of rage, Li Xian left 5 finger marks on Su Fingyan's face. She stood up and straightened her clothes, her face full of anger and shame. When she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something, turned around, covered him with a quilt, and left the bedroom. Early Saturday morning, Su Fingyan had a splitting headache and a burning pain on his face. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a childish face appear in front of him. "Dad, Nyonyo got up earlier than you today, why did you sleep in?" Then she pointed at his cheek and said, "Dad, what's wrong with your face?" Su Fingyan didn't care about the discomfort and immediately got up and went to the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. Sure enough, there were faintly visible finger marks on the face. He carefully recalled what happened last night. He only remembered that Li Xian picked him up and walked to the parking lot together, and then he seemed to vomit. As for what happened next, he had no recollection of it at all. As for the finger marks on his face, there was no doubt that they were definitely from Li Xian. "I deserve to be slapped for being so drunk. I will definitely not drink so much next time. Alcohol is really a bad thing." He smelled the alcohol on his body, said something to Nyonyo outside the door, and decided to take a shower first. Nyonyo said she had to go to piano lessons later and would not come back to stay at night. She would live in the big house with her mother today. Hearing this, Su Fingyan realized that today was Saturday, and Nyonyo had 2 private lessons and would not be back home at night. So today was also his day off. When he came out of the shower, the house was empty. There was breakfast left for him on the table, and after he finished his breakfast, he went back to his room to sleep for a while. Just after I fell asleep, I received a message from Chu Xian on my phone. "Brother Su, I was wrong last time, please don't be angry, okay?" Looking at the news, Su Fingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he dare to be angry? She was his big money sponsor. It was just that the situation that day was special, so he had to make an emergency decision. He replied, "Chu Xian, I'm not angry. How could I be angry with you? After all, I am still your exclusive boyfriend." On the other side, Chu Xian, who was sleeping in bed hugging a huge teddy bear, saw the message sent by Su Fingyan, and her originally depressed state instantly returned to normal. "Brother Su, can you come over today? My mom said she'd like to send me something. If you're not here, will it be exposed?" After seeing the message sent by Chu Xian, Su Fingyan thought about it and felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. He happened to be free today. Just as he was about to reply, Chu Xian sent another message, "Brother Su, don't worry, today's wages will be calculated separately. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you immediately." Su Fingyan was holding his phone and preparing to reply to the message, but his mind was still groggy due to drinking the night before, and he hadn't thought about the money yet, but Chu Xian had already transferred the money to him. At this moment, he was certain that this girl was 100% a rich woman. "Chu Xian, this is so embarrassing. You've given me all the money, so what do you usually use?" Su Fingyan asked tentatively. He wanted to gauge how rich this girl was. Soon, the other party replied, "Don't worry, Brother Su, my monthly pocket money is more than 100,000, not including other things." After seeing this news, Su Fingyan really wanted to slap himself. Isn't this just making things more frustrating for himself? Comparing yourself to others will only make you feel pissed. It turns out that nothing is better than the skill of reincarnation. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Xian sent him another message, "Brother Su, please don't talk nonsense about my situation in the company. Don't worry, this is known to you, me, and heaven and earth." He replied to the message immediately. He was not stupid. How could he tell such things to anyone? Wouldn't that just create competitors for himself? The sponsor had to keep it secret. After agreeing, Su Fingyan washed his clothes and prepared to go. "When I left, I found that I really had nothing to wear. Now that I have a little money, it's time to buy myself a few sets of clothes. However, he seems to have rarely been to the mall to buy clothes, so he plans to find a professional to go with him. Not long after, in a large shopping mall, Chu Xian took Su Fengnian's hand and accompanied him to look at clothes. What price range does Brother Su want to buy and what style do you like? Chu Xian asked. Don't buy something too expensive, something low-key. As for style, buy 2 sets, one casual and one formal. After all, I'm going to work in the technical department next month. Su Fengnian replied. According to Su Fengnian's request, Chu Xian quickly took him to several reasonably priced stores. Su Fengnian was used to looking at the price on the tag the first thing he did when he entered a store. When he saw this, he was shocked to find that an ordinary t-shirt cost several hundred yuan. Seeing him so naive, Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, I'll pay today. No, I have money and it's hard for me to repay you for this favor. Su Fengnian refused without hesitation. No, I have to treat you today. Chu Xian insisted. I won't buy it if you treat me. Su Fengnian also became stubborn. The shop assistants watched the young couple bickering and couldn't help but start talking about it. Seeing that everyone around them started laughing, they decided to stop arguing. In the end, he couldn't get over Su Fengnian, so he paid for it himself. After buying the clothes, Chu Xian asked him to leave one set at her house, in case her mother came to visit, and she couldn't leave the closet empty. After having dinner together last time, the parents did not urge them to get married again, nor did they ask about Su Fengnian's situation. This made Chu Xian a little confused and she couldn't figure out what her parents meant. After leaving the mall and returning to Chu Xian's house, the first thing Su Fengnian did when he entered the house was to tidy up his room. He took the quilt to the balcony to dry it in the sun and cleaned up the room. Chu Xian has never entered this room since he left, let alone helped him clean the room. After cleaning up, the two took out the lunch they brought from the mall. I don't plan to cook for lunch because Chu Xian's mother is coming in the evening, so I plan to cook in the evening. After lunch, they sat together in the living room and watched TV. It has been a long time since I watched TV with Su Fengnian. Chu Xian's heart was beating fast and she looked very excited. It's just that someone's attention is on the TV. Chapter 31. Do you think you can escape? Brother Su, what kind of girlfriend do you want to find in the future? Just when Su Fengnian was seriously studying the plot of The Domineering President on TV, Chu Xian beside him suddenly asked a question, which made him unable to react for a while. He himself hadn't even thought about this question. Originally, he didn't even dare to think about getting married. The gift, the house, the car, were not something he could prepare in a short time. The romance in college ended in loneliness. Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to know how the woman who abandoned him was doing now. Blessings are impossible. After this period of baptism, some people have made great progress in dealing with girls, especially those friends in the security department, who would pass on their experiences from time to time. Is there any need to ask? She must have a good figure and good looks. Su Fengnian answered casually. As soon as these words came out, Chu Xian on the side looked at her chest again. Superficial. Do you boys care so much about appearance? Chu Xian muttered dissatisfiedly. Hearing this, Su Fengnian turned around and looked at her speechlessly. Chu Xian, if I look like Zhang Yi from the security department, would you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Zhang Yi, who was on duty at the moment, sneezed for no apparent reason. Faced with Su Fengnian's words, Chu Xian was completely speechless. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Fengnian continued, when strangers meet, don't you look at each other's appearance first? Not just boys, don't you girls like handsome guys too? I'm not. Chu Xian said stubbornly. Seeing that Chu Xian was still stubborn, Su Fengnian turned around and pressed her under him. Looking at his deep and burning eyes, Chu Xian's little heart beat faster. Do you think you can escape? Su Fengnian put his knowledge into practice, his voice low and his breath gently brushing her cheek. At this moment, Chu Xian had no strength to resist at all. She collapsed on the sofa, a blush clearly visible on her cheeks and her eyes flickered. She didn't dare to look directly into Su Fengnian's eyes. How about it? Do you like this feeling? Su Fengnian teased. No, I don't like it. You get up. Chu Xian said this but did not move at all, her hands were still grabbing the edge of her skirt. Seeing that she was still unwilling to admit defeat, Su Fengnian sneered in his heart, leaned over slightly, got close to her ear, and lowered his voice even lower. From the first time you looked at me, I knew that you couldn't escape. His fingers began to stroke her cheek, and the warmth from his fingertips made her shiver. "You are mine. From today on, don't even think about hiding anymore." There was unquestionable possessiveness in his tone. Just when Chu Xian was completely mentally collapsed and was ready to accept the next step of physical collapse, someone suddenly sat up and burst into laughter. "Chu Xian, you still say you don't like it? Look at your cheeks, ha ha ha." Just as Su Fengnian was laughing, Chu Xian reacted, clenched his fists, and kicked him in anger without paying attention. As luck would have it, it hit someone's vital point. Now, too much joy leads to sorrow. The laughing face looked uglier than crying. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground, pointed at Chu Xian and said angrily, "Chu Xian, you want me to have no descendants, right?" Seeing Su Fengnian squatting on the ground, Chu Xian crossed her arms over her chest, snorted, and turned back to her bedroom, leaving Su Fengnian alone squatting on the ground, wailing in pain. At this moment, he realized that some jokes were not to be taken, as they might cost him his life. After a long while, he finally sat on the sofa. At this moment, he also found that Chu Xian's condition was not right, and he had a bad feeling. "You should be more sensible in the future and avoid making jokes like this." Chu Xian in the bedroom punched and kicked the oversized teddy bear, sulking and muttering, "I've made it so obvious, is he stupid or is he pretending not to know? This idiot is so infuriating." While she was sulking, she suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that he was afraid that he was not worthy of her, so he had been suppressing his feelings for her? While Chu Xian was concentrating on herself, Su Fengnian outside the door had already continued to watch TV without any care. Thinking of this, she felt that it was most likely the second situation, and her mood instantly improved a lot. Looking at the teddy bear in front of her that was already dented by her beating, she slowly smoothed it out with her hands before getting up from the bed and quietly opening the door. Su Fengnian, who heard the noise outside the door, quickly put down the potato chips in his hand, lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Chu Xian opened the door and walked over carefully. "Brother Su, I thought about it and realized that I was a little too heavy-handed earlier. Are you okay?" After saying that, he waited for a long time, but there was no response from Su Fengnian. She pushed his arm with her hand and said coquettishly, "Xiao Nian Nian, don't be angry, okay?" Seeing her apologize so sincerely, Su Fengnian opened his eyes and sat up directly. "Since your attitude is sincere, I will forgive you, but you have to compensate me." What compensation?" Chu Xian asked nervously. When Su Fengnian saw Chu Xian's expression, he knew that this girl was thinking of something wrong again. He pointed at the walnuts on the coffee table and said, "Please peel them for me." After hearing this request, someone's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "Is that all you ask?" "Yeah, that's it." "All right." Chu Xian sat down next to Su Fengnian and started to peel walnuts for him with a walnut peeling tool. Originally, at home, I didn't even know what the walnut shell looked like, let alone peeling it. All I ate was the walnut meat. During the 2 months she spent with Su Fengnian, Chu Xian completely integrated into the mundane world and discovered that the world was so interesting. But Su Fengnian didn't think so. For rich people, coming to this world can be considered as an experience of life, and if they are not used to it or do not like it, they can leave at any time. But how can people who are truly in this world have the energy to experience life? They have already done their best to be alive. Chu Xian felt that the time she spent with Su Fengnian passed particularly quickly. Just as she was immersed in the joy of peeling walnuts for someone, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Chu Xian wiped her hands, took out the phone from her pocket and saw that it was Li Manmei calling. "Mom, are you coming to dinner?" "Well, is Xiao Su here?" "Yes." "Good." After speaking a few words briefly, he hung up the phone. The speakerphone was on, so Su Fengnian on the side could hear it clearly. "Chu Xian, it's getting late. I'll go prepare the food." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Su." "You're welcome. I've received the money, so it's my duty." Hearing this, Chu Xian pouted and punched him lightly again. Su Fengnian, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly felt that it would be fun to bully this little girl occasionally. When he finished cooking, Li Manmei just came home. During dinner, the three of them didn't talk much and ate peacefully. After finishing the meal, Li Manmei sat for a while. When she was about to leave, she suddenly looked at Su Fengnian and said, "Xiao Su, please see me off." "Okay, auntie." Su Fengnian responded and followed Li Manmei out. It was not until they arrived at the parking lot that Li Manmei turned around and looked at Su Fengnian very seriously. Based on such plots, which are all shown on TV, 80 to 90% of the time the women are asked to leave their daughters and then given some money or something. At this moment, Su Fengnian was not nervous at all. Instead, he was looking forward to how much breakup fee Li Manmei would give him. Just when he was full of anticipation, Li Manmei's originally serious expression became amiable. Xiao Su, Xianer's father, and I have no objection. As long as Xianer is willing, we can get married at any time. As for the betrothal gift, we don't need it, and we don't need you to marry into the family. You can continue to live here if you want. What? Chapter 32 Need to pay extra. At this moment, 1,000 alpaca horses were running wildly through Su Fengnian's heart. How come this plot is different from what is shown in the TV series? How should he deal with this situation? He has no experience at all. Seeing his stunned expression, Li Manmei gently patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. Xiao Su, I know our family background is a lot of pressure on you. Her father and I both feel that as long as we give you the opportunity and platform, you will definitely not let us down. Su Fengnian was about to speak when Li Manmei interrupted him. You don't have to give us an answer right away, think about it carefully. After all, marriage is a big deal, you and Xianer should think it through. After saying that, she got into the car without waiting for Su Fengnian's response and slowly drove out of the garage. Watching the old Audi gradually go away, Su Fengnian finally believed what was said on the internet. Truly rich people are so low-key that you can't even imagine. That Audi is at least 10 years old, and you can tell from its appearance that it is an old model. He took a deep breath and returned to Chu Xian's house with a melancholy look on his face. As soon as she entered the room, Chu Xian saw his expression and her face darkened. She had long guessed the result of her mother's private conversation with Su Fengnian, and his expression at this moment further confirmed her guess. Sure enough, her family would never agree to her being with an ordinary person. Brother Su, it's okay. Even if my family doesn't agree, I won't give up. At worst, we can elope. Chu Xian vowed. Elope? What the hell? I already have a daughter. Su Fengnian was speechless. What is this? Originally, for the sake of money, he agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend, but things went completely wrong as expected. It would have been fine if his parents looked down on him and just gave him some money to let him leave, but this reverse action completely confused him. Brother Su, don't be silent and don't scare me. Chu Xian looked at him anxiously. Chu Xian, this matter is a bit complicated. Su Fengnian was about to explain, but Chu Xian interrupted him. Brother Su, I know, my mother must have asked you to leave me, right? No, listen to me. Su Fengnian tried to explain again. Brother Su, don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Chu Xian looked at him with a firm look. At this moment, Su Fengnian suddenly felt that the girl in front of him also had a side that he admired. Stop. Chu Xian, can you please listen to me first? He couldn't help but interrupt her. Oh. Chu Xian shut up obediently. Your mother didn't ask me to leave you. Instead, she agreed that we should be together. Su Fengnian finally said it. Hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but jump up. Yeah. She was so excited that she threw herself into Su Fengnian's arms. Su Fengnian quickly broke free and said seriously, Miss, have you forgotten something? What's the matter? Chu Xian looked puzzled. Brother Su, please talk. I'm listening. Seeing her excitement, Su Fengnian was reluctant to reveal the truth, but he still said, Chu Xian, this is just a deal between us, aren't you getting too into the act? The word deal stunned Chu Xian instantly. Yes, it was just a deal between them. At first, she just wanted to deal with her parents and never thought about becoming a real boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Fengnian never said that he liked her, let alone asked her to be his girlfriend. Everything between the two of them seemed to be just a transaction. Thinking of this, Chu Xian's legs suddenly went weak and she was about to collapse to the ground. Su Fengnian hurried forward and supported her. Brother Su, can you be my real boyfriend? Chu Xian looked at him lovingly, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Fengnian also looked back at her affectionately and said slowly, okay, but what? Chu Xian stood up and clasped his hands together as if praying. You have to pay more. Su Fengnian said seriously. Hearing these three words, Chu Xian's defense was instantly broken, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Su, I'm serious with you. I'm serious too. Look at my sincere eyes. Su Fengnian pointed to his eyes. Okay, how much do you want to be my boyfriend? Chu Xian looked at him seriously, just tell me the number. Seeing how serious she was, Su Fingnian felt that he could no longer continue this joke. Saying too much would be a disguised rejection, but saying too little would make this rich woman actually able to take it out. Shu Xian, it's just a joke, don't be impulsive. We haven't really understood each other yet. The outside world is so big. There are many people who are better than me. So I think our relationship is pretty good now. After Su Fingnian finished speaking, he couldn't help but call himself a scumbag in his heart. But there's nothing he can do, he's just afraid of being poor. I finally met a wealthy young lady who was so generous and had no strings attached. He only needs to cook good meals and provide emotional value, and he will be rewarded handsomely. He couldn't find such a good thing even with a lantern. But he couldn't really get stuck in it. Once you enter a wealthy family, it's like entering a deep sea. He doesn't deserve it, nor does he want to. Shu Xian understood what Su Fingnian meant. He didn't like her yet and only treated her as a friend. However, she felt that the biggest obstacle had been cleared, and since her parents had no objection, the rest would not be a problem. Soon, Shu Xian adjusted her mood and became full of energy. Su Fingnian looked at her and felt a little uneasy. He thought about what he had just said and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Brother Su, it's okay. Let's put this matter behind us. Can you stay at my place tonight? Shu Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Su Fingnian's heart tightened. Shu Xian, what do you want to do? I sell my art, not my body. Just as he finished speaking, a snow-white little foot kicked over. Brother Su, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you could sleep here tonight? Oh yes, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. The quilt is still hanging outside. I'll go and collect it. Su Fingnian left dejectedly. Looking at his leaving back, Shu Xian showed a sly smile. After making the quilt, Su Fingnian was pulled by Shu Xian to the living room to watch a movie. The two returned to their original relationship, more than friends but less than lovers. However, some scumbags do not realize that the happier they are now, the more headaches they will have in the future. As she watched the movie, Shu Xian fell asleep unknowingly. Su Fingnian woke her up and asked her to wash up and go back to her room to sleep. Let's go together? Shu Xian said in a daze. Ha! Su Fingnian became alert instantly. What vicious words! He immediately made a gesture to escape. What I mean is, let's brush our teeth and wash our faces together. Shu Xian explained. Could you please say the whole thing in one breath next time? It's easy to be misunderstood this way. Su Fingnian breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xian suddenly moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, if I really ask you to take a shower together, would you be willing? I don't want to. Su Fingnian answered firmly without any hesitation. Why? Shu Xian muttered dissatisfiedly. Su Fingnian took out his phone, searched it, and handed the result to her. I'm afraid I'll be scalded to death. Shu Xian snorted, took her nightgown and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at that heartwarming back, Su Fingnian felt a little bit of admiration for himself. It was really not easy to be a gentleman. The main reason is that I am afraid of being poor. I have no money and no confidence. After Shu Xian finished showering, Su Fingnian went into the bathroom to take a shower, but forgot to test the water temperature. Shu Xian, who was blow-drying her hair outside, suddenly heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Chapter 33 Brother, I miss you. When Su Fingnian finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom, he found that Shu Xian was no longer in the living room. It seemed that she had gone back to her room to sleep. He dried his hair and returned to his room. After watching short videos for a while and getting ready to go to bed, my phone suddenly vibrated. Su Fingnian picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Wen Ruoyan. Brother, I miss you. After seeing this message, Su Fingnian rubbed his forehead, stared at the chat window in a daze, tapping his fingers on the screen, typing a few words and then deleting them, repeating this process over and over again for a long time, but not sending a single word. On the other side, when Ruoyan was lying on the sofa with a glass of red wine in her hand, looking at the prompt the other party is typing on the chat window. She waited for a long time but didn't receive a single word. She couldn't help but chuckle, and said in her heart, silly brother, even if you are a little firefly, how do I only has you in her heart? Just as she was about to send another message, Su Fingnian finally sent a reply, people who miss me are the most beautiful. Is there anything I can do for you, sister? Seeing this reply, Wen Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh. Even though Su Fingnian was not around, just a few simple conversations made her feel much better. Every day in the company, facing those greasy uncles who were hollowed out by alcohol and sex, Su Fingyan was like a clear spring, making her feel a rare sense of freshness. She put down her wine glass and tapped her finger on the screen. "Brother, I'm going on a business trip soon and will probably be abroad for a while. If you're free next week, come over and have a few drinks with me." Su Fingyan lay on the bed, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, feeling complicated. Although he had never made a penny from Wen Ruoyan, he knew that as long as he asked, Wen Ruoyan would never refuse. Nowadays, everyone has difficulties. More friends mean more paths to take. This is the truth he has learned from working part-time over the years. He quickly replied, "No problem, sister, I should be free on Saturday. If it's convenient for you, tell me in advance and I'll come over on Saturday. Tell me what dishes you want to eat in advance. By the way, sister, drink less at night, it's not good for your health." Looking at this series of news, Wen Ruoyan felt warm in her heart. She herself couldn't explain why. A person of her age had seen countless young and old men, but she felt so special to Su Fingyan. This is also what she has never been able to figure out. She smiled and replied, "Okay brother, see you next Saturday." "Good night, brother." "Good night, sister." Su Fingyan put down his phone and was about to go to bed when his phone vibrated again. He picked it up and saw that it was a video call from Nyo Nyo. Li Xian bought a phone watch for Nyo Nyo so that she can contact her father or mother anytime when she misses them. "Dad, where are you?" Nyo Nyo's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of sleepiness. "Nyo Nyo, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Su Fingyan asked gently. "Dad, I was asleep, but I don't know why I woke up again." Nyo Nyo's voice was a little confused. Su Fingyan looked at the dim light on the screen and knew that Nyo Nyo woke up suddenly without even turning on the lights. He comforted her softly, "Nyo Nyo, go to bed early. When you wake up in the morning and return to the apartment, you will be able to see your dad." "Really?" Nyo Nyo's voice suddenly became energetic. "When has your father ever lied to you?" Su Fingyan answered with a smile. "Yeah. Good night, Dad." Nyo Nyo looked extremely happy. "Good night, Nyo Nyo." Su Fingyan hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and suddenly felt a little tired. He secretly sighed in his heart. It turned out that being a scumbag is not that easy. Just like Hushin in history, others only saw his greed for money but failed to see his ability to get things done. Putting down his phone, Su Fingyan waited for a while. After making sure that no one would disturb him again, he turned off the lights and prepared to go to bed. However, not long after he fell asleep, he had a nightmare. In the dream, a female ghost with disheveled hair and white clothes was slowly approaching him. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he felt a chill down his spine. Su Fingyan has been afraid of ghosts since he was a child and he doesn't even dare to watch funny zombie movies. Just as the female ghost was about to approach him, he suddenly woke up. The room was dark, with only a faint glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. He vaguely saw a figure in white clothes and disheveled hair sitting beside the bed, slowly approaching him. Su Fingyan was so frightened that he punched him in panic. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and the female ghost rolled directly under the bed. Su Fingyan was stunned for a moment and felt that the voice sounded familiar. He quickly turned on the light, stood up and saw that it was Chu Xian. At this time, Chu Xian was sitting on the ground, covering her face and crying loudly. "Brother Su, you hit me." "Whoa!" Chu Xian cried aggrievedly. Su Fingyan quickly helped her onto the bed, then ran to the refrigerator, took out an ice pack, and put it on her face. He checked carefully and found that there were no bruises on Chu Xian's face, but her nose was slightly red and swollen, and she had started to bleed from the nose. He handed her a tissue with one hand and put an ice pack on her nose with the other hand, muttering, "Chu Xian, why are you running into my room in the middle of the night?" "Brother Su, I can't sleep and want to chat with you." Chu Xian raised her head and said aggrievedly. "If you can't sleep, you can knock on the door or turn on the light to call me." "What do you mean by being sneaky?" Su Fingyan said helplessly. I just wanted to give you a surprise." Chu Xian defended in a low voice. "You call this a surprise? You call this a fright? I was wondering why I had a nightmare for no reason today. It turns out it was a reflection of reality." Su Fingyan rolled his eyes. Hearing him say he had a nightmare, Chu Xian asked curiously, "Brother Su, what did you dream about?" "I dreamed of a female ghost with disheveled hair and white clothes walking towards me." Su Fingyan said unhappily. "Brother Su, stop teasing me. I'm serious." Chu Xian thought he was joking. I'm telling the truth, otherwise why would I punch you directly? Su Fengnian sighed helplessly. Seeing that Chu Xian's nosebleed had stopped and her nose was no longer swollen, Su Fengnian planned to let her go back to her room to sleep. Okay, nothing happened, go back to sleep. Brother Su, I can't sleep. Can I sleep next to you? Besides, you punched me, so you have to compensate me. Chu Xian blinked and said cunningly. Hearing this, Su Fengnian's face darkened, and he muttered to himself, handsome boys should also learn to protect themselves outside. He sternly refused. Chu Xian, men and women should not touch each other, it's not convenient. As a result, Chu Xian ran back to her room, brought back a quilt, and then threw Su Fengnian's quilt on the floor. I know, so you sleep on the floor and I sleep on the bed. Why bother, miss? There is not only one room. Su Fengnian was speechless. This is your compensation for hitting me, and it's also your punishment. Tell me a story tonight. Chu Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Fengnian remembered the scene of telling Nyonyo a story at night, and couldn't help but teasing, Miss, how old are you? Are you still listening to stories? 500 yuan for a story. Chu Xian blinked and offered an attractive condition. When he heard that there was money to be made, Su Fengnian immediately became excited. Miss, what story do you want to hear? Xiao Shuzi is always at your disposal. Seeing his shameless look, Chu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whatever, as long as it's what you say. Okay then, I'll start. Su Fengnian closed the door, took the quilt on the floor to the small sofa in the room, lay down directly, and then began to mutter to himself. The following is what I want to talk about. The overbearing president falls in love with me. I am the cleaning auntie. Change it. Chu Xian said softly while lying on the bed. Death is coming, but I haven't finished my homework yet. Change again. The first day of opening a milk tea shop on Mars. Change. Just like that, after Su Fengnian changed a few titles, Chu Xian fell asleep unknowingly. And he gradually fell asleep on the sofa. The only sounds in the room were the two people's breathing, quiet and warm. Chapter 34. Stop, I'm not that kind of person. In his sleep, Su Fengnian dreamed that Chu Xian pulled him to a room full of red skins. Everything in the room was covered with red leather, even the quilt cover and bed sheets were printed with red leather patterns. Just as he was thinking about how to count how much money there was in the room, Chu Xian suddenly pulled out a stack of red leather from the gap between his chest and handed it to him. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Chu Xian suddenly took off her coat. Only then did Su Fengnian realize that her underwear was also printed with red leather patterns. Just as he was stunned, Chu Xian slowly approached him with her hands behind her back, as if preparing to unlock some seal. Seeing this, Su Fengnian quickly shouted, Stop! I'm not that kind of person. As soon as he finished speaking, he woke up. He opened his eyes and found Chu Xian looking at him with a puzzled look. Brother Su, what did you dream about? You were laughing so happily that you woke me up. Chu Xian rubbed her eyes, with a hint of laziness in her tone. Su Fengnian smiled awkwardly without further explanation. He quickly looked for his cell phone to check the time and suddenly jumped out of bed in fright. He promised Nyo yesterday that he would wait for her at home today. Seeing that he was about to be late, he rushed into the bathroom and quickly washed up. Chu Xian in the room lazily lay back on the bed, ready to take another nap. She didn't care about the reason why Su Fengnian was in a panic. Since Brother Su didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask any more questions. She still had some emotional intelligence. Before leaving, Su Fengnian thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Chu Xian. Although they were all frozen foods, he still cut some fruits and added yogurt, trying to make the breakfast look more hearty. In order to save time, he could only make do with this, but his sincerity was still there. He even brought breakfast into the room and placed it next to Chu Xian's bed. Chu Xian, who was sleeping on the bed, was already deeply moved. For little girls, this kind of unintentional tenderness is often the most touching. After arranging everything, Su Fengnian said hello to Chu Xian and left in a hurry. He called a special car and hurried back. Along the way, he kept urging the driver, Master, can you go faster? I'm in a hurry. The driver was getting impatient and said helplessly, Young man, stop pushing me. We can't go any faster. It's very dangerous. Su Fengnian glanced at the time on his mobile phone. Feeling anxious, he took out a stack of red paper from his pocket. This was the pocket money that Nyonyo secretly gave him a few days ago. Nyonyo also said that there were still a lot of them in the villa, and she would give him some more when she had the chance. Who could not spoil a daughter like this? Master, if you arrive 1 minute early, I'll give you 100. If you arrive 2 minutes early, I'll give you 200, and so on. Su Fingyan gritted his teeth and decided to solve the problem with money. Hearing this, the driver raised his lips and stepped on the accelerator lightly. The car instantly seemed to be injected with soul. Young man, sit tight. Today I will let you see what the real version of the Akina Mountain Car God is. Warm reminder, please fasten your seatbelts. Su Fingyan quickly fastened his seatbelt and held the handle on the car window tightly with both hands. The car, which was originally stable, suddenly became like a racing car in a movie, moving flexibly in the traffic flow without crossing the line illegally at all. The driver knows all the probes on the road very well, even better than the navigation. When the car finally stopped at the gate of the community, Su Fingyan looked at the time and found that he was 10 minutes early. The moment he paid, his heart was bleeding. Before getting off the car, the driver took out his mobile phone and added Su Fingyan's green message. After returning home, Su Fingyan thought that even if Nyo came, she probably hadn't had breakfast, so he immediately put on an apron and started busying himself in the kitchen. At the same time, in the community garage, Li Xian looked at Nyo's hurried look and asked in a low voice, Nyo, it's so early, Daddy shouldn't be back yet, right? I asked you to eat breakfast before coming over, but you didn't listen. At this point, she glanced at the KT exclusive custom-made bag that Nyo was carrying and asked curiously, Nyo, what's in your bag? It's so heavy, why don't you show it to your mother? Nyo held the bag tightly, looking very cautious. Mom, Dad said yesterday that he would wait for me at home. In the bag is a gift for Dad. This is a little secret between Dad and me. Seeing her daughter say this, Li Xian stopped asking further questions. The better Su Fingyan treated Nyo, the more at ease she felt. She didn't want Nyo to live in a single-parent family since childhood, and she was busy with work and had no time to accompany her. Nyo is still young now, and the problem may become more serious when the child grows up. Since Su Fingyan is the father chosen by Nyo herself, she will not interfere too much in their relationship. Perhaps, this is what is called fate. When the two went upstairs and opened the door, a fragrant smell hit them. Nyo immediately ran into the kitchen and hugged Su Fingyan. It was only 1 day since they last met, but she acted as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dad, Nyo wants to tell you a little secret. Nyo asked Su Fingyan to bend down and whispered in his ear. Then she gently opened a small hole in her backpack. When Su Fingyan took a look inside, he was speechless. The bag was actually filled with stacks of red leather. Is this what Nyo called a little New Year's money? It's enough to buy a car, okay? He had never heard of a kindergarten girl giving her father New Year's money. He is probably the first father who lives off his daughter. While the father and daughter were whispering, Li Xian had already sat down in the restaurant and started eating breakfast. Nyo was in a hurry to come over today and she didn't have breakfast. After eating, she had to rush to the company. She had so many things to do recently that she was so busy that she was dizzy. Nyo, let's go have breakfast with Mom. Su Fingyan pinched her little face. Okay, Dad. Nyo happily took his hand. In this way, the family of three had breakfast together in a warm atmosphere. Although there is no blood relationship or legal relationship, the relationship between the three is closer than that of a real family of three. After breakfast, Li Xian handed Nyo to Su Fingyan and hurriedly left the apartment. In the morning, Su Fingyan accompanied Nyo in practicing piano and painting. At noon, he cooked 2 dishes that Nyo liked. After dinner, the father and daughter went to the children's play facilities in the community to play for a while. After returning home, Su Fingyan told Nyo some stories and coaxed her into taking a nap. Taking advantage of Nyo's nap time, Su Fingyan picked up his mobile phone and watched short videos. As he was scrolling, he suddenly saw a short video sent by someone familiar. Although she had blocked him on WeChat, she had not blocked him on TikTok. Just when he was about to ignore it, a call came from an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone, and as soon as the other party spoke, his heart seemed to slow down. It was the girl who had once haunted him. Su Fingyan, I'm getting engaged. Most of my good friends will come. By the way, Lin Chang will also come. I have sent him the address. I hope you can come too. I hope to get your blessing. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without waiting for Su Fingyan's response. At this moment, Su Fingyan's heart ached, but the pain was not because his ex-girlfriend was getting engaged, but because his best brother Lin Chang was going to attend the engagement party without telling him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he called Lin Chang directly. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Chang seemed to have known what he was going to ask, and explained directly, "Madman, we didn't hide it from you on purpose, but we didn't want you to be reminded of the past. We agreed that this time we went there just to annoy that ungrateful person." Su Fingyan, who was originally full of anger, became like a deflated ball after hearing these words, and all the anger in his heart disappeared. "Old Lin, don't be impulsive and don't do anything illegal," Su Fingyan warned. "Don't worry, lunatic, we have a plan," Lin Chang assured him. "Lao Lin, create a group for everyone who wants to go. I want to go too. Also, ask me to reimburse the membership fee." Just as Su Fingyan finished speaking, he heard the sound of something breaking from the other end of the line. "Crazy man, you should save your money." Lin Chang was the only one who knew about the agreement between him and Li Xin. "Old Lin, don't worry, I have a daughter to support me. Let's go together and see who is the sucker of the engagement," Su Fingyan joked. Chapter 35. I said, "My daughter will support me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chang on the other end of the phone suddenly asked in surprise, "Crazy, what did you say last time?" "I said go and see the sucker," Su Fingyan answered casually. "No, it's the beginning of this sentence," Lin Chang asked. "At the beginning?" Oh, I said, "My daughter raised me." Su Fingyan finally reacted. There was another sound of something being knocked over on the other end of the line. "Lao Lin, what are you doing over there? Fighting?" Su Fingyan couldn't help but teasing. Lin Chang was so shocked by Su Fingyan's words that he knocked over his cup twice in a row. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and said, "Crazy, the engagement party is on Saturday night. Can we meet in the afternoon to discuss it?" Su Fingyan realized that next week was the National Day holiday. No wonder the engagement party was scheduled at this time. It was a good day. "Okay, Lao Lin, see you on Saturday," Su Fingyan said and hung up the phone. Then he called Wen Ruoyun. "I remember I promised her that I would go drinking with her on Saturday, but now it seems I have to break that promise. Brother, why do you miss me? I was a little surprised that you called me on your own initiative." Wen Ruoyun's voice was teasing. "Sister, I may not be able to come next Saturday. I have something to do here." Su Fingyan felt a little embarrassed. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and no one spoke for a long time. Su Fingyan felt uneasy. After all, this kind of thing was really hard to explain to outsiders. "Brother, don't you want to come and accompany your sister, so you find an excuse to fool me?" There was a hint of anger in Wen Ruoyun's tone. Su Fingyan made up his mind and told the truth directly. "Sister, my ex-girlfriend is getting engaged and asked me to go." As soon as these words came out, the person on the other end of the phone started laughing. "Brother, I want to ask you a personal question." "What's the problem?" Su Fingyan was a little confused. "Brother, how many girlfriends have you had?" There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. Not expecting her to ask such a question, Su Fingyan was speechless for a moment. He suddenly felt that if his girlfriend talked too much, he would seem like a scumbag, but if she talked too little, he would feel like a failure. However, he did not exaggerate and just briefly recounted what happened with his ex-girlfriend. As a result, Wen Ruoyun on the other end of the phone burst into laughter before she even finished listening. Su Fingyan could even imagine her laughing so hard that she fell over. "Brother, you're really going to make me laugh to death. What kind of girlfriend is this?" Wen Ruoyun laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Although she said this, Wen Ruoyun suddenly felt a little distressed in her heart. She never thought that such a feeling would happen to her. Perhaps, there were not so many scumbags in this world at the beginning, but many people gradually turned evil when they met unfaithful people when they were in pure love. Thinking of this, Wen Ruoyun couldn't help but think of her past. Wasn't she also a miserable person like Su Fingyan? At this moment, the last bit of defense she had against Su Fingyan had disappeared. "Sister, it's fine if you don't comfort me, but isn't it a bit too much to laugh so exaggeratedly?" Su Fingyan said resentfully. Sorry. How about this, sister will go with you on Saturday and help you piss off your ex-girlfriend?" Wen Ruoyun suggested. No thanks." Su Fingyan quickly refused. "What's the matter, brother? Don't you like your sister?" Wen Ruoyun said deliberately angrily. "No, sis. I want to handle this myself. I don't want to do things like slapping someone in the face. At this point, he paused, took out his wallet from his pocket, and pulled out a photo from behind his ID card. That was the only photo of him and his ex-girlfriend, and also the only selfie in which his ex-girlfriend kissed him on the cheek. He has always been reluctant to destroy this photo, perhaps as a commemoration, or perhaps as a motivation. Sister, no matter what, she is someone I once loved deeply. There is no right or wrong in this world, only fate plays tricks on us. Su Fengnian's tone was filled with emotion. When Ruoyun on the other end of the phone heard these words, she was completely stunned. She didn't expect that a college graduate could say such a thing. Ah, we were all once deeply in love, so why bother? Let us just part ways in peace. At this moment, when Ruoyun seemed to have let go of the obsession in her heart. She was stunned for a while, then smiled and said to the phone, "Brother, I respect any decision you make. If you need anything, just say a word and I'll be there for you anytime." "Thank you, sister," Su Fengnian said gratefully. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Putting down his phone, Su Fengnian walked to Nyo's room, and looking at his sleeping daughter, he felt unusually calm. Exchanging an ex-girlfriend for a rich woman's daughter seems pretty good. He said that he was going to watch the smash with Lin Chang, but in fact, he was afraid that Lin Chang and his people would really do something excessive and make everyone lose face. That's why he said let's go and have a look. Some things are not so easy to let go. Su Fengnian still felt a little unwilling. He thought, if he had money, would the ending be different? Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. There was still a trace of unrealistic fantasy in Su Fengnian's heart. However, what he didn't know was that this engagement party would completely shatter the fantasy in his heart. Nyo was still sleeping. Su Fengnian was a little upset, so he went into the kitchen to prepare something for Nyo. Only when he was cooking could he calm down. As soon as his cookies were ready, Nyo woke up by the smell. "Dad, it smells so good." Nyo rubbed her eyes and looked at him as if she was still sleepy. "You little glutton, wait a moment, it's still hot," Su Fengnian reminded with a smile. Just as the father and daughter were sitting at the bar staring at the cookies, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Su Fengnian looked at the time and thought that Li Xian had returned, so he stood up to greet her. As soon as he left, Nyo couldn't help reaching out for the biscuits. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, she found Su Fengnian looking at her with sharp eyes. Seeing this, she had no choice but to retract her hand and wipe her mouth. As soon as Li Xian opened the door, she also smelled a fragrance. As soon as she entered the room, she was attracted by the various cartoon-shaped cookies in front of Nyo. "Mom, come and eat some. These are the cookies Dad made," Nyo shouted excitedly. Just as Nyo was shouting, she had already started eating. Because she ate too fast, she choked. Su Fengnian ran to get her some water. Li Xian shook her head helplessly. Seeing her daughter eating so much, she curiously took a piece of biscuit and tasted it. After taking a bite, she found it was delicious and ate a lot without realizing it. As a result, she also choked. However, Su Fengnian had already poured milk for the two of them in advance. In order to save face for his financial sponsor, Su Fengnian pretended not to notice her miserable appearance. At dinner, Li Xian asked Su Fengnian to make some vegetarian dishes for her. But when she was eating, she saw Nyo and Su Fengnian eating a lot of fish and meat, and she felt bad. Moreover, the two people next to them were eating with a smacking sound. Li Xian was extremely angry, but she couldn't say anything or scold. After dinner, Li Xian suddenly said, "Nyo, where do you want to go for National Day? Mom and Dad can accompany you." When Nyo heard that her parents were accompanying her, she was so excited that she immediately stretched out her fingers to count. As a result, she counted all the delicious food. Li Xian, who was standing by, supported her chin with both hands and just watched Nyo counting her fingers. At this moment, Su Fengnian looked at her blankly. It turns out that this is what the domineering female president looks like after she puts down her disguise. Just when Su Fengnian was fascinated by what he saw, Li Xian had already noticed his gaze. But at this moment, she suddenly didn't know how to react. Although she is a big shot in the business world, when it comes to love, she is also a half-novice, just like Su Fengnian. In fact, Li Xian's words were hinting at Su Fengnian. But someone was completely confused by such a hint, having already been completely absorbed in the beauty and unable to extricate himself. Chapter 36 New Position. After a while, Su Fengnian came to his senses and remembered what happened on Saturday. He coughed lightly and said awkwardly, "Ahem, that old wife." Recently at home, Nyo often heard him call Lee Xan sisterly. One time, Nyo asked curiously, "Dad, why do you call Mom sister?" Because of this, Lee Xan asked him to use a more intimate name at home. As for what to call him, Lee Xan did not specify and let him decide for himself. Su Fingyan originally wanted to call her Xaner, but he felt that this name was somewhat similar to Xaner and also sounded a bit awkward. After thinking it over, he decided to be more direct and just call her wife. Hearing this address, Lee Xan paused, and was stunned for a while before responding, "Well, go ahead." I'm going to a wedding with my classmates on Saturday," Su Fingyan said hesitantly. When she heard that there was going to be a wedding banquet, Nyo's face was full of anticipation. Ever since she was old enough to understand, she has attended many weddings with her mother. She was very excited about both the games on site and the gifts returned. The main thing is that the weddings her mother attends are not ordinary weddings, and every time she goes, she receives special gifts. "Dad, Nyo wants to go too," Nyo shouted excitedly. Seeing Su Fingyan's embarrassed expression, Lee Xan seemed to guess something. In the afternoon, Secretary Lu reported a private matter to her. "Boss Lee, today a couple is getting engaged at our international hotel, and the female lead is Su Fingyan's ex-girlfriend." Because of Lee Xan's instructions, Secretary Lu has been keeping an eye on people related to Su Fingyan, especially the actions of his ex-girlfriend. So when Su Fingyan said he wanted to attend a wedding, Lee Xan already knew what was going on. "Nyo, it's not convenient for your dad to take you that day. Mom will take you to the amusement park, and then we'll go out to play together on Sunday, okay?" Lee Xan said to Nyo gently. When facing Nyo, Lee Xan always speaks gently and talks a lot. But once facing Su Fingyan, she seemed cold as ice and was very frugal with her words. "Okay, Dad, you have to stay with us on Sunday." Although Nyo is naughty, she listens to her mother very much because her mother is really scary when she gets angry. "Well, Dad promises you." Su Fingyan smiled and touched Nyo's head. After saying that, Su Fingyan went to Nyo's room and found a large map of China. Seeing him suddenly take out a map, Lee Xan looked confused. Just as she was about to ask, Su Fingyan simply spread the map of China on the ground and handed Nyo a dice. "Nyo, let's play a game. Close your eyes and throw the dice randomly. We'll go to wherever the dice lands, okay?" Su Fingyan said with a smile. Nyo thought it was fun, so she immediately closed her eyes and started throwing the dice. The result? Xinling Mountains, Mount Everest, the sea. Nyo threw the dice many times, but none of the places where the dice landed were normal. Lee Xan, who was watching the show on the side, could hardly hold back her laughter. Su Fingyan held his head with both hands, with a helpless expression. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked Nyo to close her eyes and vote for the last time. He secretly moved the dice and thought, this season is suitable for hiking. He decided to take Nyo to the nearby mountains, which were not very high in altitude. Lee Xan did not object to this decision. In fact, she also wanted to go hiking, as she hadn't been out in nature to relax for a long time. She didn't expect that Su Fingyan's idea coincided with hers. In the evening, after Su Fingyan coaxed Nyo to sleep and was about to go back to his room, he was called to the living room by Lee Xan. "Sister Lee, is there anything wrong?" Su Fingyan asked. Since Nyo was not around, he didn't dare call her so intimately. But he didn't notice that after he changed the address, a hint of displeasure flashed across Lee Xan's face. "Do I have to go to this engagement party?" Lee Xan asked directly. Hearing this, Su Fingyan looked at Lee Xan in surprise. He had only said before that he was going to attend a wedding banquet and did not mention that it was an engagement party. "Sister Lee, how did you know?" Su Fingyan was a little embarrassed. "Yes, I know. It happens to be a hotel under our umbrella. Secretary Lu happened to see it and mentioned it to me." Lee Xan's tone was calm, but her expression was a little evasive. "All my classmates are going, so I plan to go too. Since I've been invited, I also want to go and see what my shortcomings are, or is it because I'm poor?" There was a hint of self-mockery in Su Fingyan's tone. After saying this, he was no longer in the mood to continue chatting, so he got up and went back to his room, leaving Lee Xan sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. On Monday, after sending Nyo to school, Su Fingyan came to the company and reported directly to the technical department, where he received 2 sets of clothes. The technical department is responsible for the entire company's computers and servers to ensure they run in an absolutely secure environment. The company has a lot of confidential information, and there is a security department within the technical department, but it is collectively called the technical department, and the security department is not separated out separately. He had just gotten to know his colleagues and hadn't even sat down when the technical director Hua Ziyu called him into the office. "Director Hua, are you looking for me?" Su Fingyan greeted Hua Ziyu as soon as he entered the room. The last time he helped the technical department deal with a problem, he already knew the director and some colleagues in the technical department. "Xiao Su, I'm glad you chose our technical department. In fact, after the last incident, I've always wanted to transfer you to the technical department," Hua Ziyu said with a smile, taking out a document from the drawer and handing it to him. "Xiao Su, this is your new contract. If you have any requirements or ideas, you can tell me. If you are not satisfied with the treatment, you can also raise it." Hua Ziyu's tone was very sincere. Su Fingyan took the contract, and when he saw the salary on it, his hands began to tremble. Jumping directly from 4K to 2W, he didn't expect the change to come so quickly. Normally speaking, many graduates don't even complete their 2 or 3 month internship period. He looked at the contract carefully for a while before slowly placing it on the table. "Director Hua, thank you for the technical department's trust in me. I will work hard in the future and will not bring shame to our technical department," Su Fingyan said solemnly. Hearing this, Hua Ziyu showed a relieved expression. Not long after Su Fingyan left, the phone on Hua Ziyu's desk rang. Looking at the incoming call number, he hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. "Director Wen, do you have any instructions?" Hua Ziyu asked with a smile. "Brother Ziyu, Su Fingyan has reported in today, right? You have to help me keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't get bullied." The voice on the phone made Hua Ziyu shiver. Few men could control themselves from hearing this voice. "Don't worry, Director Wen. Xiao Su is a talented person. I cherish him so much. How could I let others bully him?" Hua Ziyu said seriously. After learning that Su Fingyan was coming to the technical department, he held an internal meeting and specifically named several supervisors who were prone to causing trouble. "I feel relieved with what Brother Ziyu said. I love you." When Ruoyun blew him a kiss on the phone before hanging up. Su Fingyan didn't expect that his sister would chat like this among the company's senior executives. After Hua Ziyu hung up the phone, he also looked helpless. As one of the company's veterans, he knew that when Ruoyun's background was not simple. Otherwise, he would have been eaten to the bone in the internal struggle of the company. What's more, she looks so bad that she will bring disaster to the country and the people. At present, at most some rumors about her are spread privately in the company, and no one is really interested in her, including those on the board of directors. Hua Ziyu knew very well how dirty some people on the board of directors were in private. Su Fingyan returned to his workstation and sorted out his things. "As soon as I sat down and turned on the computer, the girl from the technical department assigned me a task. The assignment location is the sales director's office, a place that technical department employees dream of." Chapter 37. My brother looks good in any clothes. "Xiao Su, do you know the director of the sales department?" Chen Lixin asked curiously. "Brother Chen, rumors in the company are not allowed." Su Fingyan was slapped in the face before he could finish his words. The clerk from the technical department also came over and looked at him with a gossipy look on her face. "Brother Su, the sales director has assigned you to go." Although the others didn't look over directly, they must have been guessing in their hearts. As soon as Su Fingyan left with the toolkit, whispers immediately broke out in the technical department. "Xiao Su is indeed very handsome." "That's right. Otherwise, how could I have caught the attention of a socialite?" "That makes sense. Ahem, everyone, be careful with your words. The technical department is located in the center of the building, and the sales department is upstairs." As soon as Su Fingyan entered the elevator, he received a message from Wen Ruoyun. "Is my brother coming soon?" "In the elevator, I'll be there soon." "Is there something wrong with the computer?" Su Fingyan looked down at his phone. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the elevator and slowly approached him. Smelling a familiar fragrance, he looked up and found Chu Xian standing in front of him. "Brother Su, what a coincidence, which department are you going to?" The sales department." Hearing the word sales department, Chu Xian immediately became alert. She happened to be going to the sales department, so she decided to follow Su Fengnian and protect him at the same time. Brother Su, what a coincidence, I'm going to the sales department too. Su Fengnian didn't say much, and the two didn't have much communication in the elevator. After all, this was a company and there were cameras in the elevator. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the sales department's floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Su Fengnian felt as if he had arrived at the Hahuan sect. The female colleagues in the sales department were all dressed up and looked very pretty. Pick any one of them and they will all be very good looking. At this moment, he finally understood why his colleagues in the technical department had such unwilling expressions on their faces when they heard that he had been chosen by the director of the sales department. Zhu Xian, who was standing next to him, looked at his expression and very considerately reminded him with her foot. A sharp pain instantly went straight to the top of my head. Walking into the electric glass door, the beauties in the sales department all looked at Su Fengnian. They had heard that a handsome guy had come to the security department, and they could occasionally see him during lunch. Today was the first time Su Fengnian came to the department, and everyone looked at him curiously. Several beautiful colleagues from the sales department came over directly. Brother, add me on green letter, they glanced at the tag on him, I have some computer problems and I can help you. The reason is valid and there is nothing wrong with it. Just when Su Fengnian didn't know how to answer, Zhu Xian stood in front of him. If you have any computer problems, please contact the technical department directly through the internal communication software. Please do not use personal contact information. Zhu Xian's words stunned the sales department employees. Who are you? A beautiful employee asked dissatisfiedly. Yeah, which department are you from? Another employee also looked at her. I'm from the RD department. Zhu Xian was interrupted before she could finish her words. Why is the RD department coming to our sales department? Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight and refused to give in, when Ruoyun walked out of the office. Is everyone free? When Ruoyun's voice was majestic. Seeing the director coming, the beautiful colleagues in the sales department returned to their seats one after another, lowered their heads and dared not look at her. Come with me to the office, when Ruoyun said to Su Fengnian, then turned to Zhu Xian. If you have anything to say, ask Xiuli. After saying that, when Ruoyun turned and walked towards the office, and Su Fengnian followed silently behind. Zhu Xian pouted and turned to find Xiuli to deal with department matters. This was the first time Su Fengnian met Wen Ruoyun in a formal company setting. Her aura was very strong, but it felt a little weaker than Li Xian's. He couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. Wen Ruoyun's office is completely enclosed. It is not a transparent partition, but a separate room. Her office is the only one in the company that is different from others. As soon as he entered the office, Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. This doesn't look like an office at all, it's clearly her own little world. While he was stunned, Wen Ruoyun had already walked up to him and circled around him. My brother looks good in any clothes. Sister, you didn't call me here just to make fun of me, did you? Su Fengnian said helplessly. She looked like a domineering queen just now, but now she seems like a completely different person. It is said that women are fickle, and the ancients were not wrong. How could that be? I really called you here because I had a problem with my computer. I am a person who clearly separates work and life. Wen Ruoyun said as she poured him a cup of coffee. Colleagues outside generally don't disturb Wen Ruoyun. If there is anything, they contact her through internal communication software or phone. I would only knock on her door in an emergency. Su Fengnian took the coffee, and the moment their hands touched, Wen Ruoyun gently traced his fingers with hers. Seeing this, Su Fengnian quickly put down his coffee and prepared to check out what was wrong with the computer. I walked to the computer and just touched the mouse, the screen lit up. A photo of him suddenly appeared on the desktop with a heart drawn on it. Seeing the screen, he didn't dare to look up at Wen Ruoyun, who was sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs and drinking coffee. After the beginning of autumn, the weather gradually became cooler in the morning and evening. However, Wen Ruoyun was still wearing cool clothes on the sofa. In the company, the sales department has a set of formal work clothes for important occasions. Usually, they can dress casually. Su Fengnian checked the computer and found that there were only some minor problems. After dealing with them briefly, he stood up and prepared to leave. Brother, are you done? Wen Ruoyun saw him stand up and also stood up from the sofa. Well, sister, no problem. If everything is fine, I'll go back first? Su Fengnian asked. In the company, Wen Ruoyun still had her limits and just wanted to see him. Okay, I'll call you if I have any questions. As she said this, she also threw a coquettish glance at Su Fengnian. After leaving the office, Su Fengnian planned to leave directly, but before he had taken a few steps, he was stopped by a beautiful colleague outside. It turned out that several of them had applied to the technical department for technician positions. Xiaowen, the dispatcher from the technical department, saw that Su Fengnian happened to be upstairs, so he asked him to handle it directly. They are all minor problems, but they cannot be overcome by the large number of people. He checked almost all the computers in the sales department. He stayed in the sales department all morning. Chen Lixin, who was sitting next to him, looked at Su Fengnian's empty seat and felt depressed. The other people in the technical department also looked absent-minded. Before lunch, Su Fengnian finally finished everything and was about to return to the technical department when Ruoyan walked out of the office. She knew that Su Fengnian had been outside. Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work. Come to the next sales department dinner. When Ruoyun invited. Seeing that the director said this, others also said that it was okay, especially some of the single ones. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and hurried to the technical department, not even bothering to wait for the elevator. Looking at his embarrassed back, everyone in the sales department found this young man more and more interesting. After returning to the technical department, Su Fengnian found that many people did not go to eat. Seeing him come back, several colleagues picked him up and took him to the stairwell. Xiao Su, tell me the truth, how many friends have you added? Confess and be lenient. Hand over your friend. Chapter 38 Brother Su, shall we go traveling together during the National Day holiday? A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Faced with a group of ferocious colleagues, Su Fengnian decisively created a group and shared all the business cards of the beautiful women in the sales department. As for whether the beauties would pass, that was not his concern. During lunch, many people from the sales department came over to greet him, which made his colleagues from the technical department lose their appetite. There are handsome people in the technical department, but once you enter the technical department, it's like entering an ugly man transformation room. In a few years, that handsome guy will turn into a greasy uncle. Seeing Su Fengnian being so proud now, everyone felt a little unhappy. However, considering that he shared all the information, everyone was just jealous in their hearts at most. In the next few days, the sales department would call Su Fengnian once a day, and he would stay there for half a day. This made the colleagues in the technical department go crazy. No, why do you go to the department with the most beautiful women in the company every day? And you stay there for half a day. Are you fixing computers or people? In a besieged city, people outside want to get in, and people inside want to get out. Su Fengnian was overwhelmed by the people in the sales department, and they had to call him for all the trivial matters. In the last 2 days of this week, he simply disappeared. He asked Chu Xian to call him to the RD department early in the morning, thinking of hiding there. When he went to work in the morning, he deliberately greeted his colleagues in the technical department and showed great considerateness. As a result, the resentment of colleagues in the technical department was reduced by more than half. But what they didn't expect was that after learning that Su Fengnian was not there, the sales department did not call anyone else. When he came to the RD department in the morning, Su Fengnian found that there were many beautiful women in the department, with a 50-50 ratio of men to women. He sat next to Chu Xian in the morning and watched her play Candy Crush for the whole morning, which was really boring. Chu Xian, it's not a good idea for you to play games this morning, right? Su Fengnian couldn't help but remind her. Unexpectedly, Chu Xian directly retorted, Brother Su, you see, it's not a good idea for me to play games all morning, right? Su Fengnian. During lunch, Chu Xian insisted on dragging him along. When eating in the restaurant, Su Fengnian always felt that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. This week is a long holiday, and everyone is discussing where to go. Chu Xian also wants to ask him to go on a trip together. While eating, she whispered, Brother Su, can we go on a trip together during the National Day? Su Fengnian slowly raised his head and looked around, then whispered, Who are they? Chu Xian pouted, a little unhappy, it's just the two of us, no one else. Hearing this, Su Fengnian remembered what was said on the internet, when a girl is willing to travel with you alone, it means that her motives are not pure. I have to look at my schedule. Besides, there are so many people here during the National Day holiday, and I don't really want to go out. Su Fengnian declined politely. Seeing that Su Fengnian actually rejected her, Chu Xian picked up the plate and left without saying a word, with no expression of joy or anger on her face. After coming to the new department, time flies by extremely fast. It is not as boring as before when I was guarding the post. Su Fengnian is either in the sales department or in the RD department. He occasionally has to go to other departments and the computer room from time to time. There is no time for him to feel bored. Because tomorrow is the National Day holiday, the company gave them an early holiday this Friday. Su Fengnian also had to go to the kindergarten to pick up Nyo-Nyo in advance. During dinner in the evening, Li Xian looked at him from time to time, trying to read something from his expression, but Su Fengnian's behavior was no different from usual. After dinner, Li Xian played with Nyo-Nyo for a while and then took Nyo-Nyo to live in the villa. Tomorrow Su Fengnian will also go to find Lin Chang and others early. A sleepless night. Even though he acts as if nothing has happened, when the night is quiet, he will think of the good times he once had, even though that was only his one-sided beauty and what he thinks is good. At 5 in the morning, Su Fengnian got up early and went to the gym in the apartment to exercise for more than half an hour, then took a shower and took a nap. At 9 o'clock, he was awakened by a call from Lin Chang. "Crazy man, we are at the Yongheng Tea House on Tianha Road, come quickly, everyone is almost here," Lin Chang urged on the phone. Su Fengnian, who was in his sleep, woke up immediately. "Wait for me in 20 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone and got up in a hurry. After going to the bathroom and washing up quickly, he hurried out, bought 2 buns near the community, and took a taxi straight to the tea house. After taking a look at the box number sent by Lin Chang in the car, Su Fengnian walked up quickly after arriving at the tea house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw several familiar faces. Those who were able to come were all those who he usually played well with. There were 5 people in the box, including Lin Chang, his other 2 roommates, and 2 girls in the class. Seeing where the 5 people were sitting in the box, Su Fengnian asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Looking at their somewhat awkward expressions and then at Lin Chang's resentful look, Su Fengnian immediately understood that his 2 roommates and the 2 beauties in the class had gotten together. "Crazy, you and Lao Lin need to work hard, we are getting engaged soon." As Zhao Dong said this, he put his arm around Su Yanran. Su Yanran, who was standing aside, lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Fengnian sat down next to Su Yanran and said earnestly, "Su Yanran, Zhao Dong is not a good guy. He is a drinker, whore, gambler, and smoker." Zhao Dong, who was standing a body away, stood up immediately after hearing this, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight with Su Fengnian. Seeing this, Lin Chang quickly stepped forward and held him back. "Old Zhao, bear with it, the madman is just joking. Lao Lin, don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson today and let him know who is the boss of dormitory 303. Zhao Dong said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chang really let go of his hand. Zhao Dong turned around and glared at Lin Chang fiercely, cursing in his heart, "Fuck, old Lin asked you to let go and you really did. You want to see me get beaten, right? Don't you know I'm bluffing? When did I ever win a fight in school?" Seeing the funny scene of Zhao Dong standing there with his hands raised, Lu Yao couldn't help but tease him. "Lao Lin, hug Lao Zhao quickly. I'm afraid he'll get beaten up if he gets impulsive." Zhao Dong. Alright, stop messing around. You're always like this every time you meet." Sun Si, who was sitting aside watching the fun, smiled and tried to smooth things over. "For Cece's sake, I won't bother with the madman." Zhao Dong sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The atmosphere became depressing for a while. Everyone knew what the early meeting was about, but no one spoke first. Su Fengnian looked at everyone's expressions, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said directly, "If you have anything to say, just say it, don't worry about me. If I really cared, I wouldn't be here today." Lin Chang lowered his head and ate fruit, pretending not to hear anything. The other 4 people also lowered their heads and whispered to each other, without responding to Su Fengnian. Seeing these friends still being so arrogant, Su Fengnian directly took out a stack of cash and placed it on the table. "It seems that you are not going to ask me for reimbursement today?" The moment Redskin appeared, everyone seemed to have unsealed a seal and began to indiscriminately attack Su Fengnian and Wan Mingxiu as past, as if a group of parents were disappointed with their children and were educating them for not listening to their advice. At this moment, Su Fengnian finally understood how frustrated these good friends felt when they were in school. Chapter 39. Yonyo, do you want to pick up your dad in the evening? The roommates in the room complained for more than 2 hours, until lunchtime. Really, during the 3 years of college, nothing someone did could be described as a bootlicker. In their eyes, Su Fengnian is just a fool. But no matter how they tried to hint at it or persuade him earnestly, that person seemed to be possessed and simply wouldn't listen. There is a saying that goes, "Don't try to wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep." At noon, Su Fengnian ordered a lot of dishes. He knew that only those who truly regarded him as a brother would say such harsh words. He knew very well that honest advice was unpleasant to the ears and good medicine was bitter. Crazy, I heard from Lao Lin that you went to a big company? Zhao Dong asked in a low voice while eating. Well, yes. I just changed departments this week and the salary has increased a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford you. Su Fingyan replied with a smile. Lin Chang remained silent throughout the whole process. He was the one who knew most of the inside information. At this time, Su Yanran suddenly whispered, "What do you think? Should we let the madman find a beautiful woman to pretend to be his girlfriend so that she can liven up the occasion when he goes out to drink tonight?" Everyone is familiar with this plot. Zhao Dong looked at his girlfriend and Sun Si and shook his head subconsciously. But as soon as he finished this action, Sun Si swung her fist and hit him. Old Zhao, what do you mean by shaking your head? You think we are not pretty, right? Ahem. Sisi, you misunderstood. What I meant. Zhao Dong hurriedly explained. What do you mean? If you don't explain clearly, I will let Yanran break up with you. Now Zhao Dong was completely panicked and looked to others for help. Lu Yao received the signal and took over the topic. If you want to find a female companion, it can't be ordinary people like us. Look, Wan Mingxue found a rich second-generation guy. He pointed at Su Fingyan beside him and said, if you want to find one, you have to find a rich woman, a queen CEO or something like that. This sounds reasonable, but it is impossible to implement. Except for Lin Chang, everyone else feels that ideals are full and reality is skinny. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Su Fingyan said with a smile, okay, there's no need. Let's just go for a drink and talk about the situation later. Since the protagonist has said so, there is nothing more to say. Without absolute strength, no matter how good the idea is, it can only be called a dream. At noon, everyone played cards in the box for the whole afternoon. Seeing that the time was almost up, everyone took 2 taxis and headed to the International Hotel. Each person will give 500 yuan in red envelopes, and everyone can prepare their own red envelopes. The money will be provided by Su Fengnian. When I arrived at the hotel lobby, I saw Wan Mingxue standing with her fiancé in a dress. The entire hotel was booked today. There were no other guests or banquets. All the people who came were guests attending their engagement party. Su Fengnian walked in first. He took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over directly, smiling the whole time. Without saying any words of blessing, he walked straight towards the banquet hall. But after taking 2 steps, I heard a noisy sound behind me. Turning around, I found that Lin Chang and the others were apologizing hypocritically. Su Fingyan walked back and took a look, and found that the red envelope given by Lin Chang and others was printed with "Get well soon." Isn't this indirectly saying that the person is sick? Old Zhao, you didn't even check when you bought the red envelope. What's going on? Lin Chang complained. Lao Lin, how dare you criticize me? How come you didn't notice the red envelope you put in? Zhao Dong retorted. While they were arguing with each other, Wan Mingxue had a dark face, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said indifferently, "It's okay, you go in first." Seeing Wan Mingxue speak, everyone pushed Su Fingyan directly into the banquet hall. On the way, Su Fingyan whispered, "You really don't give me face. What's the big deal? Wan Mingxue never thought much of us in school before. She called us today probably because she was afraid that you wouldn't come." Zhao Dong's words resonated with everyone. It's murderous and heartbreaking. Wan Mingxue probably wants you to see how she joins a wealthy family in such a grand manner. Lu Yao also expressed his opinion. Su Fengnian glanced back, not knowing what he was thinking. After they sat down, they found that besides them, Wan Mingxue's group of close friends were also sitting at the same table. As soon as they sat down, one of them said sarcastically, "Su Fengnian, you really came? We made a bet yesterday whether you would come today." Hearing this sarcastic tone, Lin Chang and others frowned. "So are you all betting that I won't come?" Su Fengnian picked up a piece of the cold dish on the table and put it into his mouth. "Yeah, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned that you actually came." Someone mocked. After these words were spoken, Lin Chang and others could no longer sit still. "Yin Manyan, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, we will beat you up." Lin Chang stood up and looked at the people opposite with a vicious expression. "Lin Chang, you guys really are birds of a feather flock together." Mingxue's choice is indeed right. Yin Manhan was not willing to be outdone. Now even Zhao Dong and Lu Yao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and stood up. At this time, the hotel staff came over. Everyone, please keep quiet. The engagement party is about to begin. If you have anything to say, please go outside. The waiter reminded politely. Su Fingyan, who was standing by, also pulled at Lin Chang's clothes. Old Lin, I don't want others to laugh at us. Seeing this, the others also sat down. The engagement banquet ceremony began step by step according to the process. The dispute was reported to the hotel manager by one of the waiters, who then reported it to Secretary Liu. Li Xian asked Secretary Liu to pay attention to Su Fingyan's behavior today, fearing that he might do something irrational. But Secretary Liu's report made her frown and she made a decision in her heart. Nyo, do you want to pick up your dad in the evening? Li Xian asked softly. Nyo, who was playing with Lego nearby, was so excited when she heard this. Mom, I want to go. There was an undercurrent at Su Fingyan's table. As soon as the waiter brought the dishes, Lin Chang and the others cleared them out, leaving nothing for Wan Mingshua's best friend across the table. As soon as the food was served, the plates were circulated and then they were collected. Apart from some big dishes that could not be divided up in a short time, other dishes that were calculated by quantity could not even be distributed in a circle. Just when Manhan was about to make trouble, Wan Mingxue and her fiancé came over to toast and walked in front of Su Fengyan. Hello, my name is Si Hongzhe. He extended his hand very gentlemanly. Thank you for taking care of Shuer all these years. Su Fengyan stood up in silence. Si Hongzhe suddenly took the champagne from the waiter's tray, and the scarlet liquid rippled in the glass. This is for Mr. Su. He deliberately lowered his voice, but each word was clear as if it was carved into the air with a knife. Thank you for handing over the perfect xiaoxue to me. The glass in Lin Chang's hand shattered, and the red wine in the glass dripped through his fingers onto the snow-white tablecloth. Wan Mingshua's slender fingers gently grabbed Si Hongzhe's sleeves, her fingertips trembling, as, stop talking. Chapter 40. My daughter and I are here to take you home. Si Hongzhe, however, gave a playful smile and glanced frivolously at his fiancée's red earlobe. The lingering scene from last night is still fresh in my mind. The sight of Wan Mingxue blooming beneath him, and the dark red on the bedsheets when he woke up this morning, satisfied his desire to conquer to an unprecedented degree. Just at this moment, Wan Mingshua's parents also came over to toast. Father Wan staggered over with a bottle of Maotai in his hand. The words relatives of Hongzhe Group embroidered in gold thread on his collar were eye-catching. Xiaosu, he patted Su Fingyan's shoulder while reeking of alcohol. I will pay you back tenfold the money you spent on buying a computer for Shuer after the engagement party. Under the bright lights of the banquet hall, the Cartier cheetah necklace around Wan's mother's neck poked at her wrinkled skin. The body that was wrapped in a faded tang suit last year is now being squeezed into awkward folds by the Chanel tweed suit. Father Wan's hands, which were always stained with pig feed, were now wearing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, but his cuffs stubbornly revealed half of his washed-out autumn clothes, which was a New Year's gift from Su Fingyan 2 years ago. During college, he earned a lot of money, which he gave not only to Wan Mingxue, but also to some middle-aged men and women who he thought would be his future family. After taking a look at Lin Chang's bloody hand, he was about to drink the glass of wine and leave, but Wan Mingshua's words completely extinguished the last bit of thought in his heart. Su Fingyan, sometimes choice is more important than hard work. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Su Fingyan's heart. What an ironic statement. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Lin Chang clenched his fists. If he could endure such humiliation, he would be the first one to be looked down upon by his brothers. At this moment, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open, and an elegant figure walked in slowly, holding a little girl. It instantly attracted countless eyes. The hotel manager immediately ran over to greet him, bending very low. Mr. Li, why are you here? The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone recognized this Yunqing legend, who was also recognized as the most beautiful woman in Yuncheng. Even though she is over 30 years old, Li Xian is still the most dazzling person in this city. She was wearing a neatly tailored pearl white suit today, with her hair loosely tied up, revealing her graceful neck. Time seems to be particularly kind to her, and her peach blossom eyes have a more intoxicating charm. The little girl next to her attracted countless eyes. Nyo was wearing a puffy skirt of the same color, with big twinkling eyes. She looked like a smaller version of Li Xian. There has always been an unsolved mystery in the upper class of Yunqing. Who picked this high-ranking flower and gave birth to such a lively crystal? Originally, Li Xian was just waiting outside the box, but the waiter holding the tray was so diligent that he broadcast every word of humiliation in real time. Secretary Liu's hand holding the intercom was throbbing with veins, and Li Xian's face became increasingly cold. Finally, she squatted down, straightened Nyo-Nyo's dress, took her daughter's hand and pushed open the door of the banquet hall. After seeing Lee Xin, Si Hongja was stunned. The red wine glass in his hand suddenly tilted, and the expensive Lafite spilled on his custom-made suit without him noticing. The photos on the internet could not capture even 1/10,000th of Lee Xin's charm. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the faint dimples at the corners of her lips, and the demeanor that emanates from her whole body are far beyond the reach of those young girls. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Lee Xin, Nyo-Nyo was standing on tiptoes searching among the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she let go of her mother's hand, and walked through Wan Mingxue and the others. "Dad, Nyo-Nyo is here to take you home." Nyo-Nyo's clear childish voice echoed in every corner of the venue through the microphone that was not turned off. The entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence. Lin Chang took a few tissues and wiped his hands, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The fork in Zhao Dong's hand fell onto the plate with a clang, and Lu Yao forgot to push up his glasses until they slid to the tip of his nose. "Little sister, what's your name?" Zhao Dong's voice trembled a little. The little girl raised her face with a hint of pride. "My name is Sun Yen." This name was like a bomb, instantly detonating the whole audience. Everyone's eyes turned to Lee Xin, who was seen walking towards Su Fengnian's table step by step in her high heels. Si Hongja's parents hurriedly stood up from the main table, not even bothering to greet the leaders who were talking. The Si Hong Group is a well-known company in Yunqing, but compared to the Li family table, it is just a tiny ant. Su Fengnian's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He didn't expect Lee Xin to suddenly show up with Nyo-Nyo, and he didn't expect her to. "Husband." Lee Xin's voice was soft but clear, like a stone thrown into the lake in the quiet banquet hall. "My daughter and I are here to take you home." Not to mention the other people present, even Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. When Nyo-Nyo pounced on him, she hugged his legs, which completely confirmed the title. The champagne glass in Wan Mingxue's hand. Snap. The ground fell to the ground, and fragments flew everywhere. Lee Xin didn't even blink, she just slowly turned her eyes towards her voice was terribly calm. "We have an agreement. During college, he can play this game of house with you." She raised a finger gracefully. "But that's all." The whispers in the banquet hall came like a tide. Lee Xin bent down and picked up Nyo-Nyo. The little girl naturally hugged her neck. This intimate gesture was worth 1,000 words. Because he was from beginning to end. Lee Xin's eyes swept across everyone present, and finally landed on the slightly red tip of Su Fengnian's ear. "It just belongs to me and my daughter." After saying that, he picked up Nyo-Nyo and turned away. At this moment, Su Fengnian stood there in a daze, as if petrified. "Dad." Nyo-Nyo waved at Su Fengnian, and he finally reacted and quickly followed. After taking a few steps, Lee Xin suddenly stopped and turned around. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, she smiled at Wan Mingxue, who was standing there in a daze. "But you are right about one thing." Her fingertips gently brushed Su Fengnian's cuffs, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles for him. "Choice is indeed greater than effort." The words came out lightly, but they were like a slap in Wan Mingxue's face. Amid the complicated gazes of the crowd, the family of three left calmly. Lin Chang and others reacted and stood up and followed him out. When Lee Xin and her group disappeared at the door of the banquet hall, the hotel manager walked in with steady steps. He took the microphone handed to him by the waiter and tapped his knuckles on the metal casing twice, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. "Dear guests," he said in a slow but unquestionable voice, "Mr. Lee hopes that tonight's interlude will remain in this hall." The air in the banquet hall seemed to freeze. Even the usually arrogant group CEOs at the main table loosened their ties unconsciously. A lady who was about to post to her moment suddenly had a trembling hand and her phone fell into the cup. "Of course," the manager said with a professional smile, "Mr. Lee has prepared souvenirs for everyone." He clapped his hands, and the waiters pushed in a number of food carts with the latest limited edition handbags from a luxury brand. "I hope everyone enjoys it." Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, the manager bowed gracefully and left. Wan Mingxue was still standing there, completely in a state of fear and confusion. What just happened was too absurd, like an absurd nightmare. "The most beautiful woman in Yunqing," she murmured to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear it. This title represents not only the appearance, but also the woman's status in the business world. Si Hongja stood beside her, his eyes frighteningly sinister. His fingers were tightly gripping the wine glass, his knuckles turning blue. The meaningful look in Li Xian's eyes when she was leaving just now was like a blunt knife cutting into his self-esteem. So? He sneered, his voice hoarse, what I picked up were just some worn-out shoes that others didn't want. Hearing the voice, Wan Mingxue raised her head abruptly, but the moment she met her fiancé's eyes, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. What was surging in her eyes was no longer love, but horrifying humiliation and hatred. Outside the hotel, Zhao Dong and Lu Yao were whispering with their heads down. Old Lu, what do you think Mr. Li is talking about? Lu Yao pushed up his glasses and said, the agreement must be fake. He lowered his voice and said, how could we not know what happened in Crazy University? How could they have secretly married and had a child? Zhao Dong suddenly grinned, but with Ms. Li's acting skills, the Golden Horse Awards owes her a trophy. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Chang, who was silent at the side. He was the calmest person throughout the whole process. This kid must have known this a long time ago. The four of them looked at each other and decided to bring Lin Chang over and torture him severely. Dad, are these your friends? Yes, that's right. Dad will introduce her to you. At this point, he picked up Nyonyo. This is your Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhou. If Li Xian hadn't been standing by, these people would have definitely been serious about the title and would have absolutely refused to acknowledge the title of uncle. The address should at least start with uncle, not to mention that each of them regards themselves as godfather. Honey, I've called a taxi for your friend. Li Xian's voice was tender and unyielding. Come back with me. Okay. Su Fingyan bent down and picked up Nyonyo. Before getting into the nanny car, he gave Lin Chang a look. The other party understood immediately and nodded at him. After they left, Lin Chang was carried to another car by Zhao Dong and Lu Yao, one on each side. In the car, Lin Chang was caught in the middle. Facing the torture of his roommates, Lin Chang avoided the main point. This matter starts from the last time I distributed flyers in the mall. Damn it! Zhao Dong dropped his fist on the seat. Why can't I get this kind of good thing? Lu Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and glanced at him. Don't worry, even if a rich woman falls in love with you, her child won't recognize a thief as his father. In the nanny car, Nyonyo and Su Fengnian sat in the last row. Nyonyo had no choice but to lean on him. Li Xian sat in the second row, closing her eyes to rest. Thank you. Su Feng said in a young voice, his voice full of gratitude. Li Xian suddenly opened her eyes and turned around. Do you know you're wrong? She opened her red lips. Ah. Su Fingyan looked confused and subconsciously hugged Nyonyo tightly in his arms. What did I do wrong? Puff Nyonyo suddenly emerged from his arms, stood on the seat with her hands on her hips, and imitated her mother's usual way of scolding people, saying in a baby voice, "Stupid daddy. If mom says you are wrong, you are wrong." What his daughter said seemed to make sense, and he was speechless. Chapter 41. I'm not doing this for you, but for Nyonyo. When they returned to the apartment, Li Xian asked Nyonyo to go to a separate playroom to play Lego first, saying that she had something to talk to her father about. Nyonyo was very sensible and just asked approximately how long it would take. After Nyonyo left, Li Xian slowly spoke. I know the whole process of what happened today. You don't have to be too touched. She picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip. I didn't do this for you, but for Nyonyo. I understand. Su Fingyan replied silently. He knew that Li Xian's actions today must have her own considerations, otherwise she would not call out such an intimate name in public. I'm glad that you didn't cause a scene at the venue with your friends in the face of their ridicule, but... She paused, took out her cell phone and played a recording. The recording was a video of him being ridiculed by the waiter. I know you want to keep things quiet, and I also know you've always relied on yourself and been very careful about everything you do. But after you sign that contract, at least for the next 3 years, you don't have to hesitate to do anything. You are Nyonyo's father now, and my nominal husband. At this point, she lowered her voice a little. As long as it's not something that's against the law or principles, I can help you settle it. Without waiting for Su Fingyan's response, she stood up and left the living room, walking straight towards her bedroom. Looking at the graceful back, Su Fingyan could hardly believe his ears. This was the first time Li Xian talked to him so much, and also the first time she formally acknowledged their relationship. Just as he was sitting on the sofa and thinking about random things, Li Xian came back to the room with her cheeks flushed. Through observations over the past few days, she could be very sure that even if someone was given the capital to do something lawless, he would not do it. During this period of time together, she felt more and more that Nyonyo's vision of people was better than hers. Today in the banquet hall, she appeared to be domineering on the surface, but when she said the word husband, her heart was pounding and she was extremely nervous. Both of them couldn't sleep that night. Only Nyo slept the happiest because she was going on a trip with her parents tomorrow. Su Fingnian chose a scenic tourist town near Yuncheng. There is a small hill with an altitude of more than 500 meters in the town, which is suitable for parent-child activities. The hill is not high, and there are homestays at the foot and top of the hill, and you can even camp on the top of the hill. Secretary Liu has already purchased all the necessary tents and equipment. As for food, the three plan to go to the supermarket to buy it early the next morning. Because they couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, early the next morning, Su Fingnian and Li Xian were woken up one by Nyo before they got up. After Su Fingnian finished washing up, he went to the kitchen and started working. After breakfast was ready, I waited for a long time but Li Xian didn't come out of the room. He asked Nyo to go in and see what was going on. Nyo quietly walked into Li Xian's room and found that she was still struggling with what clothes and shoes to wear. I have tried so many outfits, but I am not satisfied with any of them. Girls always feel that there is a set of clothes missing in their wardrobe, even if the clothes are already piled up like a mountain. Nyo told Su Fingnian what she saw. Hearing this, he was speechless for a while. After thinking about it, he whispered a few words in Nyo's ear. After a while, Nyo returned to the room and began to repeat what her father had told her. Mom, Dad said that when we go hiking, we can't wear skirts or shorts. We have to wear sweatpants. Having said this, she thought about it and seemed to think that was all, so she turned and left the room. With fewer choices, Li Xian's movements were indeed much faster. Soon, Li Xian, dressed in sportswear, appeared in front of Su Fingnian. This outfit makes her look unique and her graceful lines are fully displayed under the sportswear. Su Fingnian couldn't help but look at her a few more times before reluctantly looking away. After breakfast, the three of them went to the independent garage downstairs, planning to go on a self-driving tour. There is an SUV electric car in the garage. Because the distance is not far, and Nyo wants to watch cartoons on the way, it may need reverse charging when we arrive at the camp. After comprehensive consideration, they chose the tram, which Li Xian bought a few days ago specifically for this short trip. Having money means you can be willful. Su Fingnian knew that this car would most likely be used only once and would be abandoned after use. After getting in the car, Su Fingnian directly turned on the smart driving and secretly glanced at the two beauties through the rearview mirror inside the car. The town we chose this time is relatively unpopular, and not many people went there during the National Day holiday. The traffic on the national highway was relatively smooth, and the intelligent driving made Su Fingnian feel relaxed throughout the journey. The car was driven very steadily, and did not affect Nyo who was watching cartoons in the back. After driving for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the town. In a relatively empty section of the road, Su Fingnian took over the driving position and felt the handling and power of the car. After arriving at their destination, they checked into a booked BB. The entire BB was booked by the sponsoring mother. She said she didn't like other strangers living in the BB, as it was unsafe and not something she was used to. After parking the car, Su Fingnian and Li Xian took Nyo and walked towards the nearby mountain. On the way, many tourists couldn't help but look at them. This family of three is extremely good-looking and is popular among men, women, young and old. On the way here, they passed by a supermarket and bought some snacks for Nyo. Before going up the mountain, the three of them replenished some energy at the foot of the mountain. At the beginning, Nyo and Li Xian were very excited and walked faster. Only Su Fingnian walked forward step by step, maintaining a steady pace. After walking for more than an hour, they reached the halfway point of the mountain. There is a very flat area on the mountainside where some people set up tents and camp. Su Fingnian also brought food for lunch, which was naturally the legendary self-heating rice. However, Li Xian has never eaten it. After finding an empty spot, Su Fingnian took off the tent and awning. When he was in college, he often went hiking and camping with Lin Chang, so he was quite familiar with these things. It wasn't long before the tent and marquee were set up. Nyo and Li Xian spread out the picnic mat, while Su Fingnian spread out the sleeping bag in the tent. At noon, Nyo wants to take a nap. After everything was ready, the three of them sat under the canopy and began to eat the snacks that Nyo shared with them. Nyo is very happy today. It's the first time for her to hang out with her parents. When she said this, she looked at Su Fingnian on purpose. "Dad, I'm glad you're back." Looking at the extremely cute daughter in front of him, Su Fingnian felt that even if he had no money, he was willing to work like a slave for her. He doesn't want anything but Nyo. Looking at the affectionate look between the father and daughter, Lee Xin frowned. She felt a little regretful, as if she had let a wolf into the house. Now, at least half of the daughter's mind is on her father. If some time passes, I don't know whether I can keep my 50% share. Just as they were eating and reading picture books, a little boy suddenly came over from a distance with a lollipop in his hand. Seeing this, Su Fengnian stopped the boy directly. Little boy, what are you doing? He looked like an old father with a protective look. Uncle, I want to give her a lollipop. The little boy said timidly. She doesn't eat lollipops. Su Fengnian refused decisively. Then I have some biscuits in my pocket. The little boy took out a small bag of biscuits from his pocket. She doesn't eat cookies either. Su Fengnian said firmly. When Li Xian, who was sitting behind Nyo, saw this scene, an image of someone crying bitterly when Nyo got married emerged in her mind. Chapter 42, Good Popularity with Women. Under Su Fengnian's strict security, no little boy could get close to Nyo. Of course, the little girl was not within the interception range. Li Xian watched the whole process and knew in her heart that after spending all these days together, Su Fengnian had already treated Nyo as his own daughter. Some things can't be acted out, and she didn't believe that he, at such a young age, could hide it from her eyes. At noon, Su Fengnian prepared self-heating meals for Li Xian and Nyo. Li Xian looked disgusted, always feeling that this kind of pre-prepared food was both unpalatable and unhealthy. But she didn't expect that Su Fengnian took out a bottle of chili sauce he brought from his hometown from his bag and directly mixed it into Li Xian's self-heating rice. After taking a bite, Li Xian was surprised. She had never tasted such delicious chili sauce before, and she loved spicy food. Before Su Fengnian and Nyo had finished eating, some people had already eaten everything. You say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. After dinner, Li Xian accompanied Nyo to take a nap in the tent. Su Fengnian sat at the door of the tent, not daring to slack off at all. After sitting for a while and seeing that no one came, he went under the canopy, sat on the placemat and stared blankly at the strangers going up and down the mountain. Nice legs. So big. Tasteful. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful scenery, he didn't notice that someone had walked out of the tent. The tent was behind the canopy, and Su Fengnian, sitting under the canopy, was not afraid that someone would bypass him and approach the tent. But he forgot that there were two exits at the front and back of the tent. Li Xian walked out from the back exit, and then stayed not far behind Su Fengnian, following his gaze and looking at the various young ladies not far away. Does it look good? It's okay, pretty. Su Fengnian answered subconsciously, then suddenly turned sideways and smiled awkwardly. Sisterly, why did you come out? Seeing this, he quickly stood up, looking away, feeling extremely embarrassed. Li Xian just thought it was fun and mentioned it casually. It was a man's nature, and as an older woman, she could understand it. Just when Su Fengnian wanted to explain something, a girl in a long skirt walked over. As the girl got closer, Su Fengnian looked more and more familiar. Before he could ask, the girl called out his name. Senior Su, what a coincidence, you are here too. Hearing this name, Li Xian, who was sitting next to Su Fengnian, narrowed her eyes. Yi Anren? Su Fengnian was a little surprised. Yes, it turns out that Senior still remembers me. Is this your sister? Yi Anren looked at Li Xian with a smile. Su Fengnian was speechless for a moment. If he said she was his wife, he was afraid that Li Xian would be unhappy. If he said she was his sister, he was afraid that Li Xian would think he was not being honest enough. Just when he was hesitating, Yi Anren had already walked in front of Li Xian. Hello, sister. I am Su Fengnian's junior. I knew him in school before. He took good care of me. When Li Xian heard the word take care of, she couldn't help but feel a strange emotion in her heart. Su Fengnian quickly explained, Ahem, it's not really about taking care of someone. I help you, and you pay me for it, so it's at most mutual support. Just when Li Xian was about to tell her the truth, Nyo had already crawled out of the tent. The first time he saw Su Fengnian, he shouted, Dad, I think I'm hungry. Yi Anren turned around and looked at Su Fengnian with an incredible expression. Senior, your daughter is this big? Having said this, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Xian again. Li Xian smiled and nodded, her meaning was obvious. Yi Anren smiled awkwardly and left quickly. After she walked away, Li Xian said softly, You're popular with women. Hearing this, Su Fengnian's eyes dodged and he started to pack up his things, ready to continue climbing to the summit. Li Xian beside him suddenly said, "You don't need to pack up the tent. You can take it when you come down tomorrow. If it is taken away by someone else, it means we are not destined to be together? Can the word fate be used here?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but complain in his heart. He found it unbelievable that such ridiculous words came out of Li Xian's mouth. Although she is rich, she is usually a very frugal person, sometimes even more frugal than him. However, Su Fengnian thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. Just like that, the three of them left with their backpacks and food. Everything went smoothly along the way, but just when she was about to reach the top of the mountain, Li Xian accidentally slipped. Fortunately, Su Fengnian reacted quickly and pulled her back. He was fine, but his foot was sprained and bumped, and it hurt so much that he couldn't walk. At this moment, Su Fengnian directly moved the backpack to his chest, and regardless of whether Li Xintong agreed or not, he carried her on his back. "Even if we have to kill or chop you up, that will be a matter for later." In this way, he had a backpack hanging on his chest, Li Xian on his back, and holding Nyo's hand with one hand. "Fortunately, I exercise regularly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to bear it." The moment he carried Li Xian on his back, his heart beat faster. This was the first time he had such close contact with her. The soft feeling on my back, the slender fingers hanging on my chest, and the body fragrance coming from her are not the smell of perfume, but a scent that belongs only to her. Although I felt a little tired physically, I felt happy in my heart. Looking at the mountain top that was visible to the naked eye not far away, he hoped that it was a mirage. Li Xian, who was on his back, kept her head at a certain distance from Su Fengnian at first. As time went by, she gradually leaned her head on his shoulder, feeling a little touched. "I thought it would be nice to live with a boy like this in the future. I originally thought that I could take good care of Nyo and face all problems by myself. But since she started getting along with Su Fengnian, she increasingly felt that she didn't need to be so tired. It's nice to have someone to share the burden with, and in some ways, he can do it better than you." At this moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. After walking for more than half an hour, we finally reached the top of the mountain. Fortunately, the way up the mountain is made of wide steps and is not very steep. Otherwise, unless Su Fengnian is a super scion, he probably wouldn't be able to carry Li Xian up. When they reached the top of the mountain, they went directly to the BB they had booked. Few people stay in mountaintop BBS as they are quite expensive and many people think it is not cost-effective. Basically, they live directly down the mountain, or live in tents on open ground. Su Feng gently put Li Xian on the bed, turned around and went to the service desk to ask for a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. When he returned to the room, he sent away Nyo, who had been sticking to him. "Sister Li, let me help you with this." He squatted down and carefully took off her socks. Li Xian's ankle was swollen and purple under her fair skin. He suddenly thought of his college roommate Zhao Dong's feet. The smell was so good that it could be used as a biological weapon. But Li Xian's feet had a faint scent of shower gel, like freshly picked gardenias. It might hurt a little. He poured some medicine into his palm and placed his warm palm on her cold ankle. Li Xian bit her lip and let out a soft hum. Su Fengnian's hand paused and his Adam's apple rolled. Her skin was incredibly delicate, like the finest silk. His fingertips unconsciously softened their force, fearing that they would hurt her. The room was so quiet that you could hear each other's breathing. Li Xian's long hair fell down, and the ends of her hair brushed across the back of his hand, making him feel itchy. The tips of her ears were red as blood, and even Su Fengnian's ears started to burn. Okay. He stood up suddenly, his voice a little tense. "I'm going to the bathroom." Almost fled in panic. The cold water washed over his cheeks, and Su Fengnian looked at himself in the mirror with a dark look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless emotions. When he returned to the living room, Li Xian was already sitting on the sofa. Her ankle was bandaged and her face was a little red. The moment their eyes met, they quickly looked away. It seemed as if something was fermenting in the air, so sweet that it made people feel uneasy. Chapter 43. Who is the father of this child? As the night deepened, moonlight from the mountains filtered in through the gaps in the curtains. Su Fengnian's mind was filled with the scene of rubbing his feet just now. He lay on his back, his left hand unconsciously hovering over the tip of his nose, as if he could still smell the faint scent of gardenia. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and turned over. The quilt was kicked aside, and he simply sat up and took out his cell phone. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the cold light of the screen reflected his hot face. He stared at his left hand in a daze. It seemed that his fingertips still retained the touch of her skin, which was incredibly delicate. He shook his head violently. Bang! The phone slipped out of his hand for no apparent reason and hit him directly in the face. He covered his nose in pain. In the bathroom, the water was running. Su Fengnian, wake up the fuck, he said to himself in the mirror. But when I closed my eyes, I saw Li Xian biting her lip to endure the pain again. Fuck! He slapped his cheek hard. He fell into a deep sleep when the sky began to turn pale. In a daze, he felt someone pinching his nose. He suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and saw Nyo lying on top of him. Dad, you're such a lazy bum. As she said this, she continued to pinch his nose with her pink little hands. Seeing this, he was not willing to be outdone and directly used his ultimate move, the tickling skill. Just as the father and daughter were playing, a cough was heard outside the house. Upon hearing the sound, the two immediately stopped playing. Nyo jumped directly off the bed and left the room. Su Fengnian also quickly got up and washed, and in less than 5 minutes he appeared at the dining table in the restaurant. Looking at the pitch-black unknown object in front of them, he and Nyo looked at each other, as if they were asking each other for help. Looking at his daughter's eyes asking for help, father's love is like a mountain seems unusually heavy. Honey, this reminds me of the burnt sweet potatoes I baked when I was a kid. How about I fry an egg and we can eat it together? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xian pointed to the plate beside her. Su Fengnian and Nyo turned their heads and looked over. There was a flat black object lying on the plate, which was simply a piece of charcoal art. This is toast, and this is an egg. If you look carefully, you should be able to recognize them? Since the leader said so, Su Fengnian couldn't refute anything. Wife, I recognize it, how could I not recognize it, ha ha. After saying that, under Nyo's incredible expression, he prepared to use chopsticks to pick up some to taste it. It would be unreasonable not to eat a bite of breakfast when my sponsoress mother got up so early in the morning to make it. As for the consequences of taking it, he was too lazy to consider it. He even brought montmorillonite powder with him, which showed his foresight. Just as he stretched out his chopsticks to pick it up, the so-called egg carbonized and shattered on the spot. Ahem, this is my first time cooking and I don't have any experience. How about I make another one? Li Xian was about to pick up the plate and go to the kitchen. Don't! A loud voice rang out, Wife, I should go. The fumes are bad for the skin, but I'm not afraid because I'm thick-skinned. Su Fengnian showed a sincere expression, revealing his true feelings, without seeming artificial at all. Nyo also nodded vigorously. She has two biggest fears in her heart. The first is that her father will leave her, and the second is that her mother will cook. Apart from these two things, she is not afraid of anything. Li Xian looked at the expressions of the father and daughter in front of her and didn't want to insist any longer. Even if the food others make is unpalatable, it's still edible. But what she made was too much to eat, you couldn't even pick it up with chopsticks, the food had already been carbonized. Without waiting for Li Xian to say anything, Su Fengnian hurried to the kitchen, fearing that someone would go back on their word. In just half an hour, a sumptuous breakfast appeared in front of the mother and daughter. It has good color, aroma, and taste, and is worthy of being a part-time job expert. Nyo picked up the fried egg and started eating. Su Fengnian still made soft-boiled eggs. After taking a bite, the golden egg liquid slowly slid down the corner of Nyo's mouth, leaving a messy mark on her fair little face. At this moment, a tissue appeared just right next to the corner of her mouth and wiped it gently. Because of his meticulous care, Li Xian felt a complicated emotion in her heart again, thinking that none of the aunties at home were as attentive as he was. At this moment, she felt somewhat doubtful. Before her best friend died of complications during childbirth, she refused to tell her who the biological father of her unborn child was. He just said with pleading eyes. The child's name is Sun Yen. From now on, she is your daughter. They grew up together and were as close as sisters, never even having a quarrel. Sometimes, they even jokingly wondered if their relationship was more than just ordinary friendship. But now, the person who once talked to her about everything has left her forever. For the sake of the child, she announced to the public that she was on maternity leave during the time she disappeared. Giving the child a status would also stop the thoughts of those men outside who were eyeing her covetously. But whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she couldn't help but wonder who was the father of this child. Looking at Su Fengnian in front of her, she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts in her mind. Su Fingyan, who was having dinner with Nyo Nyo, did not notice Li Xian's strange expression, nor did he know what she was thinking at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but a puzzled voice was heard. Wife, what are you daydreaming about? In front of Nyo Nyo, Su Fingyan was extremely diligent in calling her wife. How could such a good opportunity be missed? The idea that he would never dare to have in his dreams could be unbridled in front of Nyo Nyo. At this moment, he felt that Nyo Nyo was truly his lucky star. After meeting her, his fate changed drastically. Although it is not known whether it is good or bad at the moment, at least he has enough food and clothing and a stable job. After dinner, Li Xian got a pair of trekking poles and slowly walked down the mountain. Su Fingyan held Nyo Nyo's hand, and going down the mountain was much more difficult than going up. When we reached the mountainside, the tents and everything were still there. Su Fingyan packed up and left the same way he had come. The backpack was much lighter now, and there was very little food left in it. After eating a few bites on the mountainside at noon, the three of them took a short rest. Su Fingyan patted the grass debris on his butt, stood up and said, "Let's go and get down the mountain early. It looks like it's going to rain." Li Xian looked up at the gray sky, nodded, then stood up and stretched, preparing to continue walking down the mountain. The three of them continued down the winding mountain road, slipping on the gravel under their feet from time to time. Su Fingyan walked in front, looking back from time to time to ensure the safety of Li Xian behind him. Looking at his back, Li Xian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Even though I have only known this man for a short time, he always makes me feel at ease at critical moments. Stepping on stones from time to time allowed her to put away her messy thoughts and concentrate on the road under her feet. The mountain breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. In the setting sun, a few wisps of smoke were faintly visible rising from the foot of the mountain not far away. Su Fingyan quickened his pace. Finally, the road near the foot of the mountain became flat and wide. After the three of them returned to the BB at the foot of the mountain, they fell directly on the sofa and no one was willing to get up. "Dad, I'm so tired. I don't want to climb the mountain next time." Su Fingyan waved his hand. "Well, let's take the cable car next time," Li Xian suggested. Chapter 44, Madman, I want to borrow some money from you. The three of them stayed in a BB at the foot of the mountain for the night, and they fell asleep at around 8 o'clock. Next day, Su Fingyan was the first one to get up, not because he wanted to get up so early. The main reason is that I'm afraid someone won't be able to resist going into the kitchen again. Rather than being embarrassed later, it's better to get up early and prepare it yourself so as not to give her the chance to cook. Just when Su Fingyan was busy in the kitchen, his prediction was very accurate. Li Xian had already gotten up. Just as he was about to enter the kitchen, the noise caught Su Fingyan's attention. The moment he turned around, their eyes met and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. After staring at each other for a while, both sides looked away almost at the same time. "Sister Li. Good morning." Su Fingyan greeted her and turned around quickly. "Good morning." Li Xian responded and turned to leave. "I'll go wake Nyo Nyo up." She spoke very softly and she didn't know whether Su Fingyan heard it. Not long after, she brought Nyo Nyo to the restaurant, where Nyo Nyo's favorite egg rolls were already on the table. And her favorite fried egg with sweet filling. The same ingredients were placed in front of Li Xian. She said that when they go out to play, Nyo Nyo's meals are the main focus, and she will eat whatever Nyo Nyo eats. She was too lazy to use her brain when going out to play, since her daughter's taste was similar to hers anyway. After breakfast, the three of them packed up and prepared to return to Yuncheng. As soon as Su Fingyan returned to the room, he received a call from Lin Chang. "Crazy, where are you?" A familiar voice came from the phone. "I'm traveling outside and am planning to come back." Su Fingyan held the phone between his cheek and shoulder while packing his clothes into the suitcase in an orderly manner. "Oh, then let's talk about it when you come back." Lin Chang's tone was a little hesitant, and he seemed to be about to hang up the phone. Su Fingyan frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Lin Chang was a guy who never came to visit someone without a reason. Since he called him, there must be something wrong. He put down the clothes in his hand, picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Lao Lin, do you have something to talk to me about? Is there anything between us that cannot be discussed?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Lin Chang seemed a little hesitant. Su Fingyan waited for a long time, but there was no sound from the other end of the phone. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could something big have happened? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he even started to have wild thoughts. And the more I thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Could it be that my good brother had contracted some terminal illness and was dying? Just as he was imagining a drama of life and death, a voice finally came from the other end of the phone. Crazy, I want to borrow some money from you. Return? Su Fingyan uttered these two words almost reflexively, which directly broke Lin Chang's defense. Crazy. Am I the kind of person who doesn't pay back debts? Lin Chang's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, and he pulled at his collar in anger. Do you think everyone is like you? Su Fengyan's eardrums were buzzing, and he quickly moved the phone away. After Lin Chang finished venting, he cleaned his ears and muttered softly. Look at what you said, Lao Lin. I will pay you back as soon as I have money, without any hesitation. As soon as Su Fengyan finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone again. Lin Chang seemed to be choked by his sudden teasing, and after a while he managed to utter, Can you be serious, kid? I really have something to worry about. Su Fengyan heard the anxiety in her tone, put away his joking thoughts, and said seriously, Okay, Lao Lin, stop beating around the bush. What happened? How much do you need? Lin Chang sighed and lowered his voice. Something happened at home, and I urgently need 50,000 yuan to make ends meet. I know this is a lot of money, but I really have no choice. It had only been a short time since they attended the engagement party together, and he had just been out for a few days. What big thing had happened to Lin Chang? 50,000 yuan used to be an astronomical figure for him, but now it is still within his means. He deposited the red envelope money that his daughter secretly gave him in the bank, and there was nearly hundreds of thousands of yuan in it. It was impossible for him to really spend his daughter's money. It was true that he took the money. If he didn't take it, Nyo would be unhappy, but he would not use it. Lin Chang's incident today forced him to use his daughter's money. He planned to report to his daughter when he returned and found a time when they were alone. All he was thinking about now was how to explain to his daughter. As for Lin Chang, he didn't think too much about it. Lao Lin, it's the same account as last time, right? I'll transfer the money to you later. You said simply, but you have to tell me what happened? Don't let me guess. On the other side of the phone, Lin Chang breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became more relaxed. Thanks, crazy man, actually my dad is in the hospital, and the surgery fee is still a little short. I don't want too many people to know, so... Alright, stop talking. Su Fengyan interrupted him, I'll take care of the money. If it's not enough, I'll find another way. Don't be polite to me. Your father is in that hospital. I'll come over when I get back. In the Municipal People's Hospital. Lin Chang's voice was a little choked up. Crazy, thank you so much this time. Don't give me that. We are no match for each other. Su Fengyan smiled and said, Take good care of uncle first. I'll talk to you when I get back. After hanging up the phone, he realized that Nyo and Li Xian were standing outside his door at some point, and he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Something happened at my friend's house, he said as he packed his clothes into his suitcase. I'm going to go over there when I get back. They didn't hear what happened when they came over. Li Xian glanced at him and seemed to sense the urgency in his tone. What happened? Do you need help? It's okay, I can handle it myself. Su Fengyan smiled casually. If I really can't handle it, I will definitely ask for help. I'm a thick-skinned person. Since he could handle it himself, he didn't want to trouble Li Xian, but he would have to find a good time when he returned this time. Think about how to tell Li Xian to change the money given to him from the credit card into cash. On the way back to Yunqing, Su Fengyan was driving while thinking about how to talk to Nyo about the money. It always feels weird when my daughter is my gigolo. After returning to Yunqing, he rushed to the city central hospital as soon as possible. When he ran to the door of the operating room panting. At first glance, I saw Lin Chang sitting on a bench. But at that moment, he almost didn't dare to recognize it. The Lin Chang in front of him had completely lost his former spirit, and it seemed as if his soul had been sucked out of him. There was messy stubble on his chin, his hair was greasy and tangled, and he had a pair of panda eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several days. Su Fengyan's heart tightened. It had only been a few days since they last met, so how come Lin Chang seemed to have aged several years? He walked over quickly and patted Lin Chang on the shoulder. Old Lin, I'm here. Lin Chang raised his head, his eyes a little dazed, and when he saw that it was Su Fengyan, he forced a smile. Crazy, you're here. Chapter 45, Love and Hate Brothers. When Su Fengyan looked at Lin Chang's appearance, he felt as if something was pulling at his heart. He sat down next to Lin Chang and asked in a low voice, How is uncle? How long has the operation started? Lin Chang rubbed her red eyes, her voice a little hoarse. I have bin in there for almost 3 hours. The doctor said it is a heart bypass surgery, which is quite risky. As she spoke, her hands clenched unconsciously. Heart bypass surgery is very common nowadays. Su Fengnian patted his shoulder. Don't worry, uncle will be fine. Lin Chang nodded but said nothing, just staring at the glaring red light on the operating room door. Su Fengnian knew that it would be unnecessary to say anything at this time, so he simply remained silent with him. Men don't need too much comfort between each other. Look, a cigarette and a glass of wine are enough. After a long time, Lin Chang suddenly said, Crazy, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. Don't give me that. Su Fengnian interrupted him and smiled casually. Who are we friends? When your father gets better, you have to buy me a drink, and it has to be mousy. Lin Chang was amused by his words and twitched the corners of his mouth. Although the smile was a little forced, he finally felt a little angry. So what? Whoever gets drunk first gets to call the other his godfather. Just when Su Fengnian was about to say something, the door of the operating room suddenly opened. A doctor in green surgical gown came out, took off his mask, and said with a tired but relaxed expression, the operation was successful, and the patient is out of danger. Hearing this, Lin Chang stood up suddenly, his legs went weak and he almost fell. Su Fengnian quickly supported him and patted him on the back with a smile. You weakling, look, what did I say? Uncle is blessed with a long life, he will be fine. Lin Chang's eyes suddenly turned red. He nodded vigorously, his voice choking, Thank you, doctor, thank you. The doctor asked them to wait outside for a while as the patient would be out soon and told them not to leave. Just when the doctor left, Lin Chang seemed to realize something. He raised his middle finger to Su Fengnian and said, Madman, who the hell are you calling a weakling? If you have the guts, go to the toilet and compete. Seeing him like this, Su Fengnian knew that the Lin Chang he knew was back again, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this operation not only saved Lin Chang's father, but also saved his good brother. Lin Chang's mother passed away when he was young, and it was his father who played both the role of father and mother and raised him up alone. During those years, his father worked on the construction site during the day, and came home at night to cook for him, wash clothes, and even get up in the middle of the night to coax him to sleep. These are the things that Lin Chang told him countless times every time he was drunk, and he could recite them by heart. But even so, his father never complained in front of Lin Chang. In comparison, although my family is poor, at least my parents are still there, and they are in good health without any congenital diseases. It's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, given his family's financial situation, he would have to endure minor illnesses and pains, and deal with minor problems. If he really encountered a serious illness, it seemed that he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Lin Chang and Su Fengnian are from the same hometown and are childhood friends. Although the two families are not in the same village, the distance between them is quite different. But when they were studying in the county, whenever Lin's father saw them playing together, he would buy double the amount of snacks. Lao Lin, do you still remember? Su Fengnian suddenly recalled, when I was studying in the county, your father always bought us delicious food. At that time, I thought he was the most awesome person in the world. Lin Chang nodded, a hint of pride on his face. In my heart, my dad is the most awesome person in the world. But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, tears welling up in his eyes. But now, I don't even have the money to treat him. Don't say that. Su Fengnian put his arm around his shoulders. You just graduated. It's normal that you don't have money. In the future, we will definitely become rich people, and very rich. Hearing this, Lin Chang didn't say anything, but just nodded vigorously. He knew that Su Fengnian had been comforting him, and he couldn't let his brother worry. He must cheer himself up immediately, he cannot fall down at this moment. At this time, the door of the operating room opened again, and several nurses slowly walked out pushing the bed. Lin Chang's father was lying on it, his face pale but his breathing steady. Lin Chang on the side almost rushed over, holding the railing of the bed tightly with both hands, staring at his father's face without blinking. Dad! His voice trembled a little, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Su Fengnian stood aside, looking at Lin Chang's nervous and cautious appearance, and felt a little sad. He patted Lin Chang's shoulder gently and whispered, Old Lin, Uncle is fine. Don't worry. Let the nurse push Uncle to the ward. The nurse nodded and said in a gentle tone, the patient's operation was very successful. He needs to rest now. Family members can go to the ward and wait. We will arrange follow-up care. Hearing this, Lin Chang loosened his hand slightly, but his eyes were still following the bed until the nurse pushed his father and disappeared at the end of the corridor. He stood there, as if all the strength in his body had suddenly been drained away, and his whole body felt a little weak. Seeing this, Su Fingnian stepped forward to support him, and said jokingly, "Don't admit that you are a weakling. I will book a hotel for you. Go take a shower and change clothes. I will keep an eye on your uncle here." After saying that, he picked up his phone and booked a hotel room nearby. Lin Chang nodded and followed Su Fingnian to the ward. After taking a look at his father, he prepared to get up and go to the hotel. He was too tired and hadn't slept for several nights. He went to the hotel according to the address given by Su Fingnian. Not long after he entered the hotel, someone came knocking on the door and brought him a set of clean clothes. Su Fingnian didn't even know what size clothes his ex-girlfriend wore, or even what color clothes she liked. But he remembered Lin Chang's size clearly: size L for tops, size 32 for pants, size 42 for shoes, and even the size of his underwear. It's not his fault. Since he was a child, Lin Chang has always dragged him along to buy clothes. He said he had good taste and gave him some reference. Over time, Su Fingnian became so familiar with Lin Chang's size as if it was engraved in his mind. He could even tell whether the style of the clothes was suitable for Lin Chang. But the ex-girlfriend? Su Fingnian thought about it and found that he didn't even know what style of clothes she liked to wear. "You received the clothes, don't be touched yet. I'm still keeping a record of the debt. I have to pay it back. So this is what it feels like to be a creditor." When the news about Su Fingnian popped up, Lin Chang was sitting on the edge of the bed in the hotel, holding a pair of underwear with an elephant's trunk printed on the waistband, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at the underwear for a few seconds, his mouth twitched, and he threw his phone aside, muttering, "This lunatic, he just bought clothes, why did he have to do this?" Walking into the bathroom with a gloomy face, Lin Chang cursed in his heart while washing. When he finished washing up, the delivery guy brought him his favorite rice with toppings. I took the takeaway and my hand vibrated. I picked up my phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was another new message: "Is the meal here? Remember to eat it while it's hot, don't go hungry." Lin Chang stared at the news with mixed feelings. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "This bastard, I really love and hate him." But even though he was cursing, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Chapter 46 about bathing. In the ward, Su Fingnian, who was sitting next to Uncle Lin, had a melancholy look on his face, his eyes fixed on the pale middle-aged man on the bed. Su Fingnian was in an unusually heavy mood, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the future. He and Lin Chang are both only children. If one day his parents get sick, without financial support, he will also face the same problem as Lin Chang, right? He lowered his head and looked at his hands, which seemed so weak at the moment. I thought of Lin Chang's haggard face as he felt every day was a year long these days, and his predicament of having to borrow money from everywhere these days. Su Fingnian suddenly realized that his parents' health was not eternal, and if one day he had to face all of this. Do you have enough ability and strength to deal with it? If he had money, he could bring his parents to live with him and take care of them. If he had money, he could hire the best servants and nannies for them. Thinking of this, Su Fingnian clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. At this moment, Uncle Lin on the hospital bed woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Su Fingnian. He was slightly doubtful and spoke slowly. "Crazy, year, why are you here?" These few simple words seemed to have exhausted all Uncle Lin's strength. After Su Fingnian realized what was happening, he immediately stepped forward and whispered, "I asked Lin Chang to go to the hotel to take a shower and rest for a while. He probably hasn't slept for several nights." These words were like a bolt from the blue, piercing deep into Lin Chengda's heart. Yes, it was me who implicated him. Lin Chengda struggled to sit up. Seeing this, Su Fingnian quickly held down his body. "Uncle Lin, don't do this. We are all family members. What are you talking about getting involved or not?" Lin Chengda moved his body and found that he had no strength at all, so he had to give up the idea. Su Fingnian, who was standing by, picked up an apple and started peeling it. "Uncle Lin, just take good care of him and leave the rest to us." He didn't say leave it to Lin Chang, but said us. Lin Chengda understood what he meant and looked at Su Fingnian, who was peeling an apple for him. A warm feeling rose in his heart. He knew that his love for this child since childhood was not in vain. He could be considered half a son to him. The two of them kept chatting like this, and they didn't know how long it had passed. Seeing that Lin Chengda was a little tired, Su Fingnian stood up and prepared to leave. He didn't call Lin Chang, intending to let him sleep a little longer. Before leaving, he paid a week's worth of nursing care. After explaining some things to the nurse, he left the hospital. It was already past 7 in the evening when I got home, and I didn't even have time to eat dinner. As soon as she got home, Nyo planned to run over to hug him, but she thought that she had just come back from the hospital and her body must be dirty. He dodged Nyo's hands with a quick move. Nyo, Daddy just came back from the hospital. He is very dirty. Can I go take a shower first before I hug you? Su Fengnian said with a pleading expression. Nyo was also very reasonable and agreed to his request. He even ran to Su Fengnian's room and said he wanted to run a bath for him. There is a big bathtub in everyone's bathroom, and he also likes to take a bubble bath when he has nothing to do. The main thing is that you don't have to pay for your water. Such a caring little cotton padded jacket made his originally depressed mood become much more optimistic. Sure enough, home is a gentle harbor, especially when there is a beautiful daughter-in-law at home who is the cause of trouble. Thinking of this, he looked around for a while, but found no trace of Li Xin. I walked to the bathroom and asked quietly, Nyo, where is mommy? Nyo, who was draining water, also put a few ducklings into play when she heard Su Fengnian's words. She turned around and whispered, Mom said she was tired. She didn't even have dinner and went back to her room to sleep. She wouldn't let me in. When she said this, she pouted, put her hands on her hips and looked unhappy. Looking at her actions and expressions, Su Fengnian shook his head without thinking much about it, even though he wanted to go and check it out. You have to take a shower before going. When he saw that the water was almost drained, he was about to kick Nyo out of the bathroom. The little girl suddenly said, Dad, I want to take a bath with you. Su Fengnian was speechless when he heard this. He squatted down and patiently explained, Nyo, girls can only take a bath with girls. Why? Nyo tilted her little head with a puzzled expression, her big eyes full of innocence and confusion. This question stumped Su Fengnian. He scratched his head and rolled his eyes, his mind racing over how to explain it. Finally, he had an idea and thought of a reasonable reason. Nyo, when we go out to play, do you usually go to the bathroom with your mom? And are there 2 bathrooms outside, one for boys and one for girls? After listening to this, Nyo thought about it seriously and it seemed to be true. She nodded, and an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on her little face, like a little adult thinking about a problem. Dad, how can I take a bath with you? Nyo did not give up and asked again, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing her persistence, Su Fengnian sighed helplessly. He secretly glanced outside the door, and after confirming that there was no one else, he leaned close to Nyo's ear and whispered in a low voice, for example, if you have a younger brother in the future, then your younger brother can take a bath with your father, and you can only take a bath with your mother. When Nyo heard that her younger brother could take a bath with her father but she couldn't, her little face instantly fell and she felt very aggrieved. She pouted her lips and tears seemed to well up in her eyes, as if she had been treated extremely unfairly. Seeing this, Su Fengnian's heart softened, and he quickly touched her head and comforted her softly, Nyo, it's not that Dad doesn't love you, it's just that boys and girls are different. You will understand when you grow up. Although Nyo was still a little unwilling, she felt relieved a little when she saw her father's gentle eyes. She nodded and muttered softly, okay then. If I have a younger brother in the future, I will ask him what you played in the bathroom. After finally getting this little ancestor out, Su Fengnian covered his face with a towel. He collapsed in the bathtub and took a long breath. The warm water wrapped around his body, as if slowly dissolving the day's fatigue. He closed his eyes, and Nyo's aggrieved little face and her series of hilarious questions emerged in his mind. It's becoming increasingly difficult to fool this little girl. He smiled helplessly, moisture floating in the air, blurring his vision. He fell asleep unknowingly, and he didn't know how long it had been before he felt a chill on his body. He realized that the water in the bathtub had turned cold, and he was very surprised that no one came to call him. Thinking of this, he quickly got up, took a shower in the shower room, then put on his pajamas and walked to the living room. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw Nyo sleeping on the sofa. Li Xin hasn't come out since he returned home. He looked at the time and it was already past 8 o'clock. I took a bath for almost an hour, no wonder my body was white when I got up. He thought that if he continued to sleep, he would probably die. He carefully picked up Nyo from the sofa, carried her back to the room and covered her with a blanket. He took a deep breath and planned to go to Li Xin's room to take a look. The distance from the living room to Li Xin's room seemed extremely difficult for him to walk. I couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 47 Silent Confession. Walking to Li Xian's door, Su Fingyan raised his hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and knocked on the door gently. "Sister Li, are you okay?" He lowered his voice. There was no response from the room. He frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Although Li Xian was usually cold, she never ignored him. He tried the doorknob and found it unlocked. "Sister Li, am I coming in?" he asked tentatively, still no response. When I opened the door, the room was dark, with only a small night light at the bedside emitting a faint light. Li Xian was lying on her side on the bed with her back to the door, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Su Fingyan approached gently and found that her breathing was a little rapid and beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead. He reached out and touched her forehead, and the scorching temperature made his heart tighten. "Sister Li, do you have a fever?" he asked in a low voice, with worry in his tone. Li Xian groggily said her voice a little hoarse, "It's okay, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." In the past, when she was at the villa, unless she was really seriously ill, she would handle everything on her own and would not easily ask the housekeeper or servants for help. She didn't want them to see her fragile and haggard side. Hearing this, Su Fingyan frowned, turned around and walked out of the room, went to the storage room, and took out antipyretic drugs and an ear thermometer from the medicine box. He poured a cup of hot water, returned to Li Xian's bedside, and said softly, "Sister Li, take your temperature first, and then take some medicine." Li Xian struggled to stand up and leaned against the back of the bed. Su Fingyan turned on the ear thermometer and beeped into her ear. Looking at the bright red screen of the ear thermometer, his brows furrowed even more tightly. 39.4 degrees, I need to take medicine quickly. Looking at her pale face, her lips were very chapped. His heart ached. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" There was a hint of blame in his tone, but more of heartache. Li Xian leaned against the head of the bed, closed her eyes, and said weakly, "I don't want to trouble you." Su Fingyan sighed, sat on the bedside, and reached out to tuck the corner of the quilt for her. "You are I want to say that you are Nyonyo's mother, and it is my duty to take care of you." She did not respond, but just nodded slightly. After a while, he helped Li Xian up, fed her ibuprofen, and handed her some warm water. Li Xian swallowed the pills with difficulty and drank a few sips of water. She looked exhausted. "Lie down and rest first. I'll go make you some porridge," Su Fingyan said as he helped her lie down and covered her with a blanket. Li Xian closed her eyes and whispered, "Don't bother. I can't eat." "No, you have to eat something if you have a fever, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it." Su Fingyan's tone was firm and did not allow for any rebuttal. He stood up and walked out of the room, closing the door gently. At this moment, Li Xian, lying on the bed, felt unprecedented tenderness for the first time. In the kitchen, he skillfully washed rice, shredded ginger, and cooked a pot of light white porridge. While cooking the porridge, he also applied a wet towel to Li Xian's forehead to help her cool down. As for wiping the whole body with a hot towel, he feels that the current conditions and timing are not ripe. It could be life-threatening, so just apply it on your forehead. It's no wonder that he had such wild thoughts. Even though Li Xian was sick, she was still so beautiful and attractive in his eyes. Half an hour later, Su Fingyan returned to the room with a bowl of steaming porridge. After taking the medicine, Li Xian fell asleep in a daze. He gently pushed her, "Sister Li, get up and drink some porridge before going to sleep." Li Xian forced herself to open her eyes and saw Su Fingyan sitting beside the bed with porridge in his hand. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. She propped herself up, took the bowl, and began to drink in small sips. Originally, Su Fingyan brought a spoon and tissue, ready to feed her, but he didn't expect that she would just take it and drink it herself. As expected, a strong woman relies on herself for everything. Maybe she doesn't have the habit of being fed by others. After seeing her drink some, Su Fingyan asked, feeling a little nervous. Li Xian nodded, her voice still a little hoarse, "It tastes great, thank you." Su Fingyan smiled slightly, and involuntarily reached out his hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. "You have a good rest, I'll be outside, call me if you need anything." Li Xian looked at him with a softer look in her eyes. "You should also go to bed early. You have worked hard." Su Fingyan shook his head. "It's okay, just take care of yourself." He stood up and prepared to leave, but Li Xian suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Her hands were a little cold, but they made Su Fingyan's heartbeat speed up instantly. "Su Fingyan," she called his name in a low voice, with some hesitation in her tone. "Whom?" He turned and looked at her. Li Xian opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but finally shook her head. "It's okay, go and rest." Su Fengnian nodded, gently withdrew his hand, and walked out of the room. The moment he closed the door, he leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Just at that moment, he almost thought that Li Xian was going to say something important to him. But in the end, she still said nothing. He shook his head, shook off those messy thoughts, walked to the sofa in the living room and lay down. He did not sleep well that night and got up from time to time to go to Li Xian's room to check on her. It was almost dawn when Li Xian's fever finally subsided. He heaved a sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, the sunlight shines into the living room through the curtains. When Su Fengnian woke up, he found a thin blanket on his body, with a familiar scent on it. He sat up and saw Li Xian sitting on the sofa beside him, looking much better. "Are you awake?" Li Xian smiled at him. "Thank you for last night." Li Shi looked at him, with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. Su Fengnian was extremely happy at this moment. He felt that his relationship with Li Xian had taken a historic step forward. "It's okay. This is what I should do. I'm relieved that you're okay." After saying that, he scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Li Xian originally wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing and just nodded slightly. The two of them just sat there until a childish voice was heard. "Dad, Mom, why didn't you wake me up?" Nyo rubbed her eyes and walked towards them with a hint of sleepiness. Seeing Nyo coming over, Li Xian immediately stood up and took a few steps back. Her fever had just subsided and she was afraid of infecting her daughter. Seeing this, Nyo looked at Li Xian with a puzzled look. Su Fengnian, who was standing by, quickly explained, "Nyo, Mommy is not feeling well, so after dinner, Daddy will take you to the mall, okay?" When she heard that they were going to the mall, Nyo jumped up on the spot, ran to the bathroom in her room, and started washing herself. Where there is a strong mother, there will naturally be an independent daughter. Before going to kindergarten, Nyo could already dress and wash herself and didn't need Li Xian's help at all. Except for some more complicated clothes that require help, she can put on other normal clothes by herself. After making a light breakfast for Li Xian, the father and daughter held hands, carried a big backpack, and prepared to go shopping in the mall. Looking at their coordinated steps and expressions, no one would believe that they were not father and daughter. Chapter 48, Don't Want These Items, Pack Up the Others. The father and daughter walked out of the house hand in hand. This was the first time the father and daughter went shopping alone in the mall since they last met there. For Su Fengnian, it felt like a date with his little lover. "Dad, we are going to buy a lot of things today," Nyo said excitedly, holding Su Fengnian's big hand tightly with her little hand. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, with a doting expression on his face. "Okay, whatever you want today, I'll buy it for you." This attitude is completely different from the first time we met in the mall. After arriving at the mall, the first thing they did was to go to the snack street and have breakfast first. Seeing the dazzling array of snacks, the two of them didn't know which one to eat first. "I want to eat this and that." Finally, I decided to buy some of them. If I can't finish them, I can have them for lunch. After eating some breakfast, the rest of the breakfast was placed in the backpack. After having a good meal and a drink, the father and daughter started shopping in the mall. The first stop is the clothing area. Nyo likes to wear skirts the most, and there are so many skirts in the house that it's dizzying. "Dad, look. There are so many beautiful dresses." Nyo took Su Fengnian's hand and excitedly pointed to a children's clothing store. "There are so many styles of clothes for girls. There is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. Unlike boys, there are only a few major categories, and they are all similar no matter what you choose." After entering the store, the clerk greeted us very warmly. As soon as Nyo entered the store, she pointed at a few skirts. Su Fengnian and the clerk thought she wanted these. She said in a baby voice, "We don't want these, pack up the others." Su Fengnian and the shop assistant were both stunned, and then they couldn't help laughing out loud. Nyo stood there seriously, with her hands on her hips, her little face full of the aura of a domineering president. "Nyo, who did you learn this from?" Su Fengnian squatted down and pinched her little face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Nyo blinked her eyes and said innocently, "Mom. This is what you said the last time you took me to buy clothes." Sure enough, a tiger mother will have a dog daughter. Su Fengnian was speechless. The clerk picked out several styles based on Nyo's figure. "Little beauty, try these dresses that Auntie picked for you and see if you like them." Nyo looked at the skirt in the clerk's hand, then looked up at Su Fengnian, as if asking for his opinion. I think it's not bad. Why don't we give it a try? Su Fengnian asked tentatively. It was the first time he accompanied Niu to buy clothes, and honestly, he felt that any dress would look good on his daughter. In this way, Niu tried on one piece after another and thought each one was beautiful. Su Fengnian was too lazy to worry about it and packed up everything and took it away. The first time he bought clothes, he didn't look at the price on the label. At most, he looked at the fabric and execution standards to see if the material was safe. The payment money was secretly given to him by Niu. He bought a lot of things, so he put them directly in the car. Today he took the same tram as last time to go shopping in the mall. After buying clothes, he took Niu to the playground and played ocean ball with her. As his daughter's personal bodyguard, he must stay by her side in such public places, except when going to the toilet. Because of her stunning beauty, all the little boys in the playground want to play with her. They were all scared away by Su Fengnian's ferocious eyes. Anyone who understands will understand the old father's love for his daughter. Niu was tired from playing and felt a little sleepy, so Su Fengnian held her in his arms and coaxed her to sleep. And so, the two of them rested in a remote corner of the playground. After Niu woke up, the two went to the rest area outside and took out the breakfast they had bought from their backpacks. It's okay when I put it in the bag, it's still a little warm. After eating a little, we went to take the train again, but while riding the train, a familiar figure appeared not far away. Frightened, Su Fengnian quickly bent down, not daring to look up. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you looking for something? Niu asked curiously. Su Fengnian didn't even dare to look up and reply. He could only lower his head and whispered, I'm studying the structure of the train. Do you want to look down too? Hearing her father say this, Niu also looked down curiously. Just as the father and daughter lowered their heads, the train passed by Chu Xian and her best friend. Xianer, I want to ride the train, too. A girl in a sexy long skirt next to her pulled her hand and said coquettishly. How childish. I don't want to sit here. Chu Xian refused mercilessly. Su Fengnian sat up only after the train was out of Chu Xian's sight. Just when he looked back and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Niu beside her blinked at her and said innocently, Dad, were you hiding from someone just now? Hearing this, Su Fengnian was shocked. Is his daughter's observation ability so strong? What kind of person is Li Xian's best friend? And her biological father can't really be a domineering boss, right? There is no need to say that she is very good looking. Looking at Niu's performance, her father's EQ and IQ are also not low. Thinking of this, Su Fengnian felt uncomfortable for some reason and a little jealous. Niu is so smart. How did you find out? Su Fengnian didn't want to lie to his daughter, so he answered honestly. Niu blinked her eyes and whispered into Su Fengnian's ear, because Dad suddenly lowered his head just now, and asked me to lower my head to look at the boy's bottom. But there was nothing there. And Dad's expression was so weird, as if he was playing hide and seek. Hearing this, he wanted to die. But what Niu said next surprised him even more. Dad, are you hiding from that beautiful sister? Niu pointed at Chu Xian who was walking slowly not far away. He didn't expect that the train was circling around this location. Following the direction Niu pointed, they saw Chu Xian walking towards them. It looks like we'll have to take a train, too. Seeing this, Su Fengnian didn't care anymore and prepared to pull Niu out of the car. But before they got off the car, Chu Xian had already walked over quickly. Brother Su, it's really you. Chu Xian looked at him with surprise, then her eyes fell on Niu. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Who is this little girl? Su Fengnian's heart tightened, and he was thinking about how to explain, but Niu spoke first. Hello, sister, he is my father, my name is Niu. Su Fengnian, who was standing by, almost choked on his own saliva and cried out in his heart, it's over, this is a huge misunderstanding. Chu Xian was stunned for a moment, then she put on a meaningful smile. Oh? Brother Su, can't you tell that your daughter is already this big? Su Fengnian waved his hands quickly, trying to explain, No, Niu, she is actually. Before he could finish his words, Niu interrupted and said, Dad, shall we go get some ice cream? Just when Su Fengnian was in a dilemma and didn't know what to say. A resentful voice sounded beside his ear. No wonder you didn't agree to me, it turns out. Halfway through her words, she pulled her best friend aside and left. The best friend seemed to be enjoying the whole process, especially after seeing Su Fengnian's appearance. She was drooling. Just as he was about to say hello, Chu Xian pulled him away. Looking at Chu Xian's departing back, Su Fingnian felt depressed. Hey, customer 1. Chapter 49, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. In a coffee shop in the mall, Chu Xian was lying on the table, looking depressed. Xianer, what's going on? Why don't you say something? Zhang Nan looked depressed. After a long time, Chu Xian recounted the whole story. After listening, Zhang Nan immediately started analyzing. Xianer, I don't think the situation is what we see. He just graduated from college, how could he have such a big child? There must be something else going on. By the way, your aunt, didn't she raise her best friend's daughter as her own? After hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly realized that things might not be what she thought. But she had never seen what her aunt's daughter looked like. Ever since my aunt had a falling out with her family and announced it to the public, she has hardly attended any family gatherings or activities. She rarely sees her aunt in a year, let alone her adopted daughter. The matter of coming to work was also discussed over the phone, and I have never met my aunt. Even her mother hasn't seen her aunt for a long time. Just as she was stunned, Zhang Nan beside her whispered, Xianer, why don't you push his green letter to me? If it's inconvenient for you, I'll go and ask for you. Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately showed a vigilant expression, crossed her arms and said in a teasing tone, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Zhang Nan, what do you want to do? Seeing Chu Xian so excited, Zhang Nan quickly comforted her. What are you thinking about? Even if I am a jerk, I will not steal your sweetheart. I think whether I believe it or not. Chu Xian was firm in her attitude towards this issue. In the brainwashing dramas that we usually watch, besides green tea characters, there are also best friends, so we have to be on guard. After buying ice cream with Nyo, Su Fingnian and Nyo planned to go back directly as they had bought almost everything. The main reason is that I lost an important client, and I feel a little depressed. When I returned to the apartment, Li Xian was not at home. She must have gone out. Su Fingnian and Nyo sat in the living room watching TV. When it was almost late, he got up and prepared to cook. The National Day holiday is half over, and he plans to go back to his hometown tomorrow to see his parents. By the way, go and check the electrical appliances you bought last time to see if they are used to using them. Just as he was cooking, Li Xian came back from outside. Secretary Lu also came back with them, and it seemed that he took Li Xian to the hospital. As soon as he entered the room, Secretary Lu exclaimed in surprise, "It smells so good, Mr. Li, I'm in for a treat today." When there were no outsiders around, Lu Xian would occasionally make jokes. From graduating from college, I was still ignorant, to now I have a family and am already a mother of 2 children. Having been with Li Xian for more than 10 years, she could sometimes understand Li Xian's intentions with just a glance. Although I have never met Secretary Lu, I can recognize his voice. Sister Lu, please take a seat. Su Fingnian hurriedly stepped forward and greeted her. He was very humble and didn't want to put on airs. After the group sat down at the table, Su Fingnian ordered 2 more dishes and even specifically asked Sister Lu if she had any dietary restrictions. By the way, I got to know the taste. After he entered the kitchen, Lu Xian whispered to Li Xian, "Boss Li, this Xiao Su is pretty good. He doesn't look like a fresh graduate. He's quite experienced in dealing with people." Li Xian said nothing and had no expression on her face. But Lu Xian noticed something unusual. She discovered that Li Xian would sneak a glance at Su Fingnian in the kitchen from time to time. That look, how should I describe it, was a bit like the look you gave your secret crush during school days. She didn't ask nor show anything, she just lowered her head to eat and kept praising the food for being delicious. It wasn't a compliment from her, at least she couldn't cook food that tasted that good. At this moment, Nyo beside her suddenly said in a baby voice, "Mom, Dad, and I met 2 beautiful girls in the mall today. They know Dad." When Nyo said this, her voice was very loud, and the hand of someone in the kitchen holding the spatula trembled slightly. The whole person felt unnatural. He didn't expect that his little cotton-padded jacket would be leaking so quickly. "Oh?" Li Xian just responded and didn't ask any more questions. But Lu Xian at the side understood what she meant. He looked at Nyo and asked in a low voice, "Nyo, what happened next?" When Nyo saw Aunt Lu asking her, she immediately sat up straight with an expression like a little adult. "My beautiful sister seemed to like my dad very much, but my dad ignored her and just took me away." Su Fingnian in the kitchen looked confused. Li Xian raised the corners of her mouth slightly and continued to eat with her head down. Is that so, Nyo? Next time you go out with Daddy alone, you must protect Daddy and don't let other girls get close to him. Lu Xian glanced at Li Xian and couldn't help but teasing. Don't worry, Aunt Lu, I will protect Dad. Nyo patted her chest, making people laugh and cry. Su Fingyan in the kitchen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and thought to himself, my love for this daughter is not in vain. After a while, the 2 additional dishes were cooked and served. Chef Su, please sit down and eat. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Xian smiled at him. Looking at Lu Xian drinking milk, Su Fingyan did not sit down directly. Instead, he took the fresh milk and walked over to pour it. Just as it happened, Nyo next to me started shouting that she wanted one too, with a jealous expression on her face. Su Fingyan hurriedly took the milk and went over to coax his daughter. Looking at this scene, Lu Xian showed a hint of relief in his eyes. I don't know how many times I have had dinner with Li Xian and her daughter, but only today did I feel at home. Especially after she got married, she saw Li Xian still single with a daughter. I always worry about her. Luckily Su Fingyan was there when she had a fever this time. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Fingyan with even more tenderness. After dinner, Su Fingyan went to the kitchen and cut a large plate of fruit. And the display is very impressive. Lu Xian asked curiously, Xiao Su, you cut the fruit so beautifully too? Hearing this, Su Fingyan scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. When I was in college, I worked part-time in a KTV. I originally felt a little embarrassed and ashamed to say it out loud. But Lu Xian didn't show any disdain. Instead, he praised him, Xiao Su, there aren't many guys like you these days. It's nothing to be ashamed of to make money with your own hands. She pointed at herself. I also worked as a waiter in a restaurant when I was in college. If I hadn't been appreciated by Mr. Li after graduation, I might still be washing dishes there now. After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. That's because you are capable. Li Xian explained for her. Just like that, except for Nyo, the other 3 started chatting about everything, including work and other things. Lu Xian didn't expect that Su Fingyan would be able to get a word in, and the conversation wasn't dull at all. She felt that he had a wide range of knowledge. Through today's understanding, she felt that he could be assigned more important tasks in the company in the future. As they chatted, it was already late at night, and Lu Xian stood up to say goodbye and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she specifically asked Su Fingyan to take her downstairs, and Li Xian didn't ask any more questions. When they arrived at the basement, Lu Xian told him all the doctor's instructions today. In particular, you should pay attention to what you eat and how to regulate your body. Sister Lu, don't worry, I will take good care of Sister Li. Su Fingyan responded very seriously. Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. As she said this, she gave him a meaningful smile. Before Su Fingyan could react, she had already gotten into the car and drove away. Chapter 50, It's not easy to receive overwhelming wealth. Su Fingyan, who was about to go upstairs, suddenly received a call from Chu Xian. He hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Chu Xian. She was interrupted by the other side before she could finish her words. Brother Su, tell me the truth, what happened? Chu Xian's questioning voice came from the other end of the line. After thinking for a long time, Su Fingyan felt that it would not work to lie completely, and it would be best to tell it half true and half false. After organizing the language, he patiently explained. Chu Xian, I'm actually working part-time now, helping other people take care of their children. He avoided the main point and gave a general explanation. After listening to his story, Chu Xian on the other end of the phone immediately began to blame him. Brother Su, are you in trouble and need money urgently? If you need money urgently, I can lend it to you without charging interest. Just tell me how much you need. You don't have to work so hard on yourself. I heard Chu Xian's voice on the phone with a hint of concern. Su Fingyan felt that he was really not a human being, but he was afraid of being poor and he really couldn't do anything that went against his conscience. Although he had deceived Chu Xian to some extent, at least he had a bottom line, he only made money, not cheated on feelings. Chu Xian, thank you, really. Su Fingyan's voice was a little low, with a hint of guilt, but I can still handle it now. If you really need money, I will definitely not be polite to you. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Chu Xian's voice sounded again, her tone much softer. Brother Su, don't be so stubborn. I know you are strong, but sometimes you have to learn to rely on others. If you feel embarrassed, just think of it as my investment in you, and you can pay me back when you become rich in the future. Hearing this, Su Fingnian felt warm in his heart, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just for what you said, I have to treat you to a meal. You said that, I'll remember it. Xu Xian's voice was filled with a hint of smile. Seems to be in a much better mood. Yes, I said it. Su Fingnian said solemnly. After hanging up the phone, Su Fingnian stood there, holding the phone in a daze for a while. Xu Xian's concern made him feel both warm and guilty. He knew that he owed her more than just a meal. Oh, Su Fingnian, you are such a bastard. He shook his head in self-mockery, took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then walked into the elevator. As soon as I reached the door, I heard Nyo-Nyo's clear laughter and Li Xian's gentle whispers in the room. As soon as I entered the door, Nyo-Nyo ran over and asked, Dad, where are we going to play tomorrow? Su Fingnian bent down and picked her up. Nyo-Nyo, Dad has to go on a long trip tomorrow and may not be back for a day or two. When she heard that her father was going out, Nyo-Nyo's expression became visibly lost. Li Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, also looked at him puzzledly. Wife, I'll talk to you about something later. Noticing Li Xian's puzzled look, Su Fingnian whispered to her. Dad, can you take Nyo-Nyo with you? Looking at her expectant eyes, Su Fingnian shook his head gently. Seeing that her father disagreed, Nyo-Nyo lowered her head and returned to her room in a depressed mood. After Nyo-Nyo returned to her room, Su Fingnian followed Li Xian to her study, which is also where she works. After living here for so long, this was the first time Su Fingnian entered the study. As soon as he entered the door, Li Xian poured him a cup of coffee. Are you going back to your hometown tomorrow? Li Xian said softly as she handed over the coffee. Su Fingnian, who was just about to take the coffee, suddenly froze in his expression. He didn't expect that the other party had already guessed it. Yes, sisterly, I plan to go back and take a look. Then she told me roughly about her plan to go back to her hometown during the summer vacation. I saw the concerned expression on Su Fingnian's face when he talked about his parents. She felt a little confused for some reason, as if she had not been home or visited her parents for a long time. As soon as this thought came to mind, it was covered up by some bad memories from the past. Sister Li. I mainly want to discuss something with you today. Su Fingnian hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask. Li Xian, who was a little distracted, came to her senses and went straight to the drawer in the study to take out a bank card. I know what you want to say. There is 500,000 yuan in this card. Li Xian pointed at the card with her finger, cash. Happiness came too suddenly, and Su Fingnian suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Looking at the sexy, intellectual, beautiful, mature, big sister in front of me. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't be surprised. I gave you the credit card because I was afraid that you would suddenly receive a huge sum of money after graduation and you would not be able to control yourself. It is not easy to accept overwhelming wealth. How many nouveau riches end up losing everything and their families are separated? Sometimes, getting rich suddenly without any preparation is not a good thing. After observing you these days, I feel that you are a person with self-control. You didn't give up on yourself just because I asked you to work as a security guard. Nyo-Nyo also took good care of you. I think you are a rare talent. Su Fingnian, who was sitting on the sofa in the study, was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time Li Xian had spoken to him so seriously in these days. Thank you, Sister Li, I will continue to work hard. After racking his brains, Su Fingnian could only think of this sentence. I should thank you. Nyo-Nyo is very happy during this period, and I am very happy too. While saying this, Li Xian deliberately turned around and poured herself some coffee. At this moment, her heart was beating faster, her face flushed, and she felt a little nervous for some reason. Su Fingnian, who was sitting on the sofa, lowered his head, staring at the bank card in his hand, and was already thinking about whether he could bring his parents to Yunqing to take care of them. If you can't afford to buy a house, you can rent one first and take it step by step. My income is pretty good now, and I don't need to pay for rent or food expenses. If you save a little bit, you can save a lot of money in a month. As he was muttering about his future plans in his mind, he completely ignored Li Xian's reaction. After pouring the coffee, Li Xian didn't know how to face Su Fingnian. She always felt that the words she just said would make him misunderstand something. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at Su Fingnian's expression behind her, so neither of them spoke. The study became unusually quiet. After a long while, they both said almost in unison, Xiao Su, Sister Li. You, speak first. they said in unison again, and then fell silent at the same time. The atmosphere in the study became even more awkward, as if even the air had frozen. Li Xian's fingers holding the coffee cup tightened slightly, and her fingertips turned a little white. After a while, she took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, turned her back to Su Fengnian, and said softly, "Xiao Su, you go first." Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment, then raised his head to look at Li Xian's back. Her shoulders were slightly tense and she seemed a little nervous. He scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Sisterly, actually. I want to ask if I can bring my parents to Yuncheng? They are old and I want to take care of them. But don't worry, I will rent a house by myself and will not disturb you and Nyonyo." When Li Xian heard his words, she felt inexplicably relieved, but then she felt a complicated emotion. She turned around, her face having returned to its usual calmness, except for a faint blush on the tips of her ears. "Bring your parents to Yuncheng?" She frowned slightly, as if thinking, although your current income is good, the rent and living costs in Yuncheng are very high. "Can you afford it alone?" Su Fengnian nodded, his tone firm. "I believe in my ability, and I also believe in your vision, sisterly. If I save a little bit on my own, it should be fine." After hearing this, Li Xian was silent for a while, then whispered, "As long as your parents are willing, I have no objection." Seeing that Li Xian had no objection, Su Fengnian felt a lot more at ease. Then his biggest obstacle is how to convince his parents. Chapter 51. I don't want you to feel that I'm a burden. It's not so easy to receive overwhelming wealth. After everything was settled, Su Fengnian felt much better. After chatting with Li Xian in the study for a while, Su Fengnian got up and left as it was getting late. But as soon as they opened the door, they found Nyonyo squatting outside the door, looking sneaky. She was surprised to find her parents suddenly appearing. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to bed." Before he finished his words, he ran into his room and closed the door. Su Fengnian and Li Xian smiled at each other, then went back to their rooms. A sleepless night. The next morning, Su Fengnian got up early to prepare a hearty breakfast for the mother and daughter. Just as he passed the living room, he found a car key on the coffee table with a note pressed on the key. He picked up the note and took a look at it. It read, "It's inconvenient to go back without a car. You can drive this business car back and take your parents for a walk. It's comfortable to sit in it. Just come back before the end of the holiday. I'll take care of Nyonyo for the next few days." Looking at these few short lines, Su Fengnian felt mixed emotions. After making breakfast, he sent a message to Li Xian, thanking her and saying that he would be back as soon as possible. "When I came to the basement, I looked at the white business car in the garage and smelled a scent of aroma after I got in the car. Looking at this car, it doesn't feel like it has been sitting here idle all the time." After he drove away, Lu Xian received a message on his mobile phone that the vehicle had moved. She quickly opened her phone, a hint of confusion on her face. Just when she was about to send a message to Li Xian had already sent a message explaining the situation. "Ask her to drive another company van to pick her and Nyonyo up today." Looking at the news and the trajectory of the white commercial vehicle on his phone, Lu Xian couldn't help but gossip in his heart. Unexpectedly, Ms. Li even lent out her beloved car. It turns out that someone is very important in her heart. Su Fengnian, who was driving on the road, had no idea that his every move was being surveilled by others. Lu Xian also guessed Li Xian's intention. Su Fengnian arrived at the county before lunch. The roads were heavily congested during the holiday and he couldn't walk fast at all. Looking at the time, he naturally went to the noodle shop. He thought that Wang Donger must be helping out in the noodle shop during the National Day holiday, so he didn't ask. But when he arrived at the noodle shop, he found that the door was closed, and there was a piece of white paper on the door, which read, "Something happened at home." If it were any other place, he would definitely leave and come back next time. But Uncle Wang was destined to be a hard-working person, so if he wrote about something, it must be something big. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Wang Donger directly. The call was connected as soon as it was connected. Then the sound of Wang Donger crying could be heard. "What's wrong, Donger, what happened?" Su Fengnian asked anxiously. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long time before stopping crying. "Brother Nian, my dad suddenly fainted, and the doctor said it was a stroke." When Su Fengnian heard Wang Donger's words, his heart sank. He held the phone tightly and said anxiously, "Donger, which hospital are you in now?" "I'll be there right away." Wang Donger sobbed and replied, just transferred to the first municipal hospital." "Okay, don't worry, I'll be there soon." Su Fingnian hung up the phone and ran straight to the parking lot. It takes about an hour to get from the county to the city. Along the way, he kept talking to Wang Donger, and he kept comforting her verbally. But he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, besides her parents, Uncle Wang was one of the elders she respected the most. Compared to those unreliable relatives at home, I still have feelings for them. When he rushed to the hospital, Su Fingnian saw Wang Donger sitting on a chair outside the operating room, covering her face with her hands and her shoulders trembling slightly. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had been crying for a long time. Donger. Su Fingnian walked over quickly. Wang Donger raised her head and saw that it was Su Fingnian. Tears could not stop flowing down again. Brother Anian, you are here. Whoa, the doctor told me to be mentally prepared. Su Fingnian's heart tightened, but he tried to remain calm. Don't be afraid, Uncle Wang has always been in good health, he will be fine. In this case, the doctor will say the problem is more serious. After that, he took out a tissue and handed it over, and then continued to ask, did the doctor say what caused the stroke specifically? Wang Donger shook her head, her voice choking with sobs. The doctor said it might be due to long-term overwork, high blood pressure, and sudden emotional agitation. It's all my fault. If I hadn't quarreled with him yesterday, he wouldn't have. Fight? Su Fingnian frowned. You two father and daughter usually have such a good relationship, how could you fight? Wang Donger lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller. My dad, he wants me to go on a blind date, saying that I'm old enough and should consider starting a family. But I don't want to just marry someone casually, I still want to continue my studies, I still want to. When she said this, she suddenly stopped, glanced at Su Fingnian secretly, and her face flushed slightly. Su Fingnian didn't notice the change in her expression, he just sighed. Uncle Wang is doing this for your own good. He wants to find someone to take care of you so that he can feel at ease. But this matter really can't be rushed. When Uncle Wang wakes up, I will help you persuade him. Wang Donger nodded, tears falling again. Brother Anian, thank you. If you hadn't come, I really don't know what to do. Why should we be polite to each other? Su Fingnian raised his hand and touched her head. Just as the two men looked at each other, the door of the operating room suddenly opened, and the doctor came out and said that the operation was successful and the patient's condition was temporarily stabilized. But you still need to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time to see if there are any sequelae. Hearing the news, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Donger, you see, I told you that Uncle Wang would be fine. What are you going to do next? What about the noodle shop? Seeing Su Fingnian's concerned expression, Wang Donger wiped away her tears and said firmly, let's close the noodle shop first. I want to take good care of my dad now. I'll think of a way when he gets better. Su Fingnian nodded, that's fine, but it's too hard for you to take care of Uncle Wang alone. How about I hire a nurse for you and I'll pay for it? Hearing this, Wang Donger quickly shook her head. No need, Brother Nian, you have helped me a lot. Last time you gave us 10,000 yuan, my dad kept it and was reluctant to spend it. He said he would return it to you when he saw you again. Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Girl, what are you talking about? We are friends who have risked our lives together, and your business is my business. Besides, if Uncle Wang knew that you were holding on by yourself, he would definitely feel bad. Wang Donger lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito, but I don't want you to feel that I'm a burden. Su Fingnian's heart softened, and he reached out and rubbed her hair. Silly girl, how can you be a burden? I have always treated you as my own sister. When Wang Donger heard the word sister, her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly forced out a smile. Well, thank you, Brother Anian. At this time, the nurse had already pushed Wang Bagua out, and the two of them went to the intensive care unit together. In this situation, Su Fingnian thought of Lin Chang not long ago, and wondered in his heart, why has he been running to the hospital these days? Are you afraid that you won't be able to use up all your incredible wealth? Chapter 52, Not as delicious as my dad's. Fortunately, Lin Chang called him today to let him know he was safe. Su Fingnian originally planned to stay in his hometown for a day or two, then return to Yunqing and go to the hospital to check on Uncle Lin's condition. But today's unexpected situation directly disrupted his plans. Uncle Wang needs to stay in the intensive care unit for the next 2 days, so Su Fingnian and Wang Donger are sitting outside the intensive care unit. They looked at the time and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Both of them were feeling hungry. Donger, let's go eat something together. Your dad is in such a bad condition that it's useless for us to sit here. Su Fingnian took out his cell phone and pointed. The hospital has the contact information. If there is any problem, they will call us. Wang Dong'er looked at the phone in Su Fengnian's hand and nodded silently. The two of them came to a small restaurant next to the hospital. After ordering food, Su Fengnian took out his cell phone and started looking for hotels. These 2 days, he has been either booking hotels or ordering takeout on his mobile phone, and he has never closed the background of the app. Seeing Su Fengnian fiddling with his phone, Wang Dong'er leaned over with her head tilted, and coincidentally Su Fengnian just looked up. Their faces were almost touching, and the faint scent of Wang Dong'er's shampoo instantly penetrated Su Fengnian's nostrils. He leaned back subconsciously and almost fell off the chair. "Brother Nian, why are you so nervous?" Wang Dong'er blinked her big eyes and looked at him innocently. "I just want to see what you are busy with." Su Fengnian cleared his throat awkwardly and turned the phone screen towards her. "I'm looking at nearby hotels, thinking about finding a place for you to stay in the next 2 days. Wang Dong'er stared at the phone screen for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and pressed his phone. "No need to book a hotel, I can just stay in the hospital for a few nights." "How can you do that? If you get sick, what will happen to your dad?" He deliberately moved closer. "Besides, aren't you afraid of being raped?" Hearing this, Wang Dong'er's face turned blood red in an instant, and she pushed Su Fengnian away, feeling extremely shy. Su Fengnian was not exaggerating. Given Wang Dong'er's appearance, he didn't dare let her stay in the hospital alone. The main thing is that Uncle Wang hasn't moved to the general ward yet, so there's no place to sleep. "This is not up to you. After dinner, we'll go to the hospital and then check in at the hotel." Su Fengnian spoke in an unquestionable tone, and Wang Dong'er at the side did not dare to refute at all. As he was speaking, the waiter brought 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles. Wang Dong'er looked at the noodles and suddenly her eyes turned red again. "These noodles are not as delicious as the ones my dad made." Su Fengnian quickly changed the subject. "Dong'er, your father usually has high blood pressure, has the doctor prescribed any medicine?" Wang Dong'er wiped her eyes and said, "It's open, but he always forgets to eat. Sometimes he gets so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat." The two of them ate and talked, and Su Fengnian realized that Uncle Wang had been in poor health for the past 6 months. "My dad always said that after I graduate and find a good job, and then find a good family, he can retire and enjoy a peaceful life." Wang Dong'er stirred the noodles in the bowl, her voice choked with sobs. "But now..." Su Fengnian, who was sitting opposite, slowly put down his chopsticks and said very seriously, "Dong'er, don't worry, Uncle Wang will definitely get better." After eating the noodles, they returned to the hospital and the nurse told them that Uncle Wang had woken up but could not speak yet. Through the glass, they saw Uncle Wang lying weakly on the hospital bed, his right hand trembling slightly as he tried to raise it. Wang Dong'er saw this and tears fell again. "Dad seems to want to show me something. It seems to be the gesture he usually teaches me to make noodles." Su Fengnian patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, once the doctor allows visitors, we can go in and see him." Just then, Su Fengnian's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Li Xin. "I'm going to answer a call," Su Fengnian said to Wang Dong'er and quickly walked to the corner of the corridor. After the video call was connected, Nyo-Nyo's smiling face immediately filled the screen. "Dad, when will you come back? Mom and I miss you." Looking at Nyo-Nyo in the video, Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. "Nyo-Nyo, Dad just left this morning. We haven't been apart for 12 hours, right?" As he spoke, Su Fengnian looked at the time on his phone. It was not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As a result, Nyo-Nyo in the video had an expression that said, "You don't love me anymore." Looking at her aggrieved expression, Su Fengnian gave in and began to coax her in a gentle voice. I don't know how long it was before Nyo-Nyo hung up the phone reluctantly. As soon as I put down my phone and turned around, I found that Wang Dong'er was standing behind me, looking at the phone screen curiously with red eyes. "Brother Nian, what are you doing here? You've been on the phone for so long. If it's urgent, why don't you go back first? I can do it by myself." After hearing her words, Su Fengnian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't see it. If I were really discovered, I really don't know how to explain it. And if Uncle Wang knew about this, he would definitely call my parents to complain. "It's nothing, we've already communicated," Su Fengnian answered with a guilty tone. After staying in the hospital for a while, the nurse said that visitors would be allowed in the evening. Su Fengnian decided to take Wang Dong'er to the hotel to check in first, and found a hotel that was close to the hospital and had a better environment. There are some cheap hotels nearby, but they are all budget hotels, so Su Fengnian is not very reassured. Now I am considered a rich man and there is nothing wrong with taking my sister to stay in a nice hotel. The moment he booked the hotel, he felt something strange in his heart, and felt a little uneasy. After driving to the hotel, Wang Donger got out of the car and kept her head down all the way, her face slightly flushed. It was the first time for her to come to a hotel with a boy, and she was with her brother Nian. I felt nervous and excited. Just as Su Fengnian was taking Wang Donger to go through the formalities, Lu Xian, who was far away in Yuncheng, was watching the driving trajectory on his mobile phone. Frowning, County City Hospital Hotel? A bad picture appeared in her mind. Didn't she say she was going home to see her parents? Just as she was thinking about whether to tell Li Xian, who was accompanying Niao in the apartment, had already seen the itinerary. Lu Xian forgot that he had installed the positioning software on Li Xian's phone last time. It was also she who instigated Niao to make the video call at noon, and she was observing Niao from behind the whole process. She vaguely heard the number being called and some sounds that only could be heard in a hospital through the phone. Since Su Fengnian didn't tell her on his own initiative, she pretended not to know. But when she saw the car parked in the hotel's underground parking lot, her expression finally changed a little. On the other side, Su Fengnian and Wang Donger had already arrived at the hotel room. The first thing Su Fengnian did when he entered the room was to check whether there were any unsafe objects in the room. After everything was checked, he took Wang Donger back to the county to get some clean clothes and some of Uncle Wang's personal belongings. Because the incident happened suddenly, I didn't take these things. After they finished the trip back and forth, it was gradually getting dark. They had a quick dinner and went to visit Uncle Wang in the ward. Wang Bagua was lying on the hospital bed, watching Su Fengnian walk in, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his cloudy eyes. Chapter 53. No, Mom, what are you talking about? He raised his right hand with difficulty and gestured something tremblingly. Dad, don't be anxious, take your time. Wang Donger quickly held his father's hand, turned to Su Fengnian and explained, Brother Anian, my dad is asking how you have been doing recently. Hearing this, Su Fengnian's nose felt sore, and he quickly came to the bedside. Uncle Wang, I'm fine, don't worry about me, it's important to take good care of yourself. Wang Bagua's lips were trembling, and he seemed to want to say something, but he could only make unclear sounds. His left hand touched the edge of the bed, and his eyes finally stopped on the paper and pen on the bedside table. Wang Donger immediately understood and handed the paper and pen to her father. Wang Bagua struggled to write down a few crooked words. Noodle shop. Donger. Dad, don't worry about the noodle shop. Wang Donger said with red eyes, your health is the most important thing now. Wang Bagua shook his head and wrote down, key, drawer. Su Fengnian opened the drawer of the bedside table and found a bunch of keys. Wang Bagua signaled him to accept it with his eyes, and then wrote tremblingly, please, take care of. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Su Fengnian held Uncle Wang's hand, I will take care of the noodle shop and Donger for you, so you can rest assured and recover. Hearing this, tears welled up in Wang Bagua's eyes. He gently patted the back of Su Fengnian's hand, then turned to look at his daughter, his eyes full of worry and reluctance. At this moment, the nurse came to announce that the visiting hours were over and asked them to leave. Before leaving, Wang Bagua gently placed Wang Donger's hand in Su Fengnian's palm. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Now the only person he could trust and rely on was Su Fengnian. After leaving the ward, Su Fengnian looked at the time and decided to rush back overnight. But Wang Donger refused, saying that the road was difficult to drive at night, and asked him to stay overnight and leave tomorrow morning. Su Fengnian thought about it and it made sense. The mountain road at home was really difficult to drive on. I couldn't see the road clearly at night. If I hit Li Xian's car, I would have a hard time explaining myself when I got back. Donger, let me get a room at your hotel. I'll visit Uncle Wang tomorrow morning before I leave. Seeing that Wang Donger was so persistent, he decided to stay for one night. On the way back to the hotel, Wang Donger suddenly whispered to Su Fengnian, Brother Nian, stay with me tonight. The room is quite expensive. Hearing this, Su Fengnian almost lost control of the car. He turned around and stared at Wang Donger in disbelief. Donger, do you know what you are talking about? We are all adults. We can't squeeze into the same room like before. Su Fengnian immediately refused. The girls he had met recently all had amazing figures and looks. If it weren't for his firm determination, he would have fallen into depravity many times. Seeing Su Fengnian's refusal, Wang Donger lowered her head and began to cry softly. This scene caught someone off guard, and he quickly asked, Donger, what's wrong with you? Wang Donger raised her head with a pitiful expression, Brother Nian, I'm afraid of being alone at night. I'm afraid of receiving a call from the hospital in the middle of the night. I'm afraid that I will never see my dad again after waking up. This reason, this expression, this tone, this look, this body, cough cough. I, Su Fengnian, am not an ungrateful person. Since Uncle Wang has entrusted Donger to me, I must take good care of her. Just as he was thinking about it in his mind, Wang Donger lay down on the dashboard in the front row and started crying. Okay, I promise you, but I have to make it clear in advance that Uncle Wang can't know about this, otherwise. Su Fengnian showed a pleading expression, otherwise I will die without a burial place. Seeing that Su Fengnian agreed, Wang Donger became visibly happy. After a while, the two arrived at the hotel. After getting off the car, Wang Donger directly took Su Fengnian's arm. At this moment she felt a little relieved. She was no longer worried all the time for the past 2 days. There is no one to tell, I can only bear it silently. But who would have thought that when she was most helpless, Su Fengnian was like a ray of light, directly dispelling all the haze in her heart. Just like that time in high school, it was like a god descending from the sky. After arriving at the room, Su Fengnian regretted a little because he had booked a double bedroom. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, mainly because the bathroom was facing the bed, and there was a transparent partition, although there were blinds. But I always feel like it's nothing. Anian, brother, how about you go out and buy me some midnight snack? I'm a little hungry, I'll take a shower first. Hearing this, Su Fengnian's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a way for him to save face? Send me what you want to eat on your phone. I'm feeling a little hungry too. I'll go take a look outside first. After saying that, he turned around and left the hotel room. After leaving the hotel, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Now I finally understand why it is easy to become a demon but difficult to follow the righteous path. Just as he was sighing, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. His face changed slightly, and he thought to himself, damn it, I forgot to tell Mom. After hesitating for a while, he carefully picked up the phone. Hey, Mom. You little brat, you sent a message this morning saying you were leaving, how come you haven't even returned home yet when it's already dark? Faced with Wang Yuo's questioning, Su Fengnian was speechless. After my mother finished complaining, I told her the general story of what had happened. After hearing this, Wang Yuo's anger subsided a lot, and she even asked Su Fengnian to help her pack a red envelope. Son, where are you staying tonight? Wang Yuhua asked casually. Sleep in a hotel. Su Fengnian replied hesitantly. Earlier, Su Fengnian said that he had arranged a hotel for Wang Donger, and now his son is also staying in the hotel. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuhua couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing his mother laughing so obscenely for no reason, Su Fengnian knew that his mother must be thinking about some messed up things in her mind. Sure enough, Wang Yuhua said meaningfully on the phone, Son, Donger is good. Mom likes her very much. She is of the right age and her family knows her background well. No, Mom, what are you talking about? Su Fengnian interrupted quickly. Son, don't explain. Your mother is not an old antique. She knows everything. I won't bother you anymore. I'm hanging up now. Before Su Fengnian could refute anything, a beep 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 sound came from the phone and Wang Yuhua had already hung up. After putting down the phone, Su Fengnian was speechless. At this time, he also received a message from Wang Donger on his phone. He opened it and found that she only ordered one portion of wontons. After seeing this news, Su Fengnian felt that the problem of midnight snack should be handled by himself. Open the map on your phone and start looking for food nearby. However, at this moment in Yuncheng, Lu Xian and Li Xian were almost always staring at the positioning software on their mobile phones. After leaving the hospital, the business car went straight to the hotel and has not moved since arriving at the hotel. Looking at the time, it is likely that Su Fengnian will have to spend the night in the hotel. That night, Su Fengnian didn't know that there were two older sisters accompanying him and suffering from insomnia. Chapter 54, A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. After buying supper, Su Fengnian sent a message to Wang Donger, confirming that she had taken a shower before returning to the hotel room. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled the scent of shower gel. The hotel is high-end and the toiletries used are naturally not cheap goods. It smelled quite good, and he was even thinking about taking a shower. But thinking that it might not be a good idea to let Wang Donger go out and wait for him, he decided to give up. His eyes fell on Wang Donger and he immediately took a breath of cold air. Although she was wearing normal and conservative pajamas, her curvy figure was clearly revealed under the dim bedside lamp. Su Fengnian hurriedly looked away, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. Brother Nyen, you should go wash up quickly. I've saved a seat for you. Wang Donger pointed to the empty half of the bed behind her. Wang Donger's turning over caused the collar of her pajamas to open slightly, revealing a section of her white collarbone, and her skin had a pearly luster. With the rise and fall of breathing, the cleavage can be vaguely seen below the collarbone. Su Fingnian walked quickly to the window and pretended to adjust the curtains to hide his embarrassment. The autumn breeze at night blew in through the half-open window, just enough to dispel his heat. Maybe the air conditioner is too high, he whispered to himself. Wang Donger behind him looked at him with confusion. Brother Nyen, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Maybe the air conditioner is too high. It's a bit hot. Su Fingnian was a little incoherent. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Donger stood up and walked to the air conditioner switch, muttering softly, Brother Nyen, the air conditioner doesn't seem to be turned on? Su Fingnian. After a moment of silence, Su Fingnian remembered that the midnight snack was still on the table, so he hurried over and put it on the small coffee table beside the bed. Donger, let's eat first. I'll go wash up after we're done, so we don't have to brush our teeth after we're done. After hearing Su Fingnian's words, Wang Donger nodded and said it made sense. So the two of them sat at the small table under the window and started eating. They passed food to each other from time to time, and as the night grew deeper, the room became a little cold. Su Fingnian turned on the air conditioner. After having a midnight snack, Wang Donger and Su Fingnian brushed their teeth together in the bathroom. After brushing her teeth, Wang Donger went straight to bed. She was actually very tired as she hadn't had a good sleep in the past 2 days. I took a bath today. Dad's condition is relatively stable. The most important thing is that he has Brother Nyen with him. So within a minute of getting into bed, I fell into a deep sleep. When Su Fingnian finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, he found that Wang Donger was already asleep. Just as he was about to go to bed and sleep on the other side, Wang Donger suddenly turned over. Ah, Brother Nyen. I called him in a daze. Su Fingnian froze, thinking she had woken up. When he looked closely, he found that she was just talking in her sleep. Just as I was about to lie down, I discovered that my goddess perspective was full of benefits. I just looked for a second or two, then turned away, cursing myself in my heart for looking around. He simply turned his back and lay down. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Donger behind me started kicking the quilt, and her pajamas were rolled up to her thighs, revealing a pair of slender white legs. Wang Donger usually dresses very conservatively, and the clothes she buys are somewhat rustic. But even so, it doesn't affect her figure and appearance at all. If she dresses up a little, she will be even more beautiful than Chu Xin. Just as he held his breath and prepared to cover her with a blanket, Wang Donger mumbled in a daze. Ah, brother, it's so hot. This soft call made him pause, and he quickly got up to lower the air conditioner temperature. Then he put on his coat, quietly opened the door, and stood in the corridor, letting the cool breeze blow to calm himself down. In order to divert his attention, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Xin, is Nyo asleep? Soon, Li Xin replied, just fell asleep, and kept asking when you would be back. Looking at the message, Su Fingnian rubbed his face with his hands and paced back and forth in the hotel corridor. He estimated that Wang Donger should be asleep again, so he tiptoed back to the room. When he pushed the door open, he moved deliberately lightly. Wang Donger seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and her posture had become much more proper. Su Fingnian finally breathed a sigh of relief, tiptoed to the other side of the bed, and helped her tidy up the quilt. He covered himself with a bathrobe and stared at the ceiling. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. He muttered to himself and forced himself to close his eyes. But the scene I just saw appeared involuntarily in my mind, that white collarbone, and... After a sleepless night, Su Fingnian got up at 5 in the morning. I couldn't sleep at all, with such a beautiful girl sleeping next to me, and she kept calling my name at night. How can I sleep like this? I am already at my limit trying not to touch her. After getting up, he went outside the hotel and ran for a while, and bought breakfast. Although the hotel provided breakfast, it was only enough for one person. He might as well just go out and buy some food, eat breakfast, and go to the hospital, and then he has to rush back to his hometown. In Yunqing, Li Xian had also gotten up and was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at the location on her phone. My business car was always shown as parked at the hotel and had never moved. Lu Xian also had a sleepless night, feeling a little depressed. Why did he install the positioning system for no reason? How should he explain this to Mr. Li? Should he tell him or not? Just when she was feeling upset, she received a message from Li Xin on her mobile phone, along with a screenshot of her location. Seeing this, Lu Xian's heart was completely dead. After buying breakfast and returning to the hotel room, I found Wang Donger still sleeping. I thought to myself that it had been really hard for her as a girl these days. After he returned to the room, he sat aside and watched Wang Donger, who was sleeping soundly. At this moment, he thought back to his school days and how he envied his deskmate who had a younger sister who would pick him up after school every day. At that time, I thought how nice it would be if I had such a lovely sister. Just as he was in a daze, Wang Donger on the bed began to talk in her sleep again. I don't want to be a sister, I want to. Having said this, she turned over and kicked the quilt again. Even Su Fengnian couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't expect there are people who sleep uglier than me. Just as he was about to pick up the quilt and cover her with it, the spring scene before him completely stunned him. He didn't know when the buttons on Wang Donger's pajamas were unbuttoned. His shirt was almost half open, and Su Fengnian instantly felt his blood rushing up. The qi and blood are particularly strong in the morning, those who understand will understand. In this situation, let alone covering himself with a blanket, someone simply dropped the blanket and ran to the corridor outside the room. If he stayed any longer, he couldn't guarantee that something terrible wouldn't happen. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. He is actually still single and has no girlfriend, so if he really does something, it wouldn't be considered cheating. And there is a high probability that Wang Donger will not refuse, at most she will be half-hearted. Human nature is evil, and there was a voice in Su Fengnian's heart that kept instigating him. With a slap, Su Fengnian slapped himself, and this scene happened to be seen by the cleaning lady who came out of the room. Su Fengnian seemed to see two words from the cleaning lady's eyes. Scumbag. Chapter 55. Since you like eating noodles so much, why don't you become Aliven's son-in-law? Su Fengnian stood at the door and took a deep breath. The constraints of reason and morality ultimately triumph over instinctive impulses. His father is still lying in the hospital, and you are still thinking about such dirty things. You are worse than a beast. Be careful of retribution. He constantly despised and belittled himself in his heart, and this is how he suppressed his brother. He walked into the room, leaned against the door, deliberately kept his distance, and cleared his throat. Donger, wake up, it's time to get up. After shouting and finding no response, he could only raise his voice. But after shouting several times, Wang Donger on the bed didn't respond at all. It seemed that she was really tired. He had no choice but to cover his eyes with his left hand, but for some reason his fingers would not close together. He slowly approached the bed and pushed Wang Donger on the bed with his hand. After a while, Wang Donger opened her eyes drowsily and rubbed them sleepily. The sun had risen at this moment, and the morning light shone through the gaps in the curtains onto her face, outlining her delicate profile. She stretched lazily, and the collar of her pajamas slipped down slightly with the movement, which scared Su Fengnian so much that he quickly turned around. Seeing Su Fengnian's reaction, Wang Donger subconsciously lowered her head to look at her chest. Only then did he notice that his clothes were in disarray. He buttoned up his clothes hastily, and whispered, "On yen, brother, okay." Hearing this, Su Fengnian turned around and scratched his head in embarrassment. But he found that Wang Donger looked at him strangely, with a bit of shyness and hesitation. He always felt that there was something wrong with the way Wang Donger looked at him. He subconsciously glanced at her collar, and suddenly realized something. His heart skipped a beat and he cried out, "Oh no, she wouldn't think it was me." "Donger, did you misunderstand something?" Su Fengnian hurriedly explained, his voice rising octaves, "I swear it was definitely not me." He swallowed the words back at the tip of his tongue. The more he explained, the worse it would get. He doesn't want to take the blame. If he really did something bad, how could he just open a few buttons? Wang Donger lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her voice getting smaller and smaller. "Oh, brother Nian, you paid for my medical expenses yesterday. I don't know when I can pay it back." His earlobes were red and bleeding, and his neck was pink. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head abruptly, with determination in her watery eyes. "How about? I will use." "Stop." Su Fengnian stepped forward, but he didn't dare to touch her. He could only gesture helplessly. "Donger, listen to me. There's no rush for the money. You can pay it back slowly after your dad gets better and the noodle shop reopens." He took a deep breath, and his tone was more serious than ever before. "I help you because I treat you as my own sister. If you do this, I will be really angry." Wang Donger's eyes instantly turned red, and tears as big as beans rolled down. But besides this, Silly girl, Su Fingyan patted her head gently. You are a college student and you will graduate in a year. When you graduate and find a good job, you can pay back as much as you want. After saying this, he deliberately put on a stern face and said, now, immediately, go wash up. If you dawdle, you'll miss the doctor's ward rounds. Wang Donger burst into laughter, wiped her tears and ran to the bathroom. Before closing the door, she suddenly poked her head out. Brother Nyen. Thank you. She smiled brilliantly, her eyes still red but bright like stars. Su Fingyan shook his head and waited until the bathroom door was closed before he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, he suddenly felt that being able to protect a sister like this was worth more than anything else. After Wang Donger finished washing up, the two drove directly to the hospital. Fortunately, Su Fingyan had the foresight to buy breakfast in advance. There was no time to eat breakfast in the hotel, so Wang Donger just sat in the car and ate breakfast all the way. She ate voraciously, without any ladylike manner, and was laughed at by Su Fingyan all the way. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor said that Uncle Wang was recovering well and could be transferred to the general ward today. He asked if he needed a VIP room. Su Fingyan didn't even think about it, nor did he ask Wang Donger, who was standing beside him, and directly decided to stay in the VIP room. At this moment, he realized more the importance of money, and that working hard to make money is the right thing to do. Money can solve 99% of the problems, and for the remaining 1%, use more money to solve it. If he had no money when he came back this time, he would only be able to squat in the corner and cry with Wang Donger. On the way here, Wang Donger told Su Fingyan about her family situation in general. Uncle Wang has been running the shop for many years, and the cost has been rising, but he refuses to raise prices. He also provides a free bowl of noodles to the sanitation workers at the door every Wednesday. There is also a refrigerator at the entrance of the store, which contains free mineral water, and it is written that sanitation workers, couriers, delivery men, etc. can take it for free. Uncle Wang's persistence for more than 10 years has resulted in the street in front of his store being particularly clean. The delivery time of takeout here is also faster than other places. So Uncle Wang didn't save any money over the years, and he also had to support Wang Donger's schooling. She was also afraid that Wang Donger would be looked down upon by other students at school, so she gave her a lot of living expenses every month. Let her treat herself occasionally and spend money where necessary. University is a small society. All her clothes are branded, but she doesn't know how to dress well, so her clothes look a bit rustic. He would also equip Wang Donger with the computer, mobile phone and camera that others have. At school, Wang Donger was no different from her classmates in the eyes of them. In addition, she has good grades, is easygoing, pretty and has a good figure. He is loved by classmates and teachers in the class. Everyone has a preference for beautiful things. On the way, Su Fingyan also learned the meaning of the bunch of keys. These keys were the keys to the safe in the store. Inside is all of Uncle Wang's belongings, as well as the ancestral secret recipe for noodles. After hearing what Wang Donger said, Su Fingyan sincerely admired Wang Bagua. After Wang Bagua was transferred to the VIP ward and settled, Su Fingyan carefully reminded the nurse of the precautions before leaving. When he rushed back to his hometown, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. From a distance, he saw his mother Wang Yuhua standing under a big tree at the entrance of the village, looking around. As soon as the car stopped, Wang Yuhua stepped forward and grabbed his ear accurately. Ouch, Mom. Be gentle. Su Fingyan grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to break free. He could only bend over and follow his mother's strength. So many villagers are watching here, Mom, please give me some face. Wang Yuhua's hands were still strong, and he kept scolding her as he walked. You still want to save face, kid? Every time you come back, the first thing you do is run to Wang Bagua's noodle restaurant. If you don't know, you would think that's your home. As he spoke, he exerted force on his hands again. If you hadn't happened to come over this time to help that girl deal with Lao Wang's matter, I would have been in a bad mood. Her voice suddenly choked and her steps slowed down. Su Fingyan took the opportunity to straighten up, only to find that there were tears in the corners of his mother's eyes. Mom! His heart softened and he gently held his mother's hand that was pulling her ear. Wang Yuhua turned away and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I just can't bear it. My own son came home and couldn't even have a hot meal, but he was always thinking about other people's noodle shops. Su Fingyan's nose was sore. I'm back now, I'll have the big meal you cooked tonight, and have a few drinks with Dad in the evening. Wang Yuhua finally let go of her hand and said, Don't give me that. Since you like eating noodles so much, why don't you just be a live-in son-in-law? Su Fingyan. Chapter 56, While your parents are still alive, don't travel far away. Watching the Su family mother and son fighting and playing. The villagers at the entrance of the village couldn't help but shake their heads. As long as Wang Yuhua was at the entrance of the village, every time Su Xiaozi came back, he would not be able to escape this disaster. When he got home, he found Su Guotian sitting on the stone bench at the door, staring at him intently. "Dad, you are." Su Fengnian's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed the words back. His father's posture clearly showed that he was going to call him to task. Su Guotian snorted coldly, "Do the noodles taste good? They say that girls can't be kept when they grow up, but I think boys can't be kept when they grow up either." Su Fengnian didn't expect his parents to react so strongly. This was a special situation. It was only a day later than originally planned. When I entered the house, I found that there were several plates of leftovers from yesterday on the table, and they were hardly touched. When I opened the refrigerator, I see all my favorite dishes inside. It seems that he had prepared a welcome party for me yesterday, but I broke the appointment and forgot to inform him in advance. No wonder my parents wanted to beat me up when I came back this time. As soon as he got home, Su Fengnian went into the kitchen. He had to cook a few of his signature dishes in the evening. My mother cooks the dishes I like, and he naturally cooks the dishes my parents like. When night fell, a small square table was set up in the yard. Su Fengnian served some of his parents' favorite dishes, and Wang Yuhua brought out a jar of homemade grain wine from the house. "Dad, I toast to you." Su Fengnian held the bowl with both hands. His family did not have the habit of drinking from cups. This time, it was my son who did not make proper arrangements. "Please don't take it personally." Su Guotian's tense face finally relaxed. He took the wine bowl and drank it all. "You little bastard, if you do this again next time, I will break your legs." Although his words were harsh, a smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. Wang Yuhua put a piece of fish into her son's bowl and said softly, "Your father waited until midnight yesterday. He refused to eat the food even after I heated it up 3 times. I told your father that you would not be coming back, but he was still stubborn." Hearing this, Su Fengnian picked up his bowl and drank it all in one gulp. A line of poetry suddenly popped into my mind. The mirror in the hall shows the sorrow of white hair, which was black in the morning and white in the evening. Watching his parents aging visibly, he felt mixed emotions. He also wants to stay with his parents forever, because the grace of raising him is greater than heaven. Confucius said, "While your parents are still alive, you should not travel far away." But the problem is that ancient people didn't have mortgages, car loans, or credit cards, and no one wanted to travel far away to work. "Dad, Mom," he raised the bowl again, his voice choking, "I'll stay 2 more nights this time and spend more time with you." "Okay, that's what I've been waiting for you to say." Su Guotian smiled and picked up the bowl and clinked it with Su Fengnian. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Fengnian saw that the time was ripe, and slowly spoke with a hint of drunkenness, "Dad, Mom, I want to take you to Yunqing." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua's expressions changed slightly. The chopsticks in Wang Yuhua's hand fell onto the table with a click and turbid tears rolled down her wrinkled cheeks. Su Guotian's hand holding the wine bowl trembled slightly, and the wine in the bowl created tiny ripples. "You stinky boy." After a long while, Su Guotian suddenly laughed and scolded, "You've only been out for a short time, and you're already thinking of showing off after earning a few coins?" He turned his face away and wiped his eyes hard with his sleeve. Wang Yuhua held her son's hand tremblingly, "Son, Mom knows that you are filial." She choked up before she could finish her words and could only shake her head. Being rejected was expected, and Su Fengnian listed all the prepared arguments and reasons one by one. He also opened a bank app on his phone and said, "Dad, take a look at this first." He handed the balance page to his parents and said, "This is my current savings." Su Guotian narrowed his eyes, and when he saw the long string of numbers on the screen clearly, the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Wang Yuhua also came over curiously and immediately took a breath of cold air. "This, so many? Well, the monthly income is also considerable. Now I live in a place arranged by the company, and the food and accommodation are free." Su Feng explained in a young voice, deliberately skipping the matter of Li Xian and Nyonyo, "You two have worked hard all your lives, and it's time to enjoy a peaceful life. Yunqing has good medical conditions, and it will be convenient for me to take care of you." The night wind blew through the yard, and only a rustling sound could be heard. Su Guotian bent down to pick up the fallen cigarette, and was silent for a long time before speaking. "Son, Dad knows you are kind, but this old house." He looked around at the mottled walls. "Your grandfather and your great-grandfather have lived here. If we leave, this house will really Wang Yuhua wiped her tears and added, "Besides, your Aunt Zhang's land is rented to us for farming, and the chickens and ducks in the backyard cannot be left alone." Su Fingyan looked at his parents' stubborn and anxious expressions, and suddenly understood their concerns. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they did not dare. "I didn't dare to leave the land where I had lived all my life, didn't dare to cause trouble to my son, and didn't dare to face the unfamiliar city life. Dad, Mom, wait until I have settled you down, and you can go over there and stay for a few days, just like you were going on a trip." Su Fingyan knew that this matter could not be rushed and had to be done step by step, and he was not ready yet. "This time I came back to test my parents' attitude." Wang Yuhua suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, "Son, if you need us to take care of the kids, just give us a call and your dad and I will pack up and go. We won't need any land, chickens, or ducks." Su Fingyan choked on a mouthful of old wine and started coughing violently. His face flushed, and he frantically wiped the wine stains on his clothes. "Mom. What the hell are you talking about?" After Su Guitian realized what was happening, he quickly chimed in, Right. Your mother's words really hit the nail on the head. What's the point of having an ancestral home? Roll up the portraits of your grandfather and great-grandfather and let them go to the city to see the world." The old couple sang in unison and talked more and more excitedly. Wang Yuhua had already started counting the belt and other belongings. "Mom!" Su Fingyan interrupted, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "What are you two thinking about? I just want to take you to enjoy life." "Pretend? Are you pretending in front of your parents?" Su Guitian narrowed his eyes, with an expression of an experienced person. "The little girl on your phone screensaver has the same eyes as you did when you were a child." Wang Yuhua deliberately lowered her voice. "Last month, Matchmaker Li came to our house and said that she saw you holding a baby girl in the Yinqing Mall, and there was a very beautiful girl beside you." Su Fingyan almost knocked over the wine bowl in his hand, and his ears instantly turned red. Then he remembered that he seemed to have met an acquaintance in the mall. Under the moonlight, his parents' expectant eyes were so bright that he didn't know how to explain this complicated relationship. "When I handed me the phone just now, I didn't expect my parents to pay attention to the photo of Nyo Nyo on the screensaver. I don't know how to explain this sudden failure." Su Fingyan took a deep breath and decided to follow his parents' words. "Dad, Mom, this is a long story." Wang Yuhua immediately moved closer. "Tell me slowly, Mom has plenty of time to listen." "That child is indeed my daughter." Su Fingyan chose his words carefully, but the situation is a little special. Su Guitian slapped his thigh and said, "What's special? You kid couldn't be outside." The old man's face suddenly became serious. "It's not what you think." Su Fingyan waved his hands quickly. "I mean, I am taking care of the child, but he is not my biological child." Wang Yuhua and Su Guitian looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Chapter 57. I would rather farm at home than be someone else's nanny. "It's like this," Su Fingyan reorganized his words. "I work as a live-in nanny for a single mother in Yunqing, helping to take care of her daughter. The child is very attached to me, and just calls me Dad." The yard was so quiet that one could hear the sound of embroidery needles falling. The smile on Wang Yuhua's face gradually froze, and Su Guitian's brows became increasingly furrowed. "So?" Wang Yuhua asked cautiously, "Is that girl your employer?" Su Fingyan nodded, and quickly added, "But she is a very nice person, and she takes good care of me. She also helped me find the job." Su Guitian suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense! My son from the Su family is working as a nanny for others?" The old man was so angry that his beard was shaking. "What will happen if this gets out?" "Dad!" Su Fingyan also stood up. "This job doesn't involve stealing or robbing. You earn your living based on your own abilities. What's so shameful about that?" Wang Yuhua pulled her husband's sleeve and said softly, "Old man, your son is right." "What's right about that?" Su Guitian shook off his wife's hand. "I, Su Guitian's son, would rather stay at home and farm than be a nanny for others. If I want to take my parents to Yunqing, I will have to hide Nyo Nyo's affairs. Rather than being discovered later, it is better to end it now." But looking at his father's face, which was red with anger, he knew that it might be more difficult than he thought to convince this stubborn old man. "Dad!" He slowed down his tone. "Please listen to me first. That Ms. Li is very good to me and takes good care of me, both in life and work, and..." He paused. "She promised to register Nyo Nyo, that little girl, in our Su family's household registration. There was a clause in the original contract that Nyo Nyo could be registered in the Su family in the future. As long as Su Fingnian treats Nyo Nyo well and as long as he doesn't mind, Nyo Nyo is his biological daughter. As for all the messy proofs, Li Xian had already prepared them. Su Fingnian's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving the old couple speechless for a moment. Wang Yuhua's hands trembled slightly. Son, are you saying that the child wants to return to his ancestral home? Su Fingnian nodded. Although she is not my biological daughter, her name is Su Nian. Su Guotian remained silent and sat back in his chair. Su Nian, this is a good name, he muttered to himself. After a long time, the old man sighed and said, Son, this matter, you have to let your father think about it carefully. Wang Yuhua wiped the corners of his eyes and asked softly, That girl, is she really good to you? Su Fingnian thought of Li Xian's figure and curled his lips unconsciously. She is very good. Seeing her son's expression, Wang Yuhua finally felt relieved. She was afraid that her son would be wronged outside. She had also worked as a nanny before. It would be fine if you meet a good employer, but if you meet one that is difficult to talk to, you will feel really wronged. Under the moonlight, the three of them sat quietly in the yard. Su Fingnian knew that it would take time to change his parents' deep-rooted ideas, but at least, the first step had been taken. Dad, Mom. He broke the silence softly. I know this sounds a bit strange. But Ms. Li. Su Fingnian chose his words carefully. She is a very special person. Wang Yuhua wiped the corners of his eyes and suddenly asked, How old is that girl? What does she do? She's in her early 30s and a big boss. Su Fingnian answered truthfully, Nyo Nyo is her adopted child, not her biological child. Su Guotian raised his head suddenly. A 30-year-old female boss? The old man narrowed his eyes. Could she be? Dad. Su Fingnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? Ms. Li. He paused, thinking of those eyes that always had a hint of alienation. She just needs a reliable person to help take care of the child. Wang Yuhua suddenly held her son's hand and said, Son, tell me the truth, do you have feelings for her? Su Fingnian's ears felt hot, and the last time Li Xian was sick and lying in bed appeared in his mind. Mom, we are just an employment relationship. Bullshit. Su Guotian suddenly slammed the table and stood up. My son, Su Guotian, if you want to marry someone, you should marry him openly. What's the point of being someone's son-in-law? Dad. Su Fingnian also stood up again. What era is it now? Besides, we are really not. It's not what it is. The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at me. Do you think I can't see it? Your eyes are shining when you mention that girl. Wang Yuhua quickly tried to smooth things over. Old man, keep your voice down. It's late at night. She turned to her son and softened her voice. Son, I just want to ask you one question. What kind of person is that girl? Su Fingnian said without hesitation. She is the kindest and strongest person I have ever met. She raises a child by herself, manages the company in an orderly manner, and treats Nyo Nyo as her own daughter. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly shut up. But it was too late. Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua exchanged a meaningful look. Okay, the old man suddenly smiled. Since my son likes it, I will make an exception and stay in the city for a few days. He picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. But let me be frank. If that girl doesn't like you, don't blame me for dragging you back to farm. Wang Yuhua also said, When are we leaving? Mom has to bring the freshly made pickled cabbage and your dad's salted duck eggs. Su Fingnian looked at his parents' sudden change of attitude and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'll get ready when I get back this time and come pick you up. He looked towards the direction of Yunqing, and couldn't help but miss them a little. Then, does that girl know that you are going to pick us up? Wang Yuhua suddenly thought of something. Su Fingnian was stunned and scratched his head. I mentioned it before. She said that as long as you agree, she has no objection. Wang Yuhua's eyes lit up. Really? That girl really has no objection? Most city people don't like country people like them if they come to live in the city. They chatted for a while until Su Fingnian yawned, and then the family went back to their rooms reluctantly. After returning to his room, Su Fingnian took out his cell phone and after much hesitation, he sent a message to Li Xian. Are you asleep? I have something to discuss with you. As soon as the message was sent, the phone started vibrating. Li Xian made a video call directly. Watching the video call, Su Fingnian was very puzzled. This was the first time that Li Xian took the initiative to call him via video. Nyo Nyo is clamoring to see you. Li Xian on the other side of the screen seemed to have just finished a shower, with water dripping from the ends of her hair. She turned the phone aside. Nyo was sleeping soundly with her teddy bear in her arms, her little face rosy. When he saw this, he suddenly realized that Nyo was still awake. No wonder Li Xin called him on video. After talking to Nyo for a few words, Su Fengnian got to the point. Sisterly, my parents agreed to come to the city to stay for a few days, and I told them about our situation. He observed Li Xin's expression in the video. To his surprise, Li Xin's lips curled up slightly. The guest room has been empty. Nyo has been talking about wanting to see Grandpa and Grandma recently. Hearing this, Su Fengnian was speechless for a moment. Nyo had asked him last time why other children had grandparents, but she didn't. Li Xin on the other side of the screen seemed to see through his thoughts and whispered, "Go to bed early and be careful on your way back." Chapter 58, Shura Field? No, this is Shura Hell. The next morning, he got up early and helped his father feed the chickens, ducks and piglets. In the pigsty, the half-grown piglets heard the noise and immediately grunted and pushed their way to the trough. Su Fengnian looked at this guy who was stronger than himself, and recalled the embarrassing time when he was a child and was chased all over the yard by the pigs raised at home. He couldn't help laughing. After feeding the livestock, he accompanied his mother to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. "Mom, that's enough, we can't finish all this." Su Fengnian looked at his mother, who seemed like she wanted to empty the entire vegetable garden, and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "What do you know?" Wang Yuhua rolled her eyes at him. "How can the vegetables you buy in the city be as fresh as the ones you grow at home? Take them home and cook them for Nyo. Even though they don't look very good, they are all natural. We don't use any pesticides at all." Su Fengnian. After breakfast, the family of three planned to go to the city to visit Wang Baogua, and planned to let Su Fengnian go back first after the visit. "We will pick them up next week after they have packed up." They originally wanted to go there by themselves. But thinking that there were too many things to carry, I decided to let my son make the trip. After packing up, Su Guotian took out his own country eggs and for the first time ever took out the navy blue Zhongshan suit that had been pressed at the bottom of the box. Even the collar was ironed straight. Wang Yuhua also changed into the crimson-purple coat that she only wore during the Chinese New Year, and her hair was combed meticulously. "Dad, Mom, we're just going to see a patient, there's no need to be so formal, right?" Su Fengnian was speechless looking at his parents' serious expressions. "What do you know?" Su Guotian straightened his collar. "We are going into the city. I can't embarrass you." Whenever they go out with their son, the two elders must dress up, not for themselves, but just to avoid embarrassing their son. Carrying bags and baskets of various sizes to the entrance of the village, Grandpa Hong came over curiously and asked, "Old Su, are you going to the city?" "Well, I'm going to the city hospital to see a friend." He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. "Lao Hong, I'm going to stay with my son for a few days next week. Please help me take care of the family." Grandpa Hong took the cigarette and grinned, "Oh, soft Zhonghua? Old Su, you are rich." Su Guotian straightened his back, his eyes and eyebrows showing pride. "My son bought it for me and insisted that I take it with me." As he said this, he deliberately patted his bulging pockets. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Grandpa Hong walked around the Su family and his eyes lingered on the bamboo basket in Wang Yuhua's hand for a moment. With this kind of scene, if you didn't know, you would think you were going to meet your in-laws. Wang Yuhua blushed and quickly hid the basket of red eggs behind her. "What nonsense are you talking about? They are just some local specialties produced by our family." Uncle Hong helped stuff the bags into the trunk, gave them a few words of advice to stay safe, and then watched them leave. At this moment, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and a sense of loneliness surged. On the highway, the family of three was talking and laughing, and Su Guotian even turned on the classic old songs stored on his mobile phone. They hummed songs along the way. It was the first time that Wang Yuhua saw her husband so happy. After arriving at the hospital and parking the car, I just walked to the gate of the inpatient department and saw a figure looking around. Wang Donger wore a goose yellow dress today, which made her stand out against the gray and white hospital building. "Donger!" Su Fengnian shouted. After hearing Su Fengnian's call, her eyes lit up and she trotted over to him. "Brother Nian, hello uncle and aunt." As he spoke, he helped to take the bamboo basket from Wang Yuhua's hand. But he was shocked by the weight. This is too heavy. "They are all produced by our family." Wang Yuhua looked at the pretty girl in front of him with a smile. "Donger, how does your father look today?" "Much better. I can drink half a bowl of porridge in the morning," Wang Donger said as she led them to the elevator. In the elevator, Wang Dong'er leaned close to Su Fengnian's ear and whispered, "Brother Nian, why are uncle and auntie dressed so formally today?" Su Fengnian glanced at his parents' straight backs and said with a smile, "They said they were supporting me." The door of the VIP ward was ajar, and the sound of the TV could be faintly heard from inside. Wang Dong'er gently opened the door. "Dad, Uncle Su, and Aunt Wang are here to see you." Upon hearing this, Wang Bagua, who was lying on the hospital bed, tried to sit up with difficulty. Seeing this, Wang Dong'er and Su Fengnian hurried over to support him. "Old Su, why are you here? Come and sit down." Wang Bagua pointed to the sofa beside him and said softly. Wang Yuhua opened the bamboo basket and took out the free-range eggs. "Old Wang, I brought them specially for you to nourish your body." Su Fengnian was about to put the fruits he brought on the bedside table when he suddenly found a large fruit basket on the cabinet, containing various imported fruits such as imported cherries and Australian mangoes. "What is this?" He looked at Wang Dong'er puzzledly. Wang Dong'er blinked. "This morning, a very beautiful aunt came to see my dad and said she was your boss, secretary?" Hearing this, the apple in Su Fengnian's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The ward suddenly became quiet and everyone looked at him. "Son," Wang You's eyes were frighteningly bright, "could it be?" At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. Everyone turned around and saw Li Xian holding Niu standing at the door, with Niu holding a bouquet of flowers. "Sorry to bother you." Li Xian smiled slightly, her eyes swept across the people in the room, and finally landed on the dumbfounded Su Fengnian. "It seems like they don't welcome me very much." At this time, Niu had already rushed towards Su Fengnian, cheering, "Dad! Where are my grandparents? Are these my grandparents?" The thermos cup in Su Guotian's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The air in the ward seemed to freeze. Su Fengnian felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. He didn't expect to meet in this way, and in Uncle Wang's ward. "Mr. Li! Mr. Li! Why are you here?" His voice was as dry as sandpaper. Niu had already thrown herself into Wang Yuhua's arms, not shy at all, and said in a baby voice, "Grandma." Wang Yuhua picked up the child helplessly and looked at her son for help. Su Guotian kept staring at Li Xian, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Xian's eyes lingered on the local specialties for a moment, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "It seems that I disturbed your family gathering." "No, no." Su Fengnian was so anxious that his tongue was tied. "My parents and I came to visit Uncle Wang." It's no wonder that others misunderstood the way Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua were dressed today. They really looked like they were visiting the in-laws. Wang Bagua didn't react for a moment and was extremely surprised. When did Su Fengnian have a daughter? Wang Dong'er, who was standing in front of the bed, had an extremely ugly expression on her face and kept rubbing the corner of her clothes with her fingers. I tried hard not to let the tears fall from my eyes. Li Xian came to the bedside and put down the nutritional supplements in her hand. "Uncle Wang, I just came from the dean's office. Your treatment plan has been determined. Just rest assured and receive the treatment." Su Guotian, who was standing by, couldn't help but stammered, Girl, you are Dad." Su Fengnian stepped forward. "This is Mr. Li, my boss." He desperately winked at his father. "It's what I told you last night." "Oh. Right. Su Guotian slapped his forehead, suddenly straightened his back, and extended his hand as if he was receiving a leader. "Hello, Mr. Li. My kid has caused you a lot of trouble, right?" Li Xian politely shook the old man's rough hand and said, "Uncle Su, you're too kind. Xiao Su does an excellent job." As she said this, she secretly glanced at Su Fengnian. At this moment, someone wanted to die. Others were at most in the Shura field, but he was in the Shura hell, right? Chapter 59. Then I want to be the CEO. "I'm here for a meeting, so I'll leave Niu to you." After saying that, he glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and left the ward. "Wait." Wang Yuhua suddenly called him and frantically took out an oil paper bag from another bag. "Homemade salted duck eggs, double yolk." Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and took the oil paper bag under Su Fengnian's horrified gaze. Her fingertips accidentally touched Wang Yuhua's rough hands. The two women's eyes met in the air, and they seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. "Thank you, Auntie." Li Xian's voice softened a little. Dad, where are we going to play later?" Niu's words once again plunged the ward into an awkward silence. Su Fengnian felt his temples throbbing, and was about to say something when Li Xian said softly, "I'll pick her up later." When she turned around, the ends of her hair brushed past Su Fengnian's nose, still with that familiar smell. Only when the sound of high heels disappeared at the end of the corridor did Su Fengnian breathe a sigh of relief. Son. Wang Yuhua hugged Nyonyo, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Wang Bagua just asked in a low voice at this time, "Can you tell me what is going on?" Li Xian's aura was so strong that no one dared to breathe in the ward. Wang Yuhua planned to take Nyonyo to buy some food near the hospital first, and Su Guotian planned to go with him. The first time he saw Nyonyo, he knew for sure that she was his granddaughter. She's so cute. If I really had a son, I guess I wouldn't be able to give birth to such a beautiful granddaughter. As for the explanation, leave it to Su Fengnian. You have to solve the problem yourself. Nyonyo, can you go buy some delicious food with Grandma and Grandpa? Wang Yuhua squatted down with a doting look on her face. Yeah. Thank you, Grandma. Nyonyo kissed Wang Yuhua on the face. This action directly controlled Wang Yuhua. Now in her mind, her son had to sit in the back row. Her granddaughter is her sweetheart. After Wang Yuhua and Su Guotian took Nyonyo out of the ward, Wang Bagua leaned against the head of the bed and said with a serious expression, "Su boy, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will break your legs when I get better." As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed a few times and spoke a little excitedly. Looking at this scene, Su Fengnian's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he sat down on a chair beside the bed. "Uncle Wang, this is a long story. Let's make it short." Wang Bagua pointed at the imported fruits and health products on the bedside table and said, "Is this Mr. Li really your boss?" At this time, Wang Donger came over, his eyes wide open. "Brother Nian, why does Nyonyo call you daddy?" Su Fengnian scratched his hair and sighed. "Actually, this is what happened." After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Su Fengnian roughly explained the whole story. Wang Bagua looked at him with a suspicious expression. "Is it really just like this? There is really nothing else?" "Uncle Wang." Su Fengnian felt a little guilty. It's really not what you think. I'm just alive and nanny." "Bullshit." Wang Bagua suddenly tapped the bedboard. "I, Wang Bagua, have lived for most of my life, and I still can't see the way that girl looks at you?" He lowered his voice and said, "The way she looks at you is not right." "I think so too." Wang Donger suddenly interrupted. "Donger." Su Fengnian waved his hand. "Don't make trouble." Wang Bagua suddenly said seriously, "Su boy, uncle is going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart." He glanced at Wang Donger beside him. "I originally wanted to entrust Donger in the noodle shop to you." Uncle Wang." Su Fengnian's expression froze and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeing his expression, Wang Donger, who had originally blushed, now lowered her head, tears dripping down her face. "Silly boy, you have to think it through carefully." Wang Bagua shook his head, a disappointed expression on his face. "Uncle Wang, Donger, you are as important as my family." Su Fengnian stood up, his voice trembling a little. "Thanks for your care over the years, I will always remember it in my heart." Hearing this, Wang Bagua's expression gradually softened. Wang Donger also stopped crying and listened carefully. "I'm not a hero, nor do I have much ability." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "I just want to protect everyone I care about." As for Donger, he looked at Donger with a gentle gaze. "I have always treated her as my own sister, and I will always protect her in the future." Wang Bagua, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly laughed so hard that he started coughing. "Ahem, Su boy, uncle was right about you." He wiped away the tears from his laughter and said, "I was just kidding you before. My Donger is reluctant to hand it over to you." "Dad." Wang Donger stamped her feet in anger. "You're making fun of me again." Su Fengnian finally reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Uncle Wang, you are too." "But seriously," Wang Bagua suddenly said seriously, "I do want to let you run the noodle shop. I don't want to tie you down, but I think only you can carry forward the Wang family's ancestral craftsmanship." Hearing this, Su Fengnian half-jokingly said, "Uncle Wang, don't worry about your recovery. When Donger graduates, we will work together to turn Wang's Noodle House into a chain store." Wang Donger burst into laughter and said, "Then I want to be the CEO." The three of them smiled at each other, and the originally depressing atmosphere was swept away. At this moment, Su Fengnian's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Nyonyo calling. "Dad, where are you?" "There is a park downstairs. It's fun. Can you come and play with me?" He turned on the loudspeaker, and Wang Bagua and Wang Donger also heard it. "Xiao Su, you go ahead. I don't have anything to do here." Wang Bagua said in a low voice. Su Fengnian nodded and left the ward. After he left, Wang Bagua sighed softly, and Wang Donger's face beside him also turned a little ugly. Looking at his daughter's expression, Wang Bagua took a deep breath and hesitated for a while before speaking. Donger, I know you have him in your heart, but... Dad, I know. Wang Donger raised her head suddenly, her eyes red and a little stubborn. I'm not stupid, the way Brother Anian looked at Mr. Li. His voice choked up, like the way I looked at him. Wang Bagua sighed. Dad, don't worry about me. Wang Donger wiped her tears with her hands and forced a smile. I know that Brother Nian has always treated me as his sister. Just now I couldn't help it. Wang Bagua reached out and gently held his daughter's hand. Actually, what Dad said before was not a joke. I sincerely hope to hand over both the noodle shop and you to him. He is a person worthy of trust, but... Having said this, Wang Bagua sighed and didn't continue. The two were silent for a while, and Wang Bagua suddenly took out a card from a drawer beside him. This is the dowry that Dad saved for you. When Dad gets better, we will renovate the noodle shop and find a live-in son-in-law. Wang Donger. Phew. She laughed out loud, but her tears flowed even harder. Who would be willing to be our son-in-law in our shabby noodle shop? Just as the father and daughter were arguing, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. We may not have a live-in son-in-law, but do you want a live-in godson? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fengnian ran away. Wang Bagua, who was in the ward, picked up a ball of paper and threw it over. Stop right there, you little brat. Chapter 60. Some people are worth betting your whole life on. The paper ball drew an arc in the air and flew out, brushing against the doorframe. Su Fengnian was no longer in the corridor. Wang Donger had already walked quickly into the corridor. She was looking at the empty corridor and stamping her feet in anger. When we arrived at the park near the hospital, we saw from afar Niao sliding down the slide with Su Guetian. Wang Yuhua was standing aside, holding a large bag of snacks in her hand. This scene really looks like a family of three, with no sense of incongruity. Su Fengnian sighed and walked over quickly. After seeing Su Fengnian, Niao didn't want to play with her grandfather anymore. In terms of priority, Dad may be one level higher than Mom, not to mention the grandfather you just met. Dad, now you're here, let's play on the seesaw together. Niao simply left Su Guetian aside. Su Guetian was full of jealousy at the moment. He was full of disdain yesterday, but after seeing Niao today, he fell in love with her. Now, let alone asking his son to be a nanny, he himself wants to be one. After playing in the park for a while at noon, Niao was tired and fell asleep in Su Fengnian's arms. The three of them carried Niao to a nearby tea house. In the box, Su Fengnian put Niao on the recliner and covered her with his coat. Looking at Niao, who was sleeping soundly, none of the three spoke a word, and they didn't know how much time had passed. Su Guetian spoke slowly. Son, this kid looks just like you when you were little. This kid won't. Dad. Stop. Su Fengnian quickly spoke up to stop him. Don't I know whether he is my biological child or not? Everyone fell silent again. For a moment, the only sounds in the box were Niao's even breathing and the occasional smacking sound. Wang Yuhua saw that her husband didn't say anything, so she decided that just sitting there doing nothing was not a solution. She glanced at Su Fengnian and hesitated. Son. Mom, just say whatever you want to say. What's there that we can't talk about? Seeing Wang Yuhua's hesitation, Su Fengnian spoke directly. Since his son had said so, Wang Yuhua did not hesitate and decided to tell him everything he had discussed with his father. Son, you said yesterday that your contract was for 3 years? Wang Yuhua whispered. Well, the contract says it's for 3 years, until Niao graduates from kindergarten. He looked at his mother in confusion. What's wrong? He didn't know why Wang Yuhua suddenly asked this. Wang Yuhua did not ask any further questions and fell silent again. Stop dilly-dallying. Su Guetian suddenly slammed the table and strode to the door of the box. After looking around vigilantly, he locked the door with a click. Su Fengnian looked at his father's behavior and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, what are you doing? Listen carefully. Su Guetian sat back in his seat and then realized that Niao was sleeping beside him. He lowered his voice quickly but said each word in a sonorous voice. 3 years later, you must come back to the county town. Help your uncle Wang expand the noodle shop and arrange your marriage with Donger. Su Guetian's words were like a bolt from the blue, almost causing Su Fengnian to drop the cup in his hand. Dad. He stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the floor. Su Guetian raised his hand to stop him. Don't explain. He looked at him with a sharp gaze. In the hospital, look at the look in Mr. Lee's eyes. Even a blind person could tell that something was wrong. He picked up the tea on the table and drank it all, knocking the bottom of the cup heavily on the table. Son, people must recognize their own position. There are some thresholds that our Su family will never be able to cross in this lifetime. The box suddenly became eerily quiet. Su Fengnian looked at his parents' tense faces and suddenly understood their good intentions. They were just afraid that he would get a bloody head if he fell. Dad, Mom. He sighed, his voice trembling. I know you are doing this for my own good, but there are some things. Before she finished speaking, Wang Yuhua suddenly pulled out a red cloth bag from her bag and pushed it in front of him with trembling voice. This is the gold bracelet left by your great-grandmother, for your future daughter-in-law. Su Fengnian didn't expect that his mother would even carry this with her. Could it be that they really came to visit the in-laws today? Wang Yuhua and Su Guotian both saw Su Fengnian's doubts. Son, if you give this gold bracelet to Donger, she will be very happy and will treasure it. If you give it to... The old couple saw Donger's reaction today. This kid has madness in his eyes. Wang Yuhua and Su Guotian stayed awake last night, although they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Until the moment I saw Li Xian and Wang Donger in the ward today, I had already made up my mind. Son. Wang Yuhua looked at the sleeping Nyonyo. The little girl curled up on the sofa looked adorable. Her fingers brushed across the child's delicate face, and her heart was filled with reluctance. After just half a day of spending time together, I fell in love with this child. But for the sake of her son's lifelong happiness, although she was reluctant, she still knew what was more important. Su Guotian had just lit a cigarette and was about to take a puff, but when he saw Nyonyo standing beside him, he hesitated for a moment and then put it out. That girl is not someone we can afford to marry. His voice was a little hoarse. Look at what happened today. We couldn't even speak a complete sentence in front of her. Wang Yuhua wiped the corners of her eyes. Donger is so nice, she knows both cold and heat. Mr. Li is much older than Fengnian, right? If he refuses to leave a descendant for our Su family. If my son stays with her, how miserable will his life be in the future? How could these country folk live with a daughter-in-law like this? This is the idea that Wang Yuhua and Su Guotian agreed on. Instead of being servile in the future, it is better to choose an ordinary girl who knows their background well. After weighing the pros and cons, the old couple finally agreed on one thing and decided to nip this dangerous trend in the bud. The words of his parents were like a thorn that pierced his heart and made him feel painful. How could he not know this? When he signed the contract, he really just regarded it as a high-paying job. I even planned to return to the county to open a small shop once I saved enough money, and bring my parents to live with me in the county town. But human hearts are beyond our control. Looking down at Nyonyo beside him, Su Fengnian hesitated. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Crazy year. Su Guotian's voice came from in front. He looked up at his father's face and knew that Su Guotian was even more conflicted than he was. I know that love can't be forced. He didn't expect these words to come out of Su Guotian's mouth. Su Fengnian was stunned. But you have to think it through. Su Guotian took a few steps closer and put his rough hands heavily on his son's shoulders. Do you want to act on impulse or live a stable life for the rest of your life? They had said everything they could, and as for whether Su Fengnian would listen to their advice or not, the old couple couldn't force him. Wang Yuhua couldn't help it after all, and said in a trembling voice. My son, no matter what decision you make in the end, your parents will stand by you. We are just telling you all the life lessons we have accumulated in this lifetime. Su Fengnian nodded. At this moment, he remembered how Li Xian's fingertips trembled slightly when she took the bag of salted duck eggs from her mother in the ward this morning. I didn't expect that Li Xian would be at a loss because of a bag of local specialties. Dad, he heard himself say, some people are worth betting your whole life on. Chapter 61. This is not a problem. Su Guotian's hands froze. After a long moment, he sighed, forget it. You are old enough, make your own decision, but don't let yourself down. Su Fengnian nodded vigorously. At this moment, Nyonyo on the sofa suddenly moved, rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. Dad. The little girl's voice was still soft as if she had just woken up, but she instantly woke up when she saw Su Fengnian's red eyes. She stood directly on the sofa, holding Su Fengnian's face with her cold little hands, her eyelashes fluttering. Daddy, why are you crying? She hung on him like a little koala and said in a baby voice, Daddy, don't cry. Nyonyo will tell you a story, okay? Not to mention Su Fengnian, even Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua standing beside him couldn't help but shed tears in their eyes at this scene. Looking at the warm scene between father and daughter in front of me. Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua looked at each other. At this moment, they understood their son a little better. Who would be reluctant to let go of such a lovely daughter, right? After Nyo woke up, it was as if the conversation just now had never happened, and everyone immediately entered their respective roles. In the box, Nyo was eating some snacks when Su Fengnian's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw the words Li Xian on the screen, which made his hand pause. Mr. Li. He answered the phone, his voice as soft as a mosquito's. Li Xian's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Secretary Lu has to go back to Yunqing first. After a short silence, can you please take Nyo with you later, and your parents can come and pick me up? When Su Fengnian answered the phone, Su Guotian and Wang Yuhua had already come over. When they heard the caller saying that they should go together to answer the call, the two elders shook their heads like rattles. This made Nyo, who was eating snacks nearby, happy, and she also learned to shake her head. That's good. Su Fengnian glanced at the two elders beside him. Send me the address. Yeah. Li Xian responded and hung up the phone. Putting down his phone, Su Fengnian immediately met four burning gazes, especially Su Guotian's expression of disappointment. Su Guotian's fingers were shaking with anger. He pointed at him and kept saying you for a long time, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Wang Yuhua sighed heavily, took out her cell phone and started to fix her hair and collar. The two elders packed up a little, and looked as if they were going to meet some important leader. Their expressions seemed a little stiff. Not long after, Su Fengnian received the location on his mobile phone. Son, how about you go by yourself? Wang Yuhua whispered. After thinking it over, he still wanted to protest. Nyo tilted her head and looked at her grandmother, who suddenly became reserved. She couldn't help but reach out and pull the corner of her clothes. Grandma, what's wrong with you? She forced a smile in front of Wang Yuhua and said, It's okay, Grandma is just. But she didn't know how to explain the words when they came to her lips. You can't say she's afraid of seeing her mother, right? Su Guotian remained silent, but nodded slightly to show his agreement. He didn't want to go either. The box was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the air conditioner. Nyo looked at this, then looked at that, and went straight to the middle of the two elders. Holding Grandpa with one hand and Grandma with the other, he said, Grandpa, Grandma, come with me to pick up Mom. Looking at the extremely innocent child in front of him, the atmosphere in the room relaxed a lot. Su Fengnian looked at his parents' stunned expressions and said softly, Dad, Mom, just think of it as, for Nyo. Wang Yuhua's hand unconsciously loosened the corner of her clothes and instead held Nyo's soft little hand. Su Guotian took a deep breath and suddenly patted his thigh. Let's go. It's not a big deal. His loud voice scared everyone. Nyo immediately cheered and ran towards the door happily. A group of people arrived at the parking lot, and the two old people who were originally sitting in the second row moved to the last row. Su Fengnian, who had just sat in the driver's seat, saw this scene through the rearview mirror and shook his head helplessly. All I heard was Nyo, who was sitting in the back row with the two elders, shouting, Let's go. The ignition sound was heard and the business car slowly drove out of the parking lot. After driving for more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the hotel where Li Xian was having a meeting. As soon as we arrived at the hotel gate, we saw a slender figure next to the revolving door. Today Li Xian wore a beige windbreaker, showing off her charm as a working woman. There was a sudden rustling sound from the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Su Fengnian saw his parents hurriedly tidying up their clothes. Wang Yuhua kept smoothing out the wrinkles on her body, while Su Guotian tightened and loosened his collar, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Su Fengnian didn't expect the two elders to be so nervous. He felt that Li Xian had been quite gentle to him recently. Mom. Nyo excitedly opened the car window, her smiling face almost sticking to the glass. After the car stopped, Su Fengnian immediately opened the electric door at the back seat. The moment the car door opened, Li Xian came quickly. She bent down to catch Nyo, who was rushing towards her, but when she looked up, she unexpectedly met the eyes of the two old people in the car. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Uncle, Aunt, hello. Li Xian bowed slightly, her voice much softer than in the hospital. Hello, Mr. Li. Su Guotian responded with gritted teeth. Wang Yuhua sat aside, not knowing what to say for a moment. Uncle, just call me by my name. After all, I am the junior. After saying that, he carried Nyo into the car. After getting on the bus, she and Nyo sat in the second row, while the two old people in the third row sat in a daze, which looked a bit funny. Nyo was chattering all the way, sometimes talking about what delicious food her grandma bought her, sometimes talking about what grandpa played with her. We went somewhere to play in the afternoon, and all her words along the way seemed to be speaking well of her grandparents. This made the two old people sitting in the back row feel a lot more relaxed. Xiaosu, how about bringing your uncle and aunt to Yunqing to stay with us for a few days? Li Xian's voice was gentle, but it instantly froze the air in the car. The two elders, who had just relaxed, looked extremely ugly when they heard this. Su Guotian's face turned visibly uglier. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, it's not convenient for us to go there. We are really sorry to disturb you. He quietly poked his wife beside him with his elbow. After Wang Yuhua reacted, her voice became tense. Yes. Yes, Mr. Li, you are so busy, and we have nothing. That's not a problem. Li Xian has already dialed the phone. Soon a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Li, what can I do for you? Xiaosu's parents are coming over today, please help me prepare. Okay, Mr. Li. Lu Xian on the phone didn't even need to ask what needed to be prepared. After hanging up the phone, she had already made the arrangements. As for the size and style, they were not a problem at all. She had all the data of Su Fengyan's parents, even the number of Su Guotian's missing teeth was clearly written down. This is the power of modern technology and big data, and the necessity of protecting personal privacy. This operation stunned not only the two old people sitting in the back, but even Su Fengyan, who was driving, was dumbfounded. It seems his parents didn't agree to let him go? After arranging everything, Li Xian turned around and said with a smile, Uncle, Aunt, everything is arranged. In the dim car, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Su Fengyan, who was driving, secretly raised his hand and adjusted the position of the rearview mirror. Because he felt a murderous aura in the rearview mirror.